mean, that's all.
Yeah.
Our
So
conversation is done. He doesn't need my help.
right,
If he's gonna stay in his delusion,
right.
he can do that. I'm just here to
One
expose information.
one more thing.
Clearly he's not seeing what he's describing, but if he wants to say that he is,
I
that's
mean,
fine
Right,
by me. It's not my child.
like the I
right.
mean the flag, like parts of the flag are disappearing.
No, no. Okay, but hold on though. Just real quick, buddy. Like, I'm sure everybody in this room is like just cringing because hearing you say that when we know that that is not what it is. So, for instance, you saw it and you're like, "Oh, look at the flag. There's lines to it. By the way, it's flipped upside down. It's literally they're tricking you because only one line is disappearing. They try to make it seem like two or three lines are disappearing because of the curvature of the earth. So
They are.
that's one. Hold on. One trick is they flip the flag upside down. If you were to look at when they first started and looked at the white, the red, the blue, then the red, the white, the red, the white, they actually flipped it to where it makes it look like it's Morris covered only because the way they flipped it. And then secondly, the line of like that's being covered by the water and they are falsely saying it's the horizon blocking it. But if you look at that video, honestly, the horizon is actually behind, way behind the flag. You're going to see a horizon of where the water is meeting the sky. So I don't know what you're. This is why Elijah's frustrated with you because
Oh, you mean
you're.
like that? See,
Yes,
I didn't fully understand.
there you go. Well, there you go.
But I mean, I
Maybe now.
was, yeah, yeah, yeah. But like,
Okay.
hmm. No, I see what you mean now. Yeah, that
All
is
right.
odd. But
Okay.
like, the
Good.
flag is disappearing still, right? But like, the
Well.
horizon is behind it. I do agree with that. Like, I see that now. I didn't
Yeah.
understand what you guys were
Okay.
talking about when you said that
Okay.
the
So.
horizon was
o-
behind.
Okay.
I
Good.
didn't.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay, good. I'm glad you can now concede to Elijah and say, okay, my bad. You're right. It's not behind the horizon. So now, with that information, you can go back and tell all your Glober buddies, hey guys, we can't use this video no more because National Geographic lied to us and they tricked us. You go tell them that because that's
yeah.
exactly what they
But
did.
then why is the flag disappearing still? Like, parts of it are like gone.
Okay, okay. So like, so one thing you would have to understand, like across a body of
Time out.
water.
Time out. Time
Go
out.
ahead. Go ahead.
So I told him earlier that I'm not here to explain the world to him. I'm
Okay.
only here to expose the lie. We did that.
Right. Right.
I don't. I'm not feeling the weight of him feeling like we did that. So I can't tell you what to do, but I
Right.
wouldn't move any further
I hear
because
you.
whatever you tell him, guess what? It only matters if he took on the information. Meaning, well, goddamn, what the fuck causes that phenomenon where you can't see the bottom of
Right.
things? Because I swore to
I
God that it was
I
air
am
curvature,
like that is
right?
weird. Like that is weird.
So in the versus no, there's something else wonky going on because it is curvature. So what do you how do you explain things disappearing on a flat surface? Like we're gonna say, well, it has to do with angular resolution. Then they're gonna go. That doesn't make sense to me. Then we're going to show them the Rayleigh criterion. They're going to go, I don't understand. And we're going to
Right.
say, well,
Right.
there's the visual distance between one object and the other object. One object being the boat, the other object being the water. No, the water's not an object. It's like, no, fuck that. We
Right.
exposed
I,
what the lie was. Like, it. Go have a drink or whatever it is you do to let your hair down, unwind, really
And cope with
process the information, and come
that.
back.
No,
I
that's a
mean,
good point, Elijah. That's a good point. So
I
so
did
just
like I definitely like my worldview. Like I already, I've seen a lot of crazy shit. Okay, like I don't like to me the shape of the Earth. Like I'm fine with it being either way. It doesn't really matter to me. But like
okay.
I'm still interested in these things, and it is like flat Earth, like live. Like people are listening. They want to hear like explanations for a few of these things. I would assume that they want to hear people talk about these things. So like
Yeah. So yes,
yeah,
elliptical. Just real quick, just to piggyback on what Elijah said. Like he made a very good point. Like we shouldn't have to dive in and explain to you everything about what we've researched and come to a conclusion, which is why we've taken a staunch position in, where we stand on all of this. Because technically, if we told you, just as he like lined it up, he laid it out, like if we told him this, if we told him that, if you aren't processing the fact that this one video produced by National Geographic to just to lie to the masses through media, through on a national scale, maybe even worldwide, right? Like if they're lying and saying, "Oh, look, guys, this is why it's a globe," but now now you see. Wait, hold up, they were lying. So if you can take that one portion and say, "Okay, if they're lying to me, first of all, if
I mean, of
it
course they
was
lie.
a
They lie
globe,
about a lot. Like I'm not.
okay, yeah,
My worldview
yeah,
is already there. Like they lie
okay,
about a
okay,
lot of shit.
okay, good. So with that being said, then I suggest, I implore you, you should really either stick around and just listen because you're going to learn a lot more if you listen than if you talk. That's a proven fact, I think. Just being in this arena and like you asking questions that you then start arguing or saying, no, well, hey, no, this flag is taller and this is what you're now trying to explain and justify the lies that we're pointing out. I'm glad you finally conceded to this, but imagine like dealing with Globers every day for hours. All they're doing is just trying to justify it within their own brain because they know that it's not flat, even though all the evidence is counter, it's against them.
I
But
mean,
Yeah,
listen.
no. If that's the
I will
case, and
concede where
if
I'm
that's
wrong.
the case, and they already know, well, it's like, then stop coming here. If
yeah,
you
maybe
already know something like that, oh, I already know. I don't talk to I already knows.
right.
I'm not like that.
What's the
Like
point?
I don't know why you think I'm like that.
So that my only suggestion
Just
is,
label me an idiot.
I'm
Don't
not. Like I think
inquire
you're a
about
smart
what I
man.
know.
I
Continue
think
to
you're
believe
smart,
what you believe, and it's very simple.
yeah. So
bro.
maybe
You're
just
assuming
like
things about me.
maybe just take a position to where, like you said yourself, I heard you say earlier, like that you are curious, like you already know that they lie. So like with that position, then you shouldn't be opposition. And earlier you sounded like opposition against Elijah. So what that tells me is you need to listen more than talk, and then that way in the conversations when we're telling people who think they know, not like you said no, I know it's not that, I know they're lying to me, and
No,
so that's why I
he
like,
also he literally used his mouth to say that the horizon
right,
that the flag is disappearing behind
right,
it's going down behind
I
the
right,
horizon.
I didn't understand. Yeah,
I'm like, but I told you. So that just
because I
accept
didn't
that you
understand
had
the
a
point.
little
But like
accept
I
that you had a
realized
little cog accept that you had a little cog dissonance. Like
it wasn't
accept
right,
the
okay.
fact
First of all, it was not cognitive
accept
dissonance. I truly did not
listen,
understand what you
bro.
meant.
Listen, bro. I literally showed you a video that tells you that there's a distance to the horizon. Before I did that, I talked to you about it, and then I gave you the relevant information, and then I said, look, the guy literally said he put the camera down at the water so the horizon would be at 1.2 miles. And then I showed you, well, the horizon isn't in front of the boat, it's behind the boat. I can't believe that you didn't understand that because it's
What?
only in front of or behind the boat, and it's only
Because
one
I didn't know
video.
what you meant by the horizon. Like I didn't know that I didn't
okay,
know that you meant
How could you
like it
not?
was
Okay,
the
all right,
physical. Because
fair.
like because listen,
So,
look, I was
yeah,
seeing
why
like
would a horizon not be a horizon?
Elijah,
because I don't debate this every day. Like I don't understand the terminology as
But you thought
inherently
it was
intuitively as you do.
disappearing behind something.
Yeah, I already
So, but
conceded, bro. I already conceded. Like calm, calm.
all right,
yeah,
fair
yeah,
enough.
I
All right,
agree.
hey, and
all right.
Elijah, just real quick, one thing that I do, like I even have to remember this sometimes too, like even when people are seeing things, sometimes like what's going on in their mind, they can't grasp it. And that's why like I get your point though. Like you're like, I don't want to waste time with these people. But at the same time, like old horse or old I forgot who it was. I think it was old horse. He posted the photo, or old dude, he posted the photo and then with me like just reiterating it, even though you said it, sometimes it's gotta come from someone else. Sadly, that's just the way it works sometimes. But then he's like, "Oh, now I get what you're saying," even though you just talked to him for like 30 minutes. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. But
What?
at least he's now at a point where, okay, I get what you're saying. You're right. I know they're lying. So at this point of the, of the adventure or part of your journey, maybe just listen to the arguments now.
Well, yeah, but like, isn't this the Flat Earth channel where you talk about it? Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, I am being genuine. I don't know why you think I have cognitive dissonance. Like, I truly did not understand what you meant by like, oh, the horizon is behind. Like, I thought that the horizon was
And
at the
that goes
globe.
with my
And then I
point
saw it. I
earlier.
physically saw it. I realized, oh no,
That
it's
that
actually behind.
Hey, and that's good that you kind of like getting point by point, but there's multiple variables that you probably want to maybe
Well, yeah, of course, right?
check and kind of comprehend because different things. But that's what I was trying to tell you earlier. Instead of kind of defending the globe like a superhero, just
I'm,
take the
I'm
information
not.
and try to process it.
I mean, I am. Like,
Yeah, you are, but you were giving this resistance. Like, no, the curve is there. You just can't see it, bro.
well, that's a
Yeah,
natural position for me to take because like I don't know anything
yeah,
about this. And also, hold on, let me talk because you guys talk about it. Like I am you guys on this channel. Like I've noticed this as well because I do listen a decent amount sometimes. Like, but it's more background sound. But like I noticed that you're like really big like assholes to just like everyone that comes in this channel. Like I'm being 100% genuine.
Facts.
Like I'm being
100%
honest,
facts.
and like you're calling me like a suit saying like, oh, you're a superhero for the globe. You're like, what are these things? Like you don't need to
Who
do all
called
That's
you
not how
that?
you
Who
come to
called you
this.
that? Who?
I mean,
Hold on,
you said I was being
hold
like a
on.
superhero for the globe. Like I don't give
No,
a
a
fuck.
superhero, a superhero protector of the globe.
Like
I'm not
yes,
though.
you're
Okay,
I'm,
super.
okay, but check this out. But check this out
You
though.
are a
But
superhero
check,
though, in my
but
eyes.
but but check this out though. It's a community. You're not gonna. This is probably your first time here. Um, this is our classroom at the moment. Um, and I don't think I treated you like an asshole. I think I just was very short and stern with you. Because I wasn't disrespectful to you.
I mean, I was talking about this other guy. Like
Okay, well, he's
a lot of the people in
okay.
it.
Point taken. But the other girl that
Yeah,
responded and chimed in, she literally turned me down because she kept repeating that she was going to go to Google and get her information and then ask us questions. And I said, well, most of the information on Google about the topic is false, and so it makes more sense to get it from us because people tend to treat us, you know, in a bigoted way when they're like, "No, this is what you believe, and this is why I hate it." So that's what we deal with as well. But I'm not crying about it. When people turn me down because they don't want to hear what I'm saying, I, I like it is what it is. Like, so that's just life, bro. I'm sorry that you had an unsavory exchange with Jimsy, but we have unsavory exchanges all the time. People call me retarded all the
I
time.
understand that. Yeah, like I mean, I do get that because I mean, I tried to share information when I was younger and stuff, right? But like, and you do get called
So
like a retard and
so
stuff.
it's
But
really
like,
irrelevant. The bottom,
yeah,
like I told
yeah,
you,
but
if you get lucky, you'll find someone who's just willing to share the information with you, like I
yeah,
did. Now that
I
you can
understand
find
that.
somebody else who wants to who might speculate with you for hours. We have that as well. It's just not me.
Yeah, so, but like the point is that hold on, let me talk because you guys talk about it. So, the point is that if you are like calling people like globe heads and stuff like this, like, you're never going to get through to them, right? That's not how you get through to people,
Yeah,
and I
I know
understand that.
that. I know that, but
This is not directed at you.
most people, this is an experience. Like you saying that, I receive it, but just like I received that war is bad, but it's happening anyway. Like
Yeah,
and not only do I believe it's bad, but I probably attribute it to some. I probably contribute to it in some way, like by a form of voting or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So the bottom line is the information is the only thing that matters.
well, you see, that's naive because the delivery
No,
of
it's not
information is
naive. I
almost as
can't change the fact that we don't live in an ideal world. So
yeah,
you're claiming that, well, you're never going to reach people by acting the way you're acting. Well, guess what? When I first came into the topic and I approached people my friends, who should be the most charitable to me, and my family, the people that actually my family, they're kind of with it, but everybody else, you know how much scrutiny, how much how much I had to go through a lot, okay, and all I did was say, I looked at some information and I don't think the moon landing happened. All of a sudden, people started asking me if I was a flat earther and this, that, and the third. And, oh, you're a flat tard, blah, blah, shit that I never heard of. So you bringing up the fact that, like, when you call people globers, like, that's going to turn them off. Yeah, we know. I've tried to stop it. But people in this community are still going to do it. I
Yeah.
don't know
So
what to tell you about that. But I'm not
yeah.
here.
So
I'm not here as a this isn't a mosque where we want to
yeah.
convert people. I kind of don't care how people feel, because at the end of the day, if you want information, I have it. If you
Yeah.
don't want the information, go elsewhere.
Okay. So
Do something else.
So
yeah, but the
I got
thing
a
is,
question.
right?
Can you explain to me how other planets are round then?
Let me respond to
No.
him. Let me respond, and then I'll shut up. So like you look, you can have true information. Like I've got my own true information, right? But the delivery of it is the most important part. Because like if you have all this information, what's the point of knowing all of this if you're not going to try to share it in like a proper manner? Because like
Yeah, right. So what was
hold
wrong
on,
with
don't
the
cut me
very
off. Don't cut me off.
digestible?
Because
So what was
you
wrong with
talk
the
for
very
so long.
digestible?
Please don't cut me off.
What was wrong? Don't worry about Jimsy, because you said that you didn't have what was wrong with my approach?
Well,
I think
not necessarily
are you
yours.
talking
I mean,
about
you did
hey,
you
are you
did
talking
call me
about
like
Under Heaven Earth
like a
or Apocryphon? Because he was talking about me or Apocryphon, because there was three people talking to him,
It
me,
doesn't matter,
you, the
Jimsy.
other
It
guy.
doesn't
so you
matter.
guys just keep cutting me
Okay.
off. You won't let me make
Doesn't
an actual
matter.
point.
Bro,
Yeah,
let
I
him
cut you off.
speak.
Yeah, I cut you off. Yeah, I'm the
Hey,
guy
Mr.
that
Clean,
said,
we're gonna
well,
we're gonna approach your question in a minute. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, I cut you off and I explained why. I said, well, you have these unpacked, preloaded
All right, this is
premises
getting
this
really
morning.
annoying. I was gonna try and like make some good points, but you just keep cutting me off, and like I actually can't say anything. So
I mean, what are you gonna say?
I mean, I was gonna say like the reason that I said it's naive, you're naive, is because you have to care about how people feel, because otherwise you'll never get through to them, right? And there's no point in talking about these
Nah,
things if you
let's
can
not
never
talk
get.
about talking, bro.
No,
Just stop it. Bro.
Jimsy, he's only responding to you, but his experience of me has nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
That's why
he's
I'm like, why
ignoring
should
all
I?
the information that we presented. He's ignoring that. I'm talking about feelings now. Like it's
Uh,
ridiculous.
Well, I'm not even
Me
saying,
personally, I don't. I'm just giving
I'm
advice.
not even saying that he's ignoring it, but Jimsy, the fire is fueled when we actually
Oh my gosh, yeah. I'm
when
gonna
we
mute myself
actually.
and not say anything now.
All right, that's
Please.
fair enough. Do that then. So it's like he's saying, well, something that actually makes sense. If you don't present something well, doesn't matter the truthfulness of it, no one's gonna buy. It's the same thing in business. I can have the best product in the world, but guess what? If I'm a shitty person, they're
Yes.
gonna dine somewhere else. They're gonna buy somewhere else. You're not telling us anything we don't know. So you said that to say what? Who cares? I do. That's why I spoke to you the way that I did.
Bro, when he opened his mic, we addressed him and he asked a question. We replied. We gave him the information, sending the images, the infrareds. I mean, I don't know why he's complaining about the treatment. This is not like a popularity contest, or in here there's many personalities, right? So if you just gonna say that everybody should have a different approach of how they present themselves, I mean, you're not gonna have a conversation with anybody if you don't like. I mean, just talk to people. You're kind of like pre-assuming that someone is speaking to you a certain way that you don't like. You don't like the words that they're saying or the tonality. Concentrate on the information of what's being said and address that. But go ahead. If he's not gonna reply, go ahead, Mr. Someone had a question.
Yeah, there's another guy, but
Mr. Clean,
Like I
that's
said,
why
if
the
you
planets are round. But I had a question for Duncan, Darth, but it's more along the lines of surveying.
We already told Mr. Clean he was gonna ask a question. He has a turn.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, if the Earth is flat, then why are other planets round?
we don't make any claims about the planet, so we can't. That's not a question we can answer. We only talk about the lie that's being told specifically, and we show how what the lie is and how it's exposed. That's what we do. We don't explain to people the the universe and how it came about, why it makes sense, how it makes sense. We don't care about any of that. Either you want to understand what the lie is and the deception is, or you don't. Does that make sense?
That's yeah, because we want to address the facts, and you're asking Elijah, is that a logical fallacy? Because he's saying the other planet, so is he already asserting that he's standing on a planet, and he's saying, "Hey, look, I see other planets, and they look this shape round. Therefore, since I'm standing on a planet like those, therefore this one is round too." Isn't that like a affirming the consequence or something? Elijah?
It's a form of begging the question, but it's something else as well.
Well, I wouldn't think so, because every planet that we look at through a telescope, it's round.
Yeah, but you're not standing on one of those things. The ground below your feet is not the luminaries in the sky in the heavens above. Those are not the same thing. And you're saying that you're making the claim that the thing below your feet is the thing in the sky, like the things in the sky. But that's not the case.
Yeah,
So you
kind of like
think that the Earth is absolutely unique in the sense of its shape?
hey, look, watch, check this out. So I'm gonna post a photo, right? And it's kind of like what you're saying is kind of like this. You see how up in the ceiling, all those lights are round. That doesn't mean the floor that I'm on is round. It's just those are round. Has nothing to do with where I'm at on the floor. You get what I'm saying? Like, zoom in on look at those canisters. They're called recessed lighting, and you're gonna see round, 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 round. Just because those are round has nothing to do with what I'm. Did you get that? You understand that? You get that? Does that make sense?
I
That,
suppose
that makes sense, perfect one. But the thing is that he's picturing the Earth as a disc in space, right? When you're thinking about the
Yeah.
flat Earth, Mr. Clean, you're thinking about a disc in space.
No, I
Right,
think
Mr.
the Earth is round.
Yeah. But you're asking about the flat Earth, and you're saying the other. Okay, so when you think about the Earth being round, what is the image that you get? You get the globe, right? You get a globe in your mind. That's what you think. The Earth is round, globe.
Yeah.
And then you're saying you're changing that globe into a flat disk, and you're saying, hey, this flat disk doesn't make sense because the other planets are spheres. That's what you're saying, right, Mr. Clean?
Yes, but I guess
But
just
but
what
that's
I'm trying to get at is
now
why
this is
is
where
there?
I want to get out, Mr. Clean. The cosmology, the globe cosmology that you are picturing in your mind, or looking into a solar system model that you draw the Earth as a planet in, you're replacing the Earth on that cosmology in your mind. You're placing the Earth as a globe or a flat disk, and you're saying that you like the globe on the picture or in the cosmology. You like the Earth globe in it, but you don't like the flat globe. You don't like the flat disk, but you're just replacing the Earth as an object in that cosmology. But that's not the ground below your feet. That's not where you're standing. That depiction that you have in your mind of the Earth is globe or the Earth is a flat disk in space. That's not where you're standing on. Either or. You're not standing on a globe, or you're not standing on the flat disk that you're replacing the globe with. So the cosmology that you're imagining is completely off, away from reality. So that's why you're replacing objects in the cosmology and saying that object in the cosmology doesn't make sense because other pieces of the cosmology look different than this piece that you replace in that cosmology, which is you replace the globe for the flat disk, or you place the globe. It's just
Okay,
you gotta look at this differently. It's because you're thinking about the cartoons that were programmed into your head, into your brain, the globe, the flat disk, all that stuff. That's what you're thinking about. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Clean. How about?
So I just want to know, are you saying that the Earth is absolutely unique in the sense of the universe? That there is no other planet in this universe that is like the Earth, that it is flat?
So the Earth is the ground below your feet, and you are in a medium. Go ahead, Elijah. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the Earth looks like what it looks like, and from the Earth we observe lights in the sky. Now, you think you're on a ball amidst other balls in a vacuum. We have two totally different outlooks. We're just talking about what things look like. You're prescribing what things are based on what you see. They're different than what you see. So, for example, when people look at Jupiter and they say, "Oh, look at the storms on Jupiter," you don't see storms of Jupiter, but you prescribed it that.
Or better yet, Elijah,
So
they
basically,
show
what
the
you're
same
telling me is
stars.
I hold a ball in my hand and tell you it looks like a ball, but it's not a ball.
That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is we just observe what we observe here on the floor. And from here, when we look at the sky, those are lights in the sky.
Yeah, Elijah, to your point, because he was saying that the gentleman, Mr. Clean, that the distances and whatever he's thinking in geocentric. But bro, the thing is that Mr. Clean, since you're following the cosmology that's making the claims about the distances and the makeup and the mediums that those lights in the sky are in, you're going with that prescription and speaking from it, basically. So the distances and the makeup and the sizes of those lights in the sky, whoever is giving you that prescription as fact, that the globe, that's not factual because that's just a made up, concept, a made up idea. The globe. And all those distances and all those things in the sky that have been depicted a certain way at a certain distances and all that's just part of the prescription of that cosmology that was made up by men as a religion, the globe religion, the globe tart.
So to answer your question again, before you try to summarize what Jimsy said is, when we look at the ground and we look at the sky, the things in the sky don't look like what we see on the ground. So for you to ask, so is the ground unique from the things in the sky? Well, the ground looks like the ground, and the ground doesn't look like the things in the sky. So I don't know what else you want us to tell you. We're just going off of what we see.
Yeah, in the ground you're gonna find a lot of things that you look at the sky and you don't see any of that up there with any equipment. So all the claims and all the drawings and depictions and solar system cartoons that you ever drew, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the realist level, the thing that you go out there in reality, experience with your body, your senses, do the observations, do the tests, construct things from materials from the realist level,
Yeah, we can
and then
do
to
those tests
verify or falsify the claims being made as similar the claim that is being made as the ground is curving at a certain rate. Then you can test for that in the realist level and find out that it's not there. The claim of the globe is not there in reality. Go ahead.
What I was just trying to get at is that we have instruments that we can use to determine and observe whether a planet is round or not. And
You
the
just
whole
you
idea that
go ahead.
planets and stars are just lights in the sky.
No,
I mean, yeah,
we're not denying that they're round. They're round lights in the sky. So chill, dude.
Yeah, and round and flat are not mutually exclusive, and that's an important point because you obviously you mean sphere, but round doesn't mean sphere. You know that, right, Mr. Clean? Just to keep it clean, keep the language clean, hopefully. Because round, you can have a flat table, a round table, right? That's not a sphere.
yeah. That's
Exactly.
true.
So when you're looking at the sky, and let's say you see the moon, um, it could be a circle of light, it could be a sphere, or it could be a concave or a half sphere. You don't know that. But obviously, you come with the cosmology and the prescription that the Earth is a globe and we've been to the moon, and you saw all the Disney stuff, all the movies, Star Wars, and you believe that is actually where we live in that fantasy. But that's not the case, Mr. Clean.
Hey, Mr. Clean, just real quick, just to kind of piggyback on what you just said. These fantasies, they show you the pictures, they show you the photos, they sell you the story. I posted in the chat at 45 minutes after the hour. This is supposed to be Jupiter, 2 years apart from one another, and it's literally the same exact photo from 2 years prior, even though this is a gaseous storm circling in opposite directions, changing formations, yet it's identical, even with the little squigglies of a storm. Like when you see something like that, if a light doesn't turn on your head, like, bro, why would you fucking lie to me? If it's true and real, then why would they be falsifying it? But just let that resonate, bro. Like just sit there and just think of it, bro. Because I think there's more than enough information to cast doubt in that you're trying to hold on to it. You're like justifying your belief here, and you're holding on to it like with your dear life. But we're just like pointing out simple things, bro, to make those little gears work in your head: logic, reason, understanding, critical thinking. Hopefully, when you realize, wait, why would they use the same exact photo and then just add color to it on top to show a magnetic storm in 2016? But why would they do that? If it was a real thing, then why would they fake it? That's a question for me to you, by the way. Why would they fake it?
Well, I have no clue. You guys
All
are
right. I mean, at least you're being
you guys
honest.
are
That's cool.
like it's like you guys are trying to like allude from certain points of the topic. Like
No, Drew, I'm just pointing out the facts, bro. Like, look at if this was a court of law, you're saying I have a claim, Your Honor, and all we're doing is, well, Your Honor, that claim is false, and here's the evidence. Then let the jury look at the evidence and say, oh shit, NASA's lying. Oh shit, this is wrong. Oh shit, this doesn't add up. And then let the jury, make their decision and let the defense rest, knowing confidently we've showed the judge and the court and the jury the evidence that should at least make you question. And in this position, it would be like reasonable doubt. Therefore, your claims would get thrown out, and you wouldn't even be able to use them because there's enough reasonable doubt presented in the argument to where you wouldn't win that case. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you won't win because you're talking about, oh, why is it round in the sky? Okay, well, let's talk about those things that are round. Why are they faking the photos of those things in the sky? So then it discredits it. So then you had a story. Oh, it's round. It's a
wait,
ball.
how
I
are they
love the ball.
faking photos? I could literally buy a telescope and look at Saturn right now.
Okay,
He-
you know what? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But you know what? Then, if that was the case, then why would you use a photo from a telescope in 2014 why would you duplicate that photo and then sprinkle in some Photoshop
Apricot.
magnetic storm? Why would you do that?
Apricot, I think that's a good point, but I think there has to be a distinction between, because he mentioned, right, we observe in Jupiter with the telescope. I've done it, right? I also have a high zoom camera. I've done a bunch of observations, right? The thing is, right, that the natural observed phenomena that we do from the ground, that you and I can be next to each other with different equipment doing the observations of the luminaries, let's say Jupiter at this moment. That observation that we're doing is not equal nor the same thing as the drawings that you do of Jupiter and the solar system. Are you in the voice chat? Are you in the text chat? How do you call yourself? Mr. Clean, my bad. Are you in the text chat?
Mm-hmm.
So in the text chat, I'm going to post this right here. You see? So when you look at Jupiter with your telescope, and then people tell you, you see? When you look at Jupiter, this is what you're looking at, the solar system, part of the solar system. The depictions and the cosmology that are written down, especially on the heliocentric, because there's a lot of write-ins and information that actually relate to the realist level on what actually happening up there and the things that we can observe. But on the globe side, that's all fantasy. The observation of the Jupiter that you do with your telescope and the depiction in the globe cartoon, those are different things, not the same. Okay, Mr. Clean?
So you're saying that what I'm looking at, if I'm looking at something and I draw what I'm looking at,
Yeah, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. You know why? Because the observed phenomena that you can observe, and then I can be next to you, and I'm gonna tell you, hey, Mr. Clean, I believe that light that you and I are looking at right now is at a certain distance. It is at a certain medium, and there is a medium between I can say there is a medium between me and that object that we're observing. I can make all of these stories, and then you yourself can have a different story, different than mine. But who's right? Neither you, neither I are correct about the phenomena in the sky. Why? Because we can't go there and verify it. We can only talk about it. We can observe and see the movement and see the cycles of the luminaries, because they move like clockwork, like gears in the sky, like in cycles, right? But what it is and what are they made of, or the sizes, the distances, and the mediums that they're in, we can't go there and verify that. So that's why you get the stories. You get the globe stories and the cartoons and all that stuff to replace or to give you a story about what that stuff is up there and how it works. Even though the guys that wrote the story and gave it to you, they haven't verified any of that. They're just giving you stories, and it's up to you to believe it or not. The phenomena in the sky is not the depictions and cartoons that you see and you drew when you were a child. When you drew the sun and you drew the planets one next to each other, and then you drew the Earth in the solar system, that's not reality. That's fantasy.
even though we can literally observe the planets. So that's
Yeah,
like
well, check this out.
if I am holding a ball and I drew a picture of that ball that I'm holding, it is now a fantasy.
No. Let's apart from my bad. My last thing. Listen.
Go ahead.
You gotta make a distinction, because what you're saying is kind of correct. If you see if you see a depiction of a chicken, and then you have the real chicken from where the depiction was made from, those two things are not the same thing, bro. Mr. Clean, you know this, right?
If I drew a chicken exactly how I saw the chicken, there's no difference whatsoever. That does not mean that it is a fantasy. That does not mean that the chicken does not exist. The chicken exists.
No. Nobody's saying that doesn't exist. The ideas of when you're looking at Jupiter and you're saying the distance, the makeup, the mediums, the sizes of this thing. That's just stories because no man has been to Jupiter to verify that. And
we have
but listen. That's based on a premise that the ground under your feet is curving at a certain rate, and we checked for that, and that has been falsified already. So the claims that come with the fantasy claim of the globe, whatever comes after that, has been falsified as well, just like the curvature
by
claim
whom?
of the ground below your feet.
Hey,
What made what actual credible scientist has claimed this?
wow.
Claim what? Claim what? What's the claim?
That the Earth is flat.
Wow.
That's not a scientific claim, bro. That's a category error. This is geometry. Geometry is not the scientific method.
Okay, name me a mathematician that can prove to me that the Earth is flat. A credible mathematician.
But you see, Mr. Clean, have you ever turned on the TV and you've seen the globe on the TV? Have you ever seen that? Like they say, oh, globe this, the global warming and global this and. That's the claim. The globe is the claim, right? Do you have any evidence for the globe? Of the ground below your feet curving at the ratio that is claimed. Do you have evidence for that? No, you don't.
Hey, just real quick, if you don't mind, Mr. Clean, I'm gonna post a photo in the chat at 57 minutes past the hour. Do you see it? Do you see the photo?
Yes.
Is that the moon, the sun, or a planet, or a star? What do you think?
I don't
That's a
know.
light. That looks like a
Well,
pole.
the only reason I'm going to be able to not tell what that is because that is a very
My bad.
photo.
Okay. So if you saw that in the sky, if you're sitting on the ground, you looked up and you saw that, what would you think that was? Just logically, be honest.
I wouldn't
Me
know.
personally,
I would think until I got the proper equipment and instruments
Okay.
to determine what it is, I don't know.
Okay. So
that's
just
why
looking at,
there are
just
plenty
okay.
of scientists that
Okay. So
get
just
instruments to determine what it is in the sky.
okay.
We
Okay.
know
So
that Jupiter is a light in the sky, but we
okay.
have
So
instruments to determine that it is a planet that is round.
okay. So looking at this with your eye. Okay. Let's rewind the tape. Okay. Let's say way back during Greece, Copernicus, or one of these eras of time before we had the technology today. What do you think they were looking at those stars with their eyes, right? Just with their eyes, seeing the celestial things in the sky. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah, they would use their eyes. They didn't have the proper equipment.
Okay. So this photo is just using your eyes. Like you don't have equipment. You're just so if you looked at this, me personally,
no, that's a fallacy because that's a little bit of a fallacy right there because we're not in ancient Greece anymore.
No, I understand
We have
that,
the
but
technology.
wait, hold on though. I'm saying rewinding the tape when they were claiming that this is this and that is that. Can't you, using your same logic that you just used, can't you say, well, they might have assumed wrong because they didn't even have the equipment to prove that? Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
I would not agree because
Oh, okay.
these are two very different time periods that happened.
Okay. So that's okay. So again, that time period.
Just because in that time period, in that time period they did not have the instruments does not make it true that that's what it is today.
Okay. So seeing a light in the sky, we're told what it is, and only these images of not just the wandering stars. I mean the other stars, the ones that are harder to see. I don't think we could ever see them. I think when they try to focus in, it gets really blurry. Like I have a P950, and you zoom into a star, it looks all looks like water. It looks like frequency because it's just out of zoom, right? It's just out of focus. It's maybe the distance. I don't know.
You can buy a professional grade telescope.
And you could see a star. You can see a star.
You could see nebulas. Yes.
No. I'm not saying little. You can't. I'm not saying you can't see little like lights. I'm saying like zoomed in on them the way you can see Venus or Jupiter or Saturn. You don't see that. You don't see those stars like that, right? What? So, for instance, in your opinion, what does a star look like? The closest star is what? The closest star is what? 6 trillion miles away.
Well,
What do you think that?
No, that's just
closest stars
BS.
are sun.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
the claim is
The made up. Yeah, yeah.
but
The
that's
claim.
just
The claim. No, I know. I understand that. But so let's say what's the closest star in the paradigm? What, 6 trillion miles away? So what does that star look like zoomed in on with the greatest telescope ever made to man? It still just looks like this light that I just posted, right? It's just a little light. Would
It
you
would
agree? Yes, no.
look.
no.
It would look. I can guarantee you that it would
I'll
look
tell you
like
what.
it would look like our sun, but a different size.
Okay. Post it. Post
No,
me the sun.
have a
Post
picture.
me. Post me.
Oh, the sun.
Post me a picture of the sun taken with a camera or a telescope of showing the star to look like the sun, because like look at we can see our sun as a circle in the sky. I know with my P950 I could zoom in on the sun and you see a round circle. I get it. Show me that star that's 6 trillion in your paradigm, 6 trillion miles away. Show me that star as being a circle, not CGI, not animated or photoshopped or created, not an image, a digital image. Show me a photograph or an actual picture, not an artist rendition. I don't think there is one available, by the way. I don't think they have one. I know they have the CGI, like this is what it looks like, according to some, cool Photoshop dude. But I don't think there's one that exists, to be honest. Because well, let me just go on what I'm saying. The point is that all those lights in the sky look like that photo that I posted. But here's what that photo is up close, by the way. It's a train, and there's actually several lights. There's long lights, but just the fact because we understand how light actually converges to a point. So you can have like 20,000 lights as spotlights, but in the distance they're gonna look like one light. So when we
What are
see
you
these,
trying to get at? So basically, what you're saying is
what I'm saying
that
is we don't know what
that
those lights are.
just because I can't tell that it's a train does not mean it's not a train.
No. What I'm saying is, if you didn't know it was a train, you would have never guessed it to be a train because you're just going off what you're observing with your own eyes
Okay,
optically.
and this is where you made the mistake. If I can't tell that something's a train, guess what I can do to determine if it's a train? I could wait for it to pass by. I could get close to
Right,
it. I
right.
could use
You're
different
right.
instruments to determine if it's a train, like binoculars. I mean, it's at nighttime,
Okay.
so it might be a
Okay.
little bit difficult. But there are
All
many
right.
things I can do to determine if it is a train or not. Just because I
Okay.
can't see it does not mean it doesn't exist.
Okay, so with that logic that you just said, we could do all these things to see that as an actual train. Now, show me using the instruments that you're saying we could use. Show me that star that's in your paradigm 6 trillion miles away. Show me an up close photo of one, and I guarantee I'm willing to bet thousands of dollars that there isn't a star, a photograph of one of those stars that are represented the same way in the likes of Saturn and Jupiter and the moon and the sun. It doesn't look like that at all. It's just a light, just like the first photo I posted. That's what they all look like across the board, bro. I don't care. You get James Webb, you want to use the Hubble, whatever you want to use. They're all using, when you look deep into, that deep in your paradigm, trillions of miles away. Matter of fact, they think they can even see the past. They think they're looking into the past sometimes. But it's still just a light in the sky, just like this photo I posted. Just a light in the sky. That's all it is.
Yeah, people still say that. People still say that they say that you're looking into the past when you're looking at the stars. You're
Yeah,
looking
it's crazy. It's asinine.
into thousands, I don't know, millions of years ago.
Okay. So
Billions.
if we're gonna bring in stars, these are one of the two most detailed images of a star that we have.
The problem
Oh,
with
yeah.
the star, well, not the problem. The realization of the stars is an issue for the globe. Is that the luminaries actually debunk the globe because they move converging and diverging like gears. So if the ground is motionless as you experience it, it's not moving, and the stars and the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the radiance, they all moving with the heavens above, right? The heavens above are moving. And the movement that they show that we can observe from the ground and chart it and put it together shows that all of the luminaries are moving around a center area of the sky, right? Converging and diverging. And that just debunks that the ground under your feet is spinning, bro. Because if the ground under your feet was spinning as claimed, the observation that we do from the realist level, the ground that you're standing, right? And the medium that you're in, the observations that we do and have charted for how many thousands of years, those observations wouldn't look the way they look if the ground was spinning. So the globe is just the globe is just dead on arrival, Mr. Clean.
I'm starting to suspect that you guys are trying to just jump to one point to another, because we were literally just talking.
We're talking about the stars, dude.
Yeah, and then you move to the Earth again.
Yeah, but you see that star that you're talking about. You look at it from the Earth, right? And what you're looking at move in patterns. It's very specific patterns that repeat one after the other one, like clockwork, designer, information, informer. You see, Mr. Clean? I'm keeping it clean for you.
Yeah.
So even if you see the one second, even if you're looking at this slide and the photograph that you posted is okay, the star looks like this. Okay, the star looks like that, a light, right? Perfect. I love your photograph. But then when you follow the movement of those lights, you find design, and that debunks the globe right there, the accidental globe. Go ahead. Yeah, no curvature, Mr. Clean. No curvature under your feet. The luminaries are aligned. Listen, the things on the ground, pyramids, structures, landmarks, and many other things are actually aligned to the luminaries, right? And that debunks the globe completely.
Saying a bunch of bullshit. You just
bullshit.
Going to pyramids now. What pyramids have
some pyramids, right? Some landmarks and other structures are actually aligned to the luminaries, to the stars. You jumped out. So I was trying to tell you this is pretty simple. Many structures, including pyramids and landmarks, are aligned to the luminaries, Mr. Clean, for a long time. So if the ground was spinning as claimed, the things on the ground wouldn't be aligned to the things in the sky. If it was moving the way it is, that it's moving millions of miles every year or whatever, from one position to the other.
Like I said, you guys are jumping around from one place to the other.
Yeah, gish galloping. All right, I gish gallop a little bit. Go ahead. Say your point. Don't talk about talking.
Bro. I don't want to continue this conversation. I think.
Yeah, I know it hits hard when the religions are being debunked. It does hit hard some people. I get it.
What religions?
Yeah, the globe religion, the globe tard.
It has religion. It has to do that with you're making one point and then you're jumping to a completely different discussion over and over and over. It doesn't seem scientific at all. It does not seem.
Who claims scientific? Do you know what science is, Mr. Clean?
Yes, it is a study and observation.
What is a scientific method?
Studying and observing something to come up with a conclusion of.
The observation of something to come with conclusions.
Yeah, that's probably the best way I could put it.
Okay, so what's the first step of the scientific method?
Well, I don't remember exactly. I'm not in high school anymore.
Observation.
Yeah, observation.
Observable phenomena. Can you? Okay, so what's the second step? Hypothesis, a valid hypothesis, right? It's a prediction, of the cause of the effects. And then you have the variables, the independent variable and the dependent variable, right? And then you do experiment to manipulate the independent. Which one is the one that you manipulate? My bad. I messed up. The one that you manipulate is the independent variable. The dependent variable. You do the experiments and then you establish a cause and effect relationship. And that's how you science. You're talking about the stars and you're saying science. Can you science the stars, Mr. Clean?
Can I science the stars?
Yeah, can you? No, you can't.
Yes, you can. There's many things that you can do to
How?
determine.
What do you do? What is the experiment that you did with the stars to science them?
Well, I mean, you can't really do experiments on
There you
them.
go. So therefore, no science.
You can observe them, though.
Yeah, that's one
You
step
can make hypotheses
of the
about
scientific method. Well, but it has to be a valid hypothesis, and then it has to be followed by experimentation, and you have to repeat the experiment to check if it's having the same effect or having the same result.
I think you can experiment on stars. You can use
Yeah, how?
You can
Okay,
use
let's do an experiment on a
there-
star. How do
there are
we go
different-
about that?
There are different scientific instruments that you can use to determine whether a star is what it is.
So how do
Like-
we science the stars, you're saying? Because you're saying that, we're talking about the stars, science. You guys are against science. There's no science about the stars.
That's a lie.
What's a lie?
That there's no science about the stars. Of course, you can perform science on stars. Why
Okay,
shouldn't be able to?
can you post a scientific paper that shows us that someone doing science with the stars?
I don't think I need to do that because you even got the scientific method wrong. You don't need to perform an experiment. All you have to do is make a prediction.
A prediction is science?
Yes.
No. That will be a hypothesis, and you will have to make a valid one, not just
No,
just
you make a prediction
what do you
based
mean,
on the
no?
hypothesis. That's part of the steps.
The prediction itself is not science itself. The prediction is not science.
The prediction is the part that you got wrong. It's a prediction and not an experiment that you have to do. And then you test the prediction.
So what is the prediction of the stars, Mr. Clean? What is the He's saying a prediction. What is the prediction of the stars, Mr. Clean? So we observe the stars. That's science, observable phenomena. Then let's do a hypothesis. What is the hypothesis of the stars? They are globes because gravity.
Okay.
Or something like that?
So, sorry, I was going back to the
photo that you posted. Go ahead. Go to that.
Well, no, that's the photo I was posted. I was talking about there's 5 different sensor or instruments that we can use to determine whether a star is a star. The Hubble telescope uses cameras, spectrographs, photometers, interferometers, and fine guidance. We can use those to determine what a star is and what it is made out of.
And the distance and the size, the makeup, and how it was made, how long ago, the medium that is in,
we can make
and the medium between the observer and the star itself. We can tell all that by looking through the telescope.
Well, I mean, you yourself told us that the nearest star is 6 trillion miles away. And
who told you that? Me? I never said that.
You said that. Unless
no, I didn't. Exactly. It was someone else, but he was talking from the globe claim. He was standing.
6 trillion miles away.
When he said that, no, he said that was the claim. He said that. Okay, so how do you prove that? How many miles you said? 23 million miles. How do you know that?
Because we use a telescope.
A telescope is a measuring device.
It's not a measuring device, but we can.
Oh, so how did you measure the distance with a telescope?
Because it has a guidance sensor.
A guided sensor. So that sensor is a measuring device? Hello?
I'm trying to figure it out. Hold on.
Now, let me tell you, Mr. Clean, you're pretty cool, bro. And now you're coming from the perspective, Earth is a globe because, the science, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you probably can get you to the other server. There's a lot of links, information, scientific method, long distance observation. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not going to be able to tell you, right? Obviously. But if you're really interested in these topics, I mean, there's a lot of information about this. What we brushing here is just like a small percentage of all the information that is in relation to the realist level and how it's impossible for it to be a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space. So there's a lot of topics, and this we're talking about the stars right now. So what's the conclusion about the stars, Mr. Clean? You cannot science the stars. We can observe them. We see the cycles. We see the movement of the stars around the center of the sky. In the cycles, and what else? How do they prove you live on a spinning water ball? I don't know how you make that connection. Just I will say,
Because we
and I will
literally
make a
have-
leap of
we
faith that you're
literally
making
have a
this claim based on
telescope.
faith.
We have a telescope in space. We have
I have a
satellites.
telescope,
Huh?
and I can look at the sky too.
Yes, but we have cameras in space.
We have cameras in space. You want me? Oh, I'll show you a camera in space. Now that you brought it up, look, I have a satellite infrared photograph, right? Let me show it to you.
From
It's
NASA.
right here.
From NASA, yeah, from NASA.
There you go.
Is that
Here,
NASA?
here it is. It's an infrared
NASA.
photograph. You want me to tell you from where is
Okay,
it from? Do you want me to
so-
tell you?
Are you saying that NASA is not a credible source?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, it's from NASA, yeah?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it most likely is, yeah.
So there you go. Look, we observe in here 1,120 kilometers, and we can observe the horizon, right?
What am I looking
The
at?
horizon from where we derive horizontal lines, right? And what is the slope of a horizontal line, Mr. Clean?
The slope of a horizontal line?
Yeah. 0, Mr. Clean. It's 0.
Uh-huh.
So what is the slope of a curve? It's non-zero. It's a rate of change of slope.
Yeah.
So in reality, we can observe.
This is only observable. This only
What?
captures a very small picture of what the Earth is like.
This is 1,000 kilometers. You know how that's a big distance, dude. And you know that the Earth has a certain radius, right? 3,159 miles, and it has a circumference, which is what 24,000 miles, right? So out of the 24,000, we have 1,000 right here. It should be curving somewhere, but it's not. So then you add, you see this 1,000 mile, right? Then you add another 1,000 miles to the left of it, that is horizontal line, non-curving, 0 slope, and then you add another 1,000 miles to the other side of it, and you keep going until you add 24,000, and you do a circle that it has no slope, no curving, like a sphere, right? Because that's the claim. The claim is the sphere, but it's not curving. How can it be a sphere? Spheres curve, Mr. Clean, but the Earth is not curving, or the waters across it are not curving.
I will say I don't know because I'm not familiar with this instrument that is being used.
Well, this is an infrared. This is a satellite that is. I have to check how high this one goes, but it's called. When we say satellite, this one is most likely a balloon, a satellite balloon, right? Because you know NASA is the bigger consumer of helium in the world, right? By far.
So this is not taken from the ground.
No, this is not taken from the ground. No.
Okay, I guess I'm kind of confused. Where is the ground then?
The
Is it
ground. That's the ocean. You're looking at that line. Oh, well, the lines depicted are telling you the distances. The horizontal line, it's telling you the distance of 1,120 kilometers. The vertical line is telling you the altitude, which is 40 kilometers.
I know what the white lines are telling.
And then the other lines that are actually from the photograph show you the clouds that are 30
Okay.
kilometers high, then they show you other clouds that are below it to the right, below the higher clouds. Those are like around 7 kilometers high. And then below the lower clouds, you see the horizon, which is the point where the sky and the earth appear to converge, right? That's the horizon. From where we get horizontal lines. And you see, Mr. Clean, when you build in a structure, are you in a? Do you have your home? Are you home right now, Mr. Clean? Are you in a building, in a structure?
Yes.
So yeah, so when we build that structure, let's say we're gonna build that structure that you're in, you and I, we're gonna start working. First, we gotta establish the horizontal and the vertical before we pull the first brick, and we keep putting the bricks, and we gotta keep the horizontal and that vertical, right? In reference, so to be able to, when we're done with the structure and we build the table in the kitchen, we put food and water on top of the table, and it doesn't fall to the ground, right? Because the table is horizontal with the foundation, right? And then your neighbor, guess what, Mr. King? Your neighbor did the same thing we did. Established the horizontal, put the first brick, and kept going until the last brick, and then put the table and the TV on a horizontal level, water level, you see? And then his neighbor did the same thing, and then we go to the shore, and he did the same thing, right? The guy near the shore. And then the water at the shore also is level and horizontal. You can stand on the shore, observe the horizon, right? A horizontal line, the horizon from where we get the horizontal lines, Mr. Clean. And the horizontal line has a slope of 0. It's not curving. So in reality, we practically use the frame of reference of the horizontal, and we don't use the curve or anything. We don't observe it anywhere. Oh, and the image that I send you extends what we already know. The horizontal frame of reference that we can observe and we can practically use. And then we see the infrared, 1,000 over 1,000 kilometers. And guess what we see? What we already know. There's no curvature, Mr. Clean. It's pretty clean and simple.
Has anybody used trigonometry yet to prove that there's no curve?
That's how trigonometry, you mean the surveying, the people that survey and...
I don't think that slope was a very effective method for measuring a surface that's supposed to be curved, considering it's usually used for straight lines. I think trigonometry would be a lot more effective.
But if you would use trigonometry for spherical geometry, is that what you're saying?
For measuring the curve, yes. Well, my hopes are that you guys may have a source that can provide that. So if not, then that's fine too.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, but here's the thing though. If you're using, like, for instance, you're going to measure the ground in any, setting, you wouldn't use trigonometry because you're dealing with the triangles, the straight lines, because that's the way you measure things. So like no one's measuring a curve. And this is kind of, I think, like the hat trick, or should I say like the magic trick, that in the description of the globe and their arguments, like they lie to you and they tell you that they're measuring a curve, but that's actually inaccurate. What they're actually measuring is straight lines, tangent lines, and then what they're falsely doing here is that they'll measure a distance greater than the equipment actually is supposed to be used for. And because when you use it inaccurately like that, then you're going to have a drop in the distance, because that's the way optics works. Because things drop over distance, even across a flat, straight plane, things will drop optically as it's, things that are up go down, things that are down go up. So then when you measure that angle, quote unquote, because it's lower on that side, then if you go to the other side and shoot back to where you started, you're going to have a lower angle on both positions. And then that's why they say spherical access, because they're using the equipment and like the way you're not supposed to be using it. And they're coming up with angles that are optically dropping, but it's not dropping. It's still, you know, like a light pole. The light pole isn't getting shorter. It's still 20 feet up in the sky and you're still 6 feet high, but
So let me ask you something about that.
Wait, real quick,
So,
if you don't mind,
sure.
I just wanted to say this real
got
quick.
cut off.
The reason that I was asking about trigonometry is because it's actually really efficient when it comes to like shorter distances. So I think it would be something that would be able to be utilized in a like more realistic real life scenario versus an estimated GPS situation. It's something that you could tangibly see in your own self as a person.
It's
to
not
use.
a better though. It's not gonna hold on. It's not gonna be better because you're using math that is not required. You do not need to require that math to make these. I'm sorry, I got cut off by the way. I had a phone call. That's why I went dead for a little bit while I was talking. But there would be no reason to use a math in a scenario that doesn't require it. The only time you would introduce that is if you're going to invoke a shape.
I mean, in place of slope.
Okay, well, again, even with slope. Okay, so for instance, this is actually, I'm glad you said that. When surveyors are dealing with a elevation change in the topography, what they'll do is like they'll step, like imagine like stairs. Okay, what they'll do is they'll measure to a point, then they'll take that point and they'll make that a little benchmark. And then they'll use from that point, they could go vertically up and then they will establish their slope based upon this staircase type of measurements. But even still, it's horizontal and vertical. So even like if you're measuring the side of a mountain to get the slope, you would actually do like a staircase. You go up, cross over, then you go up from there, cross over, and you can calculate a slope based upon those vertical and horizontal measurements. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not what we do.
They're still curved.
No, that's exactly what they do. Matter of fact,
Still
it's
not
in the
curved.
manual, by the way. It's in the manual, by the way. So whoever thinks they're a surveyor here, calculating for the globe, you're full of shit. One thing, and it's actually in the instructions where you actually it's here. Let me find it for you because I don't want to just talk and you're just gonna be like, no, it's not. That's not the way we do it. Bullshit. But I'll show you. But that's fine.
You can shoot upwards at angles. You don't have to go 90-degree angles every single time. I'm not. What are you talking about? This step ladder thing?
No. Hold on. See, that's where once again, once you start trying to shoot angles that are off the 90, that's when you are going to run into problems because optically, when you're shooting at it, okay, for instance, 100 yards away, there's a light pole that's 2 stories high. Okay, optically, that angle, it's going to be lower in that position optically than it actually is physically. So like if you were to take it like an angle, you would most likely be off to its height because there is conditions optically that are the variables of which they do have to account for. That's why you would.
So when I take out my GPS unit, and I can do this right now for you guys. I got the day off. I can go into my truck and grab my GPS unit. Set it now in my backyard.
Yeah.
I can set it now in the front. I can give you the coordinates, and then I can take out my conventional instrument, backsight it, and prove that it's accurate.
You're going to prove what? The position of the coordinates?
That the GPS records things accurately. Like I can do it with the GPS unit, give you the coordinates, and then take out my conventional instrument, set up on those same exact nails, do a backsight, and give you the error. Do you want me to do that for you right now? I'll do it right now.
Yeah. Great. But hold on. Here's the thing, though. What is your GPS establishing? Your coordinates. So then, how does it feel like give you coordinates? I'm very interested in this. Please explain.
I'm not talking about the coordinates. I'm talking about the distances between the points. I'll set up my GPS right now.
Oh, okay.
Record. So I'll do 3 nails, and I can calculate the inverse between them, and then I can set up my total instrument. I'll start a new slate. I'll give it a fake coordinate, fake azimuth, and it'll still calculate the exact same distance between them and the change in the elevation
Okay.
and the height.
Okay. So okay.
Do you
Okay.
want me to
So
do that right now? I'll do it on camera right now.
Hold on. This is what I want to say. What will you be proving?
That that surveying GPSs are accurate.
Okay. No one said that they're not. First of all, I said the way they use theodolites with angles to see something in a far great away distance through optics, and they're calculating an angle. That's when they're fucking up. I never said that GPS instruments or the total stations with GPS built in. Obviously, there's an algorithm in there, and there's a little button you say, account for curve and don't account for curve. There's literally a little button you can do that. I know that. But here's the thing, though. What we're talking about, I think that's Darth. I forgot how your name is.
Duncan Darth.
Duncan. I'll just call you Dee. So what we're arguing here, though, or what I am at least trying to explain, is that using trigonometry to find a measurement that doesn't require trigonometry, I think it's wrong to do that, first of all, because it doesn't require it, and two, I think that's just you're trying to invoke that you have to use trigonometry because you're saying, well, it is a curve, so we have to use trigonometry. But again, this is where I argue and I defer. I say no. If you can use just geometry because you're dealing with triangles and and distances and these plumb level square everywhere we look, perpendicular, parallel, all these beautiful words, straight lines, tangents, all these words, that is not trigonometry that has to even be built into that formula. So
that actually wasn't my point. The information I've been given so far as equations have been all done in slope. That's why I'm asking for it done in trigonometry instead, because slope is primarily used for straight lines, and I feel like it would make more sense to use trigonometry because it's made for geometry.
Okay, first of all, I don't know what you've been going over, what you were given, but when you're saying slope, are you saying the change of elevation across the topography has been sloped?
Yeah, I think it was the horizontal images that they sent. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone.
So, like, for instance, so you're saying from the position of somebody looking out that they're measuring a slope as it goes away from them. That's what you're saying, right?
I'll have to pull it back up.
Okay.
But it's what was sent in this channel so far since I've been in here.
Right. So let me assume, because I'm pretty sure I'm accurate about that. It's what it is there's something that's getting lower and lower and lower, angularly getting lower. So then mathematically, it would create a slope if you looked at it from the side view, because it's like high and then it goes low. So that would create a slope. I get that, but that's an optical thing. Doesn't mean that it's actually getting lower. Like a light pole doesn't get lower. You're still taller than it. And it's not, and you can build light poles across a mile of highway that's flat as fuck, as far as elevation and topography. Like, let's say it's like 700 feet above sea level, and for a whole mile, it's like 700 feet above sea level. There's no change to it, because it just so happens that that particular road was flat as fucking can be. But even still, over that flat road, that light pole in the distance, the last light pole, as far as you can see, is going to look smaller than you, and you're standing right next to it in the photo, and you're going to look taller than it, even though we know for a fact that that road is flat. Again, they're taking what we look at things optically from your position, dropping down through perspective, and that's the way optics works. Now, with that being said, let's take a photo that's 30 miles across horizontally, and there's zero curvature, zero slope. It's just flat across. You can literally get a level up to the photo, and it's going to be straight across. And then you want us to believe that 3 miles away from you, it's curving. But when you look at it from the side view, like your other, slope pictures that you get, that shows you a curve 3 miles away. But when you look at it from the side view, 30 miles across, no curve. that's got to raise some questions in your head. I would at least I would assume that it should raise questions in your head. I have a photo for that too. Let me post it. Somebody else posted it a while back, and I kept it.
I don't actually think that the Earth is round. I'm not a globe person, so I don't believe in that. But I'm trying to get data, and I keep getting dicked around by everybody in this fucking server. So
yes, she
I'm trying to
is.
get some information.
She's just confused about her paroid.
Listen,
She's
are
saying
you?
paroid.
Listen, lady,
She's
are
unaware
you in
that
the other
globers
server,
believe in
Lex?
paroid.
Lex,
My bad.
Lex,
Are you in the other server, Lex? Are you in the main server for FE?
No,
Lex?
I've been following their. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Because in the other server, there's more stuff.
Yeah, no, I've just been looking at the society website trying to figure shit out because every single time I ask questions in here, I basically get trolled.
Let me send you an invite to the other server, and I'll give you perms. If you join now, I'm here right now, so I'll give you like voice perms and image perms and stuff. 1 second.
Appreciate that.
Lex, if you want, I can send you some raw data from like some actual GPS surveying that I've done, and if you want that raw data, I can send it to you.
I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
I would really like to
Lex,
work
did
with
you see
somebody
on the
also
Flat
on
Earth
trying to
Society
get their...
website?
Yeah, I was looking on the Flat Earth Society website.
Oh
trying to get...
Oh no!
Because
Some info.
what I was trying to bring up before, so like if my GPS is accurate and you can trust it to compute like elevations and whatnot, if I were to send you the data from GPS shots across a large area, which all when they have the same elevation, you could do trigonometry and calculate the angles between the points, and you would end up getting spherical access.
Oh my God! Once again, bro, that is it hurts to hear people say that lie, bro. That's not the reality. It really isn't.
You said that my GPS unit does measure accurately, right?
Yes, until you hit the account for curvature button, and there's an automatic algorithm that's going to give you a on your screen. You're not even measuring it by the way, at that point, you're not even doing the measuring. It's an algorithm in the built-in system. That's why there's a button. Okay, let me answer me this. Do you have a button that you can press account for curvature? Yes or no?
When I'm using the conventional instrument, yes.
Thank you. Okay, enough said. Thank you.
Not talking about the GPS unit.
Thank you. Thank you for being honest.
The GPS unit is accurate.
Thank you for being honest.
And you said my GPS unit is accurate, though, right?
But okay, the conventional unit where you can turn it on and off.
I'm not talking about the conventional unit.
No. Just hear me out. And that's going to give you all the time the globe algorithm all the time. It's like having your conventional system with that button stuck and you can never turn it off. Your GPS system, it's always on. It's always going to give you that. And I get what you're saying, bro. It matches up. It makes sense because in the algorithm of that software within that unit, it's going to be accurate because it's programmed to be accurate. But now, if you're to take your conventional unit and say, turn off globe calculation, I guarantee you, I'm willing to bet you a gentleman's bet that you will get a different answer than your GPS because now you've turned off that, even though physically you've measured it and you know for a fact, well, fuck, this isn't the angle because I didn't have to account for that automatically through the software. All I'm saying, bro, is I get what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. Matter of fact, that's why people think it's a globe. Because they're using equipment that's saying, "Hey, look, it's a globe," and this is the way we're going to calculate it, guys. Without they don't care how you feel or what your opinion is. This is the algorithm in the system built in. It's like a fucking computer game, bro. Like you can't change it. That's what it is, bro. You can't. Level 1's level 1, level 2's level 2. You can't change that, bro. There's no hack cheat codes in this.
Hey, remember when Luke Skywalker turned off the targeting computer to launch proton torpedoes at the Death Star?
Really, we're going to go into
turn off the targeting computer,
now.
Luke.
You're going to go into science fantasy now.
That
I'm
was a great
joking,
moment.
man. Come on.
That was a
So,
great
Just
moment.
so
joke.
let me ask you this. I'm still
APOC is right.
confused by this.
Go ahead.
If like the GPS unit is using a false algorithm because if the Earth is flat, would the distances between those 2 points be accurate in the GPS system?
It would be accurate in the software of it, but then guess what happens, bro? When you go out to actually literally build stuff, like for instance, we get blueprints, right? We have benchmarks, right? And then because the surveyors, for whatever reason, they said this is what is. And then we have to go, hey, we have to hire, we have to bring them back. Hey, we need you to reshoot these. They're not lining up. Something happened. We don't know if it was user error, equipment error. Maybe the refraction was really strong that day. It might have been really hot. Someone might have fucking measured it at noon when they should have measured it like at 6 a.m, because that also fuck shit up. But there's times when we have to call the surveyors to redo their shots to come out because it's not fucking adding up, bro. Now, with that being said, there is probable cause here, right? In the calculation of it all, it can be off just because the computer is making it a globe, but in reality, it's not a globe. So this forced curve that the GPS is trying to build into it, but yet what happens is, this is why usually, I'm just saying this, usually surveyors, they don't even account for curvature, and they will tell you it's so minuscule, it's so little, you don't even have to account for it. We just treat it as flat and horizontal, and that's it. We don't even account for curvature. They don't even turn that button on, like, boom, like, oh, account for curvature. So when they use their GPS total, they know like it's already built in. But when they're doing the conventional systems, they don't even turn on the globe thing because they know they don't even have to. I mean, it's got to tell you something. You got to think, you got to think about it, bro. It's telling you something.
Just so everyone knows, whenever I do foundation stakeouts and set benchmarks, I have to use the GPS system. I have to. Otherwise, it'll be rejected. Just so you know that.
Yeah, you're never going to have to account for curvature though, ever. Again, if you're the one placing the benchmarks on the ground for the other traits to come in and go off those, like you're never going to give them something. I don't know the size that you're even doing your surveying or whatnot and placing benchmarks, but you're never going to have to do that. The biggest thing I've ever been a part of to build is 2.5 miles long. Never did we account for curvature over that. And technically, I think if you go 2.5 miles in the Earth Curve Calculator, there should have been like more than 2 feet of drop. Technically, I think. I could be wrong, but it is what it is.
Can you back that up with anything? Can you like submit plans? Can you do any of that?
Well, I'm pretty sure when the project's done,
Without
I could go.
yourself?
I don't work for them no more. I might be able to go snag some plans from my old boss that might have them if he has them still. But you're gonna see in every single page, not once was there ever curvature accounted for. It was all plumb level square set off the benchmarks of the elevation. So if the elevation started at 453 feet above sea level, that's for the first, benchmark. Boom. Then we go, okay, we're going to go fucking 30 feet high with this column based on that benchmark. Boom. We're now 453. Boom. Now we're at 483. All right. Fucking plumb that up. Fucking shoot a fucking a header across. Boom. Get it. Level. Boom. Check the other side. Yes. 483. Perfect.
I would
Fucking parallel to the
see
ground.
any of these plans that give you an actual elevation benchmark that say they're not based off of the GPS system.
Right. Again, every fucking page of those blueprints never counted for curvature.
Specifically, elevation benchmarks. Show me that the elevation benchmark is not based off the GPS.
Right. So again, the on column A, bro, way at the beginning, the first column by the parking lot. the first column, the benchmark was the fucking the nut in the ground, bro. Spray painted orange. The surveyor, the main surveyor, like that's your benchmark. Entire fucking bridge,
That's a control
2.5
point, not
miles.
the benchmark.
That,
You can
it- that, that-
you
that's
can use that as benchmark. Not
hold on,
the
hold on,
best way.
hold on,
You
hold on,
want
hold
to
on,
put a benchmark
hold
in
on.
a pole so that
Wait,
you
bro,
can have a
hold on, wait,
laser
wait,
level.
bro. You're right. I misspoke. Off of that, we made the first benchmark, and the entire bridge was made off of that first benchmark, which was you're right. It's the control. That first point set precedence for the entire project, and that was probably the most important fucking datum right there. Was that one because that's what fucking set it off.
I have a tendency not to completely believe you because whenever you do that, you set multiple control points to, like, you need, like, even on small projects, you need a minimum 3 GPS points so you can check into
bro.
the third nail after backsighting the second one.
Bro, there's
unless you have. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Listen,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Let me explain to you why. Because unless you have 2 known elevations, you can't set a benchmark because you have to backsight at least the second one.
I think you missed the point. I think you missed the point. No, hold on. I think you missed the point. I'm not saying that there was one fucking control, bro. Matter of fact, there's datum points all the way along because that's how you're double checking and triple checking that you're keeping it fucking level. I'm just saying that's the first one. That's the first one where you take your benchmark and then you're right. You're gonna compare it. You're gonna shoot. Once you place that column and you tie in that nut, and they're like, okay, they spray paint it. That nut right there, that's the point. Okay, then when you take your benchmark and you shoot it across, where there's another fucking point, and you're right, there's multiple. For the entire 2.5 miles, there's point, and then what we do is we transfer the benchmark all the way down. And how many straight lines does it take to make a ball? I'm very curious, bro. How many horizontal beams does it take to make a ball? Because just imagine you could take beams for days, for years, and you just built like one long fucking bridge from California all the way in a circle across every fucking country, over the oceans and over the lands. How many straight pieces of steel will it take for you to make it circle back around a ball? I hope you're getting the logic there, because you can't do that. That's the logic. You can't take horizontal lines and curve them around a ball. It's like taking toothpicks and putting them over a basketball. It won't fucking work. Toothpicks are just going to go straight out into the sky or straight out into the space above the basketball. They're never going to curve around it, bro. So when we're building things horizontally flat, plumb, level, square, based off the benchmarks, your GPS bullshit fucking, I had to account for curvature. No, it's a built-in thing that's not even fucking accurate. That's why they don't use it. It's negligible. That's their favorite thing. It's negligible. We don't have to use it. Yeah, you don't have to use it because that's not what it is. Because if it was important, think of this, bro. Think if we didn't account for curvature in the first 500 yards of the track that we built. Don't you think that when we got to like 2 miles, that we'd be so far off the fucking blueprints because we weren't accounting for that tiny little dip going around the ball? I would beg to differ if you're going to say no, it wouldn't make a difference. It definitely would fucking make a difference. Because if you're not keeping that fucking line curving and you're not worrying about it curving, you're just building straight across. Dude, by the time you got to the end of the 2.5 miles, you'll have a fucking track sticking up into the sky. You'll be standing on the ground saying, "Why is that thing sloped up?" Because I'm bending away from the original position. I'm 90 degrees to the center of the earth, and that first column 90 degrees to the center. So there should be some divergence, and I'm seeing this track sloping up. That would be the reality if it was a ball, but that's not the reality. That's not why, because it's not a ball. I don't know. I'll shut up. I'm talking too much. Oh, but I'm here, and if a pilot comes and sits next to me, because I'm at the airport, Denver, Colorado. If a pilot sits next to me, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to interview him on mic. I'm just letting you all know. Okay, bye.
All right, I'm about to post an image. You tell me if this is a circle. Is that a circle? Anyone? Just post it in the chat. Is that a circle? Anybody?
Oh wow, that's really great art. Did you draw that yourself?
Is that a circle?
Did you draw that yourself?
Is that a circle?
It looks like a circle. Did you draw it yourself? Really good job.
Now I want you to search Chilagon. That's a bunch of straight lines right there.
Search what? Put whatever you just said in voice text. Whatever link you were talking about, to put it in there.
Sure. Funny that someone said that was a circle. It's just 1,000 straight lines.
How can you tell the difference?
Wow, it's funny. What is your point? What kind of point are you trying to make?
Well, it would seem that if you are on a sphere that's so big, you could make a lot of straight lines on it.
Is it a sphere or is it a chiligon? Is it a chiligon or a sphere?
That's a Chilagon, the first one. The next one's a Miragon. But my point is that if you're on an object that's so big, you could, even though you know for a fact it's round, you could make a bunch of small straight lines. And even though those are straight lines, it actually, you're making a circle.
You mean like you could level? You could do a lot of levels.
Yeah, those are. Hey, buddy, come on. Hey, Didi, you can't say these lies, bro. If you zoom into them, bro.
What lie did I say?
Here's the lie. Listen. Here's the lie. Okay, those are offset straight lines. They're not level lines. Now, a level line would mean they're on the same path. Okay, if you zoom in on it, you're gonna see that there's two lines, and they're doubling. Like they're connected at one, then it connects to the other, then it connects to the other. Dude, it's so deceiving, bro. I'm actually surprised you even brought this out and like made this your proof. Very deceitful, bro. Like super deceitful. Like, just zoom into it really, really close. You're going to see that they're offset. And that is now, it's no longer horizontal. It's no longer straight. It's no longer level. Because if you take two lines that are offset, that's not a straight line, my friend. That's taking toothpicks and separating them, not keeping them together, butt to butt, end to end, pig to pig, point to point. Come on, bro. Be better. Do better. Come on. I'm going to shut up.
That's a very good point. So if I were to prove,
we have a joke. Hold on. We have a joke. We call it Disco Ball Earth. What you just proposed was Disco Ball Earth.
I just want to reply to his point.
For what you guys think and what you guys claim, and then you just came out and you gave us a Disco Ball Earth.
I want to reply to him.
You didn't even think it through. You didn't even think it through.
I want to reply to him. Can I do that? So you said that each one of those lines is not level to one another. And you're right. They are not. However, if I were to prove to you that one point on Earth is not level with another point, that would also support that.
You're dealing with topography. No, it doesn't, because you're dealing with topography, which changes, and that's why there's elevation change. That's why
I said level. I said level. I didn't
well, just how is he going to prove it? How are you going to prove that?
Okay, but if you're when we're surveying or shooting the shots, or taking shots with the benchmarks, like, we're going to shoot it level and horizontal. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Bro,
Back Bangola, Biscotti, I thought it's not what you think. Switching my vehicle, switching my loan, not checking home, somebody stare up in my driver, find me a plug out of town with a gas, someone caught me a back, city on fire, crossing that border with Dora Explorer, my cocaine wider than this in McGuire, dogging his head with a miniature viper, put it in Celsius, sending my wire, cocaine be wider than Jennifer Lawrence, they're hearing on Micah, this thing.
Don't quit your day job, okay, buddy?
So anyway, I'd be happy to get into that. But if on Earth, level in one area wasn't the same,
all y'all niggas retarded on my mama, cuz.
Wouldn't that go to that whole other, 1,000 straight line things or 1,000,000 straight lines?
No, because you're comparing apples to oranges. Because and I know you know this, we never build a header from one column to another and stagger them. We don't have staggered lines when we're building let's say one story that's 100 yards, wide and deep. Okay, we'll never build stacked, headers from one column to another. It's going to just be built straight across.
Well, that would depend on the size that you're building.
Again, 100 yards. Let's say a big ass warehouse. I think me personally, I think me. I know it's not. I know it's not compared to some buildings. Fuck, some buildings are fucking humongous. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, even still, you're not gonna have staggered fucking headers or beams.
Okay,
they're gonna be level.
Okay. But you at least agree that shape, and you can imagine that shape, for example, spinning. So you have it creates a sphere, and you have that
staggered lines.
You can at least just understand the concept of it, right? I just want to make sure you're understanding the concept of it.
I totally understand it. That's why I'm the one that pointed out, hey, they're staggered lines. That's not a straight line.
They're not level with each other. Granted.
Correct.
I'm granting you that. However, if in fact on Earth, level in one place wasn't the same as level in another place, far enough away, like you said, if you have to imagine that's a very, very big object, you would have to get a certain distance away before that level would not be the same as the level in another place.
No. I would say nope, because we do know that we build level. We don't build anything other than butt level unless the plans call for it, because of, let's say you're building a building like the Disney Concert Hall. It's the only building that has ever been built with no straight lines. everything was curved about it. It was an artistic, one of a kind, building. It's an architectural fucking amazing phenomenon. That was the biggest bitch for all ironworkers because we don't build that way. So it was a constant. It took way longer than it should have because we were trying to fit these fucking Imagineers, right? The Disney Concert Hall was built by the Imagineers, the engineers of Disneyland, and they had this idea where we're gonna build a building with no fucking 90 degrees, dude. You know how fucking hard that is. And now you want to say that we build that shit all the time, every day. It's all fucking no. We never build anything outside of 9 degrees, fucking plumb level square, hands down. I don't care what anyone says. That's not the way it works in reality. But again, I will say, if someone will say, well, we can build out, you're right, we can and we have. The Disney Concert Hall, look it up, Google it. It's the only fucking building with no 90 degrees fucking walls or corners, bro. It's amazing the way they built it. That's fucking.
You couldn't actually get something perfectly level. Like, do you think you could always make something more level?
Can it be more level than level?
Well, that's my point. Like, so for example, like you have a level bubble, right? And you're just using your eyesight to see that level bubble, like in between the thing. Like, but you can always get more and more accurate, right? You don't ever actually have it perfectly level, right?
True. That's why there's tolerances, yes. Because most of the time it's human error. I agree.
Okay.
Want to know why? Because check this out. Check this out.
Perfectly level and all this stuff. Like, you do agree.
Check this out, bro. Check this out. I've seen Globers on live stream in YouTube, and they'll set up a theodolite, right? And they'll show their bubble, right? But their bubble is like touching the black circle, whether it's to the left or to the right or forwards or backwards. And they'll be like, perfect, it's level. And I'll be like, motherfucker, that is not fucking level. You got to get that bubble dead center. We call it tits in the trade. Like, that's tits. You got to get it dead center in the black circle, bro. If you have one side of that bubble touching the black line, that's not fucking level. Although, that's why there's tolerances, because there's human beings that are going to look at that and be like, all right, cool. And then they take their shots and elevations, and then they're off. And then we have hey guys, got to come do your shots again. Fucking idiots. You don't even know how to fucking level your theodolite. That happens. Tell me I'm wrong. You know
no,
I'm right.
You're always, that's the thing. I already said you're not going to be perfectly level. Like,
well, that, but you can definitely have a standard and a pride in your work that you're going to make sure that it's going to be the closest to level as possible, and not just like half-ass it and let the bubble be touching the black line and be like, oh yeah, I'm within the black line, it's level. Like, no, dude, it's not the fucking way it works. You got to be like dead center of that black circle. Right. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, straight. You're never ever going to be dead center, no matter what you do.
Well, if that's true, then why is there always morons that come in here and say the bridges are out by a certain amount because they built the bridges perfectly level and perfectly plumb? And that proves the Earth's a globe.
They don't say it's perfect. I don't think anyone says it's perfect.
Yeah, they do.
There's always...
When people come in here and they initially make claims about bridge towers and other such stuff, they claim perfection. It's not until they're criticized
but definitely extremely accurate. I don't think perfection, but I would say it's extremely accurate.
Listen, Holmes. I'm telling you my experience that that's what they do. There's no reason to argue that point until they're criticized. Right? Now, anybody with any sense.
Listen, I've been in here for a few months. If anyone came in here and said that it's perfectly level, I would have no problem arguing with them about that.
Okay, exactly. So the point being is that when they come in here and they make these claims about the bridges, the claims of being off are based on an ideal model. And the only way they could be off that amount is if the bridge was ipso facto perfectly plumb and perfectly level.
Would you agree that they can...
Whether they even claim it or not, you even...
would you agree that they can like measure the inaccuracy of the plumbness of the bridge, though? So I'm going to show this real quick. Go into my level bubble. Like right now, it's way out. I'm going to adjust it.
Anyways, I'll finish my point when I'm with a better signal.
So that's not quite there. Get it back here. Now that's pretty damn close. And look, it's constantly changing. And I'm on concrete. Just like little vibrations. Me stepping here affects it. Not only that, but I can magnify the zoom. See how that changes? I'm not sure if you can see it with the glare. But even as I turn it, it changes. It's never going to be perfectly level, which is why this instrument is used over short distances and not long distances. That's why.
Hey, Darth, were you supposed to be streaming something? I didn't see it. If you were.
I was showing the level bubble on my total sync and how it constantly changes, and we have to work within these parameters. Like there's nothing we can do about it.
Can you put a picture of that in the live stream or a video? And I don't think it was. Oh, there, I see it. I see it. Now it's working.
Yeah. So right now I'm a little bit off. Try to adjust it to as good as possible, and then just me even walking away from it will affect that level bubble. I can never get this thing perfectly level. It just won't happen. And I'm standing on concrete. But just me, like here, like I'm going to stomp like next to one of the legs. Constantly changes it. And then just me turning it also affects it. It's never going to be perfectly level. Never happened. So again, back to my example of having that shape with millions and millions of straight lines. If Earth is not level in one place as it is compared to another, even with those little bit of inaccuracies, doesn't that go to show that the Earth is in fact a sphere?
What? Holy crap, dude. No, not at all.
Why not?
What do you mean why not, dude? It's obvious why not.
Why
You
not?
just said level is all over the place, therefore the Earth is a sphere. So you need to describe how that follows of a necessary contingency, and then you need to explain, dude. If that's what you said ipso facto.
I said,
Okay,
wouldn't that go?
we could just cut through the entire shenanigans to get to the point, correct? Yeah, I'll just put it simply. I'll just put it simply. The shenanigans where we finally conclude that that would be the premise and the conclusion that we're trying to affirm or deny. I mean, come on, dude. You know, some people have things to do. They don't got 3 hours to talk to someone to get to the point.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on a 4-day work schedule. Like, you know, that's what I do.
Dude, well, that's great. Okay. But you need to respect. I mean, think about it, dude. Did I not just cut to the chase or no? That's what we're trying to decide, right? If level is all wonky, does that mean Earth is a globe? Is that the point?
It means it's not flat.
No, it doesn't.
Kinda does.
Dude, if you call level, depending on what you're doing in the sense of I'm putting it on the surface of the ground, versus level if I just hold it in free space, right? If you say if I put my level on the ground, and even though the ground is smooth, it's off level, therefore it's not flat, well then you're using one definition of flat, therefore it wouldn't be flat. And that would be true.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about one instance of one ground.
Okay, then what are you talking about?
You can do this at multiple locations.
Do what?
Prove that level in one area is not level with the other area.
What do you mean level? Do you mean the surface of the ground or the level oriented in free space? Which one?
The plumb lines are not parallel with each other.
Okay, so a plumb line isn't usually described as level. It's described as a plumb line, right? Level and plumb. That's why they're two different words, right? So let's say, for sake of argument, that plumb lines are all over the place. They're wonky. Like this one's going that way, that one's going this way, ever so slightly. That doesn't mean the Earth's a globe. That just means whatever it is that causes plumb lines to do what they do is not consistent. Now, by the way, friend, in the globe model, plumb lines don't point to the center of the Earth either. That was my point earlier. When people come in and they make
next
these
to like a
projections,
mountain with a large amount of mass, of course the plumb lines would be slightly not directly to the center because, you know, mass attracts mass. But I didn't want.
Yeah,
I didn't think you
sure.
wanted to get into that.
Cool story, dude. So you admit that plumb lines are all over the place, right?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you did, dude. You said that when a plumb line is affected by differentiation of mass, it's going to be in a different direction than otherwise somewhere else. Correct? Yeah, so that's exactly what you said. Okay, so plumb lines being all over the place doesn't prove nothing, dude. It just proves plumb lines are all over the place. What you need for a globe is splayed radial plumb lines in a 360-degree circumference around a center point. That's what you need.
You need 360 of them. Like you can't do like say like 10 of them on multiple locations, or Just test multiple
No,
locations.
because in order to know the variation between the previous ones and whether they're generally oriented on a horizontal rather than a radial, okay, you need the whole shebang. You need a reference point. You need a reference system. You need all of that. Otherwise, you're just making a model projection and assuming that's reality.
I think you got that switch. We make a model off of the data we receive.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not how it works, dude.
Really?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
All right. So you say.
Dude, so it is written. Okay, friend. You want me to pull up the man himself? Okay, I will. Let's go to the man himself. Hold on. I'll get it for you. Give me a second.
I'm out for the day. Enjoy the rest of your.
Yeah, car sharks. I'm about to drop the man on you, and that's why you have to leave.
You know what? Feel free to send me the link. You got my name.
Why don't you just wait, dude? Let's just wait.
All right, fine. I'll hang on another 15 minutes if you want me to.
It's gonna be like 30 seconds here.
All right.
1 second.
Take your time.
All right, there we go. I posted it in the chat there.
Mathematical and physical theories of higher geodesy.
Yeah, so this is the man, the original, the author of the 2-volume set himself. Okay? Let's read what he has to say.
Are you talking about?
Hold on, let's read what he has to say. Hold on, let's read what he has to say. Okay, this is from him. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body of the Earth. This law of formation, of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force of a rotating body around an axis.
What page are you reading?
What page? That's the little one I screenshotted there, Holmes.
Oh, I'm on like the actual article, like on the actual PDF.
Yeah, well, I took a screenshot, so it's easy for me to find, homie. I think it's like the first couple of pages, if I'm not mistaken.
First couple pages.
But either way, what that basically says is that they assume the form of the Earth as a model, and then they input their data through a law of formation into that assumption. Okay? So it's not true that they're just going out into the field and getting data and then seeing what happens. They have a preconceived notion of where this data applies, and they wrap it around their preconceived notion. And that is what all this math in these books are for.
Are you saying that because they use data to show the shape of the Earth, they like accept that data and then go off of that data to predict their model? Like,
dude, I'm saying,
like science. Would you at least agree that science?
That's not science, dude. That's not science, dude.
All right, relax. Knowledge is based off of previous knowledge, right? Like you have foundations that you build off of, right? Do you accept that?
It's irrelevant to this point.
Not really.
Yeah, entirely.
No. So let me explain why. So if you have a bunch of evidence that proves, for example, the shape of the Earth, and then you use that evidence as a foundation to come up with a model for the shape of the Earth, and then this paper is talking about how, like, certain features on the Earth will affect the plumb lines. But they're using the model of the Earth to show the fact that this is how it's being affected. It's not that they're automatically assuming it. No, there's evidence to show the shape of the Earth, and they're using that foundation to explain why this particular area.
That's not the case, dude. That's not the case. Do you know why? Do you know why that they? Do you know why that they have to curve the plumb line like this in the picture that I posted? Like the main reason?
Tell me.
Because they need the 90 degrees at the surface to intersect the celestial sphere. That's why. It's a preconception, reverse engineered from the assumption that the celestial sphere is coordinate pointed around a physical sphere. And the further assumption that it's a globe in the first place, and a secondary assumption that it's spinning. And these forces counteract. Okay? All those got to be proved in the first instance, dude. Not just put into a model and then assumed and reified. So, now that the man has smacked you, you may go in peace. I got to go do some real work.
I would just say they haven't smacked me. You cited a paper that talks about the fact that we had pre-existing knowledge to know the shape of the Earth before they were able to use that standard to show that other things affect plumb lines. And by the way, I also already conceded the fact that yes, mountains, because of their large mass, can affect the plumb lines. Not to mention other things that are just what we know about the Earth. But anyway, I'm out.
All right, who killed the chat? Hello, hello. Welcome to Flat Earth. Well, it's like we've got some usual suspects in the house, and we have some unusual suspects too. Any unusual suspects in the house want to talk about the nature of Earth? Anybody have any questions for flat earthers? Operators?
Yeah, what about gravity?
What about gravity?
Yeah.
What's wrong with gravity?
I don't know. It seems like there's some inconsistencies in the flat Earth model when it comes to gravity.
No, the inconsistencies are with the globe Earth cosmology. There are about 20 theories of gravity required to support the globe Earth cosmology, and they don't all mix. They don't all jive with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and they're all required together to explain it?
Well, they all describe different things, and they fail to describe other things.
Well, they're all different approaches to explain a fact, right?
Yeah,
I
some
mean,
effects are imagined and some effects are not. So, yeah, I would say the globe has a huge problem on its hands. So big, it's actually called the cosmological constant problem. The vacuum crisis, as it were, created by the globe's concept to fail to reconcile gravity between Einstein and Newton's cosmologies. And the cosmological constant problem is considered the biggest predictive failure in all of science. Thank you, globe. So if there's anybody here that's going to bring some jacked up theory, it's not us, it's not the flat earthers. The globe cosmology brings it.
well, thanks for answering my question.
Yeah, so what's wrong with gravity? I mean, I'm not afraid to talk about it. It's, a phenomenon that we all see. We witness things dropping in vacuum chambers or heavy things falling in the air. That's an effect. We can call that gravity. I'd say the issue that flat earthers have with gravity is when globe earthers say that when they drop a pencil and it hits the ground, that's the same effect that is pulling Jupiter through the sky and pulling moons through the sky and so on. The problem is linking the two phenomena together. One of these is eminently testable, and we can play with the effect of gravity all day long here on Earth. But when it comes to reconciling those claims with how celestial bodies move, that's a whole nother matter altogether.
Well, I would say that the Cavendish experiment demonstrates that other things than the Earth have gravitational fields.
That's the problem with Cavendish, too. The observable phenomenon of quote-unquote gravity, right, is dropping a pencil. And then Cavendish tests for things moving sideways. So it's not really analogous at all.
Well, if gravity is only the effect of things falling down towards the Earth, and then things are being pulled sideways, then it can't be gravity, right?
The things pulling sideways? I don't even know if you can demonstrate Cavendish reliably to conclude that things pull sideways close to other things. I mean, if you look at people setting these things up, it is a mess. They produce inconsistent results, and they're very frustrating to even produce what could pass for supposed consistent results. I mean, many quote unquote science classes skip over that Cavendish thing because none of the crap that classrooms and laboratories have to work with really demonstrates the effect reliably and consistently across trials and across schools and across the world.
Well, if you can show me some example where they set it up and it failed, that would be good to see.
But yeah, there are more of those than there are setups that pass. I mean, I saw one not too long ago. It's probably Googleable. A guy demonstrated Cavendish with Christmas tree ornaments. Do you think Cavendish should even work with Christmas tree ornaments?
Well, I don't know how he set up the experiment, so I have to see it. Right?
Using Christmas tree ornaments. I mean, obviously, the problem there is they don't have the mass required to produce the predicted effect. But the other problem is they produce the predicted effect.
I mean, you're introducing an anecdotal example that none of us have actually seen, so we can't really.
Right,
this is just not a valid thing to even bring into the conversation.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you about the example, and I can provide the link.
Up to you.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see.
You want to see the Christmas tree balls?
Yeah, sure.
All right, give me a minute.
I'm curious, like, what reason do flat Earth people in here have for believing that the Earth is flat? Why flat in particular? Why not like a different kind of, like, you know, if there are hills and that, why would you assume that it is on average flat?
Well, I mean, we experience the world locally flat and locally stationary to begin with. So everybody
and we don't know because there are hills. The hills are not flat. So locally, the world is incredibly unflat.
Well, yeah, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the globe itself, even with its mountains and valleys, is as smooth as a cue ball from outer space.
So how do you know that do you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson generally?
I personally don't, but I mean, he's offering perspective that can help you understand our perspective.
Well,
we don't deny topographical. We don't deny topography.
Why do you trust him on this and not on his belief?
Well, because he's talking about a matter of scale. You know, I don't just believe things people say at face value. I check it out. So what he's talking about is a scaling factor.
But you know, the human scale, the world is not.
I'm trying to talk, man. The height of mountains relative to this total surface area of Earth is really insignificant. And so what he's saying is if you were to zoom out, then you couldn't discern the height of mountains relative to the surface that they're on at a far enough distance, because the height is actually very small proportional to the entire surface area.
Sure.
So same deal with flat Earth.
He also says if you zoom out that the Earth is round. So how do you know that if you actually zoom out that the Earth is on average flat?
Well, nobody's ever seen curvature, so...
Well, we see curvature every day. We see hills.
How do you see curvature? Hills?
Yeah,
no, I'm not talking about topography. I'm talking about the overall makeup of Earth. You think it's an object that is embedded in space.
How do we see the flatness? I'm asking, what is a test that we can perform to demonstrate the flatness of the Earth?
Well, go to Home Depot or Lowe's, a hardware store like that in America exists. Go grab from there. Go take a hanging door mirror. They might cost like $30. Give it to a friend and have your friend stand across from a 3-mile lake and flash the sun into your face. And if you put your head close to the water's surface, like hold your ear down by the water, and you can see your friend flash that mirror across a 3-mile lake, you've just proven that the gravity potential of the water of that lake does not conform to a ball that they say it is.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm sure that there are people who do this kind of experiment involving light and using light to demonstrate the Earth's roundness. So I'm confused that you're saying you can use light to demonstrate that the Earth is not curved when there are videos of light to demonstrate that the Earth is in fact curved. So
yeah, we got a Wikipedia of like hundreds of observations. So
water is translucent. So
I don't think he's suggesting we shine light through water. I think he's suggesting we shine light above water. But
across the water. Yeah.
So are you saying that light can be relied on to travel in straight line?
I mean, light, free of any disturbances, follows a straight path. Optical paths are straight in a vacuum.
Are you?
We can.
Are there any disturbances that could, in the Earth's atmosphere, there's disturbances that could make light move?
Yeah, we see those.
So again,
it happens, we see it. When it happens, we see what those disturbances are. Yep. So we can test for it. So we've got one example, a test for terrestrial refraction using a Department of Defense laser on a mountain of Maui. They shot 3 lasers, 3 different wavelengths, a tri-band laser, and this is to control for refraction because different wavelengths bend at different rates. And they shot a propagation path of about 148 kilometers way out to another observation point with a telescope. And the target grouping of the 3 lasers remained squarely within the telescope when they shouldn't have, because terrestrial refraction models would say that the other wavelengths other than the orange to red wavelength would diverge away from the red.
So
there's no terrestrial refraction. It's a form of refraction that doesn't exist.
So in that case, I assume you're saying that light rays in atmosphere travel even straighter than science says, mainstream science.
Yeah, reality shows that terrestrial refraction is not a real refraction.
Okay.
It doesn't really exist. Yep, terrestrial refraction is all speculative.
Do you believe that the surface of the ocean is generally flat?
I mean, at rest, absent of waves.
Okay. And do you believe that there is like a reasonable height limit that we can assume to waves, or can waves be like bigger than mountains?
I mean, it depends. I mean, you can go to a calm body of water that can be bigger than than what you would expect at an ocean. You can go to a really big calm body of water, like Salt Lake City at the Great Salt Lake, and you can perform laser transits over that. And they work great, especially like in the mornings where it's really cool before the sun comes up, or in the evenings at night after the sun goes down. And you don't have a big temperature differential between the air and the water surface. And we've got people that have done field experiments like this. We've got tons of PDFs and results and data.
If the ocean's generally flat, then shouldn't I be able to climb, say, Ben Nevis? That's the tallest mountain. Okay. I should be able to climb Ben Nevis and look out at the ocean and see something. If I just look out across the Atlantic, I should be able to see something taller than all the waves in the ocean. Because there are mountains that are surely taller than all the waves in the ocean.
Yeah, we see things too far all the time. That's one of the reasons why we're flat earthers, is because we've got optics. We've got consumer grade equipment like Nikon P900.
I'm just wondering why I can't see
too far.
I'm wondering why you can't do this and actually see America from Scotland.
Well, that's just silly. I mean, there are weather systems in between you and America.
No, but the weather systems
light gets absorbed and scattered through the gas and particulates in the air.
Hold on,
but on a blue,
check this out, Holmes. Hold on, buddy.
Big Papa's in the house. Big Papa's here. Time to take notes. Got a notebook?
Hold on, homie. I just gotta say one thing and one thing only, then I gotta take a call. Okay? The standard known atmospheric occlusion at ground level prediction is no greater than 340 miles. That means the atmosphere itself, its common density, will occlude all light from passing through it at 320 to 340 miles. Okay? So you're not seeing across an ocean. Just with the atmosphere alone and its cumulative occlusion effect, right? That's all I had to say.
Well said.
Okay. In that case, when we look out across the ocean, shouldn't we see the ocean fade out? Because it's getting more and more occluded as the atmosphere absorbs more and more light, rather than a crisp, clear edge.
Yeah, you'll see the ocean until your eyes can't resolve the ocean and the sky anymore, until they become indistinguishable at the vanishing line.
No, but that wouldn't make sense if it's only being occluded at like however many miles was said. That's close enough that you should probably still be able to resolve the fact that it is a diffuse blurring. And in fact, this blurring that you're talking about, occlusion rather, that starts like relatively soon. You can look out across a valley and start the blue light, not the blue light, the red light being absorbed more than the blue, and so things far away seem slightly bluer. So if it was just that the atmospheric occlusion is the reason that we can't see America, well, that would be a linear effect. The more distance the light has traveled, the more occluded it is. So the ocean should actually fade away like very gradually, but instead we can see it like quite clearly until there's a sudden crisp cut off. And I don't understand how that.
I'm pretty sure the absorption rate is nonlinear, but I mean, given that it just changes at some rate, we can accept that.
I'm curious how you could assume.
Well, so you're describing. There are a couple things going on. First is the path of light. The optical path is being scattered and refracted and reflected in all different ways due to the variable optical density of the air. But in addition to that, you also have limitations of your own sight and your own optics that can cause further occlusion. You've got like the Rayleigh criterion of your own aperture of your pupils that would allow small objects, angularly small objects, to become unresolvable at a certain distance.
I don't see why you're bringing that up, because the argument here is that the line of the horizon is too crisp, but you're saying that actually our eyes are poor, and therefore the line of the horizon should be blurrier than it is. But no, the argument here is that the line of the horizon is too crisp.
What are you talking about, crisp and blurry?
I don't.
I got a question for you, homie. Check it out. Is the ground below you?
Is ground below me?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Right. So is the water, like when you're on the beach, is the water below you?
There's a lot of water, not all of it is below me. If I'm standing in the water, then yes, the water is below me.
Okay, yeah, so the water's below you, yeah. So would you ever expect that water is just going to fill the top portion of your field of view?
Fill the top portion of my field of view? No, I wouldn't expect that. Not completely.
Right,
it would fill most of it, but not all of it.
No, dude, it's not going to fill any portion of the top portion of your field of view.
Not the top. I was confused. I thought you meant.
Yeah, no problem.
Got mistaken. I thought you meant.
Right. So, yeah. So the propagation angles of things below you usually tend to stay below you, and they don't go up above. Like you don't just see blue everywhere. You know, you see the sky blue and then the ocean blue, and eventually they meet, right? And you said like there's a crisp line there. That's fine, but it's not always a crisp line. But let's just focus on the crisp line.
We're talking about the crisp days.
Right, fair enough. So eventually you're gonna have no more pixels of propagation angles and reception angles on your optic to where they can receive the color from the water, because it's going to fall below the angular resolution of the optic and the midline of the optic, right? So at some point,
I don't follow you anymore.
Well, think about it this way: if you're drawing, you have a drawing, right? And you're drawing the sky, and you're drawing the water. The water's going to be like a dark blue, and the sky's going to be a light blue, and you're going to draw those two until they meet each other, right?
Sure.
Right, and then there's going to be a demarcation between the one color and the other color, right?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. What's so hard about that?
I don't understand what is that prove that I'm disagreeing with?
Dude, it proves that there's going to be a differentiation between the two color fields. And sometimes it's going to be crisp based on what's going on in the atmosphere, and sometimes it's not going to be crisp.
No, because you are claiming that the atmospheric occlusion is stopping us from being all the way to America. So that would imply that well, that's not the only factor. That's one of the factors. Well,
so for example, when something's very far away from you, it subtends a smaller angle in your field of view, correct?
Sure.
Right. So the things that are further away from you, according to the law of perspective, are going to start to occupy your field of view higher and higher towards the midline of your vision, and they're going to reduce in angular size, which means there's less propagation angles to render on your sensor, which is the back of your eyeball, your retina. Right? So eventually...
We do, however, have a device to correct that called telescopes.
Yeah, fair enough, but that is fair enough. However, the telescope is still going to be occluded by the ambient occlusion to about 340 miles or so.
Exactly.
Right. So what we're talking about is the effect of the horizon.
If we were to focus
that
telescope on the horizon, right?
Yeah.
You agree that things if we look directly towards the horizon, things lower down, the sort of angle it draws from your eye to the horizon, well, between the line from your eye to the horizon and the... I'm sorry, I'm describing this very poorly. But the lower down you go in your vision, the closer things are. You're just looking at the ocean, right?
Yep.
So, if you're saying this is atmospheric occlusion, then there is going to be more atmospheric occlusion the further the light has to travel towards your eye. Because for every meter that light travels in space, there's going to be some scattering in the atmosphere. So, the further that light has to travel, the more occluded it should be, and therefore the more it should. So if we're looking at a deep blue ocean and a baby blue sky, the further away that light travels, if we're saying the sky is blue because it is just atmospheric occlusion, and the ocean is blue because it's you're actually seeing the ocean. Well, then you would expect that the further that light has to travel, the more it's going to appear to be the baby blue sky. So you would have a gradual gradient from the dark blue of the ocean to the baby blue of the sky. But if you get a telescope, point it out at the horizon, that is not what you see.
What you just said doesn't follow of necessity. You're saying that there should be essentially a gradient of color from the bottom of your field of view to the top of field of view, where the color changes in a gradient like a Photoshop filter. That's just not the case.
Not right. Obviously, not like right where your feet are, but going out to like when starting like hundreds of meters, like the as I said, the atmospheric.
The problem is that the available angles to render all of that space start to cut off as they approach zero in the midline of your vision.
I do not understand what you're saying, so you'd have to draw me a picture.
Yeah, not only that, but a lot of the horizons people see are actually not the end of the water line that's available to be seen by direct propagation. What they're actually doing is they're seeing a reflection of the color of the sky on the water, because the water is at such an oblique angle that it actually becomes a mirror surface relative to your position, and it's reflecting the sky. You can see this all the time. It's quite common. And it actually does look, when that happens, like a very crisp line.
But that the specular reflection of water. I'm sure.
It's called total internal reflection. What it means is
total internal refraction. Oh, wait, sorry.
No. Listen, the water itself, from your angles, all the light that could have went to you is totally internally reflected, or externally reflected.
How could it be internally reflected if I'm outside?
What? That's why it's not getting to your eye. That's my point.
Internal reflection is when something with a high refractive, like glass has a high refractive index to the air. Internal reflection is when the light is reflected inside the glass from a boundary between. You've got a boundary between glass and air, and the light stays in the glass instead of crossing the boundary. But you're saying that this is internal reflection when it's actually light going into the water instead of going into the water, it bounces off the water. But the water has the higher refractive index here, so that wouldn't be internal reflection. That would be external reflection.
Either way, all the light from the water, the color of the water, is not reaching your eye. The only light that's reaching is the light that's at a different angle, which is the light from the sky. So you can only resolve in that portion, which is actually water, reflecting the sky. So the skylight is not internally reflected, nor is it reflected in an angle that you can't see. The skylight is reflected in an angle that you can see. And then it overtakes the color of the water, and that's what you see. You see, like, water, then you start seeing the color of the sky. But some of that color of the sky is a reflection.
But that makes absolutely no sense, because the water is a wavy surface.
Listen, friend, pay attention now. I could care less if it makes sense or not. There's numerous evidence of this occurring in reality.
If you don't care about sense, then what's the point in talking?
No, just think about it. There's
no, but if you don't care about sense...
Listen, dude. It's not making sense to you. However, it's observable in reality.
I'm trying to have a conversation so you can explain to me how it makes sense to you, because I cannot understand how it can make sense to you. You're saying that...
It makes perfect sense to me, because one of the angles of propagation is not visible to you, and the other one is, and therefore it overtakes it. It's not that complicated.
Allow me to explain why I believe it doesn't make sense. Oh, you're getting angry. Why are you getting angry? I'm trying to be quite clear and reasonable here. I would like to explain why I am saying that that's not reasonable. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're saying that the crisp transition, because at a sudden angle, the light bouncing off or hitting the ocean reflects instead of going into the ocean. However, that would imply that a portion of the sky we see is in fact not sky, it is light reflected of the sky in the ocean. But the ocean is a moving, uneven surface. It has waves. Therefore, that piece of sky would ripple. But it doesn't. When you see the actual horizon, everything above the horizon,
fair enough.
doesn't ripple.
That's a good point. That's a fair point. Okay, however...
If it was a fair point, then why were you getting so irate at me for?
No, it's only a fair point in the fact that it's a fair point, not that it's a valid point. Because this can be seen in reality.
Like, I'm not arguing that the ocean reflects the sky. Obviously that happens, but there's a clear there's a clear line between the ocean reflecting the sky, where it's all ripply and wibbly wobbly, and then
it isn't. It's not always wibbly wobbly. That's the point.
Why would it not be wibbly wobbly?
Because there's hundreds upon hundreds of pictures of it not being that way.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, dude, I don't know how to make it make sense to you.
You're saying
that it's reality.
You're saying there are pictures that show that there is a portion of the sky.
I'm telling you that there, for example, there's a very famous one. It looks like a boat is floating in the sky. And it's obvious upon closer inspection that it's actually still on the water, and the water is reflecting the color of the sky.
I'm not arguing for a moment that they're on. And
those pictures, some of them are wibbly wobbly, and some of them aren't.
Right. And is there a crisp transition between the part of the sky?
Some of them are, and some of them aren't. It all depends.
On what?
On the atmosphere of the day, dude. What I'm telling you, what I'm trying to get to you to understand is that you're trying to make this carte blanche claim that there's a particular thing that always happens that discounts the position that the horizon isn't a Earth curve. But I'm telling you that it's not like that. I'm telling you, some days it looks this way, and some days it looks that way.
You are giving me explanations of the phenomenon that don't fit with the actual observation.
What? No, I'm giving you observations that don't fit with your explanation.
What is my explanation?
You already said it, that there'd be a gradient transition or a wibbly wobbly, and I'm telling you that's not true. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not.
But you started this.
Listen, I gotta go do something, but I pretty much said what I said, which is you're claiming that it would be this gradient transition or wibbly wobbly all the time, and I'm telling you that's not the case. So I'm right, and you're wrong, and I'm out.
Okay.
So then is the claim that the horizon is a physical, crisp Earth curve edge?
To be honest, I'm actually trying to understand what you guys are saying the horizon.
Well, it's defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the Earth or sea.
Okay, but that's talking about what is apparent. I'm wondering, like, what actually is it? Not what it appears to be, because obviously, are you saying
we don't make any claims about it?
The sea?
No, we're not making any claims about it. I mean, the sky always touches the land. It always touches the sea. There's always air above the water or the ground.
Right, yeah.
The globe says it's the Earth curve edge. It's the crisp, geometric, physical curvature of the Earth, and that's been debunked.
Has it?
Yeah.
By what?
By the fact that it's never at its geometric location.
What does that mean?
Are you serious? How long have you been in this topic? I feel like I've talked to you before.
Suggest that the flat earthers are suggesting that the horizon, that globe earthers are suggesting that the horizon is some sort of two-dimensional edge rather than where your vision starts intersecting with the dimensional surface?
Two-dimensional edge? What are you talking about, bro?
I don't know. I'm trying to understand what you're
covering
talking
up
about.
boats and buildings. Isn't the claim always been that the geometric Earth curve edge is blocking boats and buildings in the distance?
Yes.
Okay. So is it?
Well, I think so.
Okay. So then that geometric Earth curve point would have to be at a location always. Okay, at a geometric place that we could measure to, a tangent point. Unless you're saying it's not a tangent point, then I would say welcome to flat Earth.
Well, it is.
It is a tangent point?
I would say so, but obviously the Earth's like not perfectly round object, so it's not a perfect tangent. But yeah, it's roughly a tangent.
So at what point is it a tangent point that would be in excess of a radius 3959?
Say that again.
So at what point would it be at a place, or I mean, if you're saying it's not perfect, are you saying it's so far out of whack in certain places that the Earth would have a radius of 250,000 miles?
I don't know. I need to now Google what the radius of the Earth is claimed to be by mainstream science.
Mainstream science. This is not a scientific question. This is a geometric question, bro.
Well, I'm sorry. Did you just on pen and paper do the doodlings to work out? I'm confused. You're expecting me to give you an answer to this very precise question that you've got with this very precise number of the Earth?
Well, aren't you a globe believer? Don't you have your lore down? Don't you know the story? Don't you know the details?
I don't know even as I've said, I don't know the radius of the Earth off by heart. And
yet you would defend it vehemently and say that the horizon is the geometric Earth curve edge blocking boats and buildings.
Yes.
Why?
Because in my view of understanding of the facts, the alternative models don't make sense.
What alternative models have I presented you with?
So this gets quite deep into sort of how we talk about science and science philosophy. What I mean to say, if I'm getting super technical and correct, is that all the it would seem to me that based on our observations of reality, all the possibilities that could be true either are spherical Earth situation, or are somehow not, but by some very strange quirk, seem to be for all intents and purposes. It's maybe the Earth technically isn't a sphere; it's some sort of different shape in some sort of strange curved space, so that we actually don't notice it's a sphere. But to us, it's a sphere. So, who gives a fuck about the complications now? If you can't detect,
you don't really care if the Earth is a sphere or not. Is that what you're telling me?
What I care about is what matters to the activities of the everyday. If
so, every day the Earth is navigated as a flat plane. It is built upon and used as a flat plane. Oh, it's not.
It's so
okay,
not.
So you can show me.
Not.
Okay, well then just go ahead and tell me how it's not.
So,
how you can prove that.
One instance that comes to the top of my head is skywave reflection. People bounce radio waves off the atmosphere, which relies on the fact that the atmosphere curves downwards.
They bounce waves off of air?
Sure.
Okay, can you show me that?
In the air. Can I show it? Yeah. Obviously, that's quite.
You've heard a story, and then you went ahead and repeated it. I want you to show me or prove it.
Okay, so let me. Obviously, talking about skies, that's not something that's easy to talk about. It's not something easy to show or.
Then let's go to something else, because I just said that the Earth is navigated as a flat plane, and you went to the sky immediately.
So the Earth is navigated as a flat plane. I'll give you something that's easier to relate to our everyday perceptions of the world around
So
us.
you're going to segue and red herring away from the point that I asked you about, which is that the Earth is navigated as a flat plane, and you want to talk about bouncing stuff off of air.
I'm being quite clear on the fact that I'm prepared to like ditch all talk of the skywave theory. You're the one who's now trying to keep it on that. So, like,
yeah, I'm trying to keep it absolutely 100% on the thing that I asked you about. The thing that I asked you about, I said the Earth is navigated as a flat plane, and you go, but it isn't. It isn't. I swear. And then you talk about bouncing waves off of the air.
Yeah,
Why in the world would you do such a thing?
It's just one thing, one phenomena that I'm aware of that points to the fact that the Earth isn't a flat plane. But it's not the one that's to have a conversation with you about, because I can't physically demonstrate it right now. I'd have to get all kinds of radio equipment.
Why don't you calm down? You think you could calm down? Relax. Could you think you could calm down like you're freaking out, bro? Like you're freaking out. You think you
relax?
Chill.
I'm going to provide you with a different piece of phenomenon. Is that okay? Is that
you talk about the thing? No, we're going to stick to the thing that I talked about, which is navigation of the Earth.
Okay.
You tell me how we navigate it as a ball. Tell me how we do that.
How we navigate it as a ball.
Yeah, because you told me we don't navigate it as a flat plane. You were adamant. You said it twice. It's just not, though. It's just not. And then you went to bouncing waves off of the air. So let's talk about navigating the Earth as a ball. Tell me how it's done.
If we were to navigate the Earth, if it was a flat plane, then we wouldn't end up in the right places. And I do not have the patience to discuss this topic with you. So you can always say, oh, the map's wrong. Oh, the GPS is lying to you. You can do all this, that, and the other. And so this is just not a conversation worth having. I want to talk
because you don't know anything about it. You want to talk about the thing that you denied. You denied the claim that I made. You said it's not. I said, okay, tell me how. You red herringed, and now you don't even want to talk about navigation. So this seems like a win for me.
Yeah.
Unless you'd like to justify the premise that it's impossible to successfully navigate upon a topographical plane.
I'm not suggesting it's impossible to navigate on a topographical plane. I'm suggesting if you were to use a flat model to try and navigate. So this is something...
We're talking about reality, mate, not models.
Yeah, was the subject the efficacy and accuracy of a map, or was the subject the reality of the surface of the Earth being planar? Why did you have to interrupt that question? Why did you have to interrupt that question? That's not helpful. So was the subject about the efficacy and accuracy of a map, or was the subject about the surface of the Earth and or oceans being topographically planar or not? Which one?
I feel like that's difficult to say. If the question is, if you're asking about the fact that we navigate the Earth as a flat plane, are we talking about using a flat model to understand how we move around the Earth? Or, like, I'm...
Okay, now, so I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, moderators, says who, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were talking about the subject of the survey, the primary subject being, is the surface of the Earth and oceans topographically planar or not, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you weren't talking about that subject, sir. So would you like to talk about that subject? If not, then so be it.
Well, actually, the question was about, like, the fact that we navigate the Earth as a flat plane, right?
Yep.
So I feel like that is an ambiguous question. You're asking, you're blaming me for talking about something soft topic.
How would it be ambiguous?
What's ambiguous about a closed-ended question? Do we or do we not navigate the Earth like that?
When you say we navigate as a flat, I kind of feel like this is just not a useful question, to be honest, because when I say, "Oh, I navigate the Earth as a flat plane," if I was to say that, which I wouldn't, am I suggesting that I plan my moves using a flat model in my head, or am I suggesting that I live on a flat plane?
Do you use GPS?
Usually we're focusing on the latter.
Okay.
Use Google Maps.
When I answered this question before the answer that annoyed you, I was using the wrong. I was using the different interpretation, and so this is where this confusion has arisen from.
Yeah, that's why I asked these clarifying questions. Says who? Go ahead.
So, do you use GPS? Do you use Google Maps?
Sure.
Okay. Well, that is a Cartesian coordinate system, and the method by which those the points are plotted on those maps and where you are in relation to those points is all planar. So even in your everyday activity of navigating the Earth using Google Maps or whatever it might be, is on a plane.
You can map a Cartesian coordinate system onto the surface of a sphere, and you can map a spherical coordinate system onto the surface of a plane. There will be like errors, for instance, poles. Poles would be stretched
so there's
out.
errors, so it doesn't work, is what you're telling me.
Well, in the case of mapping Cartesian coordinates onto a sphere, you just end up with a situation where multiple coordinates indicate the same point. So the pole, it's got the same, it's got 0 latitude for multiple lines of longitude. I hope I'm getting my latitude and longitude the right way. I think
How are those latitude lines derived? In reality,
I believe people first started latitude. I think comes from like measurements based on Polaris.
correct.
What?
And those are angular measurements on a flat plane. So even those are planar.
Are there angular measurements on a flat plane? No, I don't. I cannot agree with that because the point of contention here.
How it was done on a ball. Certainly, you can tell me how it's done on a ball.
Here is that I'm saying, well, I've declared that I believe the Earth is roughly spherical, and you've declared that it's roughly flat. So these measurements that have been done on the Earth. So
how would you derive an angle on a curved surface, please?
You can approximate a curved surface as doesn't make it.
Really? You can approximate a curve as flat.
Wow.
What is this strange to you? The notion that if you
So how do you derive an angle? Give me an angle off of a curved surface. How do you get that?
How do you get an angle off a curved surface?
Yeah.
All I can say is the fact is that
you can't.
Not even not okay can this be done.
You can't is kind of a difficult thing to say because, like,
well, you can't. You can do it. Not okay. You can try. It will not happen. It cannot be done.
It's impossible. Can't be done.
It's not geometry.
It's not reality.
Actually, I think the question is actually improperly posed because you're suggesting that it's an angle between the. To be honest, I actually don't know how the whole sextant thing works. So to even answer the question would be wrong of me because, like, are we actually measuring the angle between where Polaris is from the ground, or is it like Polaris from straight up? Is it? I don't bloody know. I don't know how a sextant works.
Yeah, they're elevation angles.
What?
Elevation angles to Polaris, using the ground as the plane.
No, you don't use the ground as a plane.
What do you use?
Oh, Brenda's here. It's just kind of like convoluted.
The plane is a horizontal from your position, from eye level.
Right, so a fictitious line that isn't the surface of the Earth, so you didn't successfully get an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth or the oceans.
Greg, I muted Brenda just because it's annoying. He just wants to compliment. He's trying to bail this brother out. So
no, actually, hold on. If we're agreeing that light travels a straight line, then if from your eye to the horizon, that's a straight line, and so you are measuring the angle between that straight line and the line to Polaris. I would presume.
Okay. So I want to clarify this with you. So you're saying that light does indeed travel in straight lines. It does not refract or bend or deviate.
Oh,
correct?
no! It does. It can bend and deviate. But I was having a conversation earlier. I was having a conversation earlier, and I asked someone, "Does light travel in straight lines?" And I was kind of working with their understanding. I am fully prepared to admit that light does indeed curve. However, I do believe that the atmospheric curvature and the curvature of like gravity, that's probably negligible over the scales that we're talking about. Like the diameter of the Earth probably doesn't have that much of an effect. I don't know how much.
Refraction would not extend the horizon, being the Earth curve in your mind, by your claim, as we talked about earlier. It wouldn't deviate that enough to affect the geometry of the globe. It wouldn't be enough to make it seem as if the Earth goes from a radius of roughly 4,000 miles to 250,000 miles.
I don't think. No.
Okay. So then I don't know if you can see in the side chat, but I don't the Black Swan image.
Black Swan image side chat. Give me a second.
So it's going to be 2 minutes after the hour.
Yep. Is this the... Hold on, Black Swan... When you say Black Swan, are we talking about a literal Black Swan here, or is it like a name?
No, it's a photograph. It's a still photograph or an image from a video from an observation made off the coast of Santa Barbara, California, at a couple of oil rigs. So if you see an image with a couple of oil rigs in it, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing these oil rigs.
Okay. So along with that, there is a logical consistency called modus tollens, right? If A, then B, or if P, then Q, if not Q, then not P. So if the Earth was a radius of 3,959 miles, and every distance to horizon could be no more than, right, because it's a geometric Earth curve sphere edge, 3,959 miles, that means every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So in this image, can you tell me where the horizon is? Is it before, between, or behind the oil rigs?
The horizon appears to be behind the oil rig.
Okay. So this observer height is about 1 foot. In fact, it's lower than that. It's about 8 inches. But for the sake of argument, we'll call it 1 foot. That makes everything nice and easy. That means that the distance to horizon at a 1 foot observer height would be no more than 1.225 miles. In this particular image, the horizon is in excess of 9.41 miles. We'll call it 10 to make it nice and easy. If the Earth, or if the horizon in this image was the edge of the said ball, then that would make the radius, then we're talking about the radius of the Earth, roughly 250,000 miles. That's about the supposed distance between the Earth and the Moon in the heliocentric model. So that is a sound debunking of any Earth curve measurements or horizon tangent points that anybody could make.
I mean, I can't work with this. It's just a picture with like someone's claim that they are a particular observer height.
Okay, no problem. You can do this yourself. Yeah, you can do this yourself. You can go to any beach.
Sure. I just wish there was like a more categorical recording of this.
Can you work with?
Oh, no problem. I'll give you a recording of it. Hold up. I'll put it in the chat.
Great stuff.
I'm
not going to like sit and watch it right now. I don't.
Okay, that's fine. You can copy the link. This is easy to validate by anybody anywhere. over any body of water if you have distance demarcations. But you're going to have to admit that something in an exponential excess of what's been claimed by the globe is going to be a real problem, no matter what you do.
The globe's debunked, mate. You don't live on a globe.
Say so.
Accept it. Accept it.
Oh, I've got to accept it because you said it's been debunked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just go check for yourself. This is beautiful about this. You know, you can go check. Like, that's the great thing about reality. You can check.
All right, I agree.
Yeah. You can copy that link. It's not a long video. He'll show you everything that he did to get those observations. It turns out that the horizon moves its apparent location all the time. So it cannot be geometric, which means you cannot use it as a tangent point to get geometry, which means the horizon is never Earth curve.
If you say so.
No, I mean, you can prove it for yourself. Right?
I as I've said, I'm not going to sit and watch that video. If you want me to watch that video, I'll leave and watch it. But
no, I mean, you can go out in reality and prove this for yourself. Isn't it about what I say?
It's called a mirage.
So then the geometric Earth curve is debunked because it's miraged? Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome.
Mirage is a thing, but that's not why. That's not. Why
there's this one thing that I've been wondering. Like, where is the sun? How far away is it?
What is the sun?
What is the sun?
We're not bothered. We're not bothered.
I mean, that's a very pertinent question. What is the sun? Like.
What's the moon? What are the stars?
Do you?
It's a giant.
You don't care.
Reaction.
How can you not care? I mean, honestly, of all of this, how can you not care?
We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
No, but you surely must have a natural curiosity of what the sun is.
There's a curiosity, but it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth that we're talking about. That's way down the road because most of the people that I know still think they live on a ball, but they could never prove it if they wanted to. They don't even know that the horizon isn't the geometric Earth curve.
And you've just jumped from the...
You understand that...
but it is.
You understand that you are arguing for a view of the geometry of the Earth which would have profound implications on, like, where the sun is in our model because of, how it changes the geometry of measuring the distance.
You don't know what the sun is. You don't even know what the sun is. You've heard a story about what the sun is, and that's based on I have absolutely no idea what the sun is.
I haven't got a clue.
It's a light in the sky. It is not even relevant to the conversation right now, other than the fact that if the Earth is not a ball, it's not what they told you and not the distance that they told you.
Do you know what the Earth is? Like when we say, "Oh, you don't know what the sun is," like, what do we know?
The Earth seems to be a topographical plane with people, animals,
why is it the same pattern with you people? Can you focus on the subject?
Well, what I'm trying to get at here is that. So let me just explain where my thinking went. When you asked, "Do you know what the sun is?" I'm like, "Well, there's obviously, like everyone, I've been
so
told
not
the theories."
Get back to the subject, but keep talking about the sun.
Let me finish. Let me finish one
No,
second.
we're not talking about the sun.
I'm going to bring it back to the subject sooner or later. Give me a chance.
No, you're not talking about the sun.
Okay, fine. If we're not talking about the sun, then can you chastise the other guy for saying that you don't know what the sun is?
What's wrong with that? I'm not making claims about it. You are.
I've given a very clear reason why I want to talk about the distance to the sun, because it pertains to the Earth.
It has no logical bearing on the shape of the Earth.
No worries, Gregory. So if you want to talk about
the surface of the Earth,
you're now avoiding. You're avoiding talking about the sun because you know that it's problematic.
It does not inform you about the geometric surface of the Earth. Not you persevering to dominate the voice channel to digress to some other irrelevant subject. That does not have any logical or causal bearing on the surface of the Earth. It's very simple. So either talk about the surface of the Earth like we're repeatedly digressing or directing your attention to, or not.
No worries. So, I'm sorry. Who am I speaking to?
There's people in the text chat, right, posting images involving, it's got the sun and the surface of the Earth. Would you say that they are talking about the sun when they shouldn't be?
So again,
So
digressing to
Cyrus.
some other subject.
Gregory, just a moment. No problem. Look at here. I've got a citation for you from Sustainable by Design. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So even the sun and solar elevation angles to it prove that you are on a plane.
That's not a good proof. Like, this thing used the word horizontal plane, therefore the ground is a horizontal plane. That's clearly not a sense.
When you're talking about proof, mate, when you're talking about not a good enough proof, what is your proof of the radius of the Earth?
My proof of the radius of the Earth. I honestly, I don't walk around with the maths in my head all the time because I'm not I don't care about needing to prove this as much as you might.
A long way of saying I don't know,
care
dude.
about the flat Earth. I don't know.
So you've got no proof then?
No proof.
It's for me. It's as simple as I'm aware that the maths is out there. I look it up when I need it, and I honestly cannot.
Cyrus, brother, we're not looking for math. We're looking for Earth curvature in reality.
Where is it?
Earth curvature in reality is.
Where is it?
It's. I can't talk about where it is because you've banned me from talking about
the sun.
Bouncing radio waves off of air. We banned you from that.
I can't talk about the sun, so I cannot talk about my beliefs because you won't let me talk about the sun.
Okay, no problem. So the sun makes the Earth.
Okay, so say your argument.
Right.
So
say the argument.
Hello.
Lord's yours.
If you're talking, we can't hear you. Disconnect, reconnect.
Oh, sorry about that. Don't know what that was. So I wanted to talk about the sun originally, and I wanted to ask how far away is the sun going to your flat Earth views? And this is you wanting me to talk about my beliefs?
No. We don't have a distance to the sun. You do.
You don't have a distance to the sun. Are you saying
no, I don't even know what the sun is. We told you that earlier.
Don't know. You have the.
Yeah, let's get to his argument. Let's get to his argument. Okay, so your appeal to the sun. Say your argument.
Okay. So, if light. See, here's the thing. I'm talking in a conversation with multiple people. I can't.
Keep Googling.
Rely on the fact that you all believe the same things about traveling in straight lines. Do we all accept that on the scales that we're talking about, the size of the Earth, light roughly travels in straight lines? Or is that not something that I'm allowed to assume in a discussion?
Just stop asking questions. Say your argument.
Yeah.
We have to agree on. See, if we can't agree on certain facts of reality, then we cannot.
What is it with these people in this? This is not a part of any logic course. You don't need to ask us questions. We don't need to agree with you with every premise for you to complete the task of saying your argument. Just say your argument.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what we agree with. You've put forth your point.
You don't need to give us a quiz about every premise in your argument before you complete the task of saying your argument. Complete the task of saying your argument in the microphone.
Okay.
We'll all be quiet while you do it.
So, I am saying, this is my assumption here, that on the scale of the Earth, the deviation of the path of light is too small to worry about, so light basically travels. If light basically travels in straight line, then I'm trying to understand like how do we have like the day-night cycle with flat Earth? Are we saying that the sun is hidden behind hills?
You're asking questions again.
Do you have an argument or a premise, or are you just going to ask questions? You can ask questions, no problem.
How about this
We're just
question?
curious as to how this will help you.
Yeah. How about this question? Do you know what an argument is, yes or no? If yes, please tell us. Because if you don't know what an argument is, it seems like you don't. Then you can't obviously complete the task. Do you know what an argument is, yes or no? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Disconnect, reconnect.
He's searching for that. Sorry. Nearly there.
For the sake of the audience, an argument is a series of premises, one or more premises, specific, objective, preferably true premises, to support a concluding premise. That's an argument. Premise, conclusion. Not quiz the audience, right? That's a quiz, not an argument.
Don't forget that the premises actually have to be linked. It can't just be three disparate premises and then a random conclusion. That doesn't follow.
Yeah, preferably a valid logic sequence, right? Specific, objective, preferably true premises and a logically valid argument, right? Like AI just mentioned.
Yes, for example, apples are red. Crayons are made of wax. Good girls like bad boys, therefore the earth is a globe.
That's called a logically sound argument. Is that what it takes to silence a globalist? What's an argument? Zoop.
Must be, yeah. I think the Black Swan sort of really got him. He went straight to the sun after the Black Swan.
Well, if light now he vanished, so let's move on. Another user.
If light travels in straight lines, then that validates all the laser tests that prove that the Earth's not a globe. So he kind of shoots himself in the foot if he goes down that line. If he goes down the other line, he shoots his horizon in the foot. Then he can't use the horizon as proof of Earth curvature, so he shoots himself in the foot. So now he's, a paraplegic in a wheelchair. So what now?
I mean, if the sunlight travelled in straight lines, wouldn't the spring equinox be on the same day everywhere at the same time?
What AI just said was an instance of pointing out a dilemma, the horns of a dilemma. So given the implications of the only two options that he could argue, then his concluding premise couldn't be true either way.
So Muscle Ghost has his mic open. You guys might want to engage him.
What?
Yeah, huh?
I was baffled by that mention.
I'm playing a game. Just listening.
So we.
Okay. Could you do me a favor? All the keyboard tapping is kind of annoying. Could you go on mute when you're not talking, please?
The floor is open. Anyone who wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball.
Oh yes, and for the slow kids in the back, unless you think that if the Earth was flat, that everything on the ground would transpose itself into your top field of view, and everything in the sky would transpose itself into your bottom field of view, then necessarily there's going to be a horizon. There's no such thing as there's not a horizon if the Earth is flat. I just hope you guys realize that, because it's painful to even begin to talk about with people that are so dense that they can't comprehend that the horizon is simply where all the angles from the stuff, stop, and the angles from the other thing begin.
Geeks isn't complaining in chat that he was censored earlier. Certain arguments or observations he's not allowed to present. So, Geeks, please do. I'm so sorry that anybody would have censored you. Please give us your argument.
Nah, not today. I saw
not today.
I saw under the hood a little bit earlier, so got a better understanding of what's going on.
Oh, did you now? You got inside peek and the machinations of the moderation of this channel. Is that it?
It must be strange being a globe, not being able to prove the fact that you live on a globe.
I can.
So you say?
Really strange.
Yeah, so I say, but
without argumentation.
No, I have the arguments, but not in here.
So you say without presenting them.
Certain things not allowed to be said. I saw what was going on.
Such as doesn't include arguments.
Oh my goodness!
Arguments aren't
Geeks,
forbidden.
We're not going to talk about things that can't be said. The only things that can't be said are the things that are against the server rules and TOS. Okay. So, I mean, if you want to talk about that, I mean, I guess go form a support group channel in the lower channels, and they create your own channel forum in the politics. You and anybody else who wants to cry about what they can and can't say here could go and give each other hugs.
Yeah, so it's been patently refuted that arguments are not allowed to be said in this channel, so you can say them. And so as long as you keep saying that you know the Earth to be a ball and that you do have arguments, but without presenting arguments, then you're only demonstrating that you're just reaffirming what you have yet to prove.
Correct. You win. That's the important part. You win.
Well, sarcasm can't refute me either, so.
Oh.
No. I'm saying I concede. I'm not being sarcastic. You win. That's the important part.
That's right. Gregory wins. Yay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's important.
That's a new reply that I've been receiving lately. I've been receiving from a couple of different users where they sarcastically grant me the victory.
Why do you think that is?
Because you guys have been laboriously beaten into the
Gregory wins by default, his beard.
By Gregory Sesquipedalius verbosity, and you can't raise yourself. You can't raise yourself from the ground again. Is that it?
That's it.
So why don't you then ask for peace? Okay, so for example, why don't you ask Gregory, for a couple of days out of the week, could you just talk in 3-syllable words? And then maybe you could, and him could hang out. How about that?
No, he's got work to do. He's got work to do here. He doesn't need me hanging around bothering him. It's interesting though that Gregory, you say that a couple of people have started that kind of thing has started ramping up. I mean, AI gave one reason why. Can you think of any other reasons why? While we're on the subject, why people are starting to do that?
You're not going to like my assessment.
You can't offend. You won't offend or upset me. Have at it.
No, another day.
Cool. Understood.
The floor is open. Anyone who wants to prove that they know the Earth is
now that we understand that Homeboy Geeks is multisyllabic impaired, we can continue.
Multisyllabically impaired. But yeah, the floor is open. Anyone who wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball. It's such a well-established empirical rock-solid fact. It should be like inhaling and exhaling easy to refute us.
Well, I guess Bruto Duck posted something. It was a flat earther refuses to pay up 88,000 pounds. Challenge to prove the Earth is round. And
88,000 pounds.
Yeah, 88,000 pounds. So basically, based off of a flight from one point to another point, and then I guess heading due east or due west, and then making a 90-degree turn twice, and you end up at the same place. I think I know what the flat Earth argument for that is, but maybe you guys could discuss that.
I believe I missed something. What was the challenge? It was a challenge, right?
It's in the chat. I think it's Bruto Duck posted it. I think I could copy and paste it.
Oh yeah, so the challenge was basically for pilots to chart a flight where you take 2 turns that are 90 degrees and you end up in the place where you started.
Okay. And
somebody did it.
That wouldn't get you to the place you began.
Well, but somebody did it.
That wouldn't get you to the place you began, so no, someone couldn't do it. That's just an incomplete
You guys
square.
need to understand that there is no
maybe it's
truth
worth it
without
for you to check out.
What does this have to do with curvature?
Nage defines.
Right, there's that one also.
So this could only happen on a globe model. If you were to travel, for example, let's say you're at the North Pole and you travel due south in a straight line, and then you make a 90-degree turn, traveling due west, and then you make another 90-degree turn towards the north, and you travel in a straight line again, and then you end up at the same place. That can only happen on a sphere.
It wouldn't be 90 degrees.
It would totally.
This challenge is misconceived. It's not geometrically coherent.
It's definitely 90 degrees.
It's not.
What does this have to do with curvature again?
Because it's only possible on a curved Earth.
Yeah,
no, it's not. Like reaffirming the premise after I'm critiquing it doesn't make it true. Stop doing that.
You haven't critiqued anything. You just denied.
But I have critiqued it.
No, you haven't. Go for it.
I have.
Go for it.
Right.
Holy crap!
Move in a straight line forward.
Hold on. Yeah. Before we go, bro, a 290-degree turns is 180, which means you're going back to where you came. So of course you're going to arrive back where you started. Good grief.
Yeah, that's stupid.
No, parallel vector transport is a theorem within topology that's been proven.
And
that has what to do with curvature.
You don't move to the side, which is the point. You make one turn, you move, and then you make another turn, and you move again, and then you end up where you started.
That doesn't make sense. Like someone needs to give an argument and illustrate this, because all I can conceive logically, given those premises, is someone on the verge of traveling in a square pattern, but without the last line.
Can you go forward? Can you go forward, and then can you rotate at a 90-degree angle?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. You go forward.
I get that. That doesn't make you go back to where you began.
It depends.
Two turns at 90 degrees don't make you turn back to where you started.
It doesn't, but they did it in reality.
Chill, everybody chill. Listen, I'm going to make this very clear. You have to parse out more information. Because if I travel in a straight line and immediately turn 90 and then turn 90 again, I've turned 180, and I can travel exactly back to where I left. So you need more information, please.
Right.
I think the best thing to do for me would be to send.
You go forward, turn 90 degrees, go forward again, turn 90 degrees, and you return to your origin.
You didn't.
Huh?
No, you didn't.
Yes, on a sphere, that's what works.
No. Not even on a
Parallel
sphere.
vector transport can be generalized to any dimensional surface. On a flat plane, you would be right, but on a sphere, you're wrong.
So on a sphere, you're also wrong.
No.
Yeah, so illustrate it. Demonstrate it.
Okay, brutal.
Hold on, before we continue. Too bad. Before we continue, okay, it's not the case that it's just travel forward. It must be specific distances. It's not just any distance. So again, we're lacking information. Please, for the love of God, tell the whole information so we don't have to spend 3 hours digging it out of each other.
I don't think it matters what the distance is as long
Okay,
as
so he's not going to demonstrate.
So you're just going to interrupt me. I'll just decline. Yeah,
Okay.
you can't handle it. Right,
Right,
so
brutal
you go forward a set distance. You go forward a distance of 1. You rotate 90
Doing the very
degrees.
thing AI said not to do.
All right, hey, brutal duck. I saw you were trying to get in. What you got something to say?
Also, they were actually talking about the thing that I posted, right? And so what I was gonna say is it's probably best if I just sent the video of the guy who actually did it, and then, like, because he's the one who made the claim and completed the challenge. I think that would be the most productive thing to do.
Is this a challenge you're talking about where Flat Out Hero asked globalists to plot a course using
Well,
the
it's
globe model?
I sent the thing here. It's this guy Wolfie 6020.
Yeah, that was debunked because other people also sent in answers to Flat Out Hero, and they were all different. Like 16 people sent in responses to Flat Out Hero's challenge, and every single one of them was different. Now, one of them was the same. So they all had completely different Earths that they were presenting, and they all thought they were correct. So Flat Out Hero was able to debunk each one of them using the other contest submissions.
Right, so you don't debunk things by saying "nuh-uh." You have to show a contradiction.
Yeah, that wasn't his argument either. So you don't debunk things by misrepresenting other people's arguments.
Yeah, he used all the other answers. He used people who claim globe to help debunk other people who claim globe.
No.
Flat Out Hero's claim was that the globe is so observer dependent, no two people will get the same answer.
Yeah, that's just false. That's just false because if the Earth is a globe, then whether it's curved or not would be independent of any observers.
Which is also not his argument. You don't know how to interpret arguments and you refuse to do so. Stop debating.
It is his argument if that's what he's saying. And you just deny and it doesn't prove anything.
You didn't address his argument.
The way you disprove an argument is by demonstrating that it entails a contradiction. And you haven't done that.
That's not the only way to disprove an argument. So you also don't know how to refute an argument.
Yeah, holy crap. I was about to have an aneurysm if somebody didn't say that.
What's your other method of refuting an argument?
Exposing non sequiturs, exposing informal fallacies, exposing absurd implications.
Non sequitur doesn't refute an argument.
Yes, it does. It exposes it to be invalid.
It doesn't make the value of the proposition false. It simply means that the argument is invalid.
That's what I just said to you.
Invalid. There's a difference between valid and sound.
I'm aware.
Right? Showing an argument is invalid doesn't mean it's not sound.
Look, listen, hold on, friends. An argument, right, carries a conclusion. Now, if you disprove the argument, that doesn't mean you disprove the conclusion necessarily. But you have disproven the argument. And no, contradictions are not the only way to disprove an argument.
What's the other way? What's the other way?
You can prove one of the premises false.
What?
Goodness sakes. Holy shit. If you prove any of the necessary premises false, then the conclusion doesn't carry of a necessity and the argument is disproven.
That doesn't disprove the argument. That's simply contesting the argument. That doesn't show that the argument is false. It shows that.
One more time for the slow kids in the back. I didn't say it disproves the conclusion. It disproves the argument.
It shows that the argument is invalid, but validity and soundness are different things. You don't know the difference between validity and sound, right? If you can show that the argument is invalid, then you can justifiably reject the conclusion. But you haven't proven the argument is false. You've simply proven that it's formally invalid.
Dude. No, you are so insufferably desperate to score a point that you're literally repeating the very thing that he said to you as though it refutes him.
Yeah, I know.
What he did.
It's like we're dealing with retards here. It's pathetic.
I think we can just agree that we cannot use this argument to come to that conclusion. Maybe something else, maybe not.
Listen, one more time, kids. So when somebody does this and they say, I disproved one of your premises, therefore I disproved your conclusion, okay, that is when you make the fallacy of, what's it called? The fallacy, right? Just because you had a fallacy or you had an improper premise, it means your conclusion itself, severally from the argument, is necessarily false. That's the point. You could disprove that the argument carries the conclusion. That would make the argument itself false. But that has no bearing on the conclusion. I hope that got through to somebody, for goodness sakes.
Well, it got through to me because you were reiterating what I said before you.
Right. So it still remains that you can refute an argument by showing it leads to a contradiction, and you'll need to do that.
Yeah, we heard that. We already know that. Thank you for the truism. Move on.
It's not a truism. It's simply facts.
It is a truism.
We know show a contradiction, and that would invalidate it. But you could also disprove one of the premises and a couple other things you could do. Contradiction is not the only way, for goodness sakes. All right, now that we all agree with that there's multiple ways to attack an argument and prove that the argument itself is flawed, false, faulty, invalid, whatever.
No, that's the fallacy.
The conclusion doesn't carry. What, dude? Holy crap, dude!
You're committing the fallacy, right?
Oh my goodness! I'm about to slap one of my crap out of you. Metaphorically, of course. I apologize. Listen, I just outlined what the fallacy is. I said the fallacy is when if you disprove the argument, that you then claim you've disproved the conclusion necessarily. That's the fallacy.
No, it isn't. You should look it up, dude. You have Google.
Oh my goodness. Listen, if you show the argumentation string to be fallacious in nature, or to have employed a logical fallacy, right, you've disproven the argument string. You have not disproven the conclusion necessarily. To claim you've disproven the conclusion necessarily is the fallacy. Now, I didn't say you disproved the conclusion. I literally said no less than 5 times that disproving someone's argument doesn't necessarily disprove their conclusion. So for then someone, after I just described those 2 things, to then accuse me of committing the fallacy is just stone cold retardation. All right, I'm going to mute Brenda so Brenda can defend themselves.
That's the invincible ignorance fallacy, by the way.
Fair enough, but Brenda has to be able to speak. All right, go ahead.
Right. So if I present a invalid argument for some conclusion, C, right, showing that my argument is invalid, it doesn't follow that the conclusion is false. Yeah, that's what I've been arguing for.
That's what just explained.
That's what Gregory said. That's what I said. That's what you said. We're all in agreement here.
Well, let's just move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on, all in agreement, but it's painful that you actually don't think we're in agreement on that point. Yeah. It literally hurts.
So can we just move on, right? So what is the argument? All right. And what is the fallacy that it rests on?
Crit, as you were explaining.
Oh yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if that was to me or to you. So yeah, if you get multiple people who all think they gave the right answer, and each one of them is a completely different answer, they all can't be right. One of them has to be wrong. At least one of them is right, then the other 15 are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So by having that many wrong answers, Flat Out Hero was able to demonstrate using globe logic, using atheist globalist logic, to demonstrate that his claim that the globe is so observer dependent that each globalist has their own interpretation of it that doesn't match anyone else. They're all completely different.
That wasn't the argument.
Could they all have been wrong? Crit?
Yeah, they all could have been wrong.
Right.
But the problem is they thought they were right.
It doesn't matter what they think. If they were all wrong, it doesn't show then that the globe just fits to anybody's beliefs, right?
It simply means that's not the argument.
It simply means that those people were wrong. That's all it means.
You say you're persevering your false interpretation of his argument.
See, the thing is, they think they're right.
It doesn't matter what they think.
Because their worldview is so subjective that it doesn't match anyone else's understanding
That's fine.
of the globe.
That could be true for all of them. It doesn't mean that the conclusion is true or false.
His conclusion was...
He's aware.
Yeah, the Flat Hero's conclusion was that no one will give the same answer. He won't get two identical answers. But he didn't tip the hat.
Matter.
He didn't say that. He said, watch, I'll give these guys a challenge. They'll think they'll complete it, and each one of them will have a completely different answer.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that there is no globe. It simply means that those people got the questions wrong. That's all it means.
Correct.
Right. You can't conclude then that the globe just fits anybody's beliefs. You can't conclude that.
No, you conclude that each one of them is only inside their own observer dependency. They're not able to go outside of that.
That's fine. For each of those respondents, right, they were wrong. They made a mistake of some kind, right?
Yeah, so stop repeating his argument back to him like you know better than him.
Well, he can't reach the conclusion that he's claiming for. He can't conclude.
What's his conclusion?
His conclusion is that the globe comports to anybody's beliefs.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting that sentence.
What is the conclusion, Crit? What is your conclusion?
That each person has their own observer dependency of what the globe means. It's a very subjective.
Does that mean that there is no globe?
I would say inside their own worldview, they got a globe.
No, objectively, does it mean that there is no globe?
There's no.
Let him finish the answer, Brenda.
It's a subjective idea. It's not an objective idea.
That's your argument doesn't prove that it's a subjective idea. It only proves that those people got the terms of the challenge incorrect, or that's all it proves.
No, it does prove that it's a subjective idea when they supposedly get empirical measurements or supposedly get empirical observations, but they don't actually correspond to any empirical data. Then it's only a subjective perception thereof.
That's just a mistake.
That's not an actual observation of empirical data that exists independent and external of the mind.
Yeah, that's just a mistake that person has made. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's true. There could be mistakes all around. There could be mistakes in the data they receive. For example, the maps could be wrong. There could be mistakes on the data that they get. For example, their interpretations of the data is wrong, whatever. Now, that being said, this seems to be a practical challenge to where somebody's supposed to do this in reality and actually chart their course in physical free space. So if anybody did that and actually has validation that they did that, and an actual way to validate their attitude and orientation and location and travel directions and all of that, then by all means, whoever is claiming that, post it. We'd like to see it.
I just posted it. So this is the flight chart. This is like the actual plan for the flight.
Oh, no, friend. I don't want a flight plan. I want proof that the flight was taken.
Oh, you want someone actually flying that? Okay.
Dude.
It's going to be an infinite series of demands. It's going to be an infinite series of demands, is what it's going to be.
Then you want the camera in the cockpit. Then you want to be in the cockpit. Then you want to fly the plane.
People take those flights. Like, there's people on those flights right now. So I don't get what you want.
They want to shift goalposts as long as possible.
No, what we want is for you to demonstrate what you claim you demonstrated.
Well,
correct.
if you're to charge this flight, then you can fly it too.
Just hold on, dude. It sounded like you're telling me that there's a flight that you can get on, and the way the plane flies after you buy your ticket is it takes off, flies a certain amount, turns 90 degrees midair, flies a certain amount, turns 90 degrees midair, and then returns you where you came from. You're claiming that flight you could just buy a ticket to? Are you crazy?
You can chart like you can map out the flight plan for that, right? And then you could theoretically use a plane to fly that. Yeah. You could fly a straight line. Obviously, take a turn, fly, take a turn.
Cool and impressed. Yeah, that's great. I'm great and cool and impressed that you could theoretically do this. You weren't asked for the theory. You were asked for the practice.
I don't have a plane. Sorry, dude.
Well, then
okay,
your
so you
point,
don't have a demonstration of this actually happening.
Point, yeah, exactly. Your particular point is smooth and irrelevant. Thanks. Now, I could have sworn I asked for somebody actually having done it and the practical validation methodology that they did to prove they did it. Somebody at first seemed to say they had it, then all of a sudden we're hearing about these hypotheticals, so now I'm confused.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
well,
called the
just to
Moten
clear
Bailey
it up,
fallacy
all
once
of
again.
this started from a challenge post from flat earthers to chart this flight plan, not to fly it, to chart it. When somebody completed that challenge and they didn't pay up, that's how this all started.
Yeah, it's the Moten Bailey fallacy once again. Yeah, as people try to, as people persevere to refuse to let me say this, right? So it's the Moten Bailey fallacy once again. They said the Bailey, this actually happened. Then they relapsed to the moat once the Bailey was refuted. Oh no, it's just theoretically possible.
Okay,
Yeah,
Brutal Duck.
That was the
there
challenge,
were,
though.
That was the challenge, yeah. They challenged him to chart the flight, not to fly it.
Brutal Duck, okay, there was 16 people who all submitted answers to this challenge. Each one of them said they got the right answer.
Okay.
And each one of them gave a different answer. Who is he supposed to pay up to then? All of them?
I haven't seen those answers.
Well, go talk to File Hero. He's got a huge social media footprint. This guy is internet famous.
We gotta be fair. We gotta be fair. If he's only claiming to chart flights from pre-existent routes, that's one claim. Because otherwise, you could just chart. Because look, we all know you could draw a quote-unquote spherical triangle on the surface of a ball. So literally, this challenge to be given out doesn't seem like a very well thought out challenge.
Yeah, but that would be cheating, though, right? That wouldn't be going in a straight line
in the first place, AI.
Well, my point is this: if you make a challenge, right, that's easily done hypothetically, then it seems like it's kind of a dumb challenge to make, because if it only exists in the hypothetical, then it's very easy to meet the challenge because you don't have to put it in practice. So it's like,
it's moot.
In my opinion, I would have advised this guy not to do it.
Right.
Well, not necessarily, because if you make a challenge in a certain way, okay, in a certain form and in a certain manner, the expectation, with certain expectations, it could be legally enforced. You could be sued.
You'll see, that was a point, because he was going to demonstrate that each one of them had a completely different globe that they were proving. Each one of them.
That's fair, but That's fair. But each one of them has a severable, depending on the nature of the thing, which I don't know the particulars. Each one of them has a severable claim, and if they can just prove that they met the spirit of the challenge and precisely charted a course that returns back where it started on a hypothetical, when it was only a hypothetical charting in the first instance, man, I mean, he could have to pay up.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that didn't happen, because they also had to match the globe model. So they presented their own version of a globe.
Oh, okay.
Their own person.
Okay. I got you, bro. So, like, for example, he said do it on an actual globe model, like a WGS-84, and what they did is did it on a beach ball.
Yeah, or like McToon did it with like a homeless person tent. Built like a tent out of rods and stuff and maps.
Yeah, I seen that one.
Yeah, so each one of them had a completely different version of the Earth, but each one of them said they were also presenting the Earth.
So, in other words,
all he would have to do is prove that they didn't actually use the official quote-unquote model, and then he wins.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. He was able just to present each other, each one with their someone else. So Flat Out Hero says, "Hey, well, McToon says he's right. If he's right, why is Woofy wrong? If he's wrong, then why is Woofy right?" He was able to ask some questions that they couldn't answer because none of them. It was kind of like where the legislative and the Senate both pass a bill that are the same but different, and they have to square it before it goes to the president's desk. That's kind of like what you had here, but 16 different versions of the globe, and none of them could square it with each other. They all debunked one another.
So,
Did
in other
anybody
words,
actually see these videos that allegedly were all contradictory and were all wrong? Cause...
Yeah, File Hero. Just go to his YouTube channel. He's got the whole thing documented. He went into some globalist snake pits and presented the same arguments there too, where they freak out and shut his mic off and yell at him and everything. He's got, I think he's on Facebook too. You can just message him. This dude is internet famous. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. How you can't find this guy in the information age when he's got
his name
probably
is Flat Earth Hero.
Flat Earth Hero, yeah. He's got a massive social media footprint. Massive.
All I see is Pinterest and YouTube.
Fair enough, guys, but we're still left with the same problem that we had previously, which is this claim that if you travel in this manner, you'll arrive back where you started. Yet, not the practice of someone actually traveling in that manner and arriving back where they started. So, where's that?
Right.
The distance at which it happens. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Like, that's what I'm saying. Where does this happen? At what distance do you get this result? Even better, at what distance does the triangle become more than 180 degrees? What does this become 181?
Whenever the plane's curvature, I think a triangle on a flat plane adds up to 180, but with enough curvature on a plane, like let's say at 10,000 miles, it'll add up to 360.
The aircraft or the Earth?
Look at this, 10,000 miles.
The triangle you make.
10,000 miles. That's practical to you? Say that.
I'm not sure.
How far can you go where the triangle will be more than 180? Just 181.
I'm not sure. I'd have to use the distance of the plane.
Just walk it. How far? Like half a mile?
Oh no. This is still flat locally. It's still
locally flat. Okay, good.
Listen, I've seen them draw it, and it usually it's like a quarter of the side of the ball.
Yeah, but
so yeah, in the multiple thousands of miles.
Yeah, the one that Woofy did was like it went across the equator for like 8,000 miles. It went all the way to the North Pole and went back down to the equator. You're like, dude, you really think that's doable? That's practical? And then someone else like McToon did it from like just in the Atlantic Ocean, like his triangles. But even still, these are huge. These are huge distances.
Correct. However, we do have vehicles that exist that could complete this journey, and we do have methods that could help, like aerial refueling, etc. So, in principle, it could theoretically be done if possible. However, what I'm waiting for is where has it been done? That's what I'm looking for.
It hasn't, and it can't be.
So, an irrelevant appeal to a math problem that is empirically inadequate, that lacks empirical credentials.
However, practically possible in principle. If indeed the Earth is a globe, then it is practically possible in principle with the technology that exists presently today. However, that doesn't mean it's been done, or could be done, because the Earth would have to be a globe in the first instance.
So let's look at that. What does a globe require? Drop over distance. Easier, much easier to talk about than some massive multi-endeavor in air refueling. Like, come on now. Like, just why not go to the easiest possible thing? Like you say, ships sink over the horizon. That's a physically curved. Let's just look at that. No curve, no globe. You don't need to go in these meth-fueled symposiums. And that's kind of why Flat Earth Hero did that. He wanted to show you that even if you give the guy all the meth he needs, and all the sticky tape, and all the double-sided tape, and all the maps, they're never going to come up with something that's even practical, let alone repeatable.
Did you say math or meth?
Meth.
You said meth.
I got to keep them up at night so they can keep thinking?
Yeah, like a meth-fueled symposium.
Yeah, gotcha.
Meth-fueled math.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many you give them.
That's great. So what does Brenda have to say about this? Brenda, what do you got to say?
I saw that comment you immediately deleted, Brenda. You're not slick.
Well, whatever. Look, we're just looking for the validation that this has ever happened in reality. So Brenda is a well-resourced individual that surely has it on tap. So go ahead, present it, please. Brandon, say nothing and you owe me $20. Go ahead. Oh, well, that's the easiest $20 I ever made.
She's still muted, I think.
You gotta unmute him.
What? Oh, dang it. Ain't nobody took my cue. Good grief. Well, look, friends, on the mobile version, it shows the person as if they're unmuted unless you tap your screen. It's stupid.
You're stupid.
Hold on. Oh my goodness, dude, this is impossible. Can someone do it for me, please?
Unmute Brenda.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct that on mobile it doesn't show the status correctly. I've seen that before too. So it's not.
That's only says that one recent update because it used to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it does that.
Let me ask you this: do you have an iPhone?
Android.
Yeah. So what if the iPhone users get to see it and they pretend like it's a benefit that Apple's have?
No.
It's like get an iPhone. It's the only device that can handle so we use the unmute. All right. So that being said, hold on, friend. Brenda was going to present the validation of this course having been taken in practical reality. All right, go ahead, Brenda. The floor is yours.
That wasn't Fallout Heroes challenge. He didn't challenge people to do it in reality.
Well, fair enough. But we already pounded his challenge into oblivion, and we reopened the question of has this ever been done in practical reality? So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
All right. I'll graciously accept that answer.
Yeah, I'm going to go make lunch.
Now, so I had to wait. Listen, friends, I had to wait an extra 5 minutes to listen to Brenda admit to the audience that after all this hemming and hawing, there is no validation of this trip having been taken with a gracious and eloquent I don't know. Now, friends, do you see how easy it is to whoop Brenda's ass? I mean, good grief. Anybody else want to step in where Brenda failed and present this to having been done in practical reality? Anyone at all? You got the secret PDF, you got the secret tapes, you got the secret telemetry data, any of that juiciness? Anyone? Yeah, that's what I thought. Bunch of hypothetical fantasyland propositions. What you bring in here as if it's somehow proof of something. All right. So, oh, what, bridge towers? Yeah, anybody got bridge towers? Bridge towers for 200, please, Alex. How about transcontinental arcs of the parallel for 300, Alex? How about that? You got any of that sweet juiciness?
The satellite stopped believing in him. That's crazy.
Assumptions to carry the conclusion. What? Go ahead, friend. Go ahead.
You're lagging so hard, so I said the satellite stopped believing in you.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing that cellular signals aren't transmitted via satellite.
Internet comes from satellite.
No, it doesn't. Are you dumb, dude? You think that satellite latency is sufficient to carry the internet on its shoulders? Are you kidding me, dude? Now, don't get me wrong, certain technologies have advanced. They claim that they have satellites that are able to broadcast, but the ping is still horrendous. Okay? Horrendous. That is why everybody knows that the big ass thick undersea cable from continent to continent is what the internet's actually traveling through, Holmes.
Mountaineers can use radio signals on top of the mountains.
Okay, cool. And then what?
There's no ground towers up there.
So?
Yeah, they have internet. They have a connection.
So? What's that proof?
That it's not only ground towers.
Dude, you're saying there's no ground towers on the mountain, therefore they can't be connected to a ground tower. That doesn't logically follow.
It's too far.
Too far for what?
For a connection.
Yeah, sure thing, dude. That's why Russia had a machine that could see across the entire Atlantic Ocean. Or Pacific Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Nicobine could transmit thousands and 10,000s of miles. That's why Homeboy Cabrini, or whatever his name was, did a 10,000 mile transmission. I mean, good grief, dude.
I mean, Russia also claims to have military dolphins.
Well, I would. Wouldn't you?
If I had some, sure.
Yeah, dude, dolphins are trainable. You could literally train a dolphin to bring a bomb and give it to the American soldier. Be like, look, American soldier, this is a baby that I saved from the ocean. Ha ha, just kidding. Dolphins are highly trainable, dude. Why wouldn't you have them as a weapon? So, satellite. Okay, airborne transmission technology platforms. Okay, what's wrong with that? High altitude airborne transmission interconnectivity platforms. What the frick? What does that prove?
Satellites.
Okay, so you said the word satellites, right? What does that prove?
I'm sorry?
Yes, you said the word. You said a single word, satellites. What does that mean, and what's that prove?
Oh, you ask what does it prove to have these high altitude, whatever you said, right? So those are satellites. It proves that they exist.
Satellites actually prove that the Earth is not curving. You want me to demonstrate that for you?
No.
Or the waters across are not curving, because we do have infrared image from a satellite, and it shows, right? It's gonna show you. Are you in the text? Whoever is saying satellites, are you in the text chat?
Oh, you're asking me? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying satellites, right? So look at this satellite infrared image, bro. This is from NASA, okay? From a satellite.
I can't tell what I'm looking at.
It's an infrared image of the satellite is looking towards the
horizon.
It's looking towards the north, right? Towards the north. So towards the polar, right?
Okay.
And I'll show you the position of it. I'll show you the position. I got it right here. Look, this is the position, or the claim position, right? But look at this. Look at this, right? It's showing you. It's showing you 1,120 kilometers of a horizontal line, not curving, and it's actually showing you an altitude of 40 kilometers. So,
but the guy needs to now. He said satellites prove globe apparently. So go ahead, guy.
But this satellite is proving that it's not curving. Look.
No, but let him do the work. Proof of globe with satellites, please.
So that wasn't even a claim. I don't know. So I said one thing, and suddenly there's 3 people jumping on me. Is it because like I'm available or whatever?
Oh my!
Yes.
Do you have a claim?
That's why.
Do you have a claim?
No, he has a claim. Yeah, this is his claim so far.
I can answer the original guy's question. I don't know who.
Yeah. So does Gemsy have a question on the table that one deck's interrupting? Is that what's going on here?
No, actually, I probably misheard him saying satellites argument of some sort, and I said, "Oh, satellites. Okay, let me show you about this satellite. It's showing not curving." That was my mistake, maybe. Go ahead.
No worries. I mean, all of this homeboy did was just say the word satellites are real and didn't provide any other ancillary point. He was asked, what does he mean by satellites and what does it prove? And he provided nothing.
The reason why I said it was because we were talking about satellite internet, and since they don't have a ground connection available, what else would it be other than satellites?
Oh, dude, nobody's denying that you can have airborne interconnectivity.
Well,
right?
It seems
But
like
that
people
is
wanted to. That's why I'm saying it again.
no, nobody ever tried denying that.
Does anyone want it?
What was actually substantiated and said is that alleged satellite internet, the ping is too bad, right? Which is why most people prefer the regular internet, which goes over cables. So anything that's claimed to be a transmission-based internet sucks ass. It's that simple.
Brutal Duck, I got I wouldn't say a challenge for you, but an idea here. Do you have Woofy's answer memorized to Flower Heroes challenge? Did you memorize the answers?
Whose answer?
Woofy 29, whatever it is.
Oh, AI Overlord.
No, Woofy, the guy who answered the. Okay,
huh?
That's who you're
I'm
talking
sorry.
about, right?
I'm not sure who you mean.
The one with the 90-degree turns to get back like a spherical triangle.
Oh, I didn't actually hear most of the answer.
Okay, so that's perfect, okay? What you should do now is come up with your own answer to that question, then compare it to Woofy's.
Oh, you mean the... Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused. So the guy who made the YouTube video, right? You're talking about this guy. Right, so I saw what he put into the flight chart mapping tool. I don't know what to call it. It showed that there's two 90-degree turns. That's what it showed.
Okay, so you do it now.
You want me to put a...
And see if you get the same answer.
Man, I would have to find... Okay, I can do that, sure.
I mean, not using the same method he used. Use your own method with your own data.
Right, yeah. Okay, I'll do the challenge.
Yeah, and see, this is the best part. That's kind of what Flat Out Hero is saying. You will not get the same answer.
Will you do it as well, Crit? Will you do it as well, Crit?
I would think it depends on the starting point, right? I think you will end up where you start if you're at the North Pole, but
North Pole.
I'm not sure if that's always the case. I'm not really good with visualizing that kind of stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So try. Just give it a shot. See, the prediction is you will not get the same answer. Each time someone tries to do this, they will get a different answer. It's so observer dependent.
Shouldn't there be a consistent answer?
You think, right?
Yeah, so what's going on there?
The Earth's not a globe.
Definitely not.
But so wouldn't it be consistently the same then on a flat Earth? Like
a globe? That would be impossible.
Huh.
Because impossible, the ball, that's good, yeah. Correct.
Yeah, the impossibilities, the claim of a globe and the impossibilities that comes with that, it will make it impossible. Water attached to the outside of a spinning. Yeah, listen.
I got the
the impossibilities of this conception of a water ball through the vacuum of impossibility, it's just impossible. Go ahead.
Crit, are you going to do the flight path challenge as well? See what you get.
Yeah, I did it, and I always got 180-degree triangle. I never got even 1 degree more. It was always 180.
You got a triangle?
Can you show me?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. You can do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, but do you want to compare?
For what reason? Why compare?
To see if you get the same result.
We won't. That's not the point. You won't get the same result. As soon as you try to draw a triangle over 180, each person's answer will be completely different because they're in the realm of a meth field symposium. They're outside of physical reality.
But it sounds like you have some method to get 180 degrees triangles consistently. So I was just curious what that is.
What about me?
Yeah,
Were you
every
saying
time.
it to me? Were you saying
Every
it to
time
me?
you try, every time you try to draw a triangle, do it up.
A triangle means it's. Do you got a triangle? That means it's a globe, isn't it? I don't know.
How's it come to this?
What do you mean?
How's it come to this?
What, silence?
Triangles.
Yeah, one deck. Go ahead. What do you think?
I just listen in nowadays and think how pathetic.
How pathetic. Oh, we lost him.
Did he cut out or did he get muted?
I think it got cut out. I don't know. I heard the first. I think he was aiming the pathetic at us Globers, wasn't he? Maybe. I don't know.
Why would you think that?
Well, it's going to be aimed at one or the other side, right? It's a bit 50%.
It could be both. He's like, why are people talking about triangles again? This issue was hashed out.
That's a good point, actually. It could be both. It could be in general. Yeah, you're right, actually.
See, the main problem is some globalist watches an anti-flat Earth YouTube video, and they trigger over this, and then they come in here all worked up that flat earthers are X people for not honoring a.
No, mate, I know. I've seen them come in and like they're hot and heated, and they come in and they're like, "Oh, I'm going to prove these guys wrong," and then it just ends up shouting, isn't it? These guys shouting. I know. I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say that I've been guilty of that as well. I'm sure, way back when. So I hear you. Like, it's frustrating.
A Glober already took a flat earther to court. You know that?
3 times.
For what?
For these.
Go ahead and tell him, Craig.
Flat earthers saying they will pay money for proof of a globe.
Oh, I see. I think that's just like that whole thing is just. He didn't win, obviously. There's no way you could get money out of someone.
It depends on if you meet the challenge. But the point is, if somebody says to use the globe model to complete the challenge, but instead you use a telemetry model from a airline, that's not the official globe model. So you fail the challenge.
No, I hear you. I'm talking more from a legal perspective. I don't think, even if you were to meet a challenge that's like a gentleman's agreement or a handshake, I don't think anyone would be able to force someone to pay out. Do you think?
That's not true. That's not true, sir. Okay, the standard of law with contractual law is based on promises. The first order of law is your independent right to freely contract. When you make a contract and a promise with someone, that's binding.
Yes,
and you can enforce it in court. You can enforce it in court, and the person can have the court use the power of the state to beat that money out of you.
No, I understand that, but I don't think there was any contract. It was just sort of like a general challenge that people submitted answers.
Listen, friend, an open contest distributed in certain manners is a contract to the public that reads the challenge.
No.
Same with like a raffle. Yes.
Well, then that's just foolish. If someone's going to put it out
talking. Yes. Yeah. Fair, but it's not just anything you say. It has to be done in a certain way, and I don't know the particulars to tell you off the top of my head.
No, of course.
But you get the point. Like if you meet a certain burden, your contest then becomes contractual with the public.
I hear you. Well, I've never heard of Yeah, but that's just like I said. I'll reiterate that. That's just irresponsible.
Yeah. One guy named Zen Garcia put out a challenge, right? And it was to bring proof of Earth curvature in the Zen Garcia. Zen Garcia. Zen Garcia.
Dude, he's like,
all right, cool. And so his challenge. Yeah, he's big in the community, but and he might be fat too. But anyway.
Oh yeah.
So his challenge was to bring practical, real world proof of measurements of Earth curvature. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
What homeboy that said he met the challenge and said, "I want you to pay me." What he brought was the predictive model of what bridge towers would be curved at, claiming that they have to engineer these bridges for the curve of the Earth. Now, friend, is that a practical, demonstrable measurement that you took in the practical reality of necessary curvature of the Earth? The answer is no, of course it isn't. And so he got thrown out of court. You can't bring a model to a reality fight.
Yeah, no, hey, I would have thrown that out as well. It didn't sound like.
Zen Garcia has like lots of books on Amazon and stuff too. If you're really interested about learning more about flat Earth, he's an author, like 16 different books, all talking about the different topics.
Well, I could listen to you guys for free, like. And it's a lot more entertaining than, one guy's opinions. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, for real. I mean, this is interactive.
Yeah, there's that as well. It's certainly more interactive. Absolutely. I felt bad for the what is his name? The last guy who had the pi symbol.
Brenda.
Yeah, not because like necessarily anything was done wrong, but I feel like that was his probably first time in here, so he probably
Brenda's a woman, and they've been here since the beginning. Like,
oh, sorry, all right, I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, just so you know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for giving me the heads up. And okay, so all right, it just didn't sound like they'd been they'd had the experience with you lot, just from the interaction. But okay, so I don't feel bad then, because they knew what they were getting into. Not in a disrespectful way to you guys. Gregory, are you still knocking about? Are you still there? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yo, so I don't know if you heard, like this was about like weeks ago actually. You were in one of the other rooms, and if you heard me, I was offering you a sincere apology, but I didn't get a chance to confirm that you'd heard and received it.
No, we confirmed it explicitly out loud.
Sorry?
Yeah, we confirmed it explicitly out loud.
Oh, did I already apologise to you?
Yeah.
Oh, who fucking cares, mate? We're not here for your emotional fucking railroad track ride, mate.
Oh, come on, dude. One deck.
Why are you trying to be angry?
Yeah, you're coming in hot today, dude.
There's enough anger already, mate. You don't need you to put the cherry on top.
It's not anger, it's realization.
Fair enough. Sorry, my apology to someone else pissed you off.
We're not really bothered about your apology, mate.
I'll take it back then, Gregory. I'll have it back.
Now you revoke your apology because he got indignant against you for apologizing.
He said no one's interested in it. So if you're not interested, I'll take it back and I'll save it for someone else.
It's like
No, I'm messing around.
It is the Flat Earth server, isn't it?
What? So, you're emotionally zero. no emotion.
My goodness. All servers are people servers, right? People interact, and when they interact, they infringe on each other's rights and decorum standards. And sometimes a diplomatic apology, even if it's only diplomatic and not sincere, is required to make the peace so that conversation can continue without being a big cesspool of nonsense.
Agreed. Yeah.
I find it more suspect someone who thinks that they never should be apologizing. That person's basically saying they do everything right, and they're a narcissistic asshole.
Oh yeah? Fuck you.
That reminds me of one of my uncles used to do this joke where he said,
joking,
that he was wrong one time because he was actually right but thought he was wrong.
Right.
So that's the only time he was ever wrong, when he was actually right. I believe.
Bro, you should talk to him about the Mandela effect.
Oh.
You see, you used to be right. You used to be wrong, but now you're right. Mandela. Oh, you used to be right. Now you're left.
Hey, that's actually I was supposed to speak to you three actually about something else. It's just I forgot about it, and then
no. Is this Geeks?
No.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. So I don't know if you guys saw, and I called you Jeremy Gregory. I'm sorry. I don't know if you saw in the text chat. I said, "This is all the way back up." I said, "Oh my god, respect, drunk? Guys." I'm drunk. Wait, do I sound drunk?
No, go ahead.
No, thanks.
You were trolling me earlier. You were trolling me earlier, so I'm just trolling you a little bit. But you were trolling me earlier, so go ahead.
Troll received. Oh my god, respect, guys.
Guys, just apologise, mate.
Gregory, for starting to dive into investigation on Curvin this way. I've never seen you guys actually do this.
What do you mean? I pay NASA to do it for me, and NASA sent me an infrared photograph of over 1,000 kilometers, and it's not curving.
No, it wasn't you.
It was me. I paid the taxes. Me.
AI, Crit, and Gregory, but you never got there. There was something like...
but NASA works for me, and they show me the photographic evidence of a long distance that is not curving. So there you have it. I did it. I worked. I paid the taxes, and I delegated my efforts towards a higher agency for them to do it, and they did it. And they showed me, look, I got it right here. You saw it earlier. There you go. Over 1,000 kilometers of non-curving, right? That's what you want? That's what you want. So there you have it. Are you gonna deny NASA now, bro? Or you denying NASA? Or the photograph from the satellite?
I think he's talking to you, AI.
No, I'm talking to you, Geeks. Earlier you were laughing at me, remember? Remember that?
No.
Has he not apologized?
Remember the ha 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 ha? You stupid, remember that?
He'll apologize tomorrow, don't worry.
Yeah.
No. He only apologizes to black people because it's not Brown History Month.
Well, I'm black from the waist down.
There you go. So Okay, so you have to give him at least half of an apology.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll do that in a bit.
Half an
AI.
apology is good.
He's talking
Half
to
an
you, I
apology
think.
better
He was
than no
asking about NASA. He's asking you if NASA
Why would
is.
he? Why would he be talking to me when he explicitly said he's talking to you?
Yeah, he's
I think you're-
trolling. He's messing with me again, Geeks, again.
Because you're shouting at me. What do you want me to do?
I'm not shouting. It's my mic, bro. It's my mic. It's just I might have to fix it. Let me fix it. Wait.
All right, we'll turn it down. Well, so I don't think all of what NASA, everything that NASA puts out. I'm not sure if I trust them, NASA.
Yeah, but remember, NASA is an agency, and NASA, the logo itself is not gonna lie to you. But remember, we employ these engineers and these people to build devices to be able to do studies, explorations, and take photography, right? So, even if you don't believe, even if someone in NASA, let's say some employee in NASA is lying and they satellite, that doesn't mean that the infrared photography from the $1 billion device that I paid for, that doesn't mean that that's not correct. When the photograph is presented in an infrared, when the infrared photograph is presented and it's not showing a curvature, guess what, geeks? There is no curvature.
Well, I don't trust NASA because they did that whole moon.
Is that what you are you gonna address the photographic $1 billion infrared saying no? I don't trust it. That's your argument.
I'm not sure I trust NASA because like they were talking about us landing on the moon, and I'm not sure that.
So you have a problem with NASA, but not with the photograph. Because remember, I'm talking about the photograph, not NASA.
But it came from NASA. I just don't trust it.
Yeah, but NASA is not the infrared equipment. NASA is not the horizontal line. NASA is not the polar stratospheric clouds that are 30 kilometers high, right?
Yeah.
NASA is not 1,120 kilometers of horizontal non-curving line. That's not NASA. So you're saying that this photograph is lying?
I want a proper photograph. I don't want something that's like digitally stitched together, you know?
A proper photograph.
Yeah, no digital stitches together.
Okay, I'll show you a proper one. Okay, you want a proper photograph? All right, I got you, geeks. I got you, bro. Don't you worry. Okay, look at this photograph.
Not from NASA, so I don't trust it.
Look at this photograph. Not from NASA, and an actual photograph.
Cool.
And here we can see over 300 kilometers, around 300 kilometers. So what are you gonna say now?
Are you sure that's a proper photo?
You wanna see this? Okay, let me give you more of this one. There's
I'm not sure. You've heard of the Black Swan, right?
The black swans there are many black swans. The one I show you from the satellite, the Calypso, this one that I just showed you of Kanagu. I'm gonna give you the numbers and everything because I know you like that. Look, I'm gonna give you these ones first. Geeks, we're gonna do this exercise. Download this one. The last one that I'm sending, it's 14 megabytes. Big, right? 14. That's not too big. You'll download that in half a second. So do you see the last one? Download that one, open it in the browser. You're going to click it, then you're going to press open in browser. You're going to click that, and then you're going to zoom into it. And you're going to see this is an infrared photograph.
Okay. So I don't know if you've seen this image.
What image? Are you moving on from what we're talking about?
No, same thing.
This one is 10 miles. I'm showing you 300 miles.
Yeah, how can you see that far? Like, how can you see that far?
The one that you showed is not infrared and is at 1 foot observer height, right? The one you shared. The one that I told you to download and look at.
What height is this? What height is this mountain?
I'll post it for you. I got it right here. I got you. I told you I got you. I just gotta.
There's a formula for this, right? That
there is.
Like
There is.
you
I'm
can
gonna
see-
show it to you. Let me
where
find it
you can
right
see,
here. Look.
like, it would tell you how far you could technically see. And I don't know if you're talking about 300 miles. Is that what you're saying?
Look, bro. It's all there for you. I did it for you already. Look, it's there.
Are you
Look,
saying
look right
300
there.
miles?
Look, it's right there.
Yeah,
I posted it for you.
Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Geeks, I'd just like to apologise for making your apology.
Apologizing.
Right, I'm going
Apologize
to
for
apologise.
apologizing.
I'm going to apologise to you for apologising to me. So
I'm really, really sorry about what I said earlier, and I hope it didn't hurt your feelings.
I'm really sorry about. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry about you being sorry about me being sorry. So yeah.
Do you accept my apology?
Well, yeah, I'll apologise later. But yeah, of course, I'm messing with you, man. All right, nice to chat to you, bro. See you in a bit.
So, Geeks, you discarded the NASA infrared because you don't like it, right? Then
No, I don't trust NASA.
Oh, you don't trust NASA. Okay. So this long distance observation, I gave you the numbers right here. I gave you with the calculator on the observation height is 9,136 feet.
Yeah.
The object distance is 255 miles. I was saying kilometers earlier, 300 kilometers. It's about, I think I said about right, 300 kilometers.
I don't think you can see that far. I'm not sure you'd be able to see that far.
Have you, bro? So you know that the one that you posted was a camera, a P900. The one that I posted, both of them are infrared. The infrared can let you see beyond what you will normally see with a regular lens, because infrared looks through that infrared spectrum of light, so it can see further.
I said I want a digital image. I said no.
This is a photograph.
It's not infrared.
It's not a photograph. Are you serious, Geeks?
It's not
Are you trolling
infrared.
me?
It's not
It
infrared.
is infrared.
I don't want infrared. We said a photo.
Look, I posted a photo. Remember the first one that I posted? I mean, not the NASA one. The one after the NASA, that has colors and everything.
Hang on.
And then we have the gray one, the one that I told you, that is a photograph of the same view, the same area.
Hang on, just hang on. I need some help here because this is says who are you about? I think this guy knows a lot. Says who you're about?
Listen, you see those big mountains that you see in the infrared that I told you to download? Do you zoom in into it? Do you zoom?
Hang on, I just need some help here because I don't know what the formulas are. I've heard people talk
You're
about.
completely ignoring what I'm telling you. Thanks, man.
I thought
just we were able to be, have this conversation and come to a logical conclusion. But since you're ignoring what I'm telling you, I don't know how we're gonna do it.
What's the problem?
That Gates keeps ignoring me. He keeps obfuscating to something else for some reason. Like he's like.
So I posted it, like the Black Swan argument, right? Like I've heard it a few times said in it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that right now, bro.
No, I'm talking. It says who. I posted that picture, right? That picture says who. Could you remind me? Could you remind me? Like, what's the like the general rule around how far you should be able to see, right? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like how far the human eye can see?
Oh, how far the human eye can see? Well, it really, it all depends on the environment, right? So if there's fog, not that far. If it's a clear day, who knows?
So clear day. Let's just say clear day. Like, because I remember like people
over 100 miles.
Limit. Is that true? Says who?
If you're saying a clear day, and if depending on the altitude, yes, you can. I've seen over 70 miles, but I was pretty high up in the mountains, but it was pretty clear. I saw the. I looked to the south. Listen. I looked to the south, and I saw the Caribbean Sea, and then I look to the north, and I saw the Atlantic Ocean from the same position. I'm looking at the Atlantic Sea, the Caribbean Sea, and the Atlantic Ocean at the other side, south to north. And then I look east to west, and I was able to see about 70 to 80 miles to the east and to the west.
So yeah, I have an observation of 112 miles. There's observations of what seem to be in excess of 600 miles. Like, yeah, okay. You can see a long ways.
Have you got that, like the Black Swan, I haven't got them, like those, because they were really useful. Have you got those photos of like the map, like how far you could possibly see? Do you know, like the map from the like looking down? And let me see if I can just find it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be annoying you with this. It's just
you do mean to.
No. I mean bothering Mr. Says Who with these requests. Where is this? Oh, there we go. 29 miles. Thank you. Santa Barbara. So you can see 29 miles. But why can't I see that in this picture where I see the two oil rigs? Why is that? I don't think you can see that far. Oh, TW, you might be able to help.
Hey, Gigs, where is the horizon on that picture that you posted? Is it in front of the Hill House platform, or is it behind the Habitat platform? The horizon, where is it?
Behind.
Behind what?
The Habitat.
So it's beyond 9.441 miles, beyond that point.
Yeah, but you can only see human eye got limits. You can only see a certain distance, right?
Yeah, you can see at a certain distance between, in the medium that you're looking across, there is particles, humidity, dust, sand. You know there's sand in the air many times?
Dude, thank you so much. Okay.
Contaminants in the air. So there is an obstruction of view, and at a certain point, you're not gonna be able to see anymore.
So why can't I see it in that one, the one with the platform Habitat? Why can't I see?
That is a crop image. You see how your image is cropped to a corner of the image, and you're still missing part of the Hill House. Then with the one that the dude posted, it's beyond that position that is you looking at in the image that you posted. It's come on.
Right.
It's pretty obvious.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you for being patient. It's just, okay, fine. So let's go back to this mountain picture. So what am I looking at?
So look, the Black Swan, it's a version, shorter version of the two that I showed you. The Canagou from Italy to France, or something like that. I think it was Italy to France. And then from the one that is 1,000 kilometers from NASA. So there you go. You got the 1,000 kilometers, the 300 kilometers, and then you have the 10 miles, or the 29 miles island that is behind the oil rigs. So
yeah, I hear. So hang on. Hang on. So I'm just looking at the mountain one. So this is 255 miles, yeah? Okay. Why is the globe gone? You still there?
Who?
You. Why is the globe gone? I'm just looking at a mountain.
Oh, the globe. It's not that it's gone. It's dead on arrival.
No. Yeah. Why is it dead on arrival?
Well, from the images that we've been discussing, the photograph and the crops and all that stuff that we've been discussing, the satellite image.
No, I told you I don't trust NASA, so I'm rejecting that.
But okay, the black swan is not NASA, or the Kanugu.
The mountain one.
The mountain one. Yeah, that one is 300 kilometers. So there will have to be a drop over distance between the observer and those mountains there's no curvature between. And in the where is it? The calculator that I gave you, the the horizon calculator.
Wait.
It gave
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know there's no curvature if you're just looking straight? I can't see the rest of the image.
Do you zoom in the one that I told you to download? You still haven't answered that.
No, I haven't downloaded anything yet. And these mountains, like they're in the distance, and they look really, really low.
Really, really low because they're really, really far. That's why they're really, really. They look low, but they're really, really far. But you see, it's a horizontal line that is not curving anywhere.
Yeah, because you cropped out I don't know, man. I'm not really trusting these images. And I said these look like digital images that have been stitched together. I want something that is just an image, like what old dude has said. These are indisputable images. That's obvious.
Dude, the one that I told you to download is the one is in relation to the world record long distance photograph. The one that I sent you, the one that I told you to look at, and you keep saying, "Oh, I don't want it," is the world record photograph, and you're saying it's not valid.
Why don't you just give me the photograph? I don't understand what the problem is giving me the photograph.
I did. I told you to download it. I sent it. I told you to download it. And you said, "No, I have it downloaded. Send it to me." But I did.
Okay.
You're going to see towns. You're going to see the shoreline. You zoom into it. We're talking about over 300
really
miles.
Like this thin one. There's really thin one.
A thin one, yeah, exactly. And then you're going to zoom in.
Okay. Oh, you want to zoom in. Okay, hang on. I'm going to zoom in. Oops. It's all pixelated.
It's the world record photograph of this long distance, and he's no, I don't like it. I don't trust it.
All right. Well, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Right. So I don't know. I mean, I'll show you what I can see when I try and zoom in. I'll just take a screenshot and show you. Where is it? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? I literally screenshotted it to the desktop. Oh, there it is. No, not that one.
Aquí, mi amor, en mis pies. Bebé.
Let's go desktop. Okay. That's what I see when I'm zooming in. Which is useless. Which I can't see anything.
You see how big the photograph gets? You say, "Oh, you just cropped it." No, bro, that's why I'm telling you to zoom in. It's a huge photograph. Now you cropped it, right? And you cropped it in a low quality. You can't even see the names or anything. Bro, I'm telling you, if you open the long one that I sent, it's 14 megabytes. and you open it in the browser, you can download it, and then you open it from the computer program, but not in Discord. Open it outside of Discord, and then zoom in it, and you're gonna see that that photograph is not just a cropped photograph; it's a huge image, a huge photo.
All right, I've got it now. I've got like the 14 megabytes one. Hang on.
The 14 megabytes one. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay, I've got that one now.
Okay, everyone. Hey. Hello, geeks. Just open in browser, open original, and then you can right click and save as. And that's
I've got it. Yeah, I was messing about with the same the save as. I've got it now. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, I can see the names. All it is just a really long picture of the mountain.
Yeah, and then you can, when you look left and right, you can see towns.
So it's been stitched together, yeah. It's been stitched together, yeah.
Stitched together. Oh my god. Ah, Jesus, please. Listen, the photographers are in Italy, up in a mountain. I mean, what is it? France. One of the two. I think it's Italy. And then they taking the photograph across the sea towards France. And from the positions that they're at, towards the peaks of the mountains that we can see, there should be those mountains that we can see, they should be behind a curvature, over a mile curvature, behind it. All of those peaks that you see.
You've also got to think that he's up a mountain, so the observer is elevated. So
yeah, I gave him the numbers. I gave him everything. Everything is there. The observer is 9,000. Let me check it again. Somewhere here.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, okay, I don't know what to say.
Remember when I showed you the one that you were laughing at? NASA took that one and it was funny for you. And you said, no, I don't trust NASA. That's why it's so funny. Okay, and I show you another one that is not from NASA. And now you're like, okay. You're like, so not acknowledging anything. You're like you're like a no guy. No this, no that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So no NASA, no this, no world record kind of good photograph. You don't like that one either.
No, I didn't say that.
You told me you don't like it.
Maybe Mr. Amish, so we shouldn't trust. Like, I don't want to. It's right not to be trusting NASA's, like, anything from NASA, right, Mr.
No,
Amish?
you don't have to trust anybody, but the instruments that are being used and the photograph that is being taken, it concords with what we already know, right? Because listen, think about it. Let's scale it up. I go to the beach. I look to my left. I see 15 kilometers at the seashore, right? I see 15 this way, 15 the other way to the right. 15 to the left, 15 to the right. And then I look forward and I see a vessel maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 miles. Perfect. I can see long distance myself. Let's scale it up. Then we go to the Black Swan. We can see beyond 10 miles across the water. Then we go to the Canagoo. In the Black Swan, my bad, you can see 29 miles, the island behind, right? Then we go to the Canagoo, you can see 300 miles, 300 kilometers. And then you go to the NASA infrared, and you can see over 1,000 kilometers. So just what we already know from the realist level, from the brick that you place horizontal to build your house, the first brick that is horizontally placed, to the last brick, to the table, to the TV on the wall, that is level horizontally placed, then to the beach and the water that is not curving to the Black Swan, to the Canagoo, to NASA infrared 1,000 kilometers. What do you want, bro? Well, what else do you want?
Well, geeks, let me try this way. Would you be happy saying that we're stationary? And would you ignore the curvature and just be like, yeah, I'm on the stationary side of things?
Oh, you mean like is the Earth like turning? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, because there's like two different. It's nothing to do with the curvature or the shape of the land, right? But it's still like a part of it, right? Would you?
Yeah. So actually, the fact that it's weird because I was just about to agree with you because you're right. It's like a different kind of thought, but yeah, like actually, it is to do with curving away because if you are spinning, you're spinning as a round thing, right? Does that make sense? I'm not saying that it is that case. I'm just saying I'm not sure you can get away.
But do
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's relative to like the stars and the planets and stuff. Nothing to do with the like other parts of the land. If it was curving away, yeah, I see what your point is, but
yeah. I'm not. It's not important. It's not important. I get your point, but yeah. For the sake of like us chatting, yeah. It's a different thing. Happy with that. I'd say, yeah, because I can't feel it. You know what I mean? Like I've been wondering about this. I can't feel it.
Because hand in hand, right? What NASA is pushing and what the cosmologists are pushing of the modern age is this heliocentric model. And if you can even just disprove the movement, then the whole model kind of falls to pieces.
Yeah.
Like a geostationary rather than a heliocentric. One or the other.
Well, yeah, it certainly leads to it. No, I see what you mean. Like, so, yeah, if you can prove that it definitely is not spinning, that means it's just sat, like, still, right?
Proof that it's not spinning. There is no proof that it is spinning.
Yep. That's correct.
Yeah. No. I was just repeating what Turquoise said. That's all. Unless, did I say the wrong thing? Turquoise.
Well, Turquoise said that if you prove that it isn't spinning, and ultimately everybody's experience, as far as I know, unless maybe everybody's either hammered or there's earthquakes or whatever's going on, but this Earth is observably flat and stationary, and we're breathing air. I mean, those are our experiences.
And we're breathing air. No, I agree. Like, so that's one of the things that I've had. Like, I can't, like, I just rack my brain around that. Like, I can't make sense of it about the whole spinning thing. Because, yeah, how can you determine it? Like, how could you measure it?
Yeah, because the spinning thing, you're trying to make sense out of it, right? Because think about it. The claim that you believe in, it's a nonsense claim because you don't experience the spin, you don't feel it, none of your senses are telling you that you're spinning. It's the opposite. Your senses, your vestibular system is telling you that the ground is not moving because guess what, geeks? If the ground starts moving, your senses are going to tell you that it is moving. So you see, claiming that the ground is moving is nonsense by definition. Claiming the opposite of what your senses are telling you is just nonsense. Oh, the ground, it's moving even though you don't feel it, right? That's nonsense. The sky looks like it's moving, but it's not. We are moving. That's nonsense. You're observing with your vision, with your eyes, one of your senses. You're observing the sky
just the clouds,
moving.
Right?
You're observing the sky. The luminaries. The sky, the clouds move. Yeah, the clouds move. The birds that are flying across the sky are moving. And then the stars above that and the sun, right? The sun rises from the east, sets on the west. You can observe it with your eyes every single day. Can you? And then the moon, you do the same thing. You can see the moon almost every day, every night or day. You can see it. There's 3 days. There's like 2 point something days that you cannot see the moon. But you can observe this movement of the luminaries, and that makes sense. Claiming the opposite, it's nonsense. So that's the globe position, nonsensical. The opposite of the senses.
Yeah, so like obviously a lot of globers, what they say is like
you can't trust your senses. Your senses are conspiring. Your senses are nature, and everything around you is conspiring against you to show you something that is. Yeah, they're showing you something that is not there. Like, come on, bro. Your senses. The globers tell you that your senses are deceiving you.
So I can't trust my senses, or I can trust. I can trust my senses. All right, fine.
What do you think? You tell me. What do you think? Can you trust your? Do you rely on your senses in your day to day? Do you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Because, like you said, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Yeah. That's what a lot of globers obviously say, is that like the sun rising and setting, like that's like proof or whatever of the Earth spinning. Do you know what I mean? That's just
that's nonsense. That's the opposite of what is actually happening.
Yeah, I can't figure out what is happening. Like that's part of why I've had trouble, because I can't figure out.
Well, from the standpoint on the ground, because what is happening as a whole, there is a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know. But one thing we do know is that when the sun rises from the east, it's daytime, and when it sets on the west, it's nighttime.
Yeah,
we know that. It happens every single day.
I just can't figure out why, like, it's coming up and why it's moving in the sky. You know, I don't understand. I can't figure that out.
Why? Let's speculate. Why it's Sunday? We can speculate. Why? Maybe God wanted it that way. That's why. Maybe that's why.
No, yeah. I believe like a little bit of that as well. But I mean, like, it's still appearing.
Well, you're asking why? Why? Because God wanted it that way. But how? How did God do it? I mean, that's a good question. What is the cause and effect relationship to the phenomena that we observe? What is the mechanism behind it? What is the mechanism on the heavens above that causes the effects that we observe from the ground that we're standing on with our God-given senses, our eyes? What is the cause? What is the whole construct and every variable in place that causes this phenomena? Probably only God knows.
Yes, that annoys me that I can't come up with a good reason for it, you know.
Well, we can observe that movement, and we can tell that it debunks the claim of the globe, because the movement of the luminaries moving in cycles, converging and diverging from positions like gears, like clockwork, that will be impossible on a moving water ball or in the fantasy vacuum of space. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute for now. Someone else wanted to say something.
Yeah. You know, geeks, all of us have experiences, and we do rely on our senses, but we do also ask questions and try to, you know, test and prove things if we can. So it is sort of an amazing effect to have the sun and the moon and the stars appear to rise and set, right?
Yeah,
but
it's so fucking weird.
There's no way for us to sort of validate that, but there's other things that we can test, right? So if we see that apparently, and this is just, you know, flat earthers being honest, that the luminaries move, then we go, okay, well, let's just check. Let's check and see if it's the Earth that moves or if it's the celestial bodies. So every experiment that we can attempt to try and see if the Earth moves, we cannot prove it moving at all, right? Accelerometers, all that stuff. It just seems like we're standing on a stationary Earth. Yeah, we don't have a 1,038 mile per hour wind at the equator. You know, that'd be a pretty stiff breeze.
So see that real quick, my bad. See that what your senses were telling you already, it was confirmed by equipment that we can devise, you know? So it was I mean, that you're not moving, okay, let's make a device that can detects the movement of the ground below my feet. Oh, the device says, I mean, it doesn't detect any movement, just like your senses. But if the ground starts moving, your senses and that device will let you know.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I can't, like, I don't, it's annoying that, like, I'm not, it's not your guys' responsibility to necessarily come up with the answer. It's like something that's like, it's like a thorn in my brain, you know, like I see the sun up here rise, pop up like every day and like go through the sky, and it's like, the mechanism, I don't understand. I can't think of why. It's so annoying.
You don't have to. Don't turn to. I mean, let me tell you, the observations that we do of the luminaries, we do have equipments that go see spectrums that we cannot see with our eyes. Like, the people that actually hold these technologies, especially the ones that I've seen, the electro-opticals, that when it's pointed towards the sky, you can see a spectrum that normally you don't see. So the observations that we do of the luminaries kind of point out design, bro. It's a designed system that we are looking at. Like when you're looking at a watch to tell the time, and you know that watch required a designer and an informer to be able to design it and put the information that causes the watch to work precisely, right? So the watchmaker adjusts the watch to the time to be able to tell the time as precise as possible, and the watchmaker adjusts to the movement of the luminaries like a clock, and they're adjusting to the clock of the sky. You see?
Why are they moving? That's what annoys me.
Why they're moving? So that's the thing. Why they're moving? You want to have those answers, but the thing is, we can go up there and check the mechanism, right? But let me tell you this: from the ground, when you can see these patterns, and you can tell that it's designed, and at least you know that it's a thing of wonder. And since you see, well, you know, when you see like a Ferrari or a supercar or whatever, it's like a wonder. You wonder, you know, what's the mechanism that makes it so powerful? I can touch that, you can touch that exactly. But you still haven't met the engineer, right? Or you can go speak to the engineer. So to have all the answers, you can reverse engineer the car, right? Because you can grab it and do it. But the mechanism behind the luminaries, we can't go over there and check. So that's what keeps you like with that spike that you're saying. Like, you want to know, but it's a wonder that you don't have to know. You don't have to.
I don't like a similar sort of thing. Like, where does it go? Like when it's, you know, because obviously if we're talking like we're on flat Earth, right?
We are on the ground. Flat is a description. Flat Earth is not what you listen. When you are gonna put soil for your plants, you're not grabbing flat Earth. You're grabbing dirt, right? And you're putting it on the pot for your plants to grow, whatever. So flat is a description. It's the soil is not made out of flatness. The soil is not made out of. The soil is made out of materials, different elements. Yeah. That stuff.
I believe he understands that. I believe that.
I'm annoying. It's annoying that I can't figure out where the sun goes. You know, that's frustrating.
The sun. Listen, let me tell you something that might put you a little ease. The sun is heaven-centric. In heaven, there is the throne of God where God dwells. Okay, and He's the source of the movement of God. That the Creator, the Designer, is the actual cause of the effects. I will tell you, because everything we doing here, right? Oh, what is the cause? What is the cause? What is the cause of the effect? And when you go working from the bottom, to the top at the center of the movement of creation, and we can see in the electro-opticals the shape of creation at the center of the movement of the sky, which is an input into this medium that we're in. And without that input and that design, you and I wouldn't be having this conversation.
Agreed.
So at the center
was
of
doing his best with the best of his English.
it's the design of the creator.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Have you got any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, Genzi was doing the best with the best of his English to articulate the metaphysical fact that the God is the sole necessary precondition for the uniformity of nature, hence the laws of physics.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I didn't. It's a little bit too complex for my brain, if I'm honest. Like, I don't get all of that stuff. But like, the reason why I ask about like brothers and sisters, right? I've got a brother, 2 years younger than me. He lives in Australia. He's lived there for 12 years. He moved over there like 15 years ago or something like that, right? And obviously we FaceTime, do video calls and stuff, right? And when I'm like, if I call him when the sun's set, like, I see him out, like walking around, and the sun's there. And I can't figure it out.
And here you were wondering where the sun went. Where does the sun go? Where does the sun go? Well, mystery solved.
What? Well, no, because it goes down, right? For me,
that's the apparent effect.
Yeah,
right. That's the apparent effect. So,
what is that? So I can't figure it out.
You are a very confused individual, geeks.
So let's consider a few things about the luminaries and the celestials that can kind of tell us that it's all above our pay grade, right? So let's take the moon, for instance. It appears to be a solid object, right? And yet, also the story is that it reflects the sun's light. But it seems to be missing a few elements that it would need for that. One of them is a specular highlight. The other thing is that, for the inverse square law of light to apply, there'd be a whole problem with how much light we receive down here on the Earth, according to how much it's supposed to be reflecting. There are times when it's, of course, the new moon, where it totally disappears. We can't find it with any technology. Where it should be, it just isn't. So it disappears, right? So it's missing, and we only see the face that we see. Nobody's ever seen, if there is a backside to the moon.
Yeah.
So just that alone tells us that something more mysterious is going on in the heavens than there is. We can try to compartmentalize or model here on the Earth. Same thing with the stars. So if you take an elevation angle from the ground, you'll get the same elevation angle if you go 50,000 feet up. In fact, it seems like no matter how far you go up, the angle never changes. So they don't seem to show any kind of physicality or physical height either. And, you just can go on and on about how the heavens sort of baffle us. Psalm 19:1, the heavens declare the majesty of God, and the firmament, shows his handiwork. Like, it's so amazing and pretty much above our pay grade to the point where you might as well sort of give up. We would like to model it. Believe me, we would like to model it, right? We would like to figure it out. We would like to just kind of put it in a nice compartment and make it easy for us to understand, but it doesn't do that for us. We can't figure it out. And I think that's on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm trying to kind of get. I like the way you put that, because it's essentially like, is there any necessity, I guess, in a way? Like, if we just take the sun specifically, because I was talking about the sun. Like the moon and stars, like, for some reason they don't really bother me as much. The sun's the thing that really bugs me, because like I said about that, my brother in Australia, the question becomes, is it even necessary to even figure it out? Which
it's not necessary, but what is necessary, and our ancestors did it and we still do it, is basically adjust our day-to-days to the movement of the luminaries. You wake up in the morning, you are productive during the day, and you want to farm, you're going to put the seeds at the right time, you want to, That input from God in Himself down to here, through the sun, through the layers above, down to the ground. That is an input into this system that is a necessity for this place to work the way it works.
Let's see if I can get through the geeks here. So you're looking for a model, right?
Well, before that,
yeah. Does this work?
It's even worth.
Are you able to get this concept, or is this beyond your skill set?
I don't. All on a string. I don't get it.
You don't get this. This is too difficult.
Can you explain it?
Yeah, this is one of those things. Like, if I need to explain it, you won't understand it. This is that easy. This is this easy to understand. That explaining it would actually be a detriment. Like, it's so pain. It's like if something like say, "Hey, you have to open the door before you walk through it," and you're like, "I don't get it. I really don't get it."
I hear you, man. You don't have to kick me while I'm down. I get it.
Yeah, it's like, dude.
I hear you.
Yeah, so you're asking for a model when even the basic most model that someone could come up with, you don't get it, and you won't get it. And trying to explain it to you won't work either.
Yeah.
Yeah, his skill set is to attempt to sow confusion.
Yeah, and you're starting with confusion, you're ending with confusion. You'll stay confused as long as you want to be confused. The moment you say, you know what, I'm going to try. I'm going to put my two brain cells together, rub them together, and see what makes them smoke. That's when you'll start to get it.
Yeah, there's no reason to be in disbelief as to why you're so confused.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just not very nice to people who just say you're too stupid to get.
No, it's not stupid. That's not what I said. I said, like, hey, this is a good starting point. You should get it. I know you'll get it, but you surprised me. You didn't, and then you asked me to explain it. And my feedback was, if you have to explain this concept, you won't understand.
I'm not going to bother.
Listen, the thing is that that this image, from what I comprehend, is that nor the globers nor the flat earthers know the mechanism of the sun or what the sun is exactly. Because when it says exact model of the flat earth sun, I mean, it's like a glober saying this. A glober could be saying this, or a flat earther could be saying this, and it's the same thing. They don't really know. They're just words and an image that doesn't actually represent what the sun actually is and how that works, because we don't really know. So someone saying they know and put it on a meme, that's just a claim, just like the globe, that they claim that they know.
Yeah, I just feel like a little bit like attacked is all, because I'm looking at, because when Crypt put that in the side chat, I'm looking at all these messages. It's like,
yeah, but remember, you want to know how the sun works, and the only thing you can do is observe it.
I don't anymore now, because I'm just explaining how confused I am. My skill set is to attempt to sow confusion. It's like, all right, well, cool.
No, because the thing is that it's easy to explain these concepts if someone's trying to understand it. If you're trying not to understand it, it's completely impossible.
I got it, man. Like, you just keep kicking me. It's like I feel bad already. So, anyway. What?
No need to feel bad.
Well,
it's good to find out you're confused. If you're searching for some information, it's good to find out that you're confused.
Here, how about I'll try
good news.
I'll try one more thing, okay? Let me see if I can.
No, I don't. I just don't want any more insults. Like,
no, it's not an insult. Okay, these aren't insults. It's meeting you at your level. I'm not insulting you. I'm accepting unconditional acceptance. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not telling you that you have to change or anything. You're perfectly you.
Hang on. Old dude is giving me a new diagram.
Yeah, I'm not old dude. Okay, I'm an old dude, but I'm not old dude.
I'm not saying you. I just saw another. Okay, so. Sun.
Yeah. Look at the one I just posted. The adventures of the guy who just started paying attention. What if the sun moves across the sky exactly as it appears to? Do concept, is this too much, or is this, you get this?
Yeah, but then why is where like and then I see my brother in Australia and the sun's up.
Okay, don't worry about that part. Just this guy right here. See this guy, right? He's confused.
Yeah.
This guy's definitely confused.
Sounds like you're just making fun of me again, mate.
Yeah, see, offense is taken, not given. If you want to take offense, I can't fix that. You're just gonna, it doesn't matter what I say. I could just say, "What a beautiful day," and you'll take offense to it. Because your goal would be to.
That's nice. Your
goal is to take offense. Just factor that out. Just subjectively change it to that you're not being offended. Offense is taken, not given. No offense was given, so how could offense be taken unless you decided to take offense?
I just want to figure out why, like when it disappears for me, like why my brother.
Let's start with some very low level ideas. Okay, so right here, here's the adventures of this guy, not you, just some guy. Okay, who started paying attention. And he says, what if the sun actually moves across the sky exactly as it appears to do? What if? What does that mean then? The sun moves across the sky. Is it the sun moving or the earth moving if the sun is moving?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Is it the sun?
Do you know what if?
Geeks, if we take your answer at your word, then you are rather imbecilic.
What makes sense, Geeks? Please, Geeks, what makes sense? Is the sun moving or is the ground moving? Tell me, what makes sense?
The sun's moving. I don't understand why my brother can see it in Australia and I can't. That's
because it moved over there.
Okay, so let's explain that to him.
Yeah, if you could.
I'll do it if no one else.
What is the question? Go ahead. You're gonna explain him.
I don't understand why my brother can see the sun when he's in Australia, but I can't.
Okay, that's the question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because you don't see that far. More specifically, the sun is over there in that location. The extent of the sunlight rays is not infinite, right? Or it doesn't extend the face of the earth. Furthermore, light is attenuated through the atmosphere, of course. And so if it's out of your field of view, and your field of view is not infinite either, or it doesn't extend across the whole face of the earth, then the limited extent of light rays, especially as it's attenuated through the air, and the limited extent of your field of view, if they're not enough, if the sun is not in your field of view, then of course you won't see it.
But this diagram that Mr. Old Dude sent, like the sun's just like above us continuously, right? So it's going to move to Australia, so I can't see it. But what I see is it rises and then disappears.
Just as it appears to.
There you go.
It does exactly as you see it. Don't add anything else. Just exactly what you see. Write that down.
So you're saying Australia is just too far for me to see, but the sun is just when it dips.
I've got a way to describe it. All right, man. So you know, like aircraft and like planes, right? They fly across the sky and they're roughly about the same altitude, right? 30,000 feet or whatever. And they seem to set on the horizon just like the sun, right? And we know that they're not like hitting the earth, right? But your brother or whatever in Australia would also see the sun appear, the plane appear to rise from the horizon. The exact same, and we're establishing that it's the same elevation. Exactly, like it's the same kind of idea.
Yeah, but he has it at a different time. He has it at a different time, so it comes out.
Well, the sun on the plane would be traveling around the Earth in one day.
Okay.
I've got some homework for you anyway, man. Rather than being bombarded by all this shit, I'm gonna slap some Wikipedia and Britannica in there for you, and I just wanted you to kind of get a grasp on the geocentric idea, because that's kind of part of the story, which these guys are trying to explain to you with the sun is moving and with the stationary one.
It'd just be great if like I could have like I've been trying to find this diagram of like a diagram that makes sense for me of, like I said, you know, it appears like from horizon, right? Goes across the sky, disappears on like
just like
side.
it appears. Yeah, exactly like it appears to.
But then it appears for my brother, like, you know,
a second observer.
Yeah,
just like it appears to him too.
I also remember that the position of the sun is apparent because you're looking through a medium of thousands of miles, and like the other gentleman was saying, that the light attenuates, right? So even the Globers tell you that when you're looking at the sun up in the sky, that's not the sun; that's an apparent position. So
it's not
the medium might be having some type of effect, and also remember that you know you're standing on the ground, right? And you have lights in the ceiling, right? You have lights in the ceiling. Eventually, that the ground has a limit, and the sky has a limit as well. That's my belief, right? Because I haven't checked
Sky
that.
has a limit.
That's my the sky is the limit, right? I remember people saying that a long time ago, right? The sky is the limit. So that ceiling also has an angle from where you won't be able to see the light at the ceiling anymore if you are further in a position away from it, because you're gonna see exactly that effect, a similar effect that what happens with the sun, because you're combining the medium, the observer, the angle of view from the ground, and also the angle at the ceiling itself, and the light moving across that ceiling, and getting away from your view.
I think you're adding more.
For me,
I think he's adding more complexity.
Maybe.
I think
I don't really understand. Like, if it's moving across the ceiling, that'd be fine. But I just see it. It doesn't stay at the ceiling. It like disappears.
No, because it's moving across the sky. So the angle of view, the angle of which you look in the light, and the limitations in between those angles, because it's not just the angles to the light. It's also the limitations to it, because you're on the ground. There's stuff in the ground. You cannot see behind walls, right? And there's also stuff in the air. There's stuff in the ground. There's stuff in the air. Right? You have a limitation of view yourself. You have light attenuation, and then you have the limitation of angles for the light is pointing towards. So that's it. Once the light reaches that limit, you won't be able to see it anymore. I don't think it's that complicated. Like if you're in Walmart looking at a light, I know the lights at Walmart doesn't move, but if you are 90 degrees below a light in Walmart, you know there's another light at the other corner of the building that is, I don't know how many hundreds of feet away from you.
Yeah, right? That's a different light though. There's only one sun. Right?
Exactly. So it's not moving. But you see the observation that you're doing from this light that is above your head at noon, and then to the other light that at the other side of Walmart that you probably can't see.
Yeah,
or
but they're not moving.
They're
not moving. They're not moving though. The sun is.
You already said that, and I said yes, but how are you gonna be able to see the light if it's away from you? I mean, there's many variables. It's not just one variable. There's a lot of things.
What did you guys send in the chat? Oh, Turquoise sent me some stuff. So what am I supposed to be? Just all of it, yeah?
Right, let me try and delete this confusion, right? So we see that plane idea where the plane seems to set on the horizon. If you're on like a flat enough part of the Earth or like a Minecraft like flatness, right? The plane would never really touch the horizon. What would happen is it just disappear before the horizon, just due to the atmosphere.
Because there is no horizon in a way. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't exist. Is that what you mean?
Right. It's just the lack of light. It's just light attenuation of light, or the the light doesn't reach your eye, or it bends, or it gets deflected away. Basically, that's what mirages are. That's what any kind of optical interference is on the horizon. It's just the light doesn't reach your eye and
doesn't reach anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that a lot of people have confusions about the sun not reaching your eyes if it's a flat Earth or whatever, right? Because they look at this, they have having like two beliefs, working with two beliefs at the same time, because they're looking at the stars and they say, hey, look, the stars are trillions of miles away, and the light is reaching. The light is reaching. No, it's probably not you, but a lot of people believe this. They looking at the stars, right? They said that stars are trillions of miles away, but they can still see the stars. Therefore, if the Earth was flat, they should be able to see the sun forever, because they can see the stars trillions of miles away. You see?
Oh, here's another thing, James. The stars, you'll never also see the stars at the horizon either. Maybe the only fair few, like Venus or Mercury, will appear quite shallow in the sky, but they'll never appear from the horizon if it's a, flat style like Minecraft land. There's always like that 13 degrees elevation or whatever they start appearing at. And it's all to do with the what would it be, the lumens. It's just they're measured in lumens, right? So only certain stars would appear at certain elevations because of atmosphere.
Trust me, guys, I don't want to get into the stars thing, because like that's another thing that fucking confuses me like even more, right? Okay, that's why I just wanted to like think about just one ball.
Well, you're told the sun is a star. Yeah, you're told the sun is a star.
I'm not sure if I believe that or not. But like with the stars,
what are you taking? Are you taking the outer space mythology a la carte?
Just like with the stars thing, just to give you a taste, like of like I don't want to talk about this anymore because it's just going to explode my brain. But like again, it's the whole Australia thing, right? Like if I'm looking at with the stars, they look different.
Can we go back to the plane?
Different.
Can we go back to the plane for a moment? Because that's a good example, especially at dusk or at night. If you're looking out over the sea, you can, if you have a flight tracker or whatever, you can see lights that appear on the horizon. I've thought were boats. 20 minutes later, it's a plane. What I'm saying is a distant plane with a light on it will appear so much towards the horizon that you can mistake it for a boat.
Yeah.
But what is it?
That's true.
It's a plane. It'll fly right over your head and then do the same thing if you have a clear...
It's because I thought when you're saying a plane, I was getting confused because
No, I'm just talking about like a sunrise. If you're confused about a sunrise...
Yeah.
You can see planes in the distance that you can mistake for boats. At night or at dusk.
I hear you. Cool. My poor brain. My poor head.
Or give it food.
Yeah, well, good on you for even being in the discussion. I mean, that when you start repeating these things about being confused about the sun, it just sounds a little trollish. Maybe that's hopefully don't feel bad about it. No need to take the whole mythology that was fed to you personally.
No, guys, like I said, this isn't for you. This isn't for you, like you lot to solve
Geeks,
for
Geeks
me.
is all right, man. Thanks, Geeks. Yeah, no, I dig it. I've been making steaks in the other room, but good conversation, and I'm glad that you've stuck around most of today. It's been nice, but no, I'm gonna just vouch for you, not a troll.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but yeah, like it's not your lot's responsibility to like do the work for me, right? It's my job to do it. I'm just orating and just telling you like one example of some like I said, it's like when you get like something in the back of your tooth that you can't get out with your tongue. Do you know what I mean? Like a bit of popcorn or something, and that the sun rising.
Okay, if you watch a plane fly away, if you watch a plane fly away from you and disappear into the horizon, where do you think that plane is? Do you think someone else may see it?
Good. That's a good point. I mean, I've never seen that happened. If I'm honest.
Well, if a plane travels from LA to New York and you're standing in Nebraska and seeing it fly over and disappear into the horizon, it's still in the air headed to New York.
Well, let's bring
The
this into
sun's
the
just
scene,
making
right?
it rounds.
But why?
Right, so like, you know how like sundials work, dude? Geek. Yeah, sundials work, right? So at each point on the Earth, every hour or so, or whatever, you can have like a solar noon, right? And if the equator would be like the path of the plane, for example, or the path of the sun, either one. Yeah, like I'm just giving a location so it can circumnavigate the Earth, if you want to say, so to speak, like the sun would, right?
Wait a minute, no, circumnavigate.
Yeah.
That means it's
If it,
just navigate.
pardon?
Hello?
You're really quiet, dude.
Can you hear me?
You've changed. I don't know what's happened.
Oh, hang on. It's because I had to take my headphones out. Can you hear me okay? Is that better?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, it's just you said circumnavigate, and that's going to confuse me more when I'm trying to think like on a flat plane. You know what I mean?
Well, it could go in a circle, right? It's kind of in the word, right? So you'd assume it's a circular kind of path, right? So noon would be at different intervals for the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
And that noon would be when the sun is at its highest or the shadows the shortest. You know, that's noon, right? Solar noon. And that point changes throughout the day, just like the path of the plane would appear in a different location, but still stay in the same elevation. Just kind of a perspective thing.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave it there, lads, because like I've done a lot of listening. I really appreciate it. Like, you know, I know must be difficult, you know, to deal with people coming in and, you know, shouting and blah blah blah, and then having to explain stuff. And
Yeah, it's fine. Just don't get bummed out about. No need to get bummed out about being bogged down by an outer space mythology. It's not.
No.
Don't make it personal.
I'll be fine in 5 minutes. I'll be fine in 5 minutes. It's just with the thinking, you know, it's like, yeah. But I'm just saying I appreciate the time, and I hope I haven't made anyone's like day a bit boring. That's all.
You've been more cordial than other people coming in here because most people don't actually want to listen. Those 2 links I sent you, maybe take a look at that. Give some other cosmologies because you're not just stuck between the heliocentric and the flat Earth cosmology, so to speak, right? There's been many cosmologies in between. There's been geocentric ones that are still a globe, for example, and they've phased out over time. And now we've got the heliocentric model where the sun's in the middle. But even that's changed over time because they thought the sun was in the center of the universe at some point. But then obviously now it's it's in a galaxy, you know, far, far away. You know, these days.
Cool. All right. I'm just gonna do some washing up. So I'm gonna go on mute. But I'll stay in here for a little bit, and I'll pop in and out for the rest of the day. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Geeks. Good talking to you, man. Have a good one. Kirby Cat.
Yeah. As a flat earther, do you have a specific a specific model to which you attribute all your beliefs?
That will be a stereotype fallacy. I'm an under heaven earther.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there is.
So you mean there is a dome and there is the heaven above and there is the earth.
The dome will say there is a shape to the firmament above or to the ceiling above, and the dome will be a shape. I'm not gonna make a claim about the shape of the layers above.
Yeah. But you mean it's something we cannot observe?
Container. You know the antecedent. You know what Kirby cat, an antecedent, a thing that has to be before something else can be, right? Let me look at the definition again. I was looking at it a few days ago. An antecedent, the thing that must be before the other thing can be, right? Like if you want a steak, you need a cow.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So the antecedent to the gas pressure is a container, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So you see, what causes the pressure is the walls of the container, is that the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. So the container is the antecedent to that pressure. So you see, the impossible cannot be, because we have, in reality, we have gas pressure around us. And when you use your gut-given muscles, design muscles in your lungs, and you expand the volume of your lungs, the gas pressure around you rushes towards the volume available that you expanded with your lungs, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that gas pressure that is all around us, and we can breathe that pressure in, the antecedent to that is a contained environment. It's a container. And also the antecedent to the container, guess what it is, Kitty Cat? A designer. You see, Kitty Cat?
I mean, why couldn't it be gravity? Is
But
there a reason
why can't reality be because of a falsehood? That's the question that you just asked.
I don't understand.
What you're saying, why isn't the gas pressure contained by gravity? That's what you said?
Yeah.
So, do you know what happens when water boils? What happens to the water when it gets hot enough?
It's evaporating.
And where does the vapor goes?
Up.
Up, right? Goes up.
Space-time. Why isn't space-time saving that?
What?
Contrary to the vector of gravity, gases go to all directions. So you're saying gravity is containing the gases, not you're throwing away the container, the antecedent to the gas pressure, the thing that we can demonstrate, verify. I could go to the propane store right now, or to the gas store, to the tire place right now, and I will need a container to get the services, like the tire, to get the air pressure in, the tire of the car. Kitty Cat?
Yeah.
You need a container to the tire to be able to put pressure and be able to drive the car. Also, when you go to the propane gas store, you need a container to get the propane to bring it home and cook, right? Kitty Cat?
Yeah.
So now you're saying that the container that we know of, the containers that we know we utilize to keep the gas contained and the pressure, you're saying that's not necessary. Now we're gonna use gravity to go to the propane guy and to the tire guy to be able to get the services. We're gonna use gravity for that.
Yeah. Okay. I have a question. If we are in a container, shouldn't the pressure
not
be the
if
same everywhere?
It has to be. It has to be.
I don't like that word. Okay.
But
shouldn't it be the same pressure everywhere?
Should it be the same pressure everywhere? Do you know that we have an input into the system? The sun is inputting, the light is coming from the layers above into the system that you are in, and it's exciting the molecules in the medium, and these molecules are expanding and doing all sorts of changes, right? High pressure, low pressure, storms, hurricanes, tornadoes. So
I think he means a different altitude.
How can he say that it has to be the same pressure everywhere?
Yeah, there's delta X. There's a gas pressure gradient, and that's inside every container with two or more gases.
Bro, we have a dynamic system. There's high pressure, low pressure systems all over the place.
Mm-hmm. I see.
And you're saying, hey, why isn't it different than what it is? Bro, it is the way it is. And you're saying
maybe it'd be easier if you understand.
Go ahead.
But
Maybe it'd be easier if we explain this in algebraic terms. So just so you know, in algebraic terms, gas pressure is represented by X, and the gas pressure gradient is represented by delta X, and delta X comes after X.
Mm-hmm. But still, I don't see the point in it. I don't see the point in believing that it's
This is not a belief thing, bro. Okay, let me find the sources for you, right? Because before you and I, there's been people in the fields, right, working with gas pressure, and people have been using this for a long time, and people know how this stuff operates, right?
Is the sun in the container?
Hey, that's a pretty good question. Can we go to the sun and check for that?
The answer is sometimes we wonder ourselves, but nobody can validate that at the time. This time.
That might be a thing of wonder. Maybe we can speculate about it, talk about it. Maybe I say it's in. Maybe the other guy say it's out. Maybe the other guy said it's in between the two places. I don't know.
I mean, we can see other planets going in front of the sun, so I would guess it's outside.
What type of fallacy is that? He's saying we see other planets. You're already implying that the thing below your feet is as or like one of those things in the sky.
It might be an affirming the consequence fallacy, because he's basically affirming the consequent that the Earth is a ball, basically in that question. So it might be affirming the consequence, but I'm not sure.
Not quite, no. He's just a non sequitur. So at least he's on the verge of committing a non sequitur.
When he said the other planet, he said, why our planet is different if the other planets are a certain way?
Yeah.
So
Gregory, can you help me with that one?
he doesn't realize that he's doing it, apparently.
You mean that I first need to prove that the Earth is a planet?
Yeah, what makes you think the ground you stand upon is like one of these lights you see in the sky?
Because I don't see why it would be different. I mean, it's enough to me. I mean, okay. The other planets would need to be...
Other planets other than what?
Other than the non-planet under your feet.
Okay, but I mean, do you believe at least in the laws of the physics?
We acknowledge it. It's not a question of belief. We acknowledge the laws of physics.
Okay. So those laws should apply the same for Earth as for other planes, if you want.
Yeah, like high pressure moving to low pressure.
Yeah.
That happens every time, right?
Okay. So if gravity makes it so things have the tendency to have a spherical shape, because it's the shape that takes less energy, and that explains the best the way gravity works, why shouldn't other planet and ours work the same way?
You said laws of physics, and then you started talking about gravity. Gravity is not one of the laws of physics.
It is.
Do you realize that?
It is.
Okay, hold on. Please post in the chat what specific law of physics gravity is, and to the best of my knowledge, it's not. I'm not even saying it's not a real thing, gravity. I'm just saying it's not technically one of the laws of physics.
It's a force.
Well, it may or it may not be. but it's not one of the laws of physics. Like, let's be careful with our words. Gravity is not one of the laws of physics. Okay.
What? Okay, so what is it then?
Well, it just may be a thing or may not be a thing. It's just a separate thing within itself. It's a separate category.
I never heard someone saying that gravity is something else.
Well, don't get me wrong. We learned about the term gravity and such in physics class, and we also learn about the laws of physics in physics class, like I did in physics class. But that doesn't mean that gravity is one of the laws of physics. Gravity is not one of the laws of physics. But anyway, like the point of us even talking about gravity at all is that the part we're in contention with in regards to the heliocentric model and what we were taught in school is that they say that the gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth exists due to gravity.
Mm-hmm.
The part that we're in contention with about that is that every example we have of gas pressure existing in a consistent X value form involves two things, a container and a fixed volume. So we're waiting for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity so that we can have a logical reason to assume that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, may exist due to gravity.
I see. But that okay, but isn't the sun a ball of gas?
There's an unverified light in the sky. The composition of it is unverified. Someone might tell you a story or tell you what they think it is, but no one has actually taken a sample of it and analyzed it and validated what material it's made out of. So what it's made out of is unverified. The distance to it, also unknown and unverified. The size of it and the dimensions of it, also unknown and unverified. So it's a real thing and it keeps us warm and provides lots of light. But as far as what it is, the composition is, we don't know.
We know the composition because of the light.
People say that.
But you can remake the experience.
Yeah, good point, Orion. People say that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But Orion, what he said, right? I mean, let's say we do observe, we do look at the sky, we see colors, we see, Mars is red, Jupiter is orange, and these gases kind of correlate to the colors of the planets. And let's say, sure, but that doesn't prove that the thing below your feet is a spinning water ball. Even if, let's say we are correct that on the, how do you say when you look at the colors, my bad, when you look, what's the name of that process? You're looking at the colors of the lights and...
Spectroscopy.
What was it?
Spectroscopy.
Exactly. Yeah, you can maybe utilize that to do certain observations, and you might be correct to say certain things. But until you go up there and actually verify it and check it and sample test it, you can't know for certainty all the claims that you're making on the ground about the things up in the sky just by looking at them.
The thing is about spectroscopy is that keep in mind. Kirk or Kirby Cat or whatever, spectroscopy requires isolation of the material, and you have to set the material on fire and then analyze the light from it. But keep in mind, it's not just setting the material on fire and analyzing the light from it. There's an important part of the process. You have to isolate it, meaning like put it in a glass box, a glass metal box, and isolate it from everything else. So the question you have to ask yourself is, when anyone says they're doing spectroscopy with the stars or the sun or whatever the hell, are they taking that star or that sun and isolating it in a box? Of course not. So it's not spectroscopy, it's just nonsense.
I will say that there is certain stuff that we do that people have done.
Nigga cat, nigga.
Your daddy. So So there is certain stuff that we can do on a lab environment, and people not on a lab, but people. Your mommy and your daddy are. I can't look at him, so I wasn't. I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him. Anyway, so someone else, if you could see him again, mute him or boot him or whatever. I couldn't see him.
He has an Egyptian pharaoh as his picture.
Okay, so if you can copy his ID whenever you see him again, copy.
I got him. No worries. I got him. He's back.
Oh, cool. Thanks. We can the ideal gases that people put in chambers or containers, and then they kind of add electricity, and the gases light up like light. Lights that have gases inside. So there might be something of that nature in relation to the luminaries. But what Orion is saying is a pretty interesting fact. What Orion said. What do you think about that, Kat?
I need to look into it, but it's interesting. Yeah.
Do you think people should be able to verify the claims to be able to make sure that the claims are correct? The claims should be verified, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how people have verified the sizes, the distances, the makeup, the medium that the luminaries are in, and the medium in between the luminaries and the observer. How can people verify that?
How can we verify the distance?
Yeah, exactly. The distance, the sizes, the makeup, what these things are made of, the medium that they're in. You know how you and I are in the medium of air right now? Or we can jump in the water, we'll be in the medium of water, right?
Yeah.
How do you know the medium, what is the medium made of where the lights are in? How do you know that? You don't. That's the answer. You don't know that. And that's one important variable that you want to know if you want to start making claims of knowledge about how that stuff works and all of the other claims. You see, Kat?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty logical.
Yeah. But okay, it's not really an argument. It's more of a question. Just interesting. So why are there from what I know, not a lot of physicians who believe the Earth is flat?
So you don't know any you said there's not a lot. Do you mean there's some?
I guess. I don't see. I guess in every field there is an exception. So.
My dad was a physicist, and he didn't know the Earth was flat. But I think it's just because he didn't think critically about it, and no one ever told him the Earth was flat except for me towards the end of his life. Like I'll tell you why. Like, my dad was a physicist, and as far as I know, I'm the only one over the course of his entire life, his son. I'm the only one who ever questioned the globe in front of him over the course of his entire life. I think that might be why. Like, the question you got to ask yourself is not necessarily, is a physicist smart or stupid? Smart or, smart to figure out the Earth is flat, or too stupid to figure it out. The question you got to ask yourself is, how many people ask the question, is the Earth flat or a ball? Like, most people go throughout their lives and don't ever ask themselves this. You got to recognize that.
No, I think it's very good to ask questions, to be skeptical.
No, yeah, it is good. It is good. Well, it's good to ask questions. What I'm saying is, people don't do it very, very often. That's what I'm saying. I mean seriously, if someone had ever actually told me before the age of 24 that the Earth is flat, yeah, man, I would have been a flat earther before the age of 24. No one ever told me that the Earth was flat before the age of 24. That's why I never even thought about it, at all.
What brought you to this idea?
Well, I mean, just acknowledging reality for what it is. I observe it as flat. When I try to find someone who's measured it and detected curvature, I find no one who has ever measured and detected curvature. So, to the best of my knowledge, and to the best of everyone's knowledge, the Earth is flat and stationary.
Mm-hmm.
No one's ever measured, motion either, for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason Einstein made up special relativity was to give a good reason as to why you can't detect the motion of the Earth. Because prior to that, they didn't have any good reasons to explain why we think the Earth is in motion, but every time we test it, we can't find it in motion. So he came up with the idea that explains away the difference between the cart and the horse moving across the land, or the land moving underneath the cart and the horse. It's relative.
Congo back then, people thought the claim of the ground spinning, even Einstein, which was, pseudoscientist, even he didn't want to claim that the ground was moving. So they had to make up that, what you said, right? The relativity stuff.
Yeah.
So imagine how cuckoo that claim is. It's nonsense. Complete nonsense. And some people are claiming it today, 2024.
On a flat plane, is there something that would explain how the tectonic plates move? Like earthquakes, volcanic eruption, and that is caused by tectonic plates moving.
Have you ever had a plate that is a sphere?
I mean, it could.
Okay, all right.
I wouldn't put my food on a sphere.
But I mean, my question was, okay, the Earth is flat. We have tectonic plates on it. What explains the way they move?
Pressure underneath the ground releasing due to temperature and change. I don't know.
And
pressure changing from one place to another. If you take, for example, the Bible's account of the Earth, it's sitting on top of the Great Deep. The Great Deep is a multitude of waters. So the Earth having earthquakes and shaking and moving, and mountain ranges appearing spontaneously, could be the land shifting on top of the water that's quaking and pushing up from underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know. That's just an idea.
And on your plan that represent the flat Earth, how thick is the flat Earth? You don't know?
The deepest we've done is the coldest.
Does it has the same composition at the Earth, like across the mantle? No.
No one has ever gone deeper than 7.6 miles, if I'm remembering it right.
Mm-hmm.
That's the coldest super deep borehole where man himself decided to dig it. Right? Your other natural creation is the Marianas Trench, which is about the same depth.
Mm-hmm.
We can't go any deeper.
Yeah, it's too hot.
No.
I mean, it's also physical, because you cannot. At one point you reach something that is too big to drill.
Well, whenever they were digging in the Kola borehole, the material that they were digging into kept filling the hole that they were digging.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like digging into melted wax, right? They would dig into the melted wax, and then it would refill the hole. But the tip of the material that they pulled out wasn't deteriorated, as if it was hot. And the whole time they were digging, right, because the geologist has already made the claim that at this depth you have this material, and that depth you'll have that material. The whole time they were digging, they were finding that the geologists had it wrong. They didn't know what was underneath their feet while they were digging. And we have never gone deep enough to even reach even close to what they claim the mantle would be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So no one knows how deep the earth is, or what it's made of, or why we can't dig any deeper.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get your submarines going down into the Marianas Trench, they reach a point where they're too buoyant to go any deeper.
Isn't it more of the pressure of the water, and that we don't have a really good material? And from what I know, we already went to the lowest point in the ocean.
The Marianas Trench.
Yeah.
And each time they tried to descend into the trench, they had to figure out how to make a submarine more dense than the water that they reached.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like plateaus that they keep having to descend deeper into. So they had to keep making their submarines more dense. And then they finally reached the bottom of that valley.
Mm-hmm.
Besides that, we don't know.
Also, other question: how, from your perspective, what is the sun and the moon compared to the Earth? I mean, what are they? What type of
My best
object?
answer is that they're a light in the sky. They each have their own purpose. They each move in their own patterns.
But is there a specific explanation for the patterns?
No, I don't have an answer as to why the sun is what it is and the moon is what it is. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I know through the law of identity that the sun is not the moon is not the sun, and that the sun is not the rest of the sky, and the sun is not a star, and that the moon is not a star because they don't look the same. I don't know what they're made of. I don't know why they are the way they are. And I'm not going to push a claim as to say what they are because I don't know. The globe model says, hey, this is what it's made of, but no one's ever been there.
Mm-hmm. But do you believe there is a reason for?
Yeah. I think that the Creator made the lights in the sky so that we can identify time and signs. So it was made for a purpose, but I don't have a what they are. I don't know how they are. I know that they are. And aside from looking at it and telling you what I apparently know, I can't give you an honest answer.
Mm-hmm.
What was the last question?
I have a little question, if I may. So, Crystal, you shared that image of the Earth's core generating a magnetic field. How does it do such when it's molten, right? So, iron loses its magnetism at around 770 degrees Celsius, and the Earth's core is about 5,000 degrees Celsius, right? So that makes sense. but according to the mainstream, they say that it's geodynamo and electromagnetic induction through heating and cooling like a lava lamp. You know, like the hot lava rises to the outer core, and then the outer core cools down and then sinks back inside. Like, what? How would you guys rebuttal that?
That's it. We live in a lava lamp.
They don't know what the hell it looks like because in the time that we was digging, they had it wrong. So from between where we are above sea level to, what was it, 9.6 miles deep, or no, 7.6 miles deep, they had no clue as to what the ground was made of and in what layering, right? So if they can't go any deeper than that, and they have never been any deeper than that, and using, you know, sonar to try and find out what the ground is underneath our feet, and they don't get that right, why should I give them a hall pass on something they've never been to experience and something I can't replicate above ground?
Fair enough. But if I may play devil's advocate, right? Like when a volcano erupts, we see lava. So they would assume that it's like a molten inside, right?
Why would you assume that? Because the ground, there's volcanoes and they push out, you know, melted rock.
Yeah.
So then underneath the ground that we see and experience, it should also be a melted rock. You know, maybe there's
like,
another reason.
Right? Like, I'm just assuming what they would have, what they would say.
Yeah, even in the globe story, the diagrams show magma chambers.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember, back in the grade school textbooks.
Yeah.
So the magma chambers can connect to the molten core, right?
I don't know. They have little trickle streams all the way to the core in those diagrams, right? Or are the chambers? I mean, either or, it's just sort of, yeah. I mean, tectonic plates from the last guy and volcanoes now. I don't know.
Yeah. What if there's like an instance that we don't actually understand that's causing the rock to melt and build pressure and release out the pimple of the ground as a volcano, right? Why would it necessarily have to be the case that the mantle is pushing up through the crust?
From what I know, it's because of pressure.
The mantle's not molten, right? Or is the mantle like semi-molten? I forget nowadays. I don't really remember.
It's a liquid rock state. The crust is hard.
Right, okay. So yeah, I mean, it's literally just a best guess that they're taking, right?
It is a big guess.
Because there is magnetism.
Phenomena that we see, volcanoes. How do volcanoes happen? We don't know, but we have this big ball that we have to make it work with, and let's throw in some magma underneath the ground.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
you can also measure the heat of the ground. So, for example, in different areas, the heat will be different.
Yeah, and people in Africa way back in the when, they used to put rocks into circles, and then inside those circles of rocks, underneath the ground, it would be a higher temperature, and all they did was move rocks around. How does that work?
yeah, I've heard about that from. There's this one guy that talks about it, and I can't remember his name now.
Yeah.
But,
So if all we have
we
to
can
do
always
is move rocks around on the surface of the earth to cause the temperature underneath the ground to increase in temperature, then what is happening? We don't know. You know what I mean?
So we can all agree there is a magnetic field, though, right? But then the question is like, is it what's it, the magnetic mountain, or what would you reckon?
I don't know what causes the magnetic field. That's a God question.
That is the whole construct is built to generate the field. It's kind of obvious. I mean, there is the movement of the luminaries causing that movement, the input into this system causing the excitement of the particles and the stuff in the medium. But the magnetic field, there is one of the most magnetic materials in the world called magnetite, iron oxide, and that takes the shape of the pyramid of light that is up in heaven. And also salt, sea salt. If you grab sea salt, if you grab seawater and put it like in the shore or in a place to dry under the sunlight, it will crystallize into a pyramid. The sea salt crystallize into a pyramid because it's being dried under the sunlight, and the source of the sun is the pyramid of light up in heaven, the city of God, where the throne of God is.
There could be a couple of answers as to why we have a magnetic field, but that would be best left for Speculation Sunday.
Okay. What are satellites? I mean, how we get Wi-Fi and the internet?
Well, your internet is mostly ground-based. You can
Yeah,
have
but I
flying
can
objects
also
in the
have.
sky. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm getting there. You can also have flying objects in the sky, like geostationary balloons, or you can have planes taking, paths that could be giving you an idea that, well, there's this really high thing flying at 17,000 miles an hour when it's actually not 250 miles away, traveling 17,000 miles an hour. It's actually much closer and flying at a lower speed, and it's told to fly from point A to point B over a specific location at a specific time, giving you the idea that it is a free-falling, perpetually free-falling object in a vacuum, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be 250 or 350 miles away if you're talking Sputnik. Then it could just be a flying object in the sky, right? Because at this point, you're not creating a proof for a globe or a flat plane. What you're doing is having a discussion about method of flight or a reason why this thing I see in the sky is in the sky. If you was on the ball, then you would have to have your free-falling orbit. If you're having your plane of existence, you would just have an object flying overhead, and then you'd have to discuss why is that object flying the way it is.
I mean, I am just here to try to understand how you see things,
Right, and I'm giving you my answer.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Is every flat earther a Christian? But from
No.
what I understand, a lot of you are.
No, not everyone. Not every flat earther is a Christian. There are Muslim flat earthers. There are agnostic flat earthers. There's flat earthers who don't think God exists. But
how does it differ from someone who is religious and someone who is not religious? I mean, there is probably a lot of difference on how you see things.
I think we're getting into
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
If you don't want to answer,
topic.
then that's fine. I can answer him.
I can answer him, but I'm telling him that this isn't really what's going on for the server topic or for this room's topic, but I think it would be based on how the individual sees whether or not God exists would determine on whether they are wanting to have a religious worldview. Then they would have to define whether or not they think God can communicate with people, on whether they're going to stick with a known religion that we have currently, or think that God doesn't communicate with us and then they have their own image of God.
Even that, I think we should just cut it off. I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
A lot of people also will stick to what they've already known.
Your microphone is bad, Sydney.
What?
Try
You said my
again.
mic
Your
is-
microphone is bad. Kiko, yeah.
I'm going to cut out because of where I'm at.
You're cutting out now. So I'll just pick up where you left off. So no, those who share in common the cosmological idea that the surface of the earth and or oceans is topographically planar do not have the same overall worldview necessarily.
Real man.
Scared the hell out of me with that.
Can we just give Sydney a second to say something? She got so muted and then she needs to say this. Okay.
She better not spurg out.
Never mind then. I really don't know what's so funny. But this is my home server, so please don't server mute me unless there's a real reason. I don't want to cry. It's been a good day.
Good Lord. All right, anyway, continue.
Thank you.
I'm going to pick up where you left off, Gregory.
As I was, even if the young man is deafened. Yes, those who share in common the cosmological premise that the surface of the earth is topographically planar and don't necessarily share the same overall worldview. Not the same theology, not the same metaphysics, not the same epistemology, etc., etc. And that's always been the case throughout the entirety of human history. The nations had in common the understanding that the surface of the earth, for millennia since the very beginning of creation, that the surface of the earth is topographically planar, that the heavens are above the face of the earth, that the underworld is below the face of the earth, etc., etc. And then millennia after that, eventually, came the deception, among many deceptions, only the God knows how many, where the earth became a ball in a cosmic vacuum, and then eventually became a ball in a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of other humongous balls in a cosmic vacuum. And then God was deleted out of the world. Or so they wanted to believe. Well, the floor is open to anyone who wants to prove that they know the earth is a ball.
I just wanted to add on to what you were saying, and just to say that, in my opinion, the globe essentially separates the creator from creation. And while you don't necessarily have to be Christian to follow flat Earth, I do believe that it lends credence to each other, and as you go deeper into flat Earth and you start looking at theology, they kind of hold hands in a way. So yeah.
Well, to be fair, being logically strict, it does not necessarily follow the earth is a ball, therefore there's no God. Right? But that is a part of the worldview that has been presented. A part of the worldview is that the earth is a ball in a cosmic vacuum with no God.
Right, and you're just a thing that came out of some sludge that was struck by lightning, and you're just a speck of dust on a grain of sand in an ocean of grains of sand in an ever expanding. Yeah, like it makes you feel like nothing.
It gives you objectively no purpose on the cosmic perspective. You have no value. You just become an egotistical vessel of shit.
In fact, I've engaged an unbeliever.
Okay, thank you for that. I just had a little moment. Yeah. Thanks. This place gets crazy, and there's unbelievers everywhere. So yeah, it's if we are of faith, it is our duty. That is kind of out of our control, even, but it is our duty, job role to engage, no matter what, even if we just want to get that thing out of them, and it just goes with it. So anyway, thanks guys. I do get it. Didn't want to be server muted. I didn't know what was going on with my mic, but
yeah, I didn't hear you.
It be like that sometimes. No matter where you live. So I appreciate, people when they come in here and actually ask new shit. That's very refreshing, Whether it's about red shift, blue shift, God shit, occult shit, whatever. It's always the. But honestly, this place has been a wonderful Monday. This server has been great on Mondays for the last 6 weeks. Just whoever's listening, that I can take that as a compliment. It has been every single Monday for about 6 weeks. It's been new, exciting, and I don't know if it's intentional, but God bless you, Manic Mondays, yeah. So yeah.
So I'm just doing some research here, and it's actually it's quite crazy because they say that Coriolis force affects the heat channels that rise from the core and divert them through the mantle to different areas. It's actually comical that they're using Coriolis now.
Yeah. Whatever they can do to invert any sort of divine illusion or mirage or anything that's out of whatever. In their mind, they might even think it's like a public service, and I'm just like, oh hot damn! I saw that Hillary Clinton interview that I had never seen, or whatever speech from 12ish years ago about that glass ceiling with millions of cracks, and I'm like, you bitch! I'm like, how did I not even see that one? But
What I was going to say earlier was when I was engaging this unbeliever, they were so stuck on that cosmological idea that they're on a ball in a cosmic vacuum of an unfathomable size. How could the
Right.
God care about me? They were stuck in that
that's
idea.
exactly right. It's an immediate connection with our Creator, deterrent for that reason. Like, how the hell he gonna reap the wheat and the tares at that end time shit? If you believe that, how the hell he gonna do that on a globe, bro? Spinning, hurtling. It's like no trumpets can be played in a vacuum. I don't think. You know.
Yeah, the God can do that. I mean, it's logically possible, but of course, that's not the case.
Right. But why would he put us through that shit? Nuh-uh.
And then I had asked a coworker because he's Christian also. I was like, dude, when heaven is rolled away like a scroll, and the stars fall to earth like figs from a tree, and every eye sees them, how is that possible on a globe?
Right.
I was like, you're gonna have to bend over backwards to explain that one. Whereas I just say, it is what it is.
Right. It's attainable because it's already been told that it's gonna happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? Close by. Like, WTF, man.
And then
how the hell he gonna tread? How the hell he gonna tread those bad ones? You know, in the wine press. What the fuck? You know?
Yeah.
Oh, that gives new whole new meaning to that film, Grapes of Wrath. Yeah. So, man. Yeah, man. Good to have Christian friends, though. For real, that's our thing. Tell you what, why I was so emotional, just because I know it's only going to take up 30 seconds of airtime, was because there's a whole bunch of cluster F, like false Christian anythings in Discord right now, and it's really, I shouldn't have let it get to me, and I shouldn't have let it, like, whatever happened with my mic, I don't really know, but my bad, y'all. Wheat's next to the tares, you know, just growing simultaneously, I guess. So. Yeah, I respect this place too much. But yeah, Geeks is cool, man. Growing on this. Because I wasn't sure at first either, but he's cool, man.
Seems to be. I'd rather that be true.
No, for real. And it took weeks, Gregory, weeks of first impressions, and then many changes since then. But yeah, no, for real. Good dude. Good dude. And not just me, you know, I speak for both of us here. But yeah. Opposite of some folks that come in here, you know.
Stiff neck, don't want to change. Then they'd have to rethink everything.
Right. And he's a cat person too, but even that aside, you know, it's we're gonna get a cat here soon. Mine just died. That was like my cue to leave the States. But yeah, that aside, one question at a time, you know? I think that's how it starts for a lot of us. So one question at a time.
Does the thing? Or is that just a United States thing?
Oh, grow up, Shrek.
No, it's the silent channel. No.
Yes. But you might as well go ahead and present some globe evidence, perhaps.
What globe evidence?
Well, the one you believe in. So, no evidence?
No, there's no evidence.
Globe evidence. You want to see some?
Yes.
All right, I'll show it to you just because you asked. We post it.
The side channel?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the side channel. It's coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Should be going up. There you go.
Hey, nice. It looks nice.
Yeah,
I have one
I
like
can get
that.
it at a discount. They're selling it like a 50% discount these days. 75% off, 90% off sometimes. If
Yeah,
you
I
get
have one
lucky,
like that
95%.
actually.
You have one like this?
Yeah.
Do you put it on the center of the table and say, "Thank you, Gravity, for everything you do, for keeping the food on my table, not flying off to space"?
Yeah. I don't know.
You know, you gotta say, people say thank you. Thank you, Gravity. Felix, it's always good to have gratitude. I agree. You gotta be grateful. Felix! Kitty cat.
Skibidi dope dope.
Kirby cat.
Skibidi toilet.
Hey, I was trying to say it. It's actually Kirby cat. Kirby cat. That's one of the members in the chat.
Carpy cat?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Larpy cat. He likes LARPing a lot.
Hey, in this room, he's been behaving very respectful for most of the time. The other day, I heard him yelling at the mic and kind of like being a little bit annoying. But today, the man has behaved like a man,
Yeah.
like a real man.
Yeah. That's cool.
So
I don't mind.
that's good. Because I can go to a different server, maybe troll a little bit or whatever, but you don't have to be trolling everywhere, right?
No.
You don't have to go everywhere and troll.
No. Sometimes I come in here and say, Google, Google, Google.
You a Google Earther?
No, it's Google, Google.
You Google?
Yeah.
Let me Google.
Or Google Gaga.
I think you might be like a copy-paste Earther. You find it in Google, copy-paste it.
Yeah.
Share it with people.
Yeah, I'm looking for like good deals for chickens.
Chicken?
Yeah, live chicken, yes.
Live chickens. Now that you said live chickens, I can't tell you what else I was going to tell you.
Yeah. No, I'm doing some farming stuff.
That's pretty cool. Good for you, bro. Get some ducks. Besides chickens, get ducks. And make a pond, like an artificial pond.
Yeah.
You have one already?
Yeah.
Cool. Get ducks, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I'm actually investing in 4 acres of land, which is like,
good for you, dude.
Which is like, how do you call it? $11,000. Something like that.
Okay.
but I can pay it off within 1 year.
That's awesome, bro.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. And you're gonna get that plot of land and put some work into it. You kind of like are motivated to do that stuff
Yeah,
and get the chicken.
I am, because this is my retirement. You understand?
Yeah,
Canada,
yeah.
Canada apparently sold our retirement pensions to China.
Wow.
To pay off the loan. You understand? So
Yeah.
we're not going to have any, how do you call it? Basically, Canada has turned into a banana republic. If can I say
Wow.
it nicely.
So how much did you don't have to say, but how much you think you lost by them selling? Did you lost anything yourself by them doing that?
Yeah, my whole life.
Okay, can
pension.
you explain how microorganisms are on Mars then?
That's
Yeah, you can't
because
explain that.
Can you explain how you know that in the first place? Then you can't explain that, can you?
Years ago, there
You
was
can't
water
explain
on
that.
Mars.
I think I watched that movie. I think
Yeah.
it was zombies in Mars. Zombies.
Bro, you honestly believe that every human being is lying constantly?
Do you
And
honestly
that's
believe that
amazing.
you know that there are microorganisms on
Actually
Mars?
amazing.
It's just amazing. So you don't know
Who's
that, do
lying?
you?
They do
Who's
exist.
lying?
Yeah, so you're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are lying. So do you know how to
Where's your
present an
proof?
argument to prove that you know that microorganisms are
I
on
know
Mars?
that for a fact
Where there's
because you know
water,
why?
Now, how do you
You know
know
why I
that
know that?
microorganisms are on Mars? How do you know
Because
that?
Hey, he watched it in TV, Gregory. He watched it in
first
the
off,
TV.
no one said that those
You are.
microorganisms came from
Where
Mars.
there's water,
That's what
there's
you're assuming. What
microorganisms.
I am saying is that
With
microorganisms
ice.
can live inside rocket tanks. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but they do. So you can go to your local airport, take a sample of fuel inside of a jet engine, look at it under an electron microscope, and you'll see organisms living inside. How are they living in a harsh environment like that? So
Because
when you have these fuel tanks that break apart in space once the rocket extends out of orbit, you have these debris landing on all these different planets. So that's how they can analyze from the Mars rover debris from Earth landing on Mars and finding these different things. But no, that's not real. It's not a real place.
Hey,
They're filming in
Cool story,
Arizona.
though.
They're in fucking
Cool
Alabama
story.
filming.
Hey, when is this gonna be in theaters? Like, where can I go watch it?
Yo, listen, bro. Get your brain
When, bro? When?
and use your eyes and read. Okay, and if
You
that's
tell me
not good
when.
enough, walk outside and fly. If that's not good
I'm
enough, buy a
outside
plane
walking
ticket
right
and
now.
fly around.
I
Fly
am
around the
outside.
earth. Fly
I
around the
am
globe.
outside.
Okay? And if that's not good enough, go to school, become a natural scientist or whatever, and go to an
Shut the
Arctic
fuck up.
research station.
Present a fucking argument that you know the Earth is a ball.
This guy.
Yeah,
I'll
relax,
give
man.
it. I'll give
Why
it a
is there so much
3.5
tension?
out of 10. I'll give him a 3.5. It was
Shut your
alright.
stupid ass, condescending punk ass up. Send an argument. Say an argument that proves that you know the Earth is a ball.
You say an argument.
Stupid motherfuckers.
It is a ball.
Because it has to be.
Gentlemen in the retirement status, as a gentleman that you've been since you've been in this VC, I'm gonna respectfully tell you that the globe, it's not what you're standing on.
Yeah. So
pretty
the Mars
simple.
rover, we did these
Go ahead,
things in school where you would say, this is to that as that is to this, right? Well, the Mars rover is to Canada as Princess Amidala is to Italy.
Whoa. I almost got it, but I didn't.
Yeah. The Mars rover is in Canada. And Star Wars, the planet Naboo, is just Italy.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Okay, buddy.
So he's saying because there's this organism that they call like it's bears, bear something. It's like little organisms that they say they can live in space or whatever. And they look like little bears.
Yes.
And then they're saying, okay, so since these organisms can live inside fuel tanks, and then we released these tanks in outer space, and then these things landed in Mars. Now there's organisms in Mars. Yeah, you know what?
But
I
I mean,
gotta give him a
they,
star.
wouldn't they burn going through the atmosphere?
Yeah, but where there's water, there's
Mars
organisms.
doesn't have atmosphere.
But there's
It
ice
has,
on
but it's
Mars.
very low. It's a very
No, but the
thin.
organism can survive in outer space. That's the
Yes.
claim, I think.
Yeah, but it's inside of a contained environment because it's in a fuel tank, right?
No, the fuel
Even
tank
if
already was utilized, and whatever valves were open, and it might be open, right? No, it's a fuel tank. It has to
I
be
think if
sealed.
their fuel tanks was
I'll take that
attached to
back.
something and they wanted to make it reusable, it would be a quick disconnect system, so it would remain a closed system,
Yes.
whether it's attached
Yeah,
to
I'll
the
take that
engine
back.
or
Yep.
not. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Ooga
Makes sense.
chugga, ooga chugga.
Especially if they send it to Mars, and one day they're gonna go and reuse those,
Yes.
the ones with the organisms.
They can't burn dead algae.
Yeah, but
Anyways, can anybody tell the retiree Canadian Earth is not a cartoon globe?
It's not.
Earth is also not the globe that they point out in the classroom. Remember, the teacher? You were sitting over there at the classroom, and she said, "Look, little Shrek, look
yeah.
at the corner, the globe." And you say, "What?" You look at the globe, and the teacher said, "That's where you live, Shrek." And you were like, he was like, "Oh, okay."
I was homeschooled.
It was your mommy that told you that, Ian? Or your dad?
My mom told me that to plan this.
I mean, your mom can be a teacher. Just a teacher, right? Your mom can be a teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were homeschooled and you still believe it's a globe? Something is wrong here.
Yeah, something is wrong, man. Definitely.
Something smells like Uranus.
I don't pee.
Yeah, Uranus smells like farts, guys.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, because it's methane gas. Liquid methane.
Oh, that one too. That one too.
Okay, can I ask other questions?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you explain tidal forces? The way the sea goes up and down in level.
I don't know.
So you think there is no explanation?
I think it might be. I think it might be cats pushing stuff up the earth, causing like a change.
That's not a genuine answer.
Yeah, no, but
What?
seriously.
That's a question.
That was a joke. That was a joke for cat because if the earth was flat, we know the earth is not flat because if it was, cats would have pushed everything off it already.
That's a Sunday question.
Go ahead, bro. My bad.
That's a Sunday question where we freely and openly tell everyone the speculations. Each individual has their own speculation as to what is happening, especially with the tides. But there's only
The fuck is going on with
a couple of things that you could say is factual, right? Like there are tidal nodes, there are specific locations that'll have change in tide, and how close you are to those nodes will depend on how drastic the change in tide is. If you look I think I have a screenshot saved where they say that even on the spherical model, they'll say that the tides are not connected to the moon in its position. I'm sure somebody can post that. I can't, but yeah, that's a speculation question, and that would be good for Sunday.
Wait, what's the question? Where are we?
No, the question was, how do tides work?
Oh, the tides. So, I mean, we live in a dynamic system, right? And there is high pressure, low pressure. So at least that, like the multiple, because some people say, oh, the moon causes the tides, right? But the moon is part of a system. So there might be a cause and effect relationship. I would say the moon could be one of those causes, but it might not be the only cause. Because we do see tides changing when the moon phases are changing as well, right? So we would kind of observe a correlation,
Yeah.
but the causation might be linked to a mechanism that might include the moon, but might include other variables that are maybe under us and above us. So to grab those variables and make a map of completely tell you the mechanism of how tide works, there might be like systems below the earth, underwater systems, and there's high pressure, low pressure, up and down, and this how water system work, that they can go up and down, the water flows and in and out, that kind of stuff. So, but have anybody been under the sea? Under the sea, I know it's a song. So yeah, the tides, that's a good question. How does that work?
I did have fun trying to investigate why the tides are.
It's definitely not because of a globe. That's a fact. Not because of a globe.
Right.
So if anyone wants to see my proof, I'm doing a whiteboard. If anyone wants to see my proof for globe. Sorry, I'm not sure everybody realizes just how much proof I'm giving right now.
I'm not paying attention.
You saying you're giving? You say you're giving? What are you giving?
I'm giving.
You giving like giggles, laughter, like a clown?
It's just very, very, very important proof for globe Earth. That's all.
Very important proof for Earth. Why, you went to your garden and picked the soil, or what?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Because you're saying very, I don't know. You said Earth proof, but
no, globe Earth, proof.
Bro, can
you laugh while you're muted or no?
That's how you laugh,
do
man.
it, but when you're muted. Hey, geek, hey, geek.
No, I'm laughing. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm laughing.
You know that some people, when they realize the Earth is not a globe, they laugh and cry at the same time.
Oh yeah, when's that ever happened? Did you ever?
Because they're having a schizoid episode.
Well,
Yeah.
because he have come through
I'm
with some
laughing. I'm just
information.
laughing.
Oh, you're laughing, yeah.
Yeah. So
What is that state? It's one of the states of
I'm
grief,
not
I think.
crying.
No, not grief. It has a name. But...
What the fuck is that?
Bro, just mute while you're watching the anime that you're watching.
No. You need to come to the whiteboard, the activity board, because I'm just giving you a diagram that helps prove the globe.
You're in the diagram? I'm pretty sure you guys are probably drawing stuff that are not supposed to be drawing, but that's what you're.
Whatever do you mean? I'm not sure. All I'm doing is creating some proofs. Cool.
Put him on boat.
Why don't you mute this Joker asshole? What the fuck? You know, let him spaz out.
He's having a good time, dude.
I'm just putting some proofs together.
Just put his ass on me.
Somebody should ping CB so that he can get a soundbite of his laughter.
Just can everyone come to? Everyone come to the. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway. Anyway, right. I've got some. I won't laugh anymore. Well, I'll try not to laugh. Right. Anyone wanna give me some light stuff for me to debunk? I'll try my best. Come on.
If the Earth is a globe, why do birds fly in front of cars?
Because they're
The economy. Next.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the economy. Well, the economy is like money and.
No, not your answer. The question of.
It means they're trolling and they're not being serious. So just bring up a topic and try to keep it as real as possible, please.
But anyone, give me like an actual debunking stuff. Like I'm in good spirits now, so I can take you all to town. Anything, quick, go.
Jeez.
Is the mic working this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, anyone who wants to have their brain not blue.
What's up, geeks?
Hello. Come on, anyone. It's not blue. Well, we see it as blue. It's not blue. It's black.
Why is it blue?
Sorry.
Why is the sky blue?
Atmosphere.
You mean from Earth? Why do we see it as blue?
Because God loves geometry.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. Actually, anyone want to take this? But that doesn't do anything about globe Earth, does it? Something more globe earthy. While a lot of the the top ones are not in here, so
fuck off.
Might get. Sorry.
What do you mean top ones aren't in there? What are you talking
about? I'm just trying to corrupt your
The top globe earthers aren't here.
Is that what it is?
I was trying
Fair play.
no. As in, I was trying to corrupt your group by giving them a bit too much information. But you're it now, so put a stop to that.
Here we go.
Go on, Jedi. Give me if you want to come at me. Go on.
Not really. Why have I got to come at you, man? Why have we got to be enemies?
No. It was a turn of phrase. Sorry. Go on. I'm S tier. Go on.
You're fine, dude.
Go on. I'm in a calm. We're all in a calm environment, so don't think it will get heated this month. We might get quite far.
Yeah.
You want to
go?
go?
The weather around here. It's like the weather around here, mate. It changes really quickly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's give it a shot.
1 second is we're talking about me
You wanna
opening
go?
a farm, and then next second the two guys start arguing.
Yeah. So Jedi, while the weather's pleasant, the breeze is nice. Got an opener for old geeks. One of your favourites. Or maybe a new one that you want to try.
I don't know. Have you managed to come to a conclusion of how you maintain a gas pressure environment without a container?
Yeah. So actually, take me through this, so I can understand this, because I'm still, I keep hearing it, but I mean, it does. It's like the thing that you guys speak to. I'm not quite there yet. So can you take me through what you mean by each of those words?
Okay, so you know that the consequence of putting gas into a container is the gas is under pressure, yeah?
So if I was, for example, let's take like an empty bottle, like a plastic bottle,
or a tire, or a ball.
Yeah. Well, let's take a bottle. I guess let's take a bottle just because that's what's in my head at the moment. Screw the top on. The gas in there, I guess it's just air, whatever. It's when you say under pressure, it reads at a certain pressure.
Yeah,
you'd be okay with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the fixed volume, the amount of space that the gas is contained within, by consequence of this, I mean, gas is under a certain amount of pressure. If you put more gas in, more pressure. If you increase the size of the space, less pressure.
Less pressure.
Cool. Can we demonstrate gas pressure without the physical bounds of the container to cause that pressure? Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have gas pressure without a container? I don't know. You probably say no, right?
There doesn't appear to be a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Gotcha. Oh, okay, cool. I see where you're going. So
there's two problems with this. One, I've pointed out that if the Earth is an open system, there's nothing physical for the gas to press upon to achieve gas pressure within a fixed volume. Problem number two, if there's no physical boundary and out there is a vacuum, the gas is going to keep going and disperse into the vacuum of space.
Thank you. Because I've heard those sentences kind of, said multiple times, but because I've never really been paying attention when that argument's been going on, it's kind of But that all makes sense. Gotcha.
Cool.
Gotcha. So. Not trying to lead you down, but I just want to be clear about what I'm dealing with. In terms of what you might see as acceptable. Do you have a working model or a working kind of explanation as to, what's actually going on? Or are you just saying, you're asking for me to demonstrate what you've just said, whether I can or can't is the real question? Or are you going to offer something separate? Okay, so you don't have something in your head as to
what it actually is.
No, we're just looking at the claim that they say the Earth is an open pressure environment without a container next to and within a vacuum.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Cool.
Right. And I guess when you're talking about vacuum, you mean like the emptiness of space or whatever you want to call it. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, not trying to trap you. I'm just making sure that when I give you an answer, it's not something that's going to make you roll your eyes and be like, "Oh, fuck, this is something that I've heard 100 times before." I'm going to try and come up with something original.
Okay.
So you don't have a model yourself at all. So it's like a model yourself with regards to not just like the space that's out there, because you're talking about a vacuum, but I'm guessing you're not making a claim as to whether there is like infinite space out there necessarily, are you? You're not making a
No,
claim.
this is all with regards to the heliocentric claim. Their claim is this, which appears to go against everything we know about laws of nature with regards to gas behavior.
Gotcha. Okay.
Good.
Right. So you're saying, when you say their claim is this, like, you might as well lump me in with it, right?
Okay.
Well, let's say that our claim.
I can make it personal if you want to.
Yeah. I would say, like, if we can make it personal, because that does help. But it might. I'm just trying to think forward, because I genuinely don't want it to feel like I'm trapping you. And if it does end up that way, we're going to rewind and go to a there. Because okay, let's go with a personal thing, if that's okay with you. So my claim is,
Yep.
But you can't answer that, can you?
Sorry, say that again. I can't answer what?
What my claim is. Well, can you?
No, I'm not. Before we get lost in each other's words, dude, I'm more interested in the claim. Whether it's theirs and you adopt it as yours, that's fine. But the claim is that the Earth is an open pressure system, an open system without a container. So 2 problems. One.
Yeah. No, I heard you.
Good. Cool.
But you see what I was saying. Like, when it comes to it being my claim, it kind of, again, not meaning to trap you or trip you up or anything, but when it becomes my claim, it is, I guess, on your side, it adds an additional element of complexity, because
I'm not.
You don't know what my claim. You don't know what my claim. Well, no. It's not that you're not interested.
Well, not interested in the thoughts and feelings of anybody else. We're only debating the claim that is put on the table by the authority. Not really interested in your own personal imaginations about what's going on.
No, that helps me. Because please don't start yelling at me about this. I'm just going to test this to see where your thoughts are on it. The claim, I've never heard of the claim worded in that way, and I don't think that the claim, there is no authority. It's just the current understanding of what's going on is quite correct with how you are saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I'm wrong with that?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh, cool. Good.
I mean, the claim is the claim. Let's be fair.
Mm-hmm.
They say the Earth is like this. So, with regards to
and the other
systems,
says the Earth is like that.
Good. Let me explain it. The evidence is the Earth is like this. With regards to systems, isolated, open, and closed, they have energy and matter transfer. We understand this, right? So an isolated system to receive or exchange energy or matter. A closed system, like a can of Coke, will be able to receive energy but will not be able to let go of the physical matter. An open system receives and lets go of both energy and physical matter.
Nice.
So they say the Earth is the third of these systems, open, free exchange of energy and physical matter. That includes the gas.
Gotcha. If I was to say that what the claim that you're defining is, I can't actually go ahead with that because that isn't what it is. Does that shut our argument down, or can we change the claim? Again, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just
You'd have to demonstrate what you mean by that, dude.
Can we change the claim? Or is that we can't do it? We can't change it.
Because that's what the claim is.
Gotcha. Okay, fine. I understand now. I can't go forward.
Okay.
Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because what you say the claim is, I'm not claiming, and I think what you think the scientific the current understanding of the model that's describing what's going on, your definition is wrong.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying. Sorry.
Would you like to get more specific on this?
Do you
want to tell me why? Do you want to tell me why I'm wrong in that instance?
Why it's wrong? Okay. Yep. Cool. Right. So one of the things is the word container. I'm sure you've heard this 100 times before. The word container. When you say container, I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume what I think you mean. Can you give me a sense of...
It's a physical boundary for the gas to exist in. So for pressure, that is solved by force over area given in feet or meters, a container for the gas to exist in.
Physical, you said. Physical.
Yes.
And that means that it needs to be, what, solid?
Physical, yes. Solid, liquid.
Not gas.
Not gas.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So that's one of the. Again, I'm not saying I'm forcing you into it. It's just for me to understand kind of like where you're coming from with this. So that's you asked me for specifics. That's one specific. That's one thing we would need to change. That's one thing we would need to change. It has to be the container. I don't think that word is particularly helpful.
Not helpful to you.
Boundary. Well, no, it's not helpful to either of us because you're thinking I'm claiming.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not helpful, bro? What do you mean it's not helpful? How are you breathing air?
I'm saying that your claim is incorrect, and I can't argue with a claim that I actually don't believe in. I can't do that in good conscience because it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't help me. I don't know when you say help you. I don't think it helps you either. Apart from if you want to maintain the definition that you've given, that I'm telling you is incorrect, so you win the argument because I can't continue. Right? Does that make sense, or is that just a bunch of words? Does that make sense?
Well, if I may.
I'm speaking to Jedi.
Well, so you don't believe that gas needs containment?
I'm speaking to Jedi.
You're gonna have to repeat it again, dude.
Okay. You said it's not helpful for me. So again, going back, the container, right? It's actually, I don't like that word. I think we should just call it a boundary. You said it can't be gas. It can't be gas. I'm saying that's wrong. We have to use gas because that's what my claim would be. Is that
okay?
Yeah. So
I mean, yeah. If you want to carry on, dude, we can make this a lot more simpler. It seems to be getting really complicated. It's not that hard.
So the claim that you're saying exists is wrong. Does that make sense?
Okay. The claim that the Earth is an open system with gas pressure is wrong.
No. You're saying that the container or the boundary can't be a gas. It has to be physical. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. Gases can't contain themselves. Gases disperse.
So I'm telling you that part is wrong. Does that make sense?
Cool. Yes, but incorrect because gases expand to fill volumes, don't they? They don't contain themselves.
I understand. I'm not going to push any further because I can see that this is where we have to stop basically because I can't. What?
You have to stop. I'm completely fine to carry on, dude.
No, I can't because you won't accept. You won't accept that it's a gas boundary.
A gas boundary separating
the vacuum of space and whatever is contained within said gas boundary.
Okay. Holy shit!
You won't accept that, will you?
Well, no, because it sounds like you don't even understand what you're trying to fight with that instance. That the gas is containing the gas. Doesn't sound like you understand. Do you know what PV equals nRT is, the ideal gas formula?
Why don't you tell me?
PV equals nRT. Volume, the P and the V, equals the amount of substance in a space given the moles, the ideal constant, and temperature. Yeah. All four or five of those things. Yeah, all five of those things you are going to need to be speaking about when describing gas behavior and movement. The size of the container, the volume that the gas exists in, and the amount of gas and the temperature of the gas. Those types of shit, right?
Sure.
Now, within P, V equals nRT, P stands for pressure. Pressure is solved. Pressure is equal to force over area. Area given in feet or meters, a physical boundary for the gas to press against. So within the ideal gas formula, pressure is the gas pressing on the walls of its container. Even within the non-ideal gas formulas, you'll still find P there, which is pressure, which is defined as a gas's force over an area in feet or meters, demonstrating a. My question is still this: how do you have gas pressure without a physical boundary to press against?
Again, like we're just back to. I get the PV equals nRT. Okay. But again, we can't continue because I'm going to be arguing from a claim. From when you say the claim, right? I'm going to be arguing from my claim. Which you don't accept, and that's fine. I'm not saying that that I've beaten you because of that at all. But I don't want to continue a discussion where my claim you say no, just can't happen because what should be going on is my claim. And you say, how does that happen? And then I can explain it. But if your position is no, it just can't happen, then we part amicably.
Well, whatever it is, whatever your claim is, and maybe I misunderstood that your gas is containing the gas.
Yes.
If you could, that's fine. See, with regards to PV equals nRT, everything within that is experimentally based. Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, Avogadro's law, Brownian motion.
Okay.
All of those are experimentally validated. Whatever your claim is, can you experimentally validate it? Can you show me the gas containing the gas?
Yes, I can.
Cool.
Without begging the question.
Sorry?
Without begging the question, of course.
I don't know what that means, but I'd appreciate it if, again, we just keep it to me and Jedi, if that's all right.
I appreciate it again. Since this is an open forum, I will talk when I want to talk. That's what I would appreciate.
Cool. So, Jedi, I am going to stop there because this is where the second
problem. You're such a 2-year-old. Man.
You guys win again. Thanks for the chat, though, Jedi. I appreciate it.
You ran away. You could have kept talking, but you chose to run away. Not my problem.
No, you won. I ran away, you won.
Yeah, fair enough. See, Jedi, he can't have the conversation with you because if you don't let him beg the question of the atmosphere, you know. Well, impressive.
That was crazy.
I think that was a soundboard.
If you don't let him beg the question, we can't have this conversation. If you don't come to his religious belief, then we can't have the conversation.
It's like the fourth thing I said the other day. Like, proof for the globe. Photographs in space. Why would they lie? Minority opinions are just stupid. And if you present them with anything flat Earth related, the response is, doesn't matter, Earth's a globe anyway.
Yep. Pretty much.
It kind of appeared to me that Geek believed that this topic is a matter of opinions or something. Like I think it's this way, but yet I point out that the demonstrations and the established experiments of the claim of the gas pressure is established already, and it's not a matter of opinion, is it?
It must be set in stone. It must already have been determined that gas does contain gas.
What's up?
Yo. Who's that?
T-Dub.
T-Dub. Geeks is strange. Like earlier, there was a bunch of people talking to him, and he was sort of okay with it. And then, like, I don't know, maybe I'm not accusing anybody of being bipolar, but like his total demeanor changed. It's like, nope, I don't want anybody else being involved in this conversation where I'm going to beg the question. So I'm leaving now.
No, I left because you were being hostile. That's why. So.
I wasn't being hostile. I was just making a point, and you refused to actually engage once I, jumped into the conversation. Correct, you can't actually tell me what to do. Isn't that wonderful? How you don't get to tell me what to do?
Yes, that is. You won. Like I said, you won, and I.
Yeah, right. It's not about me winning. You're just not going to tell me what to do. So I make a point, and you can rebut it. You can go back into the conversation with me. You can make your point. I'm not going to tell you what to do, right? Like, you can do anything that you want. And the only thing is that you're not going to tell me what to do. That's pretty simple.
I hear you. You're the one with the power. Yeah, I got it.
I'm not muting you. I'm not even flexing any power here, dude. I'm just saying you're not going to tell me what to do. I made a comment, and you chose to run away.
I did, and you won, and I lost.
Yeah, right. I don't understand why you don't want to engage in the conversation. But if you don't want to engage and tell me what you think, why you think gas pressure holds gas, or a gas holds gas pressure, contains it, then I guess fine. It's just a conversation, bro.
No, it's not. It's hostile, and I don't want to do that.
What's hostile about it? What's hostile about it? Me deciding that you won't tell me what to do?
Correct. What you're doing right now. Yes.
Why is that hostile? I should actually just let you tell me what to do, and then you can engage in the conversation. Do you have any idea how tyrannical that is?
It was me and Jedi discussing, and you jumped in. So yes.
It's an open forum, bro. You're going to have to deal with this. Either you go to a forum where it's just you and another individual, or you engage in a room full of people. That's your choices. If so.
Okay, cool. I was hoping to, for people to be more of a gentleman's agreement, but again, you're the one with the power, and I can't stop you. So.
I don't know what this appeal is. You're the one with the power. Am I flexing? What am I doing? We're just having a conversation with you. I'm establishing my, boundaries because I'm allowed to do that.
Am I flexing? You asked. You can't tell me what to do. That's flexing, yes.
Is that flexing? That's me establishing that you're not going to tell me what to do. How is that flexing?
Yeah, besides, you had announced that you had reached an impasse. There's no further this can go.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, actually, we were kind of making little, small progress because there were sort of agreements. But like I said, as soon as I'm having to talk to multiple people and there's hostility, I have to auto eject. So sorry.
It was a great place to eject, by the way, because what was coming next is you demonstrating gas containing gas, which you cannot do.
You're right. I can't do it. You won.
Right.
I lost. That's
right.
the point. You won.
So,
I lost.
I sense some hostility in your voice.
I wasn't. No, I'm just being assertive. I couldn't do it because it's impossible.
Right.
Isn't it?
So the globe is untenable. The model, the gas pressure exposed to the ever expanding vacuum of the universe. Right.
You won.
So
take the win, and
I'm taking.
And I'll take the loss.
I'm hanging it on my wall. I'm marking it on the calendar. It's a great day.
Heading off. No hard feelings, I hope, gentlemen. It always gets very spirited. Until next time. Genuinely, I do appreciate the time and the chat. Take care, boys.
See you later, geeks. I couldn't let that be really quiet then. Take care, man. See you around at some point.
Apparently, Matt Nuclear's triggered. I leave a message in the text chat, and he got hit with the rock that I threw into the pack. So, Matt, you got your ears on, buddy? You gonna be all right?
His precious feelings.
Has anyone else had Professor Phil in their DMs lately?
Yeah.
Not for a couple of weeks. Right.
If
What's
you're
he been
listening,
saying to
Phil,
you today?
why don't you come in here?
Yeah, he said he was going to, and then he doesn't.
Been saying that for like 3-4 years. Was he
there's
telling
Matt.
you? Was he telling you how much you understand gas pressure? Was he saying that?
No, yeah, actually, yes. I think it was to do with gas pressure. Yeah. Yes.
What,
Have
you
you
should
lost
get
your mind? Of course, less pressure means less gas. What the hell do you think is causing the pressure? And he's got a picture of from I don't know if it's a balloon or it's high altitude balloon. And he says the black area is practically a vacuum. The blue area is 99% of the atmosphere.
Wow. Wow. Oh, Matt Nick Ty's joined us. What's up, Matt?
Andrew Taint. Not Tate. Andrew Taint. Andrew Taint.
Wow.
We heard you
I'm
laughing
glad
at
Matt's here.
Matt Nuclear.
Yeah.
Laughing at what?
Shrek.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you were just laughing about something else. What a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
So, Matt, is a college degree going to help the Earth curve?
No. The Earth
Okay.
doesn't care what degree anyone has.
Right. So it's just flat no matter what.
What, the Earth?
Yeah.
It's flat?
Yeah.
Can you say that with a straight face? The Earth is flat.
I just did. What are you talking about?
It must be shape-shifting that I don't know that.
Okay, so you can tell me where the curvature is.
Thanks for informing me.
Where is that curvature at, Matt?
The Earth is flat. There's no curvature.
Great, thank you. Well,
Exactly. You know that. If the Earth is flat, then when did it turn flat?
Always been.
When was it not flat?
Dude, I literally slept for like I don't know how many hours.
Literally, here we go with the literallys.
What's wrong?
Oh my gosh.
Because half of your literallys are figuratives.
I metaphorically took a nap.
Metaphorically. I physically took a nap, man. Woke up and people are telling me that the Earth is flat.
Oh, you asked.
What was the
You
big
asked.
cause? What was the big cause for the Earth being flat?
Pause.
Fuck.
Holy cow, dude.
Has it been flat?
When is it not flat? This is what I observe. It's what I use.
Oh, you observe it?
Yeah. If you
observe
observe
what
something
for?
different, please show me.
What are your thoughts on NASA?
Who cares?
Thoughts. Needs a stupefied audience.
Don't care about NASA?
Needs a stupefied audience.
They say they're doing space missions all the time.
Why they do that?
Yeah, and the guy at the mall says he's Santa Claus.
You want
Is the guy at the mall?
You want to make
Government?
a more definitive, like, because you said, what do we think about NASA? It's like that's like asking, what do you think about the CIA?
NASA's a
Like,
government
is there
agency.
something is there something specific?
Asking you what you think about NASA in the broader sense.
Like as a government agency?
They've got nice uniforms. What do you mean?
Like, what are you asking?
You guys think that NASA like protects the edges of Earth? If there's any
What does
edges?
that mean?
The boundaries of Earth.
From what?
People attempting to go there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm assuming if the Earth is flat, then it has edges. Do you think that
No,
NASA is
you asked
protecting
us
those
about
edges
NASA.
or a
It's like
government?
I don't think anything about NASA. I don't think they're protecting anybody.
You don't think they're okay? You don't think they're stopping anyone from going to the edges? Then
Do you have any documentation of that?
documentation of them stopping people from going to the edge? No, I'm asking you if you think they do that.
Why would you ask me some random question about something that I mean, do you often walk up to random people, like for example, at a party on the street, in your school, and you ask them random things about things that they don't claim?
I just asked you a simple question. You can say no, I don't know, maybe. It's just as
I
simple as that.
already,
You don't have to
I
overcomplicate
already
yourself
told,
over it.
I already told you. We don't think about NASA.
Don't think about it. Okay.
Like, there's no it.
You think all the government agencies are deceiving you in the Earth shape?
Well, do you know that it's not a globe?
You can't listen. A question is non-propositional. You can't be asked a question and respond to the question.
Well,
Question
you can.
with a question.
You can. And the
question was, do
reason
you think
that
all the government agencies
reason
are deceiving you in the
you
Earth shape?
Choose do that.
you can, and the reason that I responded with the question is because the way that you ask is different. If you do have evidence that there was a murder, you ask what is the reason for this murder? But if there is no evidence for a murder and someone says there's one, it's like, well, what would be the reason for that? Like, it's a completely different thing.
But the question was, do you
So the only
believe
reason,
all the government agencies are lying to people about the Earth shape?
So the only reason I asked you is because what difference would it make what any single one of them do when there's only one claim on the table? See, I'm not focused on the shape of the Earth. I'm not
There's multiple
focused
capes.
on.
There's multiple claims.
So I'm not focused on multiple claims. I'm not focused on NASA. I'm not focused on
That's not my
any
question,
government
dude.
agency. But what I am focused on is the lie. The lie is that the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles, and you can use the Pythagorean theorem to figure out the distance to the horizon. Like that's what the claim is, and that's not true. That's the only thing we care about.
Not true. Okay. I mean, I just asked you a question whether or not you thought
Do you
all the other
do you
government
care about
agencies
that?
are.
Do you care about that? Because I don't want to talk about like claims that I don't make. I only want to talk about the lie and claims that are made and how they're wrong. But if you're not interested in that, you want to talk about
That's
like
what the
all this
governments are
other.
claiming.
But if you want to talk about all this other conspiracy stuff, like you could go to like NASA's
It's not a
live
conspiracy.
stream.
It's facts.
You can go. That's what I'm saying. You can research all of these facts about like black holes or whatever, like NASA.gov, or like you probably can go to like Hubble live, like whatever live streams they have for this particular religion. Like you can go there and kind of you can say these things there, like, or you can ask people what they think about the goings-ons in Narnia, over there, right? Like, only thing I have to offer is that there's a specific lie about the geometry of the Earth, and that the horizon is a geometric distance from my location based on how high I am above the surface. And I don't have to not just not believe that. I've also validated that it's not the case as well. So that's the only thing I'm interested in. Someone said that there was a geometric distance, and I've validated that there is no geometric distance. So that's the lie. I've exposed the lie to myself first and foremost, and anyone else who will listen. So after that, whatever the government agencies are doing around this lie, however many people there, I don't really care. It's not I don't really think about that. I just know that
You don't
there's
think
a
it's
lie.
relevant?
I didn't say it's not. I just don't care. Because the thing that I think is relevant is
Don't care,
the
then it's
thing
not
we're
relevant.
talking about, the lie.
Well, Matt Nuclear, you give the same amount of credence to fake Professor Dave and NASA. Try to wrap your mind around that one.
Love him, man. Love NASA. I love Big Daddy NASA.
It's quite obvious. How much merch do you have?
I got no merch. Does he have merch? Can you buy merch?
Apparently you don't love it that much. Yeah, they sell it everywhere.
I have to copy me a t-shirt. I'd rather, buy a t-shirt from Professor Dave than Dave West, the other guy who makes money doing whatever he does.
God forbid someone attempt to make money in this day and age. Shock horror.
To make money telling people that the Earth is something.
Go on. Something what?
You know exactly what I mean. That's what Dave West makes money off doing, right?
Mhm. And theoretical physicists make money off of telling people things about the universe they couldn't possibly know to be true. At least not with scientific certainty. So, but you have like the Big Bang and people who have a whole bunch of paraphernalia from that. So, whatever, dude. The bottom line is there's a claim on the table. The horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the claim. That claim is false. So we can all go home.
Nicholas Gers.
Where's that been shown to be the case?
You're not very bright, Shrek.
Neither is Yakubi, a dumbass. Where has it been shown to be the case that the horizon is not geometric? Let's see. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Why are you so focused on the horizon?
Well, let him speak.
Well, that's the only reason I'm
All you have to do is check whether or not the Earth is curving. The Earth's
Why are you
physical,
so
either
afraid
the
of
Earth is
it?
flat horizontally, or
Yeah,
it's
that's the
physically
only-
curving like a ball.
Yeah, that's
That's it. Why do you have to worry about the horizon?
It's called an epistemology. You should try it. So,
And it's really all it is.
well, I mean, if you understood what I was saying, well, it's the epistemology for how the globe was built.
I think that the horizon is optical.
Are you
I know
afraid
people
of the
that shit-
size claims of the Earth met nuclear?
The horizon is literally how the globe was built. So,
What do you think the horizon is?
yeah, elevation angles to Polaris with respect to the globe, because they claim that you're getting an angle from.
What about on a flat
tangent.
Earth? What's the horizon on a flat Earth, though?
Yeah, you're not listening. So I'm talking about the lie. So the lies they claim.
Okay, so you don't like your flat Earth enough, okay?
Well, I'm sorry. I was just talking about the horizon being the geometric edge of a sphere. Based on the formula.
Not everyone claims that, right?
Okay. Hey, Matt, guess what? If you Matt, if you interrupt him again, I will mute you. That's 3 times in a row, bro.
That's fine. He just keeps dodging.
No, you can call it dodging, but I don't know who you like. I don't get what you define as dodging. I told you why I'm here. Me telling you my position, I don't see how that's dodging. You're asking me why my position is my position. I was trying to tell you, and you interrupted me.
First off, let's for real. Have you ever even traveled?
So
Get
we
out
got
your
another
house,
interruption.
walk around.
So we got another interruption. So yeah, like I said, the claim is that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that's not true. You're saying, well, why do you keep talking about the horizon? My response was because they claim to use the geometry of the globe horizon with elevation angles to Polaris to build the latitudes on a globe. So that's why I'm talking about it, because it's actually the linchpin for your entire religion. So that's why I'll be talking about it. I'll be talking about the lie all day long, not speculating about any goddamn thing else.
Okay. So
hope that's
you done?
okay with you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the horizon is not, what they claim it is, whatever 1.255 times the observer's height in feet, what's the horizon on a flat Earth?
Depends on the conditions of the day.
Irrelevant. Not here to talk about.
So
I'm not here to talk about what the horizon is. I'm here to talk about what it isn't as the lie that they put out there.
Okay, well, you already said it's a lie, right? So that means it's not that. So what's the truth? Because we live on a flat
sink in, nuclear.
So what's the truth? We already differentiated the lie. So what's the truth?
What is the truth?
Question.
That there's a lie that is well defined, and that most people just don't want that. Like this guy that we're talking to. It's very simple. We're just talking about the lie, and you guys want to talk about.
Yeah, but we know it's a lie.
Everything that
we know it's a lie.
Excuse me?
You said we already know it's a lie. So why are we going to talk about the lie?
Do you realize
we know
it's
what
a
the
lie?
is, and
Because
here's
that's
the
all.
truth.
Yeah, because
There you go.
that's all. That's all we talk about. We talk about the lie here. That's what we talk about.
I just don't understand why you want to talk about a lie that you already know is a lie, and not just
Yeah,
talk
we
about the
don't move
truth.
on. We just talk about the lie. That's all. If you don't
Yeah.
like that, you could turn to another channel.
That's fine. I
Like,
mean, if
that's
you want to talk about
totally.
something that you already know, that's
Do you
fine.
know it's a lie, Nuclear?
If it's fine,
So
answer
hustler,
his
dude.
question. Do you know it's a lie?
Do you?
You didn't ask me a question.
Do you know it's a lie?
Well, do I know what's a lie? The Horizon? I don't care about the Horizon, dude.
This Matt Nuclear guy. This guy is a coke hero.
Mm-hmm. That's the
Dude,
thing.
old Hosser, it's like
So
the
I
funniest
can't
ever, just-
reward him. I can't reward him with the conversation in the forward direction because he doesn't want to talk about anything of value.
What conversation?
Okay. What's of value in already determined lie? Like you said it's a lie. We are made aware that you said it's a lie. It's a lie. Let's talk about the
Well,
truth.
are you
I wanna know what
aware
the
that
real
it's a
Horizon is
lie?
on the flat Earth.
Then the value would be clear, Einstein.
The answer is people come in here every day to hear about the lie. So that's why we're here.
You tell me what the truth is?
That the globe is a lie. That's the truth.
This is another thing. This is 24/7 globe ridicule, and that's what I said it. Like you guys always talk about what's wrong on the globe and just
Here's
not
some
tell us
more
the truth
truth.
about the flat Earth.
Your professor idol isn't a professor.
But what's wrong? Forget professor. Fucking forget him. What's wrong? What's wrong with talking about a lie? Like
You already determined it's a lie. I want to know about the truth.
Okay, you act like okay. So all you guys do is refute the because it's a lie.
I think what he's asking is why go around in a circle over and over about an established lie, right?
No, we're not going around and around. We're not going around and around. And
he's yet to acknowledge.
We're not going. Says who? We're not going around and around in about the lie because he has not once wanted to talk about it. So just like everyone else who comes in here and doesn't know their ass from a pipe wrench, he also has no idea what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the lie. So why wouldn't I still talk about it? Because he doesn't get it, because he doesn't care to get it. And there are people who don't get it who are going to come in here and want to get it. I will not talk about anything other than the lie. And that's why.
Which lie are you
So you don't
referring
want to talk
to?
about anything other than lie. Then there's no. I don't think that talking to you would be appropriate then, because I want to know about the flat Earth. I don't care about. You already said it's a lie. I don't care about it anymore, dude. Let's talk about the truth.
All right. Well, then I don't know. Google it. Good luck.
Why are you so obsessed with the lie? Like,
no, Google it. Good luck.
You're the one obsessed with the lie, dude. You think the lie exists in reality. You've yet to realize it's even a lie. Have you not realized that? You and the other guy who chimed in, yeah, if he's able to acknowledge the lie has been told, but he wants to ask about a lie, but he doesn't think it's a lie. That makes no sense.
Are you simply referring to the globe lie? Is that it?
Yes, simply.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
And very specifically, it wasn't as vague as that. Very specifically, the globe is built off of the supposed claim that the horizon is a geometric distance from your line of sight to the point on the globe that you can no longer see further. So that's the lie, and we can show, demonstrate, put into a logical syllogism exactly how wrong it is. That's all we talk about. That's all I want to talk about. Other people want to get me to talk about other things that can't be
the truth.
validated.
Truth can't be validated?
I just told you the truth.
Truth is the lie. Isn't true.
Okay, so if there's no curvature, then what is it?
What are you talking about?
You can't say it.
You just asked me a question. You just asked me a question. He's like, so if there's no curvature, then what are you left with?
No curve.
A flat Earth. So is that the truth?
What else is there to talk about?
Flat Earth, the truth. You can go on about what the horizon is on a flat Earth and explain it.
we realize what it is, like when someone else comes in here who doesn't realize, we wait for that to happen, and then we show them too, and that's what we do. That's all.
So obsessed with the globe model, dude. Someone who's a flat earther, you love the globe. You love trying to refute the globe, and you never try to uphold your model and be like, "This is the real
What
model.
model?
This is what it actually."
What do you mean why?
Don't get triggered, guys. Look, just take the same look. Whatever model you think I have, the bottom line is, yeah, just like everybody else. Like I grew up believing in the globe, and I loved outer space and all of the other fairy tales that was talked about it. And so I've found a room that was purposed specifically for exposing that. So that's all I talk about when I'm in here. When I'm elsewhere, I talk about other things. But when it comes to this room, it's specifically about the lie. Yes.
Okay.
You said that the geometric horizon has been disproved or disproves the globe. What would prove the flat Earth?
What do you mean? It's already said to be locally flat, practically used as flat. Only thing is, people say, yeah, that's true. However, it's not that when you look at things from a grander scale. And we're saying, well, no, it's not. Because this one thing that would make that at least tenable would be the geometric horizon that they claim, that they extrapolate all the other information from. So
besides it being locally flat, do you have any? What's your best concrete, like, so-called proof of the flat Earth?
No. Listen.
That's my question.
What I experience is already that. What you experience is already that. But you think that on a macro scale, you're experiencing what you're experiencing because of something else. I only stopped at the step of I experience what I experience, and that's it. Now, somebody wants to claim, well, you experience what you experience because of XYZ variables. If they can justify it, then I would have to accept it. But there's nothing like that that would justify anything other than our experience.
Okay, so you just you go with your direct experience, not that you have some concrete proof.
That's what common sense is. Proof is the realization of your senses put into play. Kinda can't do science at all without multiple senses. That's what observation is. It isn't using one sense. It's two senses or more. Not just one, two senses or more.
So your best proof is you experience it.
Well, I didn't
else
give
do
you
you
a
need?
proof. I didn't give you a proof. I told you that we talk about the lie.
Okay.
Do you experience something different?
I understand why he's asking for you to prove the flat Earth, because you spend a lot of time disproving
I understand why he's
the globe
asking
Earth.
too, but I told him we don't have that flavor in our store. What does he want me to do? But it's not. That doesn't make me talking about the lie insignificant. It's a fucking lie that I've exposed. It's not like I'm lying about exposing a lie. So I'm doing a peachy fucking job. What I'm doing, like, I don't have what he wants in my store. What else does he want from me?
Dude, you love refuting the globe. We know this, bro. Congratulations.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that? Is there something wrong with that? Am I lying when I'm doing that? Like, what you saying it like it's a bad
I
thing?
don't know
So?
necessarily whether or not you're lying or you believe this, so I couldn't tell you that
Right,
you're
you
lying.
don't even know. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you're saying it like it's a bad thing.
What don't I know?
You just said that you don't give a damn about like my premises or what I'm laying out. Like, and you think it's funny that all I talk about is the lie. And I'm saying, yeah. So what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with the lie is because you don't touch upon the truth. You just want to stick to a
No,
lie.
that's
Like
not
we
what
already
I asked you.
established a lie, but you're still. It's just not normal for a conversation someone
It
to
was just
establish
weird
a
that you
lie and
thought to
keep
answer
talking
a
about the
question that I
established lie and
didn't.
not talk about the truth.
So you've
I thought it was.
acknowledged the
I
lie
just
now.
thought no. Old house, no. I just thought it was weird for him to respond to something I didn't say. Like, I thought maybe you guys would think that's weird too. Instead of just emotionally reacting to his words, it's like, well, Eli said this, and he responded to something other than what Eli said. I would think that you guys would back me up and go, you didn't even respond to what he said.
What are you talking
I mean, Matt is just going out of his way to whine and complain again. He's not actually trying to engage in discourse and critically consider your words again.
He
Oh, here
doesn't
comes this
comprehend.
guy.
He has no
The
comprehension
AI
of anything
generated
you're saying.
protocol.
So
Jesus
so
Christ.
the bottom line is,
You
like I
established a
said,
lie, bro.
so the
Congratulations. Now
bottom
what?
line is, if you wanted to talk about it, you said you didn't care about it, so you forfeited. Look, you can talk about it if you want. If you don't, I'm not going to force you either. But the bottom line
It's
is,
fine.
you saying that all I want to do is talk about the lie, all I want to do is talk about how the globe is false. You're saying that like it's a bad thing, and I don't get it.
Yes, because if you already established a lie in a conversation, I would like to understand the truth. What's the horizon on the flat Earth? How does it work? Explain.
You can go, and I just told you, you can go somewhere else because I talk about the lie. Like, I don't get, like, it's like, bro, I don't get it. There's a lie on the table. It completely destroys your
You've already
religion.
established
And
it.
it's like, well, I want to know what the horizon is. Go look it the fuck up.
Yeah, so if you really
Give me the lie again, isn't it?
dude, if the lie has been established, then you know whatever it is at the horizon isn't the Earth curve. It's funny,
it's like,
the grandest mythos of all time, has just been unraveled, and now you want all the answers, Matt Nuclear?
Oh yeah, and it's like, just because you know something's bullshit doesn't mean you have to. Just like thousands of years ago, you could know that Thor being the source of lightning was bullshit, but that doesn't mean you have to have all the scientific details of electromagnetism to know it's a lie.
Interesting.
Is that not a fair analogy? If we're talking about lightning and someone said Thor did it, do you have to know the details of the electromagnetic spectrum to know Thor didn't make the lightning?
No, I mean, yeah, you can say that obviously Thor didn't make the lightning, but not understand electromagnetism. Sure. I mean, I'm just curious on what the horizon would be if it's not that. It's not really that complicated, would it be? You think it's that complicated?
Evidently, you're
on a
not
flat Earth?
curious because no matter how many times it's been explained to you, you keep asking the question as though it's never been answered.
So, Gregory, what was explained to me?
See?
Exactly. You don't know. You don't know what to say in that response because I know you're an idiot that just apps every single second.
Projection.
See, he's intellectually dishonest. He's yet another irritable, irritably irrational bigot. He just comes in here because he wants to stomp on flat Earth and flat earthers. He doesn't want to critically consider what we have to say. It's a pseudo-intellectual display of being critically considerate.
Yeah, you said something was explained to me when I asked you what was explained to me. You didn't know what to say, but then you just blame me, and you're like, "Well, you're being intellectually dishonest." It's the truth. You didn't know what the hell was said because you're
Yeah,
just
now he's
yapping.
baiting
That's all
me
you
to
do
go
is
in a
yap.
circle with him again. This is a tactic. It's another one of his tactics. He's going to try to bait me or whoever else to go round and round in circles with him. This is what happens when you don't beat your children and discipline them. You get adults like this in the world.
I'm not an adult, by the way, but that's fine.
You beat your kids?
Well, that all the more explains the problem. You're still a child.
You beat your children, Gregory? What's going on, dude?
Corporal discipline. Ever heard of it? Spare the rod, spoil the child. So evidently your parents haven't mastered this, or you defied their instruction.
Okay.
Your laughter's noted, Nuclear. Yeah, you started. You paraded in here saying, "I love the way that guy on YouTube talks down and calls names to people that." Yeah. So what's your problem then? If that's what you love, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. If that's what you like.
But yeah, when I posted that date video, and I love that clip where he just
Yeah, you love it.
showed no
Appeals
mercy.
now. You know who that person is attempting to appeal to.
Yeah,
People like you.
buddy.
Loved it. A lot of people had a problem with it. I loved it personally. I don't think that people that lie for a living deserve respect. What do you think?
And was there any evidence that the Earth's a globe?
Ah, here we go.
No,
You can watch the video they discussed it.
in his whole. Oh, I've watched it. I watched it in real time.
Oh,
In his
you
entire
were there for it.
tantrum, listen, in his entire tantrum with his buddies sitting in the dark in their candles, snickering along, was there any globe evidence produced? You sound just like those guys. Let me guess, you're sitting in the dark with a candle.
Yes, I'm sitting in the dark with a candle.
Goofball, dude.
Those guys were, mutual, man. He couldn't even control his slideshow.
Yeah, oh, big whoop. It's so funny. You want a bellyache about the horizon, then anytime the size of this 39, 59-mile radius water ball is brought up, you run away. What does that have to do with anything? So, dude, it's played out.
You don't like the water ball? What's going on, dude? Earth's a beautiful planet.
Art. You asked
How
what
long are we going to continue to
what I thought
engage?
about NASA. Yeah, it's an art house, dude. And they've got you bought their story hook, line, sinker.
Yeah,
So how
Matt,
long are we going to continue to engage him in this circle?
Well, he thinks, yeah, he has amnesia, so it probably doesn't even register to him.
This guy's a doctor now. Okay. Dr. Flat Earther.
Well, you forget you have CRS. Can't remember shit.
Okay,
I just have a quick question. I'm just trying to understand this. I'm not seeing anybody.
CRS, can't remember shit.
If the Earth was really flat, why doesn't no one take you
These
guys
guys are
seriously?
hilarious, dude.
I can hear the other voice talking. Speak up, please.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I heard that.
I got
Go ahead, Matt Nuclear.
And the Earth is
What do you
really
mean? That
flat.
guy was.
Why does no one take you guys seriously? You think?
Loads of people.
Human
take it
depravity,
seriously.
really specifically. I mean,
You know what I mean?
humans are not in the habit of piety and logically sound thinking. And so because humans believe what they want to believe, they have habits, and when those values are attacked, then of course they resist whatever they perceive to be the threat. And so not only are they behaving according to what they value by their own sheer volition, but they're also behaving out of habit. And some people simply lack, many people simply lack the acumen, the mental strength to scrutinize themselves and critically consider the words of others.
Yeah. Reality. The question you should be asking is, why does everyone cope in a similar fashion when presented with this information?
Sure.
I gotta go.
I'm just saying, it would seem like to me, I understand that human beings are flawed. Yeah. That's nothing new. But let's
So
just pretend like you guys have some
they're not taking it seriously. They're coping.
Okay, fine. You can call it whatever you want. I agree with that. But wouldn't it just seems like from a common sense point of view, let's just say you guys have some sort of groundbreaking information. It seems like it would just be all over the news. You know?
Why would you
Given what I just said, you see, given what I just said, it wouldn't.
Why not?
Because the institutions are guilty of the very same depravity like I just described. And what I just described is all the more true, with more intensity to the exponentially more true concerning those who are in these professional positions in the world order.
Okay.
I got a question.
Imagine tomorrow you turn on your TV, newsflash, water is level.
So why is it called? Why is
Same
it
water
called the
starts curving, huh?
atmosphere and not the atmosphere flat?
Convention.
That was the best you could do, Maynard.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Why is it called the atmosphere and not the atmosphere flat?
Maynard, that's the best you could do.
Well, I'm just asking. Like, it's just a question.
Why do you think?
Well, I'm asking you guys, right?
Why would you ask that?
Well, I'm asking your.
Do you have an answer to the question?
Well, it's a
You're trying to
nonsensical question.
describe
I'm trying to figure out why
all of
he would even
gas.
attribute a shape to a gas.
It's called the
Gas has no inherent shape.
fat.
Yeah, so this is the best you could do. A bad joke.
What do you mean? I'm just.
So, do gases have any inherent shapes? Do gases have any inherent shapes?
I don't know. Do they? I'm not a chemist.
I'm asking you, bro.
I don't know, bro. I didn't take.
Bro's not a
You
chemist.
don't know the answer to the question, and then you're gonna. You don't know the answer to the question, but you asked it.
That's why I'm asking the question, because I don't know the answer.
Maybe you
Isn't
should
that
ask
the
a
point of
What do you
chemist
think?
what the shape of gas
Well,
is.
wait, isn't the point of the question to be
Oh
answered?
my
Why would I
God.
ask a question that I already know the answer to?
Well, you're probably in the wrong forum if you want to figure out why they call it the atmosphere. We don't deal in oxymorons here. It's an oxymoron. Are you aware of that? Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shapes.
We got to stop saying that. It's not a valid argument.
It's just a breakdown of the word. Atmo is gas. Sphere is a shape.
Sure, but sphere is not only said in the sense of the geometric concept.
I'm aware of that.
question
But so
was,
when
why
they
do
talk
they call it
about
atmosphere?
atmosphere, it's the gas usually around you. But
So if I
once
say
again, there's no shape.
if I say this party has a nice atmosphere, you know?
Yeah, then it's a different colloquial term, right?
Right.
So in what context are we talking about atmosphere in? Maynard?
Well, in regards to the Earth's atmosphere.
The Earth's atmosphere. Okay. Is there a sphere around the Earth?
Is there a sphere around the Earth?
Yeah, made of gas?
The sun.
What in the hell, bro? The sun? I asked you a very specific question. Is there a sphere of air around the Earth?
I mean, yeah.
There is. Okay. Can you show that to me?
Oh yeah. Let me pull it up on Google.
Okay.
Oh wait, I don't have sheet.
So then you're going ahead and saying that the Earth also is a sphere.
Well, I was just asking why is it called the atmosphere, not the atmosphere.
No, you don't want to talk about the Earth being a sphere. You want to talk about or ask questions about the air being sphere shaped.
So why would they call it the atmosphere then?
Why don't you ask the ones that came up with the term?
They're probably dead.
Well, just look up the definition.
Who was the man that I was speaking to
Oh, I don't know.
just a bit earlier?
Matt Nuclear.
Or was it Reality Man? It was Reality Man.
Yeah, the man, not the child.
Yeah, it was
The
he
reason
left.
why they call it the atmosphere is apparently because the mixture of gases that surround the Earth. So that's why they call it atmosphere. But
It surrounds the Earth, the ball Earth.
Around the Earth. Wait, it goes.
So is it a
that's
ball
that's what
Earth?
the term is for.
Great. So
Yes, that's what
around
the
the
term is for.
ball Earth.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying that's what the term is used for.
They call it
Okay.
atmosphere because the air is conforming to this curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so where's the curvature of the Earth at?
That's a great question.
Maybe you'll be the first to answer.
It's everywhere.
Okay, measure it. Got some measurements for me that we can validate? Matt's laughing because he knows it's not there.
Don't walk into it, Rookie.
I'm not.
It's too late. He made a positive claim. I want to see these measurements.
Well, not everyone is a coward like you, Matt. Perhaps he wants to walk into the challenge of scrutiny.
I'm not walking into the bear trap here, boys.
Okay, so then you're not making a claim. The Earth isn't curving. I guess not. No claim on the table.
And it doesn't have to be this goddamn contentious, antagonistic showdown. The channel is designated for engaging in discourse about this geodesic question. If you know what you're talking about, present an argument. If you don't, then stop talking as though you do. And if you continue to be insolent and combative and disrespectful, then you're going to be met with hostility. It's very simple. This should not have to be spelled out to grown adults. Grow up.
Bounce into a channel like this and ask a dumb question like, why do they call it atmosphere?
Hemisphere. I don't know, man. A whole bunch of liars is what they are. Right?
You said it.
Sphere of influence.
Inner sphere and outer sphere.
They must have like a good reason. Like, let's say the Earth is flat. They must have a really good reason for this lie, man. This is a next level lying.
Because
well, I think you're evidence of that good reason, right, Matt? You're evidence of that good reason because you are just some, nobody on the internet defending something that you can't prove. So they've got an army of idiots walking around out there telling people that the Earth is something that it's provably not. That's power, my friend.
It's power. Power, baby. NASA is a government agency. It's lying to the public about the Earth's shape. And do you think they're lying about about Mars as well and all that other stuff too? They must be, right?
What's Mars?
What's a planet?
It's also a
What's a planet?
Allegedly.
Oh, just a wandering star? It's just a wandering star, then you already defined it, right?
A wandering star? No, Mars is not a wandering star.
The original definition of planet is a wandering
they're
star.
lying about
It means wanderer, actually. The etymology of that word is wanderer. It's a wandering star. Are you saying that it's some sort of terra firma, millions of miles away, with a little, rover on it and a helicopter and a 1%, pressure of air of Earth that works? Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, that's what NASA's claiming. So do you think they're lying about that as well? Was my question.
Well, that was also Matt.
How would we validate it?
Huh?
Why would I care about the claims that people? Who cares? Can they validate this, or is this just something that we see on TV? You decide to believe it. I don't. You can't verify it. I don't care, right?
He saw the Matt Damon film and he goes, "Wow, NASA was right."
Yeah.
NASA's my daddy, man. I don't know about you guys.
It's you keep repeating that.
It translated that to government is your daddy, which is a fact. That's a fact.
Government's everyone's daddy, bro.
Is it true you once had a matter daddy?
A what daddy?
Did you once upon a time have a matter daddy?
What do you mean? What was that supposed to mean?
What's supposed to mean?
I'm not familiar with that term. A matter daddy?
Nothing's matter. What's the matter with you?
What? All I said was NASA's my daddy, man. I love NASA. I love the stuff
then
they
you
post
just
on
asked me
Instagram.
what's the matter, daddy. But anyways, yeah, dude. When you said they lied about Mars, what specifically were you speaking of?
I just asked whether or not you thought they actually put a rover on Mars, if Mars exists, if you believe it even exists.
So what? Have you seen the footage, dude? I mean, what is going on with you?
The rover on Mars, yes. Do you agree? Do you believe it? Do you believe it's true or no?
Holy cow, dude!
Question, man.
You're asking us. They carved some letters in the tree in Narnia. This is what it is, Matt. Matt, it's like asking us if we believe that somebody carved letters into a tree on Narnia. That's what you're asking us. No.
Okay, then say no. I don't believe it.
He said no.
The last one they did a recall at the end of the live stream.
Dude, imagine if something glitched in their little green screen underground Hollywood thing, and we all saw the producers and shit.
Is Mars Devon Island?
No, I'm
What?
pretty sure it's Epstein Island.
Devon Island is Devon Island. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah. What the heck?
Why is it called sea level?
Because it's curved.
Why is there
Mm,
rover? Why is there rovers on
makes
Devon
sense.
Island?
Because it's an
I don't
island.
know.
NASA.
Are there rovers on Devon Island?
Yes. Why are NASA rovers on Devon Island?
How do you know that there's NASA rovers on Devon Island?
There's plenty of images of it.
So just
Yeah,
because
well-
once again you saw it on TV, it must be true.
I mean, you can literally Google the Devon Island rovers.
I can Google another picture and then look at it on a screen, and it has to be real.
Yeah, I guess Niels Armstrong's cameraman was
with
first
that
on the moon,
logic,
you
then
know?
Anything you
Yeah, they're
wait,
scouting for it's called
completely false.
in
Someone
film
on YouTube tells
production.
you the flat Earth is false, then are you gonna automatically believe them?
In film production, it's called location scouting, I believe.
There's videos as well of it.
Oh, great! More TV. Is everything on TV your reality? Have you ever been outside?
Have you been to Paris?
Are you
Have you
saying
seen the Eiffel
everything on
Tower?
TV is false?
And once again, a great false equivalence. What does that have to do with anything? I can call somebody in Paris.
You can call someone on Devon Island.
Great. So Devon Island exists. What's your point?
Who's on Devon Island? Who's calling?
I'm just saying. I'm just wondering why there's rovers.
You're not calling anyone on Devon Island.
On Devon
Yeah,
Why
that's
would you
alright.
ask me why there's
Okay.
rovers on Devon Island?
I'm just
It must be
curious.
Ask Questions Monday, man.
For some publicity stunt or whatever. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Have you ever been to Somalia?
Oh my
No.
goodness.
Oh, bro.
No, I have not, Maynard.
I was gonna ask then, how would you know Somalia exists if you haven't been?
Whoa, that's a 200 IQ question. I guess Earth must be a spinning ball.
There it is.
All the images of Somalia are fake, actually.
If you haven't been to Somalia, you must be living on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Yep.
Idiot.
And Somalia looks a lot like Devon Island.
No, but you don't know if Somalia exists. Those fake pictures could be fake.
Do you know what you
Bro,
know doesn't
this is
exist?
a non sequitur.
Do you know what we
You
know
ask a
doesn't exist?
question. Who here made the claim that Devon Island doesn't exist?
So, are any of the scientism enthusiasts going to present an argument as to how they know the celestial bodies are humongous balls of solid liquid or gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum? Yes or no?
Science.
Science.
Oh gosh.
The power of science
Well, that's
compels you.
scientism.
Scientism.
Photographs.
You read it in the book of science.
Photographs. Yep.
You got photographs, and why would they lie? Minority
you got photographs
opinions are
of, Matt?
stupid.
Some crappy selfies in your bedroom.
So, someone appealed to photographs, is that it? Someone?
Well, no, you got three things: photographs. Why would they lie? Minority opinions are just stupid.
Let's address the first one. Present the photographs, please.
You've seen them.
Sure. Give me a second.
Photograph. Interesting. No, they say
Photograph.
Saturn's a good-looking planet. I think it's pretty ugly. What I
Show
think about
me, Goggle. Show me pics of glob, please.
This is the Earth. A live photo.
A live photo.
Well, yeah, why would they
Whoa.
lie?
Looks
They
like
wouldn't-
the
That's
opening
where you live.
War game.
They wouldn't lie about that.
Wow.
This was taken.
I thought it was moving. Doesn't look like it's moving. Looks
Hey,
still.
flat earthers. Now you can say this is a
photo.
cartoon.
This is
Yeah.
this is a still shot. So the Earth wasn't
One
moving
shot.
at this time.
It was moving,
No,
but it was
that's not how it
still
works.
shot.
Like, you know
Surely
that. You
you'd
know
get
that.
some
It's
kind of
like Pokemon.
motion blur or something. How fast is the Earth supposed to be traveling?
Does every single picture you take move?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Well, if I'm taking a
Cyclone, this
picture of
isn't a
something
real
moving
plane.
at
Hang on, that's a yes
a
or no
million miles an hour,
Well, it's a yes or
Probably.
no question. Does
You'd show
any
some
photo
blur,
you
Not
take
a
right?
of
million
yourself
miles an
while
hour.
move?
It's 1,000.
Oh well, how fast do you think you're moving, Matt?
But how
Can you
fast I think
can you
I'm moving.
Well,
prove that
let's
this
go.
photo
Actually,
is
this
not
is
real?
this is a good point to get into. How fast do you think you guys are moving right now? Could you tell us all the speeds and vectors and directions that you think you're moving?
I'm sitting down, so I'm not moving.
You're not
I'm
moving.
sitting down too.
Not in my chair.
Is the
You talking about the surface
ground
of the Earth?
moving though? Yeah,
Uh,
the Earth that you're on, right? You think it's moving?
yeah. NASA, my daddy NASA
Yeah.
says that it's rotating at
Okay,
1,000 miles
so
per hour on its axis.
so you have a belief that you're moving. How fast do you think you're moving? Do you know your belief?
What do you mean by I'm moving? You talking about the surface of the Earth or what?
Well, you're on the Earth, are you not?
Yes. So
And
Daddy
you think the
NASA
Earth
says
is
that I'm moving
moving?
at 1,000 miles per hour.
Oh, only 1,000 miles an hour.
Only, baby.
Only
You know
1,000
what that
miles an
means
hour.
actually?
So that's all you're doing. You're just the ground is
And
spinning
you,
at
you
1,000
think
miles
that
an
I know
hour.
that you guys think that's like really, really fast on a really, really big Earth. It's
So is
not
that
what
the
you think it is,
only
right?
is that the only speed that you're moving, or that you think you're moving, or is
I'm
there
kind of
more?
moving right now.
So you're spinning. What else are you doing?
Is everyone else from the Great Curves, like like in the middle of America, they used to call it the Great Plains, but now it's called the Great Curves. Is anyone else
Yeah,
from there?
That's a non sequitur.
Well, speaking of
yeah.
non sequiturs, there's been a whole bunch of them after I asked where's the photographs, and no one has presented one.
Well, hold on. These
Well,
guys are
what
trying
that
to
guy
figure out
presented
how fast they're moving,
presents.
guys. They need to figure it out. So Matt thinks he's moving at
Love this man.
1,000 miles an hour. What about Maynard? How fast are you
According to
moving,
Daddy
Maynard?
In just opposed to what are you talking about?
That's a hard digression from the initial question that I asked them.
In a
Well, they
sense
weren't
of
answering that.
motion.
You got that photo already, Gregor. You have to scroll up.
Maynard, you were a little quiet there. How fast did you say you think you're moving?
In terms of what?
Well, in general, you think the Earth's moving, right?
Well, the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour.
Is this microphone low for anyone else?
Yeah, it's
a
low.
little low on the mic.
Yeah.
It's really low. Your mic is really low.
Oh.
Have some confidence in your 1,000 miles an hour. Come on.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
All right, so 1,000 miles an hour. You think the ground's moving outside?
Yeah. So what? Wait, just Psycho. Just to
Hold
clarify.
on,
So
Matt.
so it's
Hold
moving
on, Matt. Hold on, Matt.
I'm gonna clarify this for you, though.
So it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour. The Earth's rotation, right? But however, if I'm doing like 60 miles in my car, it feels fast. So why don't I notice it much? Doing
Okay. So 1,000
hour?
miles an hour, the ground
So
is
without
moving.
like any sort of like external stimuli, humans can't really detect if they are moving.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out how fast you think the Earth is moving. So is it just 1,000 miles an hour, or is there more than that?
I don't know what the deviation is, but general consensus is 1,000 miles.
So is it just spinning on the spot? Or is it
spinning
moving?
what do you mean spinning on the spot?
Is it just like
What do you think in
stationary
space
and
moving?
spinning? Or is it also moving
it's
in another
moving.
direction? Matt,
Moving throughout space.
calm yourself.
Well, I mean,
going
Maynard's
around the
trying.
sun.
Well, I mean, we would have a different argument with that because space is constantly expanding as we know it.
Okay, well, we're trying to figure out how fast you guys think you're moving. Okay, so you've got the 1,000 miles an hour spin. Someone else said it. What else have you got?
Yeah, but movement.
This shouldn't be so hard, bro. Did you not read the books?
Do you mean like the Earth is also going around the sun as well?
Well, is that what Maynard believes?
I
Well,
think
are you
that's what you're
talking about
trying to.
Well, like
get
you're saying movement, but I don't know what you're saying movement toward. Like, are you talking
Well,
about
like how you
rotation, where how many
believe.
times like
Well,
the Earth revolves
whatever it
around the
is, whatever
sun,
you believe,
or like
whatever
distance between the
motions.
Earth and the sun like expanding?
Yes, all of it. Whatever motions you believe are occurring, that's what I'm asking. So you've got 1,000 mile an hour spin. Is that it? Or do you believe more?
Well, there's more to it because there's also
Okay.
some consensus that the because the sun is losing its mass as pull on Earth.
It's okay. Don't need to go into all this. What are the other
We do
motions that you
because you're
believe
trying to
in?
ask like a very expanded
You've got the
question. So wait,
spin. You've got 1,000-mile-an-hour
well,
spin.
when you
What
say
other
like
motions?
well, the thing is, you're saying moving, right? So we got rotation. We
Yes.
hammered that down, right? But if we're talking about movement in the juxtaposed position of the Earth and rotating to the sun,
Okay, so you're saying it's rotating around the
hang
sun.
on, because the pull on Earth is weakening. It's also a general consensus that we're moving away from the sun about 2 point.
Okay, so you're
So
going around the sun and you're moving away from the sun as well.
due to the sun's mass weakening, yeah.
Okay, so those are an extra 2 motions. What would the speeds be of those motions?
That I actually do not know. It's 2.36 inches per year, and I don't know the distance between Earth and the sun. I'm not like astrophysicist or anything.
Okay, so they tell you you're going around the sun at about, what is it, 60, 70,000 miles an hour? 66,000 miles an hour?
66,620 miles an hour.
Okay, so you've got your spin. You're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You're going around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. Is that right so far? That's what you believe?
Well, the Earth's rotation is 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah. And you're going around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. Yeah? That's what you believe?
I actually don't know.
So you don't know that it's going around the sun?
No, I said I don't know the speed.
Ah. How would you figure that out?
Ask a physicist, bro. I'm not a physicist.
Could you not just Google it?
I mean, I could, but then we also
But you don't
just
want
say
to?
whatever you. But like, then we also just determine.
Well, we just told you. I'm just thinking,
I'm
normally you'd
so
want to
what I'm
just
saying
fact
is,
check
like,
it, no?
what I'm saying is, even if I do Google it, right? If we take a few steps back, anything that you Google, like, how do you know they're lying or not, right? So are we
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So you don't necessarily believe that story.
So are we supposed to take in information from others and learn from that information that we are not experts in, or are
Well,
you
this
going
is
just
the
to
story.
assume that everything is false unless if you
Well, this is the
personally can
story that
perceive
you
it?
claim to believe, is it not? The one that NASA tells you?
Well, I mean, yeah, like if for example,
Yeah. So then that information is readily available to you. And yet you don't know it. But you do believe it.
right, if I go to a doctor and they scan my brain and they say I have a tumor and I say prove it to me, show me a picture of an
Yeah,
X-ray,
that's
I'm not
exactly
gonna
the
go,
same
that's not
thing.
photoshopped, right?
That's exactly the same thing. That's a good comparison.
But that is a
So-
true equivalency, actually.
So you've got, yeah, no,
I'm
that
going
was
to
spot
believe that
on.
there's a
There's
brain
literally
tumor
no
over
difference
the
there.
X-ray that has been examined by experts, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
because
gonna just tell my
you
doctor
can't
that he
Google
Photoshop it and fake
your
it.
own belief. Talk about the doctors. Okay, so you don't know how fast you think you're moving around the sun, but you do think you're moving around the sun. Anything
Yeah,
else? Is that all the
I'm
motions?
going off by the experts of scientists and astrophysicists who study
The
this for a
experts.
living. Yeah.
Which expert in particular?
In particular, I don't. You want me to just name like 100 different astrophysicists and people that do this for
Well,
a
just
living?
whichever
Like,
one,
what
whichever
is
one
that-
you're,
is that what you- do you want
whichever
me to, like,
one,
compile
whichever
you
one
a
told you
list?
that, whichever one told you that. What you're telling me now,
Charles Kikoy.
Charles Kikoy. What's his
Charles
role?
Kikoy.
Kikoy. What's his background? What does he do?
He's a writer for Live Science and Space.com.
Space.com. Okay, so he told you the Earth is going around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour.
Well, he writes articles based on science that is.
And that's what he claims.
He does science journal. He's a science reporter.
Okay, so that's what he's claiming.
Right.
And what evidence did he provide with this claim?
Like you're going into like a rabbit hole, like because what's gonna happen is
Oh.
like you're gonna be like, well, what evidence did he provide? And then I give you that evidence, and then you're gonna be like,
Okay,
what
so what
evidence
was
did they
that
provide? And then
evidence?
you're gonna give that evidence.
Okay,
and then
so
you're gonna
what
be
was
like,
the evidence that he provided?
So like, are you just saying that thousands of people around
It's
the world
okay.
are just lying about
It's
a
okay.
fundamental fact?
It's okay. Well, did he not provide you any evidence? Is that what you're saying?
You're misconstruing what I'm saying.
Okay, so did he provide evidence with that claim?
Yes, he's citing different sources from other scientists
Okay.
that compiled
Okay.
data. Do you want me to give
Cool.
you like a list
What
of
was
all
the
the
evidence?
scientists?
Well, what you're talking about this guy, what evidence did he provide? That's the question. Who did he cite? Or do you not know? It's okay to say you don't know.
Looking at the list right now. Let me.
All right.
Are you questioning established science?
So he
I'm
said
asking
ever
questions
since
about
Soleil,
this guy's claim.
Which is questioning established science.
Thou dare question the science?
So is that how you got to believe in all this, by not questioning any of it?
I mean, you know how much you sound like a devout Romanist inquisitor right now.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Are you questioning the
It's
science?
a simple question. If he's denying the scientific consensus,
Do you deny the science?
It's a popularity contest now? Because I was told that you can't hold any of the scientists accountable because the science changed. What they said back then was right for then, but wrong for now.
Just to be clear, you have the fringe view here.
How dare we?
So also a fringe view means what?
No, I just wanted to be clear here, okay?
Okay, what does that mean? So a fringe view means what? Fill the blank.
That's what it is.
Very wrong think.
Is it wrong? Is that what you're trying to say? The fringe view is.
It's
we
like wrong
have
think, right?
thousands of physicists and scientists. So you're
Well,
going
this is
against
what
that.
we're in the middle of.
You got
Okay.
1,000. Go get
So
one.
Hold on.
You are the fringe.
Hold on. This is you're setting it up for what we've got going on with the other guy. Wait, is this the same guy? Who are we just talking to?
We're not the same guy. We're brothers though,
Oh,
for sure.
Okay. So can you present the scientist who you believe who's told you these stories and what evidence he presented with it?
I don't wanna like go in between your guys' conversation, so you can just keep going.
Okay. Sorry, Maynard. He's not tagging you out. It's
Which
still on
part
you.
of science we are denying?
why do you keep Cyclone? Can I ask you a question? Why do you keep asking for the specific scientist? Like, it's not one scientist that said this.
Because that's what he appealed to.
Yeah, that's what he said. Are you following the conversation, Matt? Are you okay?
No, I'm following the
You want me to
conversation,
do
but you do
another?
understand
You want me to do a
it's
recap?
It's
You're
not like
watching all
there's like
these-
one little Einstein.
You're used to watching these
Cyclone,
TV shows where they recap everything every 10 minutes, right? 2 minutes ago, this happened. Oh, your memory is so bad.
No, I remember that he's trying to mention you a scientist that wrote this up.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
again,
So
it's
that's
a
why we're discussing
general
it.
scientific consensus. It's a general scientific consensus. It's not something one scientist said.
Okay. Have you surveyed them all, Matt?
What do you mean? Have I surveyed them all?
Well, you said
No,
it's
I
the
have not
general
surveyed every
consensus. So
scientist. It's a general scientific consensus.
just
That is-
talking out your hat.
No, it's the truth.
That's fine.
It's the truth. Yeah.
So Cyclone.
That's consensus proved cause of the effect.
So what did you say?
Relation.
Hold on.
Does consensus prove the cause effect relation?
Hold on, Sasha. 2 seconds.
So Cyclone, I would think that since there's so many, right, scientists and physicists that have gotten all this evidence, that they could name one.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was very reasonable for me to ask, could you
I
name
mean, I
one?
did name one, but then you're like, well, where did he get it from? And then you were going to be like, where did they get it from? And then where did they get it
Dan,
yes.
By the way,
We're going to
all the
examine
links,
evidence.
but I included
Yes.
all the links in the side chat. So there you go.
Whoa. Okay, so you've posted a lot of links. Could you take us through what you've posted here?
You can read it. I'm not gonna.
Well, no, you just posted like 50 links at me, bro. That's called an elephant hurling fallacy. I'm not sure if you know what that is.
Well, do you want me to sit here and read every
Like,
single
pick
one? All right, let's do it.
pick your best
All
one
right.
and explain what it
let's
is.
do it. All right, okay. So, current ASCP programs at a glance. The heart and the soul of ASP's mission is connecting astronomy to people, connecting people to learning opportunities, and building bridges between teachers and students. No matter what the classroom looks like, school, museum, planetarism, national park, state park, nature center, astronomy club, city, and satellite online backyard. Our latest Eclipse Ambassadors and Eclipse Stars programs for 2023 and 2024 connect people to the awesome spectaculars of upcoming eclipses. We invite you to browse this section and discover breadth and depth of the ASP's education and effort. Explore our
Okay,
diverse
hold on a
programs and
second. Time out.
resources and
Time
see
out.
how they can help you
Pause.
better
Pause.
understand and share wonder of
Pause.
astronomy at the Gateway of
Pause.
Literacy.
He
Pause,
doesn't
bro.
know what is
Astronomers,
pause.
Chapter 2, Eclipse
Pause
Ambassadors
is when you
promote the
stop.
path.
No.
Oh
NASA Eclipse
no, we've broke
Ambassadors
it.
began
It's
partnering. Well,
pause
you
it's
wanted me to
frozen.
read it to you. That's what you wanted.
Bro, chill. I need to ask some clarifying
Well, I mean,
questions
like when I
here.
said you could read it for
Bro,
yourself
I need to
because
ask
that's
some
an elephant
calm
argument.
down.
You
Calm
obviously don't
down.
want to read it.
Hold on, Sasha.
So
Calm down, guys.
wait on. Let's discuss this. You
Guys,
said
calm
you're
down,
interrupting. You're
please.
interrupting.
Off the speak.
Jesus Christ. Right, hold on a second. I need to ask some clarifying questions here. Is the link that you're reading related to the conversation we were just having about this guy making a claim about the Earth going around the sun 67,000 miles an hour? Is this related to that? And could you set up what you're reading? Because you've just went into an article without telling us what this article is saying or is about. So could you give us some background?
Is a community of more than
Oh my
450
God,
astronomy clubs
bro.
across the United States and share their name and time telescopes to engage in the public.
All right, let's see how long this goes for.
The ASP provides training and materials to enhance clubs' outreach activities and inspire more than 4 million people through their participation in 30,000 plus events.
Are we getting to a
Learning
point
and
here?
Center K through 12, ASP Eclipse Stars and Educators. ASP is offering a professional development program for teachers and other education.
What are you reading, bro? This is like a job
Sounds like an
advertisement or something
ad.
you're reading? Yeah, it's like a job advert or something, bro. Do you even know what you Googled and clicked? Maynard, you really need to focus
Dumbass.
here. Don't just read and
Well, I'm gonna
not
read you
acknowledge what we're
I'm
saying.
gonna read you every single article.
No, because it has to be
Well, that's what
related
you
to what
asked
we
me
were
to do,
talking
because when
about.
I
I
said
asked
you
you
can
to.
read the article.
No. Bro, don't just. No, I'll have to clarify because you're just speaking through me at this point. We're talking about your claim, a specific claim about the motion of the Earth, remember? You said this guy said this thing, and we said, okay, what was his evidence? And you said, I'll go away and get it. Are you reading his evidence? Is that what's occurring? And then what the hell is this thing about? Because you're talking about teachers and programs and everything. Let's get some clarity here. Okay? So is this related to what this guy was saying who you cited?
Yeah, all these links. Yep. I was gonna read every single article like you wanted me to.
Well, what is the first thing you're
Evidently, if
talking
you tell
about?
me to, do you want me not to read the articles because
I want you to give us some context for your argument. You're saying this proves the
Well,
claim
it's a
because
yes or no
this.
question. Do you want me to read all the articles word for word?
Well, you just engage the questions that he's
No.
asking you.
Yeah, no, obviously we don't want you to read the articles that
Okay,
you have
then
not
read 'em
read
yourself.
word
That's
for
all I'm gonna
word.
say.
Bro, come
Read only
on.
that part
You know
where
how
he's proving
disingenuous this
rotation.
is? You know how
Read only that part.
disingenuous this is?
Read that part only where he's proving the rotation. Other things, leave it alone. Can you do that?
He can read them for himself.
It's your
posted all
claim,
the
bro.
links. He can read
But
them.
man, you posted something. What is
Do you
written?
want me to go
Yeah.
back? Do you want me?
You didn't
Yeah,
read
Do
them.
you want to go back to reading all of them for you?
Bro,
Word
bro,
for
you
word?
haven't
Do
read
you want me to
them.
do that?
Hold on, Sasha.
didn't
Hold on,
read
Sasha. Hold on, Sasha. Listen, Maynard, we know you haven't read those things that you've just posted, which is why all you can do is say, I'll read them word for word, because you'd be reading them for the first time. You
Well,
have
I asked
absolutely
you.
no
I
idea what they
said
say.
you can read them, but then you said
You have no
that's an
idea what they
elephant
say.
fallacy, and then
Right, but Maynard, you've just
then you
posted
wanted
something
me
you've
to
not
read them
read.
for you. You literally
Maynard,
said.
Maynard, you've just posted a bunch of links that you haven't read. You can't just post links you haven't read. You have to know what you're talking about.
I
If
was
you're going to
reading.
try and
I
argue.
did read them. I was just reading them to you, but you don't want to read
Well,
them.
then you would be able to cite the specific point that apparently supports your claim that this guy made, instead of just reading the entire bloody article.
Then don't ask me to read the article if
I
you're
didn't
not going to
ask.
read it.
I
Yes,
asked you
did.
to cite the
literally
relevant part.
you said read the
Obviously,
articles.
yeah, as in cite the bit that's relevant to your argument, not read every fucking word.
Well, you said you're
Jesus.
not going to read them, so obviously I'm going to
Yeah,
have to
because
read it
it's
for
your
you.
claim, bro. Yeah, why do we have to do your work? It's your claim. You present it. What
But
about
you're
this?
being
Don't you
intellectually
understand?
dishonest. You know full well you do not need to read the entire article for him.
Well,
Nothing
he said
about
he's not going to read
nothing
them, so
about
I guess
completing
I
your
have to read them
argument.
for him.
Nothing about completing your argument required you. There's nothing that is logically requiring you to read the entire article to complete your argument when citing a specific poignant passage. You know that. Just stop arguing, dude. You're just being quarrelsome. You know full and well you're dishonest. You know full and well you didn't have to presume that you're going to narrate to him the entire article to complete your argument. Just stop it.
Well, I do if he said he's not going to read
Bro's reading out the ads and
So
everything.
if he's not going
Listen,
to read them,
guy.
then I'll read them
Listen.
for him.
No,
But
listen.
he doesn't want me to read them
Just
for him.
read.
That's
Listen, Maynard, just read the relevant paragraph or two, whatever it is that supports your claim, apparently. Just do that. And if you can't do that, say, I can't do that. It's very simple.
You're a grown fucking adult. We don't need to keep repeating that same imperative to you every like 1,000 different times.
Hold on,
Read
Red,
the
let me
relevant
do it.
passage.
Gregory,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. Thank you. Fuck.
Matt, you're so triggered.
Well, to be fair, I mean, we knew we were going with a dead end when I finished talking to him. So
Yeah, but that was funny, no? He was just like reading out random words.
it's fucking like wow.
The first thing doesn't work.
I wish I had a billboard. I wish I had a live stream billboard on Times Square for moments like that, man.
Has anybody tried to open any of these links and had any success?
I can't say I did, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm trying to open them. They don't fucking work.
Yeah, I'm on the third one. Doesn't work. I've left and rejoined just in case it's me and my internet. One of them
Maynard.
loads, but it doesn't fucking say anything. What is it?
Maynard, you posted 15 broken links, bro.
Retarded ass fail.
If we are going to have to inspect this elephant, fucking hell.
But
there's no elephant.
why would we post something what I don't know what is inside?
Why is he muted himself? Maynard, come on now.
I will post
This is a major L. Like I've never seen a fail so hard. Seriously.
I will post you movie. Movie won the 7 Oscars. You know, it's a great movie. I never watch it, but you need to watch it.
Okay, one from NASA.gov does work. The test of Big Bang to CMB.
Oh, cool.
Or it's easier way. Go to YouTube. There is written Flat Earth debunked. Post that video, and we are done.
I don't know.
Why you're struggling with that guy in rotation? Find the video. It's written. You can find it's like 1,000 videos. You have. It's written like this: Flat Earth debunked, and post it. But don't watch that video. Only post it.
I think he left.
No, but it is an interesting question of like why the flat Earth debunking videos are like kind of short to the point, and like the flat Earth videos are like these 2-hour long schizofests. You know what I mean?
Give us an example of one of those.
Spans.
You people are just so devoid of sound argument. Just persevere. You're devout sarcasmists.
That is a good point, though. Yeah.
Well,
It's not a good
possible.
point.
You just missed it. This guy just had, well, I don't know. He was trying to prove that the Earth is going around the sun. That sounds like something you'd believe, isn't it, Parsifal? He was trying to figure out how fast he thinks he's moving. Parsifal, do you know how fast you think you're moving?
Don't step into it.
He got muted because you guys are communists. In quotation marks, 13 minutes past the
Maybe
hour.
not.
Oh.
I don't. Okay. So yes.
Yes, you know how fast you think you're moving?
Yes.
Okay, how fast do you think you're moving? Hold on, Sasha.
The Earth spins at a rate of once per day, and you can go from the radius to make a circle, right?
Oh, he's doing the math. Carry the one.
I mean, what's your point? You're going to tell me that what? There's a
Well, we're
contradiction
trying to figure out.
of
Well, we're just trying to figure out how fast do you think you're moving.
You're motion is all motion is relative. That's what you wanted to hear, right?
That's
So
not
you
his
don't think you're
question.
moving.
Sir, come on.
It's all right. So you don't think you're moving?
I would say that between different observers, whether one person is moving towards the other or vice versa, is mathematically indistinguishable.
Right, but we're
So
talking
you
about
don't
the Earth
know.
that you live on. Do you think you're moving?
Yes, and we can measure the
Okay, so how fast are you moving?
the centrifugal.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Rotation.
How fast you believe you're moving? That's what we're trying to figure out.
So listen, there is the Griffith Observatory, right? And there's like a pendulum swinging, and it
Pendulum
rotates.
swinging. Okay, the pendulum rotates. Okay, how fast do you think you're spinning or moving? And how
Once
does
per
the
day.
pendulum tell you that? Once per day. So what would that be in a miles per hour sense?
So is that like
I
your
think-
argument? It's like, oh, the Earth is spinning so fast, and yet the
It's
air.
not an argument.
like-
What argument? We're asking you how fast you believe you're moving. I don't know why it's so confusing for you. Don't you believe you're moving?
I just explained to you that all
Multiple
motion
speeds
is
and
relative,
directions.
right?
Yeah, you sound dumb. You haven't
So let
given
me
a
ask you
figure.
this: let's get in the flatbed truck, and then we play a game of catch. Like when I throw
No,
the
let's play
ball
this.
to
How about you answer the question with a figure? Integers. How fast are you moving?
Yeah, because don't you believe you're
The
moving in
radius is
multiple
6,000,
directions and all that?
right?
Maybe, yeah.
The
It sounds like you don't
radius of
really know
Earth
how
is
fast you
4,000
think you're moving.
miles, and so we multiply that by pi, right? And
All
then we get
right,
what?
carry the 1, remove the 2. You can figure this out.
It's green. Yeah.
So 13,000 miles per day.
The question is what? Why? Why do you think you're moving?
I just told
If you
you,
say
there's a
the answer,
pendulum in
why?
Griffith Observatory that
Why?
Didn't you hear him,
is-
Jedi?
that
There's a
doesn't-
pendulum swinging.
So
Oh,
explain the pendulum, right? If the Earth is flat.
Yeah, explain a pendulum. If
Wait,
not,
can I hear an intelligible, cogent answer? Why do you believe you're moving?
Explain
We
him
can-
playing
we can
catch
measure
in the
Earth's
back of his
rotation.
truck.
Can I hear an intelligible, cogent answer? Why do you believe you're moving?
when you
We
don't
can
know.
measure the rotation of the Earth using gyroscopes.
How?
Pendulum.
Oh, using gyroscope.
Okay, very simple question. How?
Oh, not pendulums anymore. Gyroscope.
No.
And how fast does that tell you you're moving? Because that's what you still
Wait,
don't
Parzival
know.
didn't answer me. How, Parzival?
How do gyroscopes work?
No.
The rotational
Nigga,
inertia.
how do you know? How did you measure?
How do you measure a rotational inertia? Is that your question? You
Dude,
apply a force.
are you losing acumen points as we're going along the dialogue? You just said we measured the Earth
Where's the
spinning.
contradiction?
How?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, the
you're
Earth
claiming
doesn't
you-
spin, is what you would say. It's just that the stars just go around in a circle, right? The
Okay,
problem
so you
is
haven't
the
measured
Earth
it, or you don't know
the
how.
Earth has
That's what I'm
rotational
getting.
inertia.
Okay.
Okay,
yes.
so you
Yeah,
don't.
I mean,
okay,
I
so you
haven't done it
don't. Okay, so you
myself.
don't. Okay, so you don't know how, right?
No,
That's
no,
what I'm
I
getting.
just told you how. You can measure you can measure acceleration from force.
How could you? Why would you be saying that, Parzival, when you clearly don't know? Because I just asked you the very basic,
No.
fundamental questions about it, and you
What
said
is
you don't
basic
know.
fundamental question?
Dude,
I asked you how
you
fast
just
you're
begged the
supposed to be
question.
Let me
moving.
ask you. Here's a question for you.
No,
if I gave
No,
you
here's a
weight
question
and I
for
asked you
you.
to shake
How
it,
did you measure the movement? Because you didn't explain any steps. First this step, then this step, then this step, then ta-da, you completed the
how
task
do you measure
of measuring the
movement?
motion of the Earth.
How about photographs?
How about
How about
photograph?
why are you not answering
So
the question?
a stationary still picture is evidence that the Earth is moving. Is that it?
No.
Right. Good
A
answer.
time lapse where things have different
Time lapse.
positions is evidence that it's moving, right?
The time
What
lapse of
things?
the Earth doing.
What things have different positions? Let's start being specific.
Yeah. So my
Things have
example to
different.
you, if I gave you a weight and I asked you to shake it, right? Your question
Sorry,
would be
I'm
like,
trying
how
to
do I
hold
know
on to
that
the
it's
thing you said
moving?
about things move.
Time lapses. Stay focused.
Time lapses photos. This was after you said gyroscopes. I'm trying to hold you. We're trying to like have a salient conversation and get
So
to the logical
gyroscopes spin, right?
Mm,
And so
okay,
we
so
can
back
make
to
tick
gyroscopes.
marks on the discs of a gyroscope, and we can tell how fast it's spinning. Does that make sense?
It's a disc that spins.
Yes,
A
gyroscopes are
gyroscope.
made out of discs.
Which what does that do? What does that maintain? Why are gyroscopes useful?
Because spinning discs have rotational inertia, and we can measure that change in inertia when we.
Why do you guys do this to yourselves? Sorry, Jedi.
No, it's fine. He's measuring a gyroscope at the moment. I'm still trying to figure out how that's measuring the Earth to move. When we pick the question, it's a ball.
You can hear in his voice he doesn't have any idea about the gyros. But sorry, carry on, Parsifal. Please continue.
Okay, maybe
I
we
mean,
can talk about his
you
flat
say
Earth.
that, but
No, please
but I
explain
think
it in
I'm onto
great
something
detail.
here.
Explain it in
In
great
great
detail, please.
detail.
Yeah.
Well, I
go
don't
through it.
have great detail, but I can give you, the basics.
What can you say
right?
about it? A gyro spins, therefore the Earth is a spinning ball. Is that what you can say?
I would say that force equals mass times acceleration, right? You guys agree with me on that, right?
Okay.
Okay. So when we apply a force, we can measure the acceleration, and then we can infer the mass from that. Yes.
What has this got to do with your gyro?
So we can apply force in a circular motion, right?
So you're applying force to your gyro?
Yes. And so this,
really?
this spins.
What force are
He's
you
making it
applying?
spin. Okay, he's making it go round and round at the moment.
So
Right,
you're
and
making
so-
the gyro spin. You.
Yeah. Yep.
So not the Earth then.
So are you gonna just like keep on chirping, or are you gonna say something intelligent? Like,
Right. So
You said you
the
applied a force to
refutation
the
that Cyclone
gyro.
just said, right?
what I'm saying is that we know things about how inertia works, right?
What force did you apply to the gyro?
Yeah. So digress from the refutation Cyclone said, right?
I'm not.
Come on, Parsifal. It's very obvious to everyone you have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know why you
I have
expect
seen
to hear
gyroscopes,
route.
and
Oh,
then
really?
when you
Oh.
move the gyroscope, it resists
Oh,
your
wow.
motion, right?
So
It
more
stays in the
digression
same
from Cyclone's
orientation.
refutation, right?
Or are
dear
you guys
me.
completely ignorant of that? Have you never seen a gyroscope before?
So try to
Yeah.
reverse scrutiny back on us and also pass Cyclone's refutation, right?
I can't even remember what it was. It's so long ago.
I know you guys have the attention span of a goldfish, right? Why
Right.
don't you
Okay,
pick up a
that says
physics
man who
textbook?
brings
Right.
up
So try to
5
distract
points
from
in the
Cyclone's refutation with bad humor, right?
Really talking, Greg. Come on.
What is okay? The cyclone proves the flat Earth. Go ahead, explain it to me.
So more bad humor to distract from his refutation, right?
No,
No,
sorry.
I mean you're the one that's saying that you have a refutation. Where
Jedi
is
was
your
trying to say
contradiction?
something. Jedi was trying
Right,
to say
I-
something.
that's- Yeah,
Come
go
on,
ahead.
Parsifal.
It's fine. I mean, you're making claims that we've got the attention span of a goldfish, yet you've brought up 5 points and it's taken us 5-10 minutes to try to get you at least be ambiguous about 1 point.
You're trying to get me to be ambiguous about at least.
No,
one point.
you're being ambiguous. It's taken us 5 to 10 minutes to get you to 1 point and get you to be ambiguous about 1 point, not jumping onto loads of other points and being ambiguous about them. Been talking about this point for at least 1 minute. That's good for you.
Well, I mean,
So,
gyroscopes are
gyroscopes,
kind of
we
hard
can
to
make them
describe,
spin.
right?
Gyroscopes, they spin. They maintain what in 3-dimensional space? Do you know?
Rotational inertia.
They're good for maintaining horizontal, aren't they? We use them in airplanes
Mm-hmm.
within the initial reference system piece of equipment that works on gyros.
So I love how flat earthers they
here
conveniently
we
believe
go.
in airplanes and they.
I love how
don't.
you digress from the point.
No, you brought up airplanes.
No.
So go
He's
ahead.
tactic.
Do gyroscopes work on airplanes, but not to measure the Earth's rotation?
Oh, we're on another point now.
They're not measuring Earth's rotation. They're maintaining horizontal in 3-dimensional space.
He thinks the gyros in planes are.
How do they
measuring
maintain horizontal in 3-dimensional space?
So they're really good at spinning and maintaining that horizontal.
Because of rotational inertia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Of the gyro, not the Earth.
Yes.
Of the
Awesome.
disc inside
So
the
not
gyro.
so we're still trying to get to the point where you link this to the Earth and measure the Earth to be rotating with a gyro, which is, well, so far maintaining this horizontal plane in 3-dimensional space. Because
I mean, by his line of reasoning, the plane is flying because the Earth tossed it. Everything moves because the Earth
That
moves.
which is dumb. I think we both agree that if we spin up a gyro and we put it on a rotating thing, then the disc will stay in the same orientation regardless of its orientation on the spinning
Yeah,
globe, right?
the Earth never spun the gyro. Right?
Was that yes or no, guys?
The Earth never spun the gyro, right?
Earth never spun. What are you saying?
The Earth never spun the gyro, right?
What do you mean by that?
What the fuck else do I mean? I don't mean the moon.
The Earth didn't apply the force, did it?
Sure.
I thought he said he applied the force.
He did.
So the Earth did not spin the gyro, right, Parsival?
Right.
Right. So can I keep
There's
asking?
nothing respectable about that, man. That's why I get contemptuous. There's nothing respectable about that. It's only contemptible. That is, it's not just him.
I understand what
you know. It's not just some guy in a Discord call. These fucking people are teachers in
So
universities.
let me ask you, what observation would you
it's quite
expect
harrowing.
to observe?
These are teachers in universities. These
Answer
are
the
people
question.
in the
What
professional
observation
institutions of the
do you
world that
expect
act
to
like
observe?
this.
Gregory, you don't know that. Who claimed that they're a teacher at a university, dude? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Thank you.
Dude, you shut the fuck up. I'm saying something that's actually rational.
Thank you, Matt.
No, you're
Nuclear.
saying
Thank you.
schizo bullshit.
Yeah, Gregory.
Yeah, you're
No, I'm
making
saying
talking about
something that's
gyros.
actually
Random
rational.
fucking
So
assumptions.
now that I'm
You
stinging
guys
your
say that the
pride
gyro
because you
is
people are obviously
eventually
invincibly
aligned
ignorant,
with the
persevering to
heliocentric
mute
model.
my voice with yours, I'm going to finish this rant. So that's why I say this with
Gregory.
contempt. Because there are people like him in universities or elsewhere in the world that deceive people like that, talking as though they know what they're talking about when they obviously don't and are exposed upon scrutiny. That's why it's
Where's the
contemptible.
deception?
There's nothing respectable about it.
Where's the deception?
Why are you cursing? Aren't you a man of God, Gregory? You're cursing, dude.
Volts, why are you just chirping in like a little cheerleader
All right, so
with
let's
nothing
get back to the
constructive to say?
gyroscopes, right? Because nobody likes meta. What is the flat earther prediction about how gyroscopes should behave?
Well, we're
on the
still
flat
waiting
Earth?
for you to explain these motions that you claimed you believed as soon as you came in here. You haven't provided any evidence. You couldn't even tell us what these motions were. You said
I did.
once a
The
day.
evidence I
You
gave
said
you was
once a day.
the pendulum in the Griffin Observatory, right?
No, because you couldn't even tell us what motion you're claiming you believe in. How fast you think
Well,
you're
it's hard to
going.
describe.
Well, how is your
Right?
belief hard to
So
describe?
evidently you don't know.
So the
So
pendulum sort of
you can't
processes
describe your own
around,
belief.
and it doesn't stay in one singular plane.
Right, so tell
For
me
the
again how
observer.
fast you believe you're moving right now.
No. We were talking about gyroscopes. And my
Why is
question
your
to you
belief
flat
so hard
earthers,
to explain, Baharsival? Why
why do you
can't you
guys
explain
interrupt
your
every 5
belief?
seconds?
Because
Why
you
don't
made
you
a
explain your
claim.
belief about how gyroscopes work on the flat Earth?
No, because we're asking about the motions of
Because
the
you
Earth
guys
that
just want
you
to assert that
claimed.
there's a contradiction out there,
No,
but you
Yeah,
can't
we're
Possible, you made
arresting
a
your
claim.
focus on the question being asked to you. Yeah.
You made a claim,
I
Parsival. You
asked you
said
already.
The
the
It's
Earth is
speedo
4,000
in my
times
car
pi
is
divided by
broken. Does
24
anyone have a
hours.
spare gyroscope or pendulum?
There is a fucking
Yeah.
pendulum in Griffith Observatory.
There's a
So how many
pendulum,
times are we going to listen to him
therefore.
and this will pass your question, Cyclone?
I don't know, until probably we've got another Glober to embarrass himself.
I thought you were talking about cyclones. There's a guy in here named Cyclone.
Right,
That's what you were
so
talking about. Okay.
the pendulum in the observatory tells you that you're moving how fast?
Once per day.
Once per day.
One
And
rotation
that's
per day.
and you could figure that out by looking at this pendulum.
Yes.
How do you do that? So I see this pendulum swinging. Then what?
And you watch it, and over time, it'll drift around the entire circle.
Once a day?
Yes, I think.
So the pendulum swings around once a day.
No.
Listen to yourselves, guys.
No. You're deliberately misrepresenting myself. Okay. The pendulum swings.
He
on
misrepresented what you said to him when he repeated verbatim what you said to him. That's not misrepresentation.
Okay. The pendulum swings in the plane, right? That makes sense.
Oh God, it's
Sorry, just to be clear,
Like we're imagining the same thing in our mind when I'm saying there's this pendulum swinging in a plane, right? It goes back and forth. It stays in the plane.
Cool.
The plane is aligned vertically, right?
Yep, you've moved the pendulum. It starts swinging.
Okay. Now, over the course of one day, that vertical plane that it's in will rotate once per day.
So is that it, or are you just going to not connect it to your concluding premise?
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say that? We swing the pendulum. You observe the pendulum. It's swinging. The ground is not moving. Then what do you do?
The ground is moving, right? That's exactly my point.
No, you don't observe the ground moving. You observe the pendulum moving. You fool.
Okay.
Okay. And then
Okay,
what
so
do
you
do?
can see, right?
No.
No.
Okay, so you're
Yeah, tell
contradicting
us
yourself
how
now,
you
right?
get from the swinging pendulum that you swung to whatever speed and motion you're claiming of the ground.
The claim is that the Earth moves underneath the pendulum, basically, right? So.
Right, so the hypothetical premise needs to be empirically verified, right? Which you have yet to do.
But all you're doing is observing the pendulum swing.
Right. And we also observe it. We also observe that the plane that the pendulum is in rotates as well. Or do you guys disagree with that?
Right.
So you haven't empirically detected the Earth moving to empirically verify your premise that the Earth moved the pendulum, right?
I would say that that observation, you can infer the Earth moving from it, right? You might disagree.
Okay.
Well,
right, so that's not conductive and nonsense, right?
Yeah, so it's an assumption.
No.
No, it's not.
Well, it's not.
Well, given that it's not empirically verified and you didn't empirically detect the Earth to be moving, you know, to
How do
moving
you
else.
empirically verify?
It's not empirically verified, right?
All right, so the logical chain of argument. You can't empirically verify a logical chain.
It's okay, gentlemen. If I may, there's going to be a problem with the claim on the table. First of all, you're talking about a precession. We need a deviation. Do you know the difference? Or a deflection?
Well, he just said. Well, it says he just said you can't empirically verify a logic sequence, so he can't know his premise to be true. He's refuted by his own premise. Moving on.
Oh, so he went ahead and took his own wig off. Okay.
No.
Yep.
Well, hold
so
on.
then, do you have a precession or do you have a deflection?
You're particularly schizo, and you add very little to this
conversation. Don't make it about anybody. Just go ahead and support your claim. Are we dealing with a precession or an apparent deflection? Which one?
Please educate me on the distinctions and the meanings of these words.
Well, now wait a minute. This is your
without retracting your previous.
Hold on, hold on, Greg.
Just real quick. Just real quick.
All right,
just real quick. He has to recant the previous premise I just refuted, because if he still maintains that to be true, then he still shot himself in the foot.
All right, just says who ask your question, and
so are we dealing with a precession or an apparent deflection? First of all,
you tell me what those words mean.
Well, bro, this is your claim. I can't really help you with your claim. This is how you know that the Earth is moving, right?
My claim is that the plane that the pendulum swings in rotates once per day, and that might not be true because maybe it's. But the point is that it does move, right? And you would think
obviously they swing back and forth. So, are you saying that because the pendulum,
the plane that it swings in, that's what I'm talking about, right? And
what about the plane?
Earthers in here.
What about the plane?
It moves.
The plane moves. So you are claiming two different reference frames, yes or no?
I'm saying that if you're in the room and you look at it, then from your observation, from your perspective, like
he did. He did confirm earlier.
So he didn't answer that question either.
Hold on, he did say earlier that the Earth moves underneath the pendulum.
Okay, great. So forgetting for a moment that you do actually have a pendulum attached to the Earth and you don't have separate reference frames, we're going to go with your example here. So you have two different reference frames. You have a precession and not an apparent deflection. How does this prove the Earth is spinning?
The contradiction is that if the Earth was flat, it would stay in the same plane.
What in the world does this have to do with the Earth being flat? I'm asking you about rotation.
His question.
repeat your question?
How does this prove that you're moving?
Because we see movement, right?
Yeah, you see a pendulum swinging back and forth. You're telling me that because it processes,
and we
right?
also see
that apparently
we also see the
Earth
axis
is
on which it
rotating
rotates
out from underneath. Oh, an axis. So,
Like we can
excuse me.
we can put tick marks all along the circle of like where it is,
Okay.
right? And that
So
tick
now
mark
is the
moves.
axis of the Earth underneath the pendulum?
What?
Is the axis of the Earth underneath the pendulum since you have a precession around a center point? Does the axis of the Earth all of a sudden change to like Chicago?
Axis of the Earth.
I think we're
axis
confusing him here. We need to
is
stay
a
pretty
straight
simple.
line on which you describe rotation, right?
Okay. Let me help you out because you obviously don't know what the claim is. The claim is that the Earth is rotating out from underneath the pendulum, and that precession is an apparent deflection, but they are not the same. So if you have two reference frames, apparent deflection, because if you have two, yeah, this is, I know you don't understand. You don't understand your claim. That's why this is frustrating. Okay? I don't even really want to continue the conversation because you are having a hard time understanding your claim. This is your claim.
Yeah, well, let me ask him some questions.
Go ahead.
Well, let's see
No,
what he-
I want you to finish educating me, Super Monkey Ball, on the distinction between precession and deflection. And
That wasn't Super Monkey Ball.
Lecture. It
It's
wasn't?
okay.
All right,
Okay,
says
whoever it
who
was.
he wants says who to educate him.
Okay.
guy-
Here's the deal, brother. If the Earth is moving underneath the supposed other reference frame, the inertial reference frame, which is what the pendulum is supposed to be, then everything would be deviating or at least rotating out from underneath everything in the inertial reference frame that's not attached. That means that if you go up in the air in a helicopter, the Earth would be spinning out from underneath the helicopter, and you could just land that sucker right where you wanted to. You wouldn't even have to go in any direction. Just let the Earth rotate out from underneath the helicopter and land where you want to go. Okay?
Like rockets?
Yeah, rockets leave the Earth rotates out from underneath it, right? That's the claim. And that means that a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to LA would take an hour and a half instead of 4.5 hours. Because at that latitude and that speed, the Earth would just rotate from underneath the plane and you'd get there 3 hours faster. That doesn't happen. So we have soundly debunked the claim that you're trying to make with the pendulum, unless you can show me this apparent deflection anywhere on Earth.
That sounded like a bunch of schizo nonsense.
Yeah,
Okay,
because you
that
don't
can't
understand it.
refute anything, so you've been exposed.
The
Yes, you have
helicopter is
been
supposed to be
exposed.
able to and let the Earth rotate underneath it.
That's the claim.
That's what you just claimed with the
No.
pendulum, Parsifal.
Rockets.
Yes. You don't even understand your own claim. You just claimed the Earth is rotating underneath the
I think
pendulum.
you guys don't
yes?
understand. The
Parsifal,
pendulum,
is the Earth rotating underneath the pendulum?
not exactly. I said it was sort of.
Oh,
like that, right?
no. So it's not anymore. No, you said it's rotating
I
underneath
said
the
right from the
pendulum.
beginning that it's sort of like that.
Sort of,
My-
but
my whole
so is it or
is
isn't
that
it? Parsifal,
My,
no,
my
you're going
whole
to be held
point is
down
that
here.
there's such a thing as inertia, right? There's such a
Mm.
thing as rotational inertia. We
Come
can
on, Parsifal.
measure.
Come on, Parsifal. All these words are not going to help. I'm going to ask the question. Is the
I'll
Earth
ask you guys
rotating
the
under the
question.
pendulum, or is it not rotating underneath
Why
the
doesn't
pendulum?
the pendulum stay in the same exact
Parsifal,
plane
is
if
the
Earth is
Earth
flat?
is the Earth rotating underneath the pendulum,
And you don't
or
have
is
an
it
answer
not
for that.
rotating underneath the pendulum?
I'll repeat my question. Why doesn't the plane that the pendulum
Funny how you
ticks back
can't
and forth-
answer this question, Parsifal, because you
You're the
just
one that
claimed
can't
it a few
answer.
seconds ago.
You can't answer.
Parsifal, you just claimed a few minutes ago, the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum, and now you said, no, I didn't. I said sort of, and now I'm asking you to clarify. Is it or isn't it?
It isn't,
It's not.
because obviously the pendulum is attached to the building that is on the Earth, right?
Okay, so there's no rotation relative to the pendulum.
Plane on which the pendulum ticks back and forth changes.
There's no rotation of the Earth relative
And-
to the pendulum.
What are you saying?
You just said it's not now. The Earth is not rotating underneath the pendulum.
The pendulum isn't like magically fixed in a space and the Earth rotates underneath it. That's not how that works.
Yes, so the Earth is not moving relative, it's not rotating relative to the pendulum.
The Earth and the pendulum are in the same, inertial reference frame.
So there's no difference between them.
There's no difference. What do you mean?
Yeah, you just blew your Coriolis claim, man. It's over.
You're so patently ignorant. You're still trying to save face, dude.
Come on, that was a good one.
No, I mean, where's your guys' explanation?
It's all right. You've just debunked your own claim.
No, you guys are schizos.
Yeah, that's a good rebuttal.
Why does the plane
That's a
that
really
the
good
pendulum
rebuttal,
swings
bro.
in?
You have the intellectual high
Answer the question.
ground.
Why does
How
that?
could we
Why does
possibly
that? Why
argue
does that
with
plane
you?
change?
Clearly, one of such high intellect.
If
We're
we're
mere
so
scientists
What
in
is
your
the
presence.
physics of the flat Earth? You guys can't tell me.
The physics
One
of the
day,
flat Earth.
the expectation aligns exactly with the
Just
with the
think.
US. One day
Just
it
think.
doesn't, right?
After about an hour of me asking you how fast you think you're moving, what you've
I
ended up
told
with.
you it was
What you've ended up with is telling us about a pendulum that swings over the Earth, which is not moving in relation to the pendulum. That's the culmination.
Yeah, and
of
then
your
he tried to
problem.
relapse. Yeah, then he tried to take refuge in the two quote quay fallacy. Well, you can't prove your position either, therefore my position is true. Yeah.
But I mean,
And
think about it.
And if we're so schizo, what purpose do you have joining this VC to begin with and embark in a dialogue with a bunch of schizos? What does that make you?
Yeah, do you just like
I'm
go
an
down to
educator.
your local mental
My position has always
facility?
been that the flat Earth is in contradiction with the laws of
Stop
physics.
poking fun at the patients.
Yeah,
That just means
start going in and being
I'm
like,
a-
"Hey, I've come
So
to
you
visit.
attempted to
I've come to
prove
visit the patients. What for? I want to
yeah,
talk.
are you a
I want to tell them
doctor?
that I'm spinning at 1,000 miles an hour or speeds that I can't understand, and that they just have to look at a pendulum. You'd fit right in at a mental asylum, Parsifal.
right.
And
So
you're an
he
educator.
attempted to reason with what he believes is irrational people that can't be reasoned with. But we're the idiots. And he's a rational person doing something that's worthwhile doing.
Yeah, you're no educator, Parsifal. You couldn't even be a student.
Let's stay away from the meta, boys. Like it's
And of course, the
Yeah.
fool, that child, he responded to the image that illustrates the refutation that you mentioned, Cyclone. Well, everything's moving with the Earth, idiot. Well, not everything is moving in the same direction, idiot.
If he says that everything moves at the same time, he's debunking the Coriolis claim.
I don't know.
Add
Can we
that to
go
the
from
list.
Parsifal to Matt Nuclear again? I don't know. Is that too much?
No, not back to him,
Do
just
our-
briefly
do our
mentioning
listeners
that for the
deserve
audience.
An educator. That's scary. Who's Z Taco?
so
What's up,
what's the
Z
physics of the
Taco?
flat Earth?
Go outside.
Yo, yo.
Can you quantify
What's
your
up, Z Taco? It's all right,
your model
Parsifal.
in any way?
You've already conceded your point. It took you an hour. That was too long. We'll get back to you.
I'll step down if you guys get tired of me, but I don't think there's any other.
Yeah, it took you an
Yeah,
hour to figure out what your argument actually is. So
Hold
yeah,
on.
just sit down.
Yeah, Z Taco was on the mic, so let's say hi to him. What's up, Z Taco? You got questions? You looking into this?
I'm chilling right now. I literally just joined like 5 seconds ago, so
Okay, no worries. Well, if you've
I don't
got
mean to intrude.
questions, no worries. Well, it's an open. We're looking for another speaker to come and ask questions. So if you're free, please do so. But otherwise, no worries. If you think of any, let us know.
No
Why do you
worries.
guys?
Thank you.
Yeah, like why do you guys not believe that the Earth is a spinning ball? I'll do it for you. Why do you guys not believe the Earth is a spinning ball? That's your cue, Effie. Tell this new guy who's listening. Someone.
It's the same stupid pattern with these people every day. Quarrelsomeness, bickering, obfuscation.
Well, this guy's listening, right? Z-Taco's just chilling. He's an open ear, at least. So if someone wants to just quickly say why we don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball, that might be interesting to him.
Come on, gladiators.
Wait, are you calling those who want to refute the globe or those who want to defend the globe? Or I misheard.
There's a guy in who's chilling, but that doesn't mean that he won't listen if someone wants to explain what we're doing here. I'm just asking Globers how fast they're moving tonight, so someone's going to have to do it. So no one wants to explain to this guy? Maybe we are schizos.
I thought you were
guys aren't
asking
schizos.
a glober to explain why they think they live on a ball.
I don't think he was up for doing that, but... Geeks has rejoined us. What's up, Geeks? So yeah, water's level Z-Taco, basically. So the Earth can't be a spinning ball because the water's flat. And that can be measured. The globe's never been observed, measured, detected.
We can tighten up the argument with a modus tollens. If the Earth was a ball,
I got told
then
in
we
the
would see the.
PC to talk, so wait,
Hold
yeah,
on.
go ahead.
What were you saying?
Me or him?
I was
Z-Taco.
told, sorry.
No, go.
I was told in the VC to talk, so all I was saying is that I just think I don't know how important the exact topic of flat Earth is because I view other topics more important. I'm not saying that you guys are right or wrong, but I just wonder why flat Earth as opposed to like other topics I view more important as like government as being immoral and shit like that.
Yeah. So you'd understand, or I'm sure you would agree, well, maybe you wouldn't, that the nature of reality itself is important.
It's a vague statement, but yeah, I mean, I do like nature, but yeah.
Like in terms of understanding your environment, your situation, where you are, what you're doing here, would you consider that to be important information?
I mean, yeah, definitely more on the yes side than the no side, of course.
Yeah, you have an interest in the environment. That means literally your environment. So if the Earth isn't a spinning ball, like you've been told, wouldn't you want to know that? Even if you can't right now put your finger on exactly why that might be important. Isn't that information you'd like to have?
I definitely would like to know, but it just seems like that's why I call it like a red herring topic. It seems like such a topic where it's divided. There's so much info from both sides, whether they debunk it or not, that I just think that there's more important things that are at least solidified that we can focus on, even though I know flat earthers believe that what they have is solidified, and same with the globers. I just think that it's just such a gray area. I'm just always so curious why people focus on this as opposed to what's actually happening, but just maybe what's more relevant. Maybe that's the wrong word too, but if you get what I'm saying.
I presume that you think truth is important.
Of course.
Why is truth important?
Because I hate lies.
You hate lies. So then you would hate it if you found out that this Earth is not the spinning ball in a vacuum that you've been told?
Yeah, I would relate it to just me being wrong about certain things in the past. Hence, just me being here just to listen up. Because I've been wrong about things and then tried to correct myself. Here, I really don't know the topic. I just like that there's a 24/7.
If you hate being lied to, it means you like the truth and you want the truth. You said the nature of your environment is important to you. So the environment and truth is important to you. So surely understanding the truth about your environment is important in and of itself.
Yeah,
Self-explanatory.
of course, but I would say there would be
Okay, there
there's
you
not
go.
much I can do about the shape of how everything is, as opposed to maybe more locale type of situations. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but you don't just have to learn about things that you think you can quote unquote do something about. There are plenty of
course,
things you've learned about that's, you're after knowledge, you're after truth. It's not about what can
That's
this do
why I'm
for me
here.
practically speaking. Okay, so this is the mindset you need to be in. You need to be in the mindset of, I've been presented a claim about my environment. I want to know if this claim is true, because if it's not, I need to reassess the environment that I'm in and navigate accordingly, right? So first,
Yeah.
you have to understand the claim. Do you think you understand the claim of the Earth being a spinning ball?
My main thing is that I really don't have a side, but
That's okay. Listen,
that's
this
why
isn't a
I'm
debate.
here to listen.
Yeah,
I just
listen,
think that it's
I'm
a
not arguing with
distraction.
you.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
These questions are not to debate you. They're to spark your thought along a path where you're trying to inquire about this claim that you've been given about your reality, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to
I'm not
debate at
debating
all.
you. No, me neither. Me neither. So my question was, do you think you understand the claim sufficiently that you live on a spinning ball?
Maybe the word sufficiently is like probably the right word. I probably don't sufficiently know, hence my curiosity.
Right.
Which I hate that word, but yeah.
No, that's a good word. Being curious is good. That's what you should have.
What is
You
bad
should-
about curiosity?
Yeah, nothing at all. Curiosity is
I killed
excellent.
the cat, but yeah.
No, forget that. Curiosity is everything. So, listen. So, if I was to ask you, say, the size of this ball, do you know that?
No, that's what I mean. That's why I wouldn't say I have sufficient knowledge of anything,
Right.
like nothing like to debate with. More just like I said before, just hearing
Right.
you out, hearing everyone out, and
Yeah. So this is
like
part of it. So this is illustrative, right? So we're educated. I mean, you presumably have gone through education, possibly to university level, high school, whatever. And they haven't really told you where you are. They've vaguely spoken about it, but you don't really know any details. So then you probably wouldn't be able to say, I know who measured it to be this size, right?
Yeah, of course.
And same with, say, the spin, right? Do you know how fast it's supposed to be spinning?
What 11 or 13,000 miles? I don't know, something like
Well,
that.
they say 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh
at the
man, I was
equator.
way over that.
Close. So
That was 10x. I'm not even close, bro.
yeah, I was being charitable. But this is the thing, right? So at school, they've not really equipped you with knowledge about where you are supposedly living.
But to be fair, I wasn't really taught much, like you just said. So yeah, I mean, I
Well,
have
that's
nothing.
what I'm saying, though. Why
know,
through an education system would they not be teaching you in detail about the environment that you're supposed to live in?
Now, see, my rebuttal would be what is the importance of this big
Well, I'm
giant
just saying.
topic, which is the flat
I'm
Earth?
just saying, it would be easier.
Go ahead.
It would be easier to convince you of this notion if you only had a vague idea about it given to you when you were young, without necessarily going into the details, without necessarily going into the proof. Just giving you this vague notion when you're a kid, reinforcing it with media and entertainment over the years until you get to the point you're at now, where you don't really know why you believe that you're on a big spinning ball, because when you think about it, you've only really been shown images, told stories. You've never seen it.
Yeah, CGI globes and all that type of stuff. My main thing is like just why this why the flat Earth topic. Like, I know you keep repeating the same thing, but I'm always just genuinely.
You're
I'm
failing
always,
to see.
like, I feel
You're failing to
like
see
I
why
know
it's
you said
important.
environment matters, which I completely agree. and like
Because
that's
if you can convince someone to believe in absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities.
I know, but like, see, I'm a big conspiracy guy, and I believe a bunch of different shit. But it's just this one topic where I'm like, I feel
you need
too
to
many people are
understand.
focused on it when maybe there's more important things to focus on. Not discrediting what it is. I'm saying, yeah, if you learn it's whatever shape it is, you're gonna
Okay, so consider this.
go on Discord and let some people know. That's
Consider
the
this.
only. That's my only like thing in my head that's like eating at me.
Yeah, consider this. Consider this. So you've been taught all your life that you live on a ball, but all the while that's false. So it isn't as though someone knew this to be true, told the truth. Someone along the way in
I never
history
cared.
lied. Well, let me finish. If you
Yeah,
really
sorry.
consider why it matters, right? Someone along the way in history lied, and then the lie grew in popularity for some irrational reason. And now the lie is spreading and spreading and spreading. Now it's spreading to the tune of billions of persons not only just believing it, but strongly taking it for granted. And not only taking it for granted, but to one degree, to whatever greater or lesser degree, responding with severe hostility against anyone who even doubts or questions, let alone critiques, and perseveres to publish critiques, arguments against this cosmological idea and the whole cosmological paradigm. And not only that, it's not just commenters, but it's the governing and professional institutions in human society internationally, not just in one territory, not just in one continent, but on the majority of the inhabited world, throughout the majority of the inhabited world. So why is a lie becoming so popular that it's being taken for granted as empirical, rock-solid fact? In addition with the fact that this cosmological paradigm obviously has other philosophical implications. What caused it to exist? Why? What's its destiny? How should we live in it? Etc. Etc. That's why it matters.
My rebuttal to that would be, which I said from the very beginning, is like, why is this the main topic? From when, if you can see from my name or my freaking parentheses or whatever.
You see how the ground is under your.
No, please.
Wait. Just let him finish that. Hang on.
I'm just saying, I think the main issue is government itself, while the flat Earth issue would be a subsidy of, or whatever you would call it, of the government, which is the main central issue. I don't want government, and I believe that.
This is the government now.
Yeah, you sound like you have a misconception. You sound like you have a misconception about
the central issue of the lie. So go ahead.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes.
I'm gonna cut you guys off.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. You have a misconception. You have a misconception. You have this presumption that we in here only emphasize a flat Earth above all else. The subject, the geodesic specific question, is most important above all else. No, I know better than that. There are many who
Right.
have that wisdom just like I do.
I did assume, but only based upon the room chat.
This
voice channel is just designated for the subject.
Gregory was saying, you think we just put flat Earth above all? No, the flat Earth is below our feet. We're above it, and God is above us. So yeah, there's other topics all around us that is not just this. This is more like a foundational topic from where you can establish a realist level, axiomatic, empiricist perspective, right? And you can also add filters to lies, falsehoods, scams, because once you realize some people might be lying to you, you're not letting everybody scam you anymore. Like the globe is scamming a lot of people. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's very simple. The voice channel is just designated for the subject. That doesn't mean that this is the most important subject out of all subjects.
Correct, I agree, but I would say that there are some I don't know if the right word is diehards, but some people that legitimately will go gung ho about their belief about flat Earth, and that's sort of my point of like, I'm like, why this topic above else? And that's the whole point of VC. I get that's maybe not number one above all you else, but I was sort of pointing to maybe like the individual or two that might pipe up, but.
Yeah, there are some like that. That's foolish. Just like with overemphasizing every other subject. Is that Eli?
Yeah, it is. The reason that it happens is because it's a reaction. It's a reaction. Like, we're minding our business, making our own channels, just like people talk about history, people talk about math, people were happy to do whatever the hell they wanted to do in terms of having this conversation. So you know what happened? It started getting censored and shut down on the social platforms that they're used to. So we just kind of hang out here for anybody who wants to know the information about this here. It's sort of like a channel. So there's no need to question why we're into what we're into. The bottom line is we're here to expose a lie. What would be wrong with that? Because if not, let us do us.
Oh yeah, you guys do you 100%. Let's say like, so if I'm correct, the main thing, like, have you ever gotten out of low Earth orbit in your opinion?
If you're saying that with the presumption of the cosmological paradigm that we're on a ball in a cosmic vacuum, then no.
I mean more altitude. Like I said, I'm not sufficient in this topic. I meant more like, isn't there like an altitude where like there's all, you have the troposphere, atmosphere, and all this type of shit or something like that?
Yeah, those are the nuances of the paradigm. Yeah.
Zatako, the crux of the matter is that the Earth doesn't have curvature anywhere. We've checked. So all that stuff that you were told, all the lore, all of it, totally irrelevant, totally false. No need for it.
And the reason for the manipulation of the minds of people to believe the globe Earth is.
Well, you just kind of spoke about it earlier. You think that the government is immoral and probably lying about all kinds of things, and you think that's important. This is one facet of that, right? So
Yeah,
if you don't actually believe, some people just don't believe that the government is so powerful or so clever or so sophisticated in their deception that they could pull something off like this. But it turns out that they have. It turns out that the minds of the people are pretty simple. They never look out their windows. They only look at TVs and textbooks.
I already answered that question also concerning what's the motive behind the deception. So consider this in the open chat. I'm going to send it to your DMs
I
also.
lost my train of thought, but yeah, go ahead.
And also that way they can kind of like recruit slaves away from the creator and have man slaves, because they have you carrying the water, paying the taxes, constructing everything, doing all the work, and paying for the falsehood as well, paying for the scam as well. So yeah. Once they scam you once, they know they can scam you twice or more.
See, the government.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I've already talked.
Another good way to look at it is to justify the ideology of the Big Bang. So they're trying to put the Earth as a sphere as a way to connect previous lie. So it's like evolution, Big Bang, Earth being a globe. It's all connected.
Yeah, you can't have a cosmology without a cosmogony, a doctrine, a theory about the origin of the universe, the origin and history of the universe. So it's really less plausible to say that a world that is a terrarium under the cosmic waters, under the abode of the god and the spirits, began to exist indeliberately because of some explosion or expansion in the boondocks of question mark somewhere in space. But rather, it's more plausible to say that is the beginning of the world in the midst of a cosmic vacuum, several billion years old, so that there's plenty of time for everything to develop up to what it is now, a multitude of various bulk matter around a bunch of humongous solid liquid or gas balls flying around in a cosmic vacuum.
I'm trying to think of how to word it. Ah, man. I can't. Okay, no, go ahead. I can't think of how the word. I'll come back in a sec.
You know, since you said that, to pay attention to the canards that a couple of users are saying in reply to that paragraph that answers your question about the motive in the open chat. So not only are we here doing something worthwhile doing, something that is of some good, but there are persons who go out of their way to interact on this social media to maximize and intensify the insults and denigration and mockery as much as possible. Now, why is that? So this cosmological controversy is also exposing anthropological and psychological truths about humans and truths about specifically the mind of humans, or the mental or intentional machinations within the hearts of some people. As this contemporary movement developed, there has been what is conspicuously identified as anti-flat earthers. These people are wrathfully indignant against people the likes of us who say the arguments that we do or just ask the questions that we ask. They persevere to go out of their way to defy and resist everything that we say. Not just everything that we say and argue, but just us as a person, just attacking the person themselves even. So like I just said, this controversy, this geodesic question and the whole cosmological controversy has exposed many different things, many ramifications, many implications, including anthropological and psychological truths that are not flattering, that do not compliment human pride, but are rather reprehensible and despicable. And of course, the perpetrators who perpetrated the deception in the first place are obviously tremendously wicked people. And then there are those who are religiously devout to believing this lie and defending it without at all being called by, they weren't personally contacted by the thought leaders of this worldview. They just took it upon themselves to say, I'm just going to be an apologist because I'm just so devout and so enthusiastic about a worldview that isn't mine and from a people that do not give a fuck about me.
How long are you going to be preaching to the choir?
Well, no, I'm the opposite of the choir. I'm trying to learn, but I'm trying to say.
Right there. AT did not have to say that.
No,
he didn't have to say that.
I don't know
because
why
he
said that.
his pride is so cut, he had to say that.
Wait, do you think it was out of pocket?
It's like, I don't know, a parasite that is not needed in your body or something. Some type of parasitic infection or something. It's not
That's
needed.
the canard from someone whose pride is stung by my critique. Nothing I said. I didn't say I didn't do any sin. I didn't do any crime. I didn't commit any error of any kind. But he just had to sarcastically reply with that canard. Why? Because his pride is stung.
That wasn't me, by the way. Just saying.
No.
Yeah, that wasn't used to talk. That was AT.
Yeah, no, I said it because I thought it went on for way too long, and it was kind of uncalled for.
Yeah, we don't care.
You know, that's how conversations work. Someone was speaking to Gregory. Gregory was replying to him, and you're saying he's preaching to the choir. There's people that have questions, and people.
Yeah, it was totally ignorant of you to say. I'm obviously not preaching to the choir like the gentleman just told you. The gentleman himself corrected you.
I mean, you were monologuing for like.
Yeah, the gentleman himself corrected you. You were wrong. So because your pride was more important, you said that patently false statement, and the man who you are disrupting my dialogue with corrected you. But you're still going to try to save face and try to multiply words.
Do you think
instead of just being quiet?
There is any value?
Hey, Gregory, since he heard you before speaking and he didn't like what you said, therefore he doesn't like you today either. Whatever you have to say. So yeah, that's the logic.
So I really thank him. I really thank you, AT. Thank you for exposing your prideful, wicked heart to further empirically corroborate what I was explaining to Mr. Zataka.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I mean, you see,
yeah,
triggered.
Case on point. Case on point.
To be fair, you were monologuing.
Well, you see how there's a bunch of people in the VC, and most of us stayed muted, waiting for him to be done. Even if he was monologuing and saying what he was saying, we still waited. for him to finish.
And not only that, they never say that complaint. Listen to me. They never say that complaint when some of the likes of Parzival or Jekyll or MBO or someone like them, when they monologue. They never say that. They never complain. But they complain when I do it, when someone like me does it. So if I'm speaking too long, if I'm speaking 30 seconds too long, if I'm speaking for a minute or whatever the arbitrarily undefined quantity of time that I've spoken is too long, when someone else does it the same and even longer, like Jekyll, like MBO, like Parzival, like people like them, they don't complain. It's patently hypocritical. So obviously the problem isn't the length of my speech. It's the content thereof.
You might be triggering the parasites or something, or maybe the spirits inside or something. It has to be something like that.
Gregory, are you an do you want government or do you not want government?
I do want government. I want just, righteous government.
Why?
Because without it in this world where the humans are depraved with a proclivity to sin, there needs to be a institution that enforces law to uphold justice and protect the rights of a given people.
Now to skip many steps because we're in a flat Earth channel. I think the main issue is a macro issue of government rather than the micro issue, which is a result of government, which is the flat Earth. I think people need to get the government figured out before people can understand what's happening out with the flat Earth due to the secrecies and lies going on between public and private partnerships in the revolving door. That's what I mean by sort of like I keep bringing up government because I think if we figure that shit out, then all the things that that lies and all that stuff that have been the result of it, NASA, blah blah blah, would come out because it would be public rather than private with because of that stuff. So
well, it doesn't necessarily need to be.
I think that's the main issue.
Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be provided or presented in that chronological order, because in fact, many people have begun their criticism, their critique of the de facto governing institution of the world when they're introduced to this cosmological controversy. This is a part of that issue.
Correct. But I'm saying for you haven't swayed. So I'm like, when everyone's saying government this, government that, when it comes to lying about the flat Earth, why would you ever want to have a government when it can always result in, as history shows, a bunch of liars that can even lie about the shape of the globe?
Government is only as bad as the governors. If you have a perfect person or perfect people who are the occupants of the offices of a given government, then the government is fine.
You want the government to be like Nicaragua or some shit where everybody's just like cartels controlling shit? Like, dude. Well, I don't know. Actually, that might be better.
I believe it's inherently bad. That's my point, but since it's a flat Earth channel, I won't go into it. I just think it's inherently bad. So why would you want anything inherently bad, which has led to the thing that this VC is even about? Which is
we heard you. So once again,
the government lies that people say.
Gregory, if I may,
stuff, even though that's bad.
I'm going to contend with that statement because government is not inherently bad. There are only two law systems on the entire earth. There is the law of God, and then there's the law of man. And most people will not tolerate being under the law of God, so they create their own governments, and they call themselves God. And then, of course, they clusterfuck everything. That's where you live. And men will never be able to govern themselves. Never.
Men, by nature, are not sufficient to be the autocratic or autonomous governors of themselves, obviously.
Yeah, it's such a...
there is a structure...
I don't know how you go against...
structure in place. There is a structure... Go ahead, bro. I spoke earlier.
I'm sorry. No, I'm done. I'm good. Sorry.
So there is a structure in place, right? There is a mechanism. Father, mother. We have the child. So by necessity, the father and mother are gonna govern the child, right? And that's so under God, governed by God. The father and mother teach the child how to grow up to be, a woman or a man, and be able to. Someone said you cannot self-govern, but I think you can definitely self-govern, but the people that we have rules and we have to follow certain. You learn from your parents, your family, your community, and you can self-govern. But if you're not doing, I mean, if you're gonna break the laws like murder, steal, that kind of stuff, then you're gonna have to be governed by others.
Yeah, let me clarify this because we can actually reach. Let me just clarify. So, the government itself. What is a government? A government is an institution. It is a corporate body that makes laws, enforces laws, and judges according to laws. Which distinctly has the power of coercion, right? Hence why I said enforcement. So that's the government. Now, the persons who occupy the offices, they're either completely good or they're not. And if they're not, then there's a flaw in them. And so, as long as they're flawed occupants of the offices executing the duties thereof, then there will be problems. But if there is a perfect occupant or occupants in the offices thereof, then there's nothing wrong in the government. The reason the government is wrong is not because it's a government. The government is wrong is because those who are occupying its offices, the various types of governances that exist, are corrupt.
Yeah, as soon as you get
I disagree.
I don't know how you put someone in you can trust.
That is not the BC
You put
topic,
someone in
so
you
I
can
will
trust.
move on.
Wait, what
I
do you
don't
mean power corrupts? Isn't like, I mean, God is powerful. Is God corrupt?
But you know what I mean. Everybody who's gotten in our government, it seems like either they get coerced into going along with all the nonsense that is our government currently, or they get just that, or they're not going to get in. If you're not ready, if you're not willing to play ball in our current system, then you don't get in. Is the way I see it.
Yeah, but the sheer state of possessing authority doesn't cause someone to commit sin. You can possess authority and not sin. So possessing authority is not the cause of people doing evil.
Man is granted
A mother and a
certain.
father have authority over their children, and not some parents do evil, sure, but not all parents do that. So yeah, power doesn't mean evil.
Wanting government is like wanting slavery.
Indeed.
Well, if you say slavery in the sense of unjust exploitation and oppression, then sure. But you can also say slavery just in the sense of a work system, a labor system. And a labor system is not inherently bad just because it is a labor system. See, this is the problem with people. They don't speak with sufficient nuance about these issues. They're oversimplified. They're not thinking
Why
well
would
about
you
these
want
issues.
a labor system?
There inevitably will be a labor system. You have muscles with strength for a reason.
Yeah.
What labor system does the Amazon tribes have in Brazil?
I don't know the details about the Amazon tribe of Brazil, but what I said is still a general fact.
Yeah. So it's
There's nothing
not
wrong about a labor system itself. You're just overgeneralizing.
fact. When you say general, do you mean
Gregory, isn't it like servitude? Because you're doing a task for someone or doing something, right? And
of course,
you're not necessarily gonna charge them anything. You're actually doing a servitude, working, and you don't necessarily have to be paid any monetary compensation. And there is servitude. People do a lot of servitude, and I don't see anything wrong with it. But the thing is,
yeah, so long as you're not the God, you're going to serve someone. I mean, I know that insults human pride, but I don't care.
Yeah. But today, when you think about it, put it overall, today everybody, well, not everybody, but most people are serving the monetary controllers, which are the gods that they put themselves as God. Because right now, if I want to employ someone, I have to. I cannot. I mean, I have to pay them with that money system, right? So you have to jump into the system to be able to operate. And servitude, if someone wants to, let's say, do servitude, that's slavery and that's illegal. You can't do that. I don't know.
Right. These people falsely believe and deceive themselves into believing that they're autonomous, that they're a law unto themselves, that they're not under anyone else's jurisdiction, and they oppress those who are subordinate and or less fortunate.
Okay. basically by eliminating servitude and labeling slavery and something evil and bad completely, basically we have eliminated a huge workforce that can be doing productive work instead of being slave of the monetary system.
Yeah, so people need to think deeper instead of just going with what they just want, with just surely what they want, and what's not disturbing their emotions. You need to think logically sound. Without a government, with a world full of humans that have a proclivity to sin, that will not resolve anything ever at all. Every anarchy always developed into a dictatorship. That is the cycle. Because a part of the human proclivity to sin is to presume to be autonomous and to want to act like God and exercise dominance over others so long as you can escape the repercussions of your actions.
No, the problem is that government cannot stay limited, so just don't create government at all. Humans can thrive without it. But that's not the flat
Because
earth.
in the monetary
No, they can't.
system,
That's naive.
listen, when
not
government
naive,
when government follows God's monetary system, utilizing like gold and silver, we have a limitation. There is in the Keynesian economics, you have to live within your means, right? You are productive and you save to be able to produce more if you want to, or just save for if there's 7 years of hunger, right? You save the resources. You have to be productive and save, right? But then in the monetary system that we have today, that was established with the Federal Reserve, now there is no limit to spending, so there is no accountability, and there is no you don't the nation doesn't have to live within its means. We can live beyond our means because we just can print the money, which we couldn't do that before with the gold and the silver and all other monetary means. Now with this paper money, it's unlimited. We can just print the wars. Oh, you want to go to war? Let's print it. So yeah, there is limitations to the government in the economics. I think under God's monetary system, government will be very. I don't want to use very, but it will be limited.
Anarchism is self-contradictory and it cannot be practiced consistently. Because the instance that someone predicates about anarchism, then when someone says, I have authority, they will then object to the person who proclaims to have authority as though they ought not. And when they say that objection, they will tacitly assume that their objection has authority and that the person should conform to that objection. You cannot be consistent with anarchism.
No.
It's self-contradictory.
No, anarchy is not self-contradictory, luckily. But that's not the
Because it's
topic
just an
at hand.
unjustified negation retort.
No, anarchy literally existed before everything, but that's not the topic at hand.
Okay, that's just an irrelevant retort. You haven't refuted the argument.
No. Well, no, I'm just saying the anarchy is irrelevant to the topic, so move on.
Okay, well that's not a refutation. That's just a digression. So there's that.
I can't do a refutation because we're in a flat Earth thing. That's the only thing.
Well, you don't have to regulate it that strictly. The moderators will do the regulating.
Well, I've gotten muted here multiple times for not saying so. That's all.
So don't worry. So when we just regulate, then it's fine. So that's the truth about anarchism. It's self-contradictory. You can't be consistent with it, like I just explained.
So you can't live without
Anarchism
government?
never resolved anything.
So you can't live without government peacefully?
Given the presence of human proclivity to sin, yeah, no. It's not possible.
Even with the technology nowadays?
Especially. Technology just increases the scope of one's abilities.
One-sided.
Well, I'll say it again. Technology is just an increase of the scope of our abilities. That's all it is. And so if you give a sinful person more power to do X, Y, Z, then they're just going to do the sins that they... I'll try to finish eventually. Then they're just going to continue to persevere to do... Then they're just going to persevere to continue to do the sin of X, Y, Z with more power. So yeah, technology doesn't decrease the proclivity to sin.
But the amplification can be applied to evil too.
That's what I just explained. You didn't contradict me. You just reiterated what I just said.
The virtuousness to the virtuous too. There's two sides of the coin. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm aware.
So you're leaning so far on the 50-50 coin. I just don't understand.
But what's the point?
It's
of
not a
talking
50-50
about
coin. Humans have a proclivity to sin.
Wait, are we still talking
Some guys
about government
talking.
and whether government is good or bad because it could go either way? Is that what it is?
Yeah, he's
I'm
an
saying that
anarchist. So
government is
he
win
mentioned
or
the
lose.
issue about
It's a
government. He's
lose-lose.
emphasizing his opinion that there just should be no government at all whatsoever in any sense. But I'm refuting anarchism right now.
Okay, well, number one, the reason that the America or people in America are in the state that they're in is specifically because they are trying to be a part of the system. They have no idea how the system works. They reject the system, and that's why people are suffering. It's not because people aren't letting people be anarchists. Most people don't vote. Most people don't do shit that has anything to do with being involved with the system, other than going to work.
That's incorrect, but yeah, believe all you want, but cool.
So are you going to present arguments, or are you just going to give unjustified negation retorts?
Well, no, all I'm just saying that makes absolutely no sense that the people nowadays mostly don't believe on government when literally the last election cycle was the biggest election cycle ever, even if you believe the votes or not. I'm just saying.
That's not what he just articulated to you.
Specifically said, but I didn't even.
Well, no, I literally just refuted what he just said.
No, that's not what he just articulated to you. You misinterpreted, dude.
Well, then that might be my mistake. I'll listen to a reinterpretation.
Actually, he's proving Elijah's point by his comment. Right, Elijah?
I mean, yeah, there's like.
I didn't hear a word you said.
The reason people are fucked is because they don't participate in the systems. So they end up in this default position because they live within the city's limits anyway, or the government's limits. So they don't realize they're playing a game. Just the worst part of it. It's like, but that's their fault.
But my retort was that the last election cycle was the most participation of any election ever, whether you believe the votes or not. That's
okay.
So saying there's no participation, I don't get it.
What I said was most people don't vote. I don't know what you don't get about that. I don't know what you said has to do with what I.
No, I'm saying the last election cycle had the most votes out of every election ever in American history.
Yeah, what's that got to do with the fact that it's still as majority?
You said people don't vote or participate.
I said most people. The majority of Americans don't vote.
Well, that's refutable based on the last election being the most popular election ever.
Yeah, you don't realize your logic sequence is non sequitur. Out of all Americans, most don't.
No, I'm truly telling you. I'm just saying.
You understand, and you're refuting. You're refusing to let me reply. You still don't understand, dude. Your argument is non. You're still doing it, dude. You're still doing it.
No,
guy.
I'm literally trying to explain.
Guy, just stop me from replying.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
You don't get it. Eli's point of all Americans, most don't vote. Your comparison is out of all previous election cycles, the latest was the most. Those are two different comparisons. Eli's comparison is the quantity of voters in contrast to all Americans. Your comparison is this election cycle, the quantity of voters in this election cycle in contrast to the previous election cycles. Those are two different comparisons. Pay attention better.
Well, no. So now you're saying that due to there being a bigger population, that's the reason leading towards this. No.
That's not the point either. No. That wasn't the implication. That wasn't the point either.
No, it is.
You're just bad at interpreting things, dude.
Media and propaganda behind the last election, which made it the most popular. That's it. Everyone knows
I just refuted you, dude. You made a false comparison.
No, I'm not refuting you by actual numbers.
If I may,
I got numbers. Go ahead.
Yeah, how about this? Just to put it into...
Just flagrantly misinterpreting. Like, he just doesn't get it. It's two different comparisons.
Well, no, I literally have the numbers to go.
Let me help him. So, in one statement, most people don't vote. In the other statement, This was the last election cycle had the most voters than it ever did in history. Put some, like, just random numbers to it. Most being greater than 50%, right? So if most people don't vote, that means that greater than 50%, assuming of eligible voters, don't vote. So let's say 55% of people don't vote, right? In this scenario, it could be the case that last election cycle, it was still 55% of people didn't vote, but 45% did. And that would say, and with your statement, let's say this was the case, 45% of people voted. Well, that still could imply that over the course of the last few election cycles, it was only 40% or 38%. It's still the case that more than 50% don't vote. You see
it depends on what you include. Are you including non-voters, which are just the people who are registered to vote and don't vote? You have people that don't,
Sure.
they don't follow the census. So then there are those people. They're the people that just not registered at all. There are also the inmates or the felons that don't get to vote. There's so many people that don't vote.
There's also people that are live in other nations that don't. The people from the U.S. that live in other countries that don't vote. Also, that's another one.
Right. So suffice to say, like Gregory was saying, these are two distinct statements that are not inherently contradictory. It's just, there seems to be a little bit of an argument, a little squabble over that. But in fact, both of them can actually stand at the same time.
Right. So his rebuttal just saying that what I said didn't make any sense was unnecessary.
And it was a non sequitur fallacy. There's nothing more to it.
Exactly.
Now you see the refutation, the concept itself was not that difficult to grasp. The difficulty was his pride. Now I'm just going to say what I want to say. I'm not going to actually critically consider the critique that's being said to me. That's why there was such a difficulty.
Pride, by the way.
Also,
it's again another exhibit of what I was talking about. You see, I mean, I think Gen Z would like to say that.
I said no pride.
What happened was another exhibition demonstrating what I was talking about: human proclivity to sin. Because he refused to actually just take the time and critically consider the critique that refutes his critique. He misinterpreted.
Well, no,
like, it's such a simple point to articulate, but he just had to insist his voice rather than just giving himself pause and listening to the critique. So you should grasp by now those are comparisons that you made. Your comparison was a different comparison than what Eli was talking about.
Okay, boys, that's not enough. This is a flat Earth VC. Let's go back to it. Thanks.
Exactly. This is a flat Earth debate. Why are we talking about this?
I joined the psychology.
You don't need your echo, Z Taco.
I'm talking. I can't help if I'm echoing. I never echoed before.
You don't need your echo behind Heretic. Dude, interpret something correctly eventually.
Interpret something. Some guy just said it's a flat Earth channel. Why are we not talking about flat Earth? And I agree with that.
I'm going in circles again.
Earlier.
So you just have to have the last word.
So I'm right. Okay, so I'm right.
Right, you don't need your echo.
He got busted by Dad. He got busted by Dad, and he's like,
"Thank you for
Gregory."
I mean, really, such a child.
Hey, thank you. You admit that I'm right. I'm sorry.
No, you're left.
I'm right.
You're left.
Guy, this is stupid.
I've been to the right.
And you also taken a left. Don't both.
No.
Yeah, this isn't the left right. This isn't the left right VC. This isn't the left right VC.
Why are you trying to belittle me?
This isn't the left right VC. This isn't the left right VC. This is the Flat Earth channel.
I didn't. It's the Flat Earth VC.
Okay, so start talking about Flat Earth. Since you're so concerned about Flat Earth.
I told you to talk about Flat Earth.
Yeah, start talking about Flat Earth, not left right. Yeah, not left right. Talk about Flat Earth.
Hey, get your hey, relax your anarchist panties, okay, bro?
This is the problem with anarchy. He just presumes to be autonomous. He's not going to humble himself to any correction. That's why anarchy never resolves anything.
Yeah, if you
Exhibit
cannot
A.
govern yourself, we're gonna have to govern you. If you can't hold the amount of tacos that you can eat, I mean, monetarily you could. But see, Taco, just bring the topic that you want to ask about or whatever, and ask Gregory because he's gonna reply to you. Go ahead.
Stop that.
Directly.
He's not gonna listen.
And call him G.
He is a G. He's just not gonna listen. I don't know why.
He's gonna listen if you keep it to the topic. I mean, Gregory, what do you believe about this? Or I don't know, something. Just ask him something about the earth
flat Earth.
or the waters. Go
Talk
ahead.
about flat Earth and let me listen, please.
Oh, you want to
That's
listen?
all I ask for.
I get it now. You want
You don't
That's
have to
literally
speak.
the beginning of the conversation.
You don't have to be speaking right now. If you want to listen, then stop talking. You shouldn't have to be instructed on how to listen. You're an adult.
All right, I'll mute. Taco, got any question?
He's server muted.
The floor is open. Does anyone want to prove that they know the Earth is a ball?
What was the conclusion on the pendulum?
Yeah, he didn't provide any proof that the Earth is moving to cause the pendulum to swing. He just made a non sequitur leap from the pendulum is swinging, therefore the Earth is spinning.
What else could it be?
A mechanical little push, maybe?
So you're a conspiracy theorist.
Oh no, you got me. How did you know?
Wasn't it the case that was actually openly mentioned to be the case? Like, but it was justified for some reason. Like they said, oh yeah, in one of the grand pendulums there was a little bit of a motor, but for quote unquote stability reasons or something like that.
You know, these people are so devout to the globe that they deceive themselves into believing that they can't imagine any other cause, any other sufficient cause to cause the locomotion of a pendulum, for instance, as though the spinning of the Earth is the sole necessary precondition to cause the pendulum gyro to function, to move. It's stupid.
It's genius.
It's a great irony. You know, you had to have a whole lot of imagination to the paradigm in the first place. But now that you've deceived yourself into being so devout to it, you can't imagine anything else but.
But remember, girl, it's like a genie. It's genius, because the ones that made that story, they're like the genie. They're telling this princess that, hey, you can have whatever you want. You can go to space. You're gonna have a alien girlfriend one day. That's the genie making all these, granting all these wishes. So the people that came up with
And substitute genie with AI. Something like what's her name in Halo? What is her name? God damn.
So Cortana.
Something like Jarvis.
Cortana, Jarvis, yeah.
Cortana, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Not a genie, not a spirit, but it's advanced technology. And then Arthur C. Clarke said what? any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Which implies what? It's entirely valid to call that so-called technology magic. How about that for
Genius.
another irony? They ridicule magic. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
remember when you ask about talk about the technology that you're talking about, and the guy that's using it, or the girl that's using it, they're gonna say some genius made it, some genie made it.
Right. Very good. Yeah, very good.
And that genius knows better than you.
You know, there's no genies, but of course there are geniuses, right? I mean, it's just like the whole entire worldview. It's an effect without a cause. You know, so of course the person who is in contact with a genie and has genius, there's no genie though.
Well, but remember, the world comes from the fantasy. So in the fantasy, we also have the genies, right? So just adding all the mixture that they do of falsus and fantasies and movies and putting all together. And
Well, you just played semantics. Like you just played semantics. So it's somehow logical. It's a logical error to pay attention to the meaning of what you say. Is that it?
not really, because I think the technology you're talking about and the inventions that some of these people made have real life consequences on people, so they can kind of like mold behaviors and make anarchists spawn out of nowhere. Sometimes, like we have the anarchists here.
Yeah,
Just screw
funnily
the
enough, to
anarchists
your
up at the
point.
end.
Right.
Go ahead.
Funnily enough, to your point, boys and girls, can you spell Jack Parsons? And who was Jack Parsons? A very pivotal figure in the mid 20th century that invented the rocket. He was an occultist, not an atheist. And he was the student of Aleister Crowley, one of the most wicked persons in the 20th century. And they were occultists. They were as far away from atheism as the East is from the West.
Yeah, that's something that kind of is peculiar because I always thought that, okay, if you, I mean, not always, but for some time I fell for that idea that if you follow the science, the globe and the black holes, you don't have to believe in a creator, because that's what I thought. 'Cause it was kind of like showing me that. Kind of showing me something. I was looking at this window, which is the TV or the screen, that was showing me all this stuff, this information, and making all these claims. And I was moving, looking away from the realist level and believing the falsehoods. I started believing away from the Creator, away from God, just by believing these ideas that were giving me through the screen. And then when I turned it off, I went back to the Creator.
Yep.
Go ahead, bro. My bad. I wanted to say something else, but I gotta do something.
No, you're good.
Oh, my last point about that is that, okay, so these ideas that they were presenting kind of like gave me this thinking, moving away from the creator and the design, all that stuff. But then these ideas were made up by priests that believe in a creator, as many of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why the followers of the religion say, hey, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in a creator or whatever, but you follow in the globe religion, the creators of that believe in a creator and know that there's a creator. I don't know, it's kind of tricky. It's incredible.
There is no consistency that will come from the atheist. There isn't. I mean, atheism is one of the most asinine and thoroughly refuted theological schools of thought out of them all. It's ridiculous. I mean, atheism, out of all the other categories of theology, is the one category where they don't present a positive, affirmed argument in defense of it. They don't do that.
Gregory, and within that idea that I was being presented when I was young, I also learned it in multiple languages. So it was like a double spell because I learned, I heard the whole story in Spanish and also learned the whole stuff in English. And there's different contents and different ideas on both sides. So it's kind of like the spell gets even bigger.
Yeah, there isn't a univocality between the languages concerning the scientism worldview. Yeah.
Yeah.
Univocal, equivocal, univocal, equivocal. You see.
Equivocal. In español, making a mistake or being wrong, you say equivocal. Me equivoqué. I made a mistake.
I was about to ask a question, but I forgot no one here is interested in models. So sorry about that.
Oh, yeah. Forget about that real quick. You can ask later. So, Gregory, when I was looking at the window of the screen and looking away from the creator, then I was also so entertained that I didn't pay attention to the creation, right? I wasn't able to see the creator because I was looking at the creation that was on the screen, but presented by the priest of the religion that I was kind of being recruited without knowing. So, and then also like after not following the creation and the design of things and the cycles and the movement of the luminaries, I also missed that the city of God, the tabernacle of the creator, is up, and we can just look up and it's the center of movement of the luminaries. So I was looking away from that because remember, they replaced the heavens above with emptiness, with nothingness. Remember? They made it invisible.
A vacuum.
Yeah, they made it nothing. What do you mean nothing? When I look up, I see the glory of God, bro. But then they say, no, that's nothing, bro. Don't worry about it. We know. We'll tell you. Sorry, Greg. Go ahead, bro.
No, don't be sorry. There's a lot of chatter outside. Need to give my battery a break. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. God bless you all. Peace.
Take care, Greg. God bless.
Our boy Alpha Veritas, bro. We got to get down to the bottom of this.
To the bottom of what? You gotta get to the bottom of what? Mic check.
Yeah, we could hear you.
You say you gotta get to the bottom of what, bro?
The dual pole flat Earth model versus the standard AE model.
So you have two models, one next to each other, and you're trying to pick the one you like the best?
Yeah.
So you go ahead, just pick one or two, or A or B. You pick it.
Yeah, the dual pole model, bro. It's highly it's a lot better. What do you think?
Well, within the magnetism relationships of magnets and electromagnetic fields, I think there should be some type of anode, cathode, and I forgot the third part of that system. Oh my god! Whew. So there should be a mechanism in place, and two poles of a magnet. Sure, yeah, I like it.
Why is no one talking, man? Did the Earth finally stop being a pancake? No more pancake Earth. Now it's a globe.
Who said it was a pancake?
Flat Earthers, right? Flat like a pancake.
There's a new theory in town, actually. It's called the concave Earth theory. You ever heard about it, AT?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Really? What do you think about it?
I don't know. I think it's highly improbable. It has to do with like how the universe is kind of stretched, right? And gravity eventually would sort of like concave Earth, so it's like more and more flat, right?
Okay, so the one I'm specifically talking about is it's the idea that this concave Earth in particular, it's so the globe Earth is you're on the outside of a convex sphere, you're on the outside of a sphere, and curvature is the curvature, but it's curving down in all directions relative to everyone. Concave Earth, it's you're on the inside of a sphere. So your feet is planted on the inside of the sphere, the same rate of curvature, but you're on the inside, so it's curving up. So kind of like imagine like Halo. Remember that Halo?
Do you
But
know what
you're-
I mean? Yeah.
But you're on the inside of a whole sphere, so it's not like a half sphere or a bowl. It's a full ball. So there's people upside down relative to each other, and the whole universe, our solar system and the whole universe is contained within the Earth.
Wow.
Yeah.
So riddle me this: if I had China and I had, say, Africa, for instance, or actually, let's go with New Zealand and South America, right? Where would they be? Like, would they be on the opposite end of the concave, or would they be like next to each other, and then there's like unmapped territory, or how does
No,
that work?
so it literally the globe Earth, all the continents the same size, where they're at, everything.
Yeah, but the scale doesn't fit though,
No,
right?
no, no. Okay. So the scale it can be questionable regarding the solar system and the universe, right? Because how can the
Yeah.
whole thing fit in the Earth? But in terms
Right.
of the Earth, in terms of the ground that we're on, it's the same scale.
Yeah, but then how would you explain like the moon travel and like space travel in general and GPS systems and gravity and like I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, all those there's explanations required for it and stuff, but just the general idea, like visually in the mind, we get the idea that we're on the inside of a sphere.
But no,
Um,
where would you get that idea from? Like if you're
do you
I don't know if
see
you're
do,
like
do you see the side chat?
let me pull it open. I usually don't have it open. Let's see.
Yeah, look at the side chat.
You were saying something about it would be the same as like a ball Earth because of the curvature is the same or whatever. Which curvature are you talking about?
Well, we understand that for you, Earth is flat. There is no curvature, so what we're talking about doesn't exist. I was just talking to AT here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm looking at the GIF right now, and there are quite a
Yeah.
few of them. I'm on the second one.
I mean, I'm just asking a question because
Your questions are good questions. They're good questions. Yeah, so this is the idea of this model. Whether it's real or not is besides the point, but so it's kind of like the whole thing with the whole flat earth thing, like our world's misrepresented. With this model here, it's less deliberate, someone's lying to you even though that exists, and more to do with the nature of these two geometries. It's like a branch of it's a small niche of a branch of geometry related to a shape and the inversion of its shape, which is the inside version of itself. And that is like the ultimate way to like hide a shape is within itself. And though they are not the same, though they are clearly different, the angle measurements, remain the same. It's just how you interpret that data. So like with the globe model, we could imagine the globe Earth and straight lines away from the globe Earth in all directions. And these go for light years and so on. And these straight lines, they're Euclidean. And these straight lines go at the, you could call it like the speed of light, which in the globe model is just, light travels at the speed of light and it goes straight. In concave Earth, all these straight lines that go for light years and crazy scales and stuff like that, all these straight lines get warped inside of the circle towards the center. So on the globe Earth, the things furthest away from you, the furthest things away from you, which would be the cosmic microwave background, that would basically be the center point of this concave Earth. The furthest away would be the center of the sphere. So all these straight Euclidean lines are now warped inside of the sphere going towards the center. They're no longer straight. They're now non-Euclidean. The speed of light no longer remains constant and is now variable based on the actual I don't know the exact science word for it, but like the charge of the fabric of the universe itself. Basically, the idea is, yeah, go ahead.
So, like, you're invoking the speed of light, for instance, right? And you're saying, well, it sort of like collapses on itself in this concave Earth, and
No, it's not collapsing on itself.
well,
So
it's
let's try not to have too many assumptions here. We're just building the idea from the base up. It's gonna be very Dunning-Kruger, what I'm gonna like share with you, but let's avoid anything
that's not a good
collapsing.
thing.
Okay, well, I mean, some people are just interested in random cosmologies. If you're not interested anymore, that's cool.
Yeah, but like Dunning. Okay.
I'm interested.
No, I am interested. I'm just interested in like the framework and where it's built up from, right? Because you're presenting some fundamentals that are easily
Yeah.
dismissed. So I'm just asking, like, why even build on this when it's like factually, like,
Okay, well, let's
easily proven
just
wrong?
let's look at it just from more of a visual, conceptual end. I won't be able to deliver on the scientifically end. Personally, here
What's the
and now.
utility then? Is it just like a movie or something, like for fun?
The utility is let's just say so. Imagine
So far,
imagine a
it's been okay.
hypothetical reality. Imagine a hypothetical reality where Earth is misrepresented somehow. Okay, and you have the first group of people who think the Earth is flat. They realize something's afoot with the globe. They think, and the first model that they can come out with based on their observations and stuff is flat Earth.
Right.
Now, in this hypothetical reality, flat Earth is only a stepping stone. In this hypothetical reality, the world is misrepresented, but it's not flat.
No, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. So concave Earth would be then the not the next step, but the step after that of what the world could be when factoring in a lot of things.
Right. So would you say this is the
and this
final
is
step,
good because
or All Glory? You said it's not the next step; it's the step after that. How
Yeah.
many steps would you figure that would be in such a hypothetical? Would it be like this? Would be like almost close to the final step, or we don't know at all, or
This is I don't think this is just the idea. If in a hypothetical reality where Earth was concave, this would be like the most elementary explanation of sharing the idea. This wouldn't be anything. Yeah. Because basically the idea is so foreign and people aren't used to
reimagining of
people it's so people sometimes can't even imagine, not that they don't have the capacity to imagine it, it's just based on our life thus far, imagining something like that, most people like they don't even they wouldn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I guess most people like spend their time where there is utility. So if something is like not inherently fruitful utility-wise, then they think it's a waste of time. And I think there is some merit to that. Kind of like operate that way. But I do see how like engaging in hypotheticals can be fun and challenging, and maybe like we can learn something. So I'm all ears. Like,
You've you
Yeah, and the thing about that is that we don't necessarily, even our models, it's good to know alternate theories and even pretty elementary ones, because it's possible that that could help us glean into other phenomenon, even if we have a full explanation for a phenomenon, right? So it's not a bad thing to propose a hypothetical, even if it can't be used. If that were the case, we don't have any need, there may not be any need to say look further into quantum mechanics, because a lot of that we can't use today, right? But I get what you mean. Like if this phenomenon has already been explained with an existing model and it's done very well, why should we go back? There is a case for that, but I think it's always a good mind exercise, because one aspect of physics that, and I think the general public miss about science, is that there's a lot of creativity in it. And actually, Einstein and a lot of the biggest breakthroughs that we've had have come from creative thinkers. So after Newton, people thought it was over. There's nothing more to be discovered until Einstein. And he was ridiculed and mocked for his idea that time itself could be changing, right? But, that was a part of his creativity. Right? So it's not a bad thing to go into hypotheticals, even if it looks like it's crazy, right? But anyways, that's my thing.
no, I get what you're saying. I would more so challenge on that and say, well, it's not a bad thing if there is like still undiscovered area, right? But if you have a complete model in a phenomena, as you mentioned, that's already encapsulated, I would then say, is this not a waste of time, right? Have we seen utility in this before? And perhaps if we haven't, is it then logic to assume that we would see that in this one? And why would we think that way, right? I don't think that there is
Guys,
like a good case there.
Do you guys think that a shoe
But I
is
agree
a
with
phenomenon?
Huh?
Do you guys think that a shoe is a phenomenon?
Is this like the whole is optics real talk?
It's just something that another Glober has said. Just wondering if you guys agree with that.
I mean, let's go semantically then. What do you define as a phenomena? We'll go from there.
Something occurring, something happening, an
Right.
event.
What do you define as an event?
Something that would be you could experience as happening, not
Right.
just
What would
simply
you?
being.
Yeah, so something that you can validate. Something that you can validate, not because we're talking about hypotheticals, but a hypothetical has to be a valid one, something based on the realist level. You cannot make a valid hypothetical saying that if Superman shoots his red beam's eyes, he shoot it from his planet and he hits my water cup, it's gonna boil my water. That's not a valid hypothetical. You have to make a valid one based on the realist level, cause and effect relationships.
Yeah, I was more so interested in the epistemology that you guys were trying to build here with a logical chain. So an event, a shoe is a phenomena. A phenomena is an event that has happened, but it's not always consistent, right? There is a past and a post state. That's what you said so far, right? So is there some?
So the process of making a shoe is a phenomenon?
Well, I mean, in your framework, I would say yeah, right? Like,
Why are you guys not adding natural phenomena to the wording?
Right, yeah.
like a
Yeah,
tree
that's a good
growing
point.
and stuff.
Yeah, that's a natural phenomenon. Yeah, it is.
We probably need a tree for a shoe, right? I mean, they're either made out
Possibly.
of rubber,
Is
which is
are
like a
you
rubber
arguing
tree,
that a shoe is a natural
or a
phenomena?
wooden
That's your
shoe, like a fucking.
If you're from Holland, I guess maybe.
We were
No,
talking about
like
the shape of the world. Now it's resorted to shoes, huh?
yeah.
I just heard the word phenomenon getting tossed around a lot, and I was just wondering where they're at with
with the term, you know.
Hey, Algo. All glory to the Most High, right? We're talking about hypotheticals, right? And someone mentioned you can make a hypothetical, but the problem is that you have to make a valid one, right? And you make a lot. I have heard you speaking, and you're pretty cool. I'm with you in a lot of things. The thing is that just making, because you weren't here when I said this, when I opened my mic. So I wanted to address you. All glory to the Most High.
Are you about to lay a burden upon me?
No, not upon you. No, on the other guy that you were talking to, because he was talking about the hypotheticals. And I don't know if you agree with him. I'm just making a point that the hypothetical has to be like a valid one. We can relate a cause and effect relationship. Maybe we have different variables that we can adjust.
Are you trying to say there is no point in talking about a hypothetical when there's no point because Earth is flat or something like that?
No. It has to be in relation to reality, not in relation to let's say a fantasy outside of the real.
It's basically a fantasy. It's not related to reality, so we should just.
No, you can make a hypothetical like, hey, if I get inside my vehicle and I drive 20 miles, I'm gonna have to put $10 of gas after that event, right?
No, it doesn't have to be that way. You can't force someone to be that way.
I'm not gonna put any effort trying to figure out what you're trying to tell me. Sorry.
No, I disagree. Under the heaven, like you don't have to.
It's not just any. You can't just say anything. Could be.
There isn't an imperative to force a hypothetical to like a comic book is hypothetical, and movies are hypothetical.
But that's fantasy.
Yeah, but
there is a difference between the realist level and fantasy.
To be honest with you, compared to flat Earth, it's the opposite of fantasy. Every move in here is calculated to be in accordance to reality.
That's what and I agree with you. That's why I said I agree with you with a bunch of stuff. So when
I don't know what you're trying to say, dude. It's like your words are saying one thing, but your energy is saying another. You want to have one more chance?
No, I don't want more chances. I want all the chances. Okay, thank you.
Can you science?
Okay, well, I'm out. I'm not gonna.
And you make a valid one. The other guy.
To me if you're gonna
talk a valid hypothetical, not just one of the imagination, or the fantasy land.
Can you science the shit out of a hypothetical phenomenon?
That's what the other guy was arguing for. Not all glory to. That was what Felix was saying.
First of all, flat earthers. I brought this up specifically to show AT in particular. This model is beyond you guys. You guys haven't even reached
glory. I know about the concave before you. I know you just learned about the concave recently, bro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much
for you, man.
Bro, I've been knowing about this way before you, bro. Many years ago.
Was he muted or did he mute himself?
He muted himself.
No, I muted myself. I appreciate the mods are not muting. Normally they would have muted by now.
Bro, because I'm talking to you and we've spoken before, bro. I never muted you. I speak to you all the time. Come on, why are you angry with me, dude? I'm just trying to make a point.
It is what it is. I operate in my own lane, bro. You either keep up or it's not. Sorry.
Yeah,
but you have to talk straight to me.
But I did spoke to you. But Felix, a valid hypothetical, right? You have to make a valid one, not just one based on fantasy about fairy tales and three-tones gnomes.
Okay, that could be your individual prerogative, but people, we can't gatekeep what we allow people's creativity to be or not. Like sci-fi, for example.
Okay, tell me one thing that you have created. One thing, you, Felix. One thing that you have created.
Creativity.
Yeah, tell me one thing.
Right. Well, do you want me to like physically create something? Because that's what I do.
Yeah, tell me one thing that you, Felix, have created.
An algorithm for finite element meshing. Let's say. Finite element meshing. Finite element analysis. So who's asking? AT. Finite element analysis. Just look up FEA. That's what I do for work.
Final data analysis. So you analyze data and made an analysis out of it?
No. Finite element. So it's finite element method. It's a method in which in engineering, we want to prototype something or analyze something. We pretty much, simplifying it, we break things into smaller pieces and apply physical laws to it. So we could analyze stress, strain, deformation, all sorts of stuff, fluid dynamics. Anyways, you're asking for a hypothetical. The thing is that the hypothetical is just like whether it's an actual observed phenomenon or not, it doesn't matter. A hypothetical is just a hypothetical. You can't gatekeep that and force someone to be like rigidly and strictly quote unquote realistic, where it's only what's empirically observed. You can't do that. It's just a hypothetical. So
If I
there's
Felix,
hypotheticals. No, there's
if
logic.
I may,
There's
I
thought
think like maybe
experiments.
you're both
Yeah.
right here. Because Felix, you're completely. I'm with you actually. Like if you're gatekeeping creativity, you're trying to like streamline train of thought, and that's not going to yield any like new thought inherently, right? Is what you're
I
saying,
would,
or it's less
yeah,
likely to, right? And I'm with you on that, right? But
I
if you're
would actually
in a big room like this, wait, Mick, I'm almost there, right?
go
If
ahead.
you're in a big room like this, and you have a guy going on building a huge framework that's perhaps a little bit outside the scope of reality, I think it's okay to say, well, let's limit this hypothetical because there is like very little proof to this, right? Presented. So
Well.
although
Okay.
creativity might be a good thing, in this case, we're not really in a situation where we need this type of like hypothetical. Maybe we need more of a real one that we can relate to, right? And using
Well,
this context right now.
presupposing that though, you're making this judgment that you know what's more realistic and what's not, when actually all the models that we have in science, those aren't those aren't that's not necessarily the reality. It's just a description of it, a model of it. So
But
don't confuse the map for the place, because
I
what
didn't
all
confuse
these
anything.
all these
No, I
scientific
think you missed
theories
that part.
are maps of the place. So when you say that this, I understand what you're saying, because I'm being a little pedantic here, but the thing is that you're making that judgment, right? So I don't know what All Glory's theory is. Actually, it is possible, even if it's 1% or even 0.001%, that this is actually our reality. We don't know that, but do I believe? I don't know. Like, I don't know what it
But
is, but
Felix, I think you
right.
are being pedantic because you're not really listening to the one thing that I was saying. It's not about possibility, it's about probability. And if you have a huge room, right, you need to weigh probability over possibility, and you neglected that. That was the whole thing of my argument, right? Is to say, yes, you're completely correct. The possibility is worth exploring, although not perhaps in a huge room when we have like 50 people all sitting in sort of like battling this train of thought that's so outside of reality that although yes, it might be possible, and also it wasn't like arbitrarily that I just dismantled it and said, well, it's outside of reality. I try to ask questions because I was engaging with All Glory because this is the first time I've seen this, right? So I asked, how would this work with South America to China? How would the universe work? We already have space travel. How does that fit into this model? So I was trying to lay in concepts to this model to say, am I wrong for dismantling this? Or should I explore this? I was then told it was a hypothetical, right? But I think you missed that part, and I think it is being pedantic not to include that, right, in your critique.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if I may add also, no, I tend to agree with you, you also, Felix. With regard to what Under Heaven was saying before, the difficulty comes from assessing whether a hypothetical is realistic or not. Because when you're in a context where you're trying to figure stuff out and you don't know what is exact, right? You have to come up with kind of maybe things that were not preconceived before, which would appear to the orthodoxy to be unrealistic. Yeah, so what might boil down to, like AT was saying, is the context, right? So if you're in a room of people where not everyone is necessarily in on the topic or whatnot, and there's there's time to factor in and everything. That's where you might want to judge whether or not the hypothetical is worth juggling in that moment. But there's no. I would argue, yeah, there's nothing wrong with pie in the sky thinking from time to time, if the explicit intention is to suss out whether or not that pie in the sky theory is actually pie in the sky at all, right?
Right.
So it's just a matter of context, and this is where maybe this room might not be the best place, in my view, for this type of thing,
Yeah.
given what's
Yeah,
at hand.
that's absolutely reasonable. I mean, yeah, you could have a room if you're talking about this room in specific, and this room has a specific context. And yeah, I mean, I understand that. Yeah, that's fine.
So, just FYI, just to finish it off, like the room was fairly like in a quiet mode, and I just took the opportunity to ask AT in particular. if you heard
yeah, I
about
would.
it.
I was actually listening for a while, but then it
Yeah,
derailed. I don't know why, but I was
yeah.
it was because I was trying to understand Glory in the beginning if this was like a sort of like science-based approach or more so like a hypothetical, and you laid that out clearly. So I was listening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
The
I don't think I was. I had any meaning in what I was saying to kind of try and draw a slight at any of you guys talking about it. I think it was fine. You know, I'm not a mod anyway, so I had no power on quelling the conversation anyway. But no, I don't think. Yeah, there was a moment to brainstorm or whatever. So you know, in my view, right, you know, more power to you guys.
it
Hey,
is.
Mick, real quick. Did you say pie? Is that the term that you use? Pie in the sky or something? That was the term that you used? Like a minute ago.
The one
Like
pie
a
in the sky.
moonshot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of just like it's like a colloquial term for something that seems so unreasonable
Like
given
Hail Mary or like
yeah,
whatever.
I think it's
All right.
similar to that. Yeah,
I like that one actually. Pie in the sky, bro. Thanks for that one. Appreciate it.
yeah, it's great. It's great. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
so
but
Do you have
unreasonable.
any evidence of the globe or what?
Talking to
Who's
me?
that addressed
No, I
to?
was just joking. Kind of too soon.
I do.
Yes.
I have
Yes,
plenty.
I
I
do.
love giving my
I
evidence
do.
to
and
Globe.
can I say this in all fairness too? I mean, how y'all regard all glory. I mean, don't you guys in the flat earthers specifically? I mean, don't you feel that you guys are received in the same way that people are like, "Wow, your ideas are pie in the sky. This is ridiculous. Like, why even talk about it when you already have utility, right?" So, I mean, the very thing that you're saying to all glory about
I
is
like talking about pie
hypothetical.
in the sky.
Right. I mean, don't y'all feel that people like Globers come in and feel the same way about you guys? And see, that's the problem. I feel that's a problem, regardless of whether I'm a flat earth or Glober. Like, I'm very, very open minded, and so I give people the chance to speak, regardless of how ridiculous it sounds to me, because maybe they know something that I don't, right?
Sure.
So I'm not saying that we disregard the context of this room and it's specific to like whether flat earth, but I mean, I would imagine that you guys receive that same kind of treatment from very quote unquote brainwashed or hyper conditioned like Globers, right? Like, wouldn't they say that you guys are, that same? So I just don't know. I just found that
Probably,
you know my
actually.
point.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, to my view, that's the whole purpose of this room is to open the door to this sort of discussion, right? And see where it goes. I mean, more often than not, I know a lot of people complain about getting muted or whatnot. I've seen people get muted when either they got off topic, if they're rude, or spazzing or something to that. Not because they're talking about anything that's per se unreasonable. If they have an argument and they're supporting it with evidence, I mean, the discussion is that's what this is all about, right?
Yeah, Mick, until the dogpiling happens, right? Because I've been in here a few times, and right now it's completely well moderated, right? I think there's a good job being done today. But I will say, usually when I present my evidence, and I've gone through different approaches, what happens is other flat earthers will join in, and the conversation will be led astray, and then you're shot like question to question to question on topic to topic to topic, and when you try to like hone in on one topic, you're muted for not replying to another, right? And that happens quite frequently. So a one-on-one turns into a one-on-4 or 5, and then you're muted, right? I think
Certainly,
that's like
and
the
that's
sad part. But you are right.
for
Like
sure.
people are spurking and stuff as well. So
For sure. Yeah. The dog piling is never fun, right? It happens on both sides,
yeah,
right?
it does.
So
Yeah, but
it's only
the Globers don't have moderators in here, right? So
yeah, sure. But I meant in terms of the dog piling, right? There's
yeah,
name
no,
calling and stuff like that. In my
you're right.
view, there tends to be a lot more name calling for people coming in here against the statements put forth, and on the other side, there tends to be a lot more muting to the opposition. Why that's the case? Well, that's subject to the individual moderator in question. So it's like it's a very difficult thing to handle overall, So it's just about us all being adults and managing our emotions and getting our communication lines straight.
Yeah, and again, I'll just say like it's been done perfectly today. It's been at a very reasonable level.
Yeah, I don't want to say that to the Mike to comment you especially, but Jerry and some others like that. there are certain ones that like kind of overpower and mute. But I think Mike, you're extremely reasonable, and I think you give a very fair room for the other view, right? Any kind of opposing view. So
I mean, for full disclosure, I'm not a mod, so I couldn't even.
yeah. I know you're not a mod, but what you say, how you speak, and how you respond, it's very reasonable. And I have, in regards to the other mods and the Flat Earth mods, like I'm kind of finding it unreasonable most of the time. But like I just want to hear, like, if I could just say this, like what I'm here and why I enjoyed, like the thing is, like, I understand there are a lot of like it's easier to dismantle an argument than to positively than to prove a positive claim. But I'm actually really interested in hearing like a positive claim for like flat Earth or any kind of alternative model. Like, and I don't hear it that much here, so I'm just like looking for that. That's really why I was kind of part of the reason why I was supporting like this all glory, because I'm not the type of person that likes to shoot down arguments. I like to understand a person's perspective and see if this argument is possible. So I was just wondering, is there like that kind of discussion in this server or channel?
Well, how about this? Right.
Okay. What's the question then? You don't have any question. You're just talking about what you want to
You
know.
just joined, Johnny. Please, you have no idea what they're talking about.
But
Johnny,
he's
maybe.
not asking. He's not.
Give me a second.
All right, hey guys, just many people spoke. We want to bring up a topic, maybe Johnny want to talk about something, or what do you guys want to bring it back? Roll it back down to earth again.
Yes. Yeah. So just to reply quickly to Felix, I think the unspoken premise of this room, and I would give a lot of leeway to those who may have not heard. Who may say, "Oh, there are no claims being made in here to support our point of view, or a lot of people's points of view who reside in here a lot." It's like an unspoken given, if you will. And again, I'll give you leeway for maybe not knowing this. Is that the claims made for the flat Earth are based off of the given observations that pretty much everyone sees. Right, so the base case is there's like 3 or 4 standard quote claims made based off of the observable reality, right, and logically inferred reality, and the whole point is to have the door open to those who would counter that with their counterclaims and supporting evidence, right? So, from my understanding, the base case is okay. Well, we observe flatness everywhere, right? You can't have pressure without a container, and we don't perceive any movement. Point final, right? Final point, full stop. So right? So if
Johnny,
that's
real quick, an addendum. Johnny, real quick, an addendum. When you say we don't feel any movement, based on feel senses, we do observe movement of the luminaries. When you say any, I will say there is movement above us.
Right.
Or across the medium.
I should have said of the earth, right? We don't perceive it. We don't feel it.
Below our feet. The ground is not in motion.
Thank you.
I understand, Mike. No, Mike, what you said implied that.
Unless
didn't
it's
have
earthquakes or
explicitly
volcanoes.
explained, but yeah.
So given those 3 points, right? That's where we leave the door open to anyone to come in and counter that. Now, of course, again, these are just my words, right? I'm sure others in here would be able to speak similar things to that with different tonality, different terms, or different emphasis. But yeah, that's kind of how I've taken it. All right. So go ahead, T-Dub.
Never.
Oh, awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks.
Okay. I came in and I will tell you about that.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, of course, observation has something to do with things. Of course, observation is something. But first of all, most of all, is about the Earth is measured flat very easily, and you can do that with the elevation angle and the sea level. That is 180 against the angle. And if you take the elevation angle and you have 180 from your observation to the GP, then you get a circle of equal altitude that will give you thousands of miles of equal altitude. And that can never happen if you're on a 38, 59 miles radius, so-called
point.
Radius. Yeah. So
Johnny, could you say
it
that in
can
one
never
sentence?
happen. It can
Maybe?
never happen if you think you're living on a ball of radius of 30, 39, 59. That's absolutely impossible. And
I
so
I
on
would
and
I
so
would I
on.
would tend to agree.
So it's over. Just there. We don't have to talk about it anything more. It's over. It cannot happen. So Johnny is right. I'm Johnny, and I'm telling you, and I'm a captain. I know what I'm saying. I know how to take elevation to the sun and take the sun down with the sextant.
Johnny,
And
I have a
take the
question.
time, and then you go to the almanac. And why do you think you can go to the almanac? Because everything has been measured through the time, and you know exactly where the sun is or the star is in the time, because they are going in the same circle all the time. It's nothing new. It's always happening. It will never happen in a heliocentric system. That's impossible. Finito.
Right. I have a question. So, Johnny said it can never happen, right? I guess my question to you then would be, if you're invoking, it was a bit hard to hear if you said that, right? So that's on me. I'm sorry. It was hard for me to hear. But if you're invoking the second law of thermodynamics, and you're talking about gas pressure without a container, right? I would then ask you what. Yeah, I would then ask you what would
I
be
wasn't.
your.
I wasn't. I
Okay,
wasn't.
sorry. So what was the argument then?
The argument is how you measure angle and how you measure the Earth is flat or
Oh, okay.
distance.
Great. So with that in mind, right? I would ask you, if we're going to have a conversation, right? What would be your burden of evidence that I would need to put forward for you to say, "Oh, well, I was wrong," or "I changed my mind"?
Yeah, it's clear measurement. It's not about thoughts or belief or something. It's clear measurement. Let's prove that.
Right.
Finito.
So if I showed you something else, right? Would that be a measurement, or could it be,
Oh,
for instance, a picture from space? Would that be allowed as well? What would be your burden of?
no, space. We are talking about the Earth. We are talking about the ground, and that is about what you see in the space is not so much interesting for me.
I get that you're not interested in what is in space, and I can kind of like agree with you on that, right? In this conversation, maybe that's not important, but from space, we can also observe Earth, right? From a
No, you
distance.
can't.
I think that's kind
No,
of interesting, right?
no. So far, all seen uh, most most of it I've seen so far is just fake. Nothing from so-called space. First of all, is impossible, and all of them. If it is true, then you should see. Let us see something airplane going flying upside down on the go to Australian and fly upside down from that view, yeah, you might think I understand that you can say, oh, where you see it, it can be straight from you. No, it isn't. You will see it if you are looking at ball or something is flying around the ball. You will be able to see it, but you know, you or nobody can prove that because that's insane. is not happening.
All right,
So
so I wrote down the things you said, right? And I listed 3. Maybe I missed something. The first thing is it is impossible to go to space. Maybe you can elaborate on that.
yeah, because that is your violate a law of physics, natural.
Second law of thermodynamics, okay, which I said in the beginning. But I'm glad you mentioned it now, right? But right.
Actually, it would more have to do with NASA claiming out loud they can't go further than low Earth orbit.
We
So
can go
therefore,
to that.
the
No, we can go
furthest
that.
they can go is low Earth orbit. There's no outer space.
This seems like a bit of dogpiling again, but that's okay.
No
I can-
dogpiling. I'm just helping the gentleman.
Right. So just a little
No.
dogpiling.
We don't have to. Don't have to go up to the space. Just like I said in the beginning, the Earth is measured flat, so
Right.
you
Okay.
don't have to look up to do that. If you really want to measure it, then you have to do it on the ground. That's the right
Nah,
place.
I wouldn't agree with that premise,
I'm
right?
adding valid information. There's no dogpiling here. Don't let your feelings get involved, Karen.
Wow. Great comment. Now that we cleared that up, right? So you mentioned 3 things. I'm going to address all the things, and I've now added a 4th point, which your buddy came in with, right? So we can add as many as you want, but let's go one by one at least, right? So we don't jump from one to one, which I talked about previously. So the first one is you said it's impossible to go to space. Your argument for that is the second law of thermodynamics and physics, right? That's what I hear so far.
Yeah, you're steelman. You're steelman me. Yeah, it's good.
Steel manning is
Okay.
not bad, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Great, great. So, with that, I would say, if you're posing an argument that is you cannot have gas pressure without a container, and because we have gas pressure on Earth, we must be inside a container, therefore, we cannot transcend the container or the barrier, right? Is that your argument? I want to ask clearly.
Yeah, because you cannot have a gas pressure without a container.
Okay, yeah.
You
So I
can't
hear
have
you.
a vacuum next to a pressurized system without a barrier.
Right, I hear you. So that's the argument, right? So I would ask then, where is the barrier? Because that's your argument, right? Have you shown the barrier?
Yeah.
We don't need to listen.
Okay. No. I can give you the answer to that. That's not the biggest answer. Just the knowledge about it, how physics works, and then you're asking how it works. Okay, that can be crystallization of gases. It can be more dense. Something is more dense. Whatsoever is happening, that is can be so many things. That I know is the higher you get, the less dense. Then, but then everything changes and everything gets more dense, and the more you get closer to the barrier, everything gets more dense. That's because of crystallization of gases and the extreme cold and some behavior of plasma and electronic function. Because from the ground, you get electronic function that's more electronic function every meter. 1 fucking meter. Meter is not long. It's just 100 centimeters. So every 100 centimeters, then you get more tense, electron tense from it, from the Earth. The highest up is very, very tense electronic.
You got to give him a chance to respond, bro. It's been like 2 minutes.
No, I'll hear out his whole case, but I thank you.
You get more electronic function the higher you get, and then you're in the highest altitude, then everything changed, and it's extreme cold. You get crystallization of gases because gases is spreading in all directions, and in that scenario, you can get some kind of barrier just there, but it is absolutely that is happening. Is gases are not able to go any further because of everything gets dense again. From don't be dense to be extreme dense. That is happening, and therefore you have a barrier. I cannot tell you more on that.
I would appreciate if you could give me that, but in a modus ponens, right? Because there was a lot of, I don't want to say word salad, but there was a lot of words in that was hard for me to digest, right? So maybe if you could
Sorry.
give me like a one-liner, because you said something about the density close to the barrier is also
I'll give you a one-liner. The antecedent of gas pressure is a container. The end.
Hey Johnny, bro, this server does not take kindly to people drunk on the mic. So if you're hammered, bro, I'm going to ask you to go on mute yourself, or I will mute you because this is basically unlistenable.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, but I'm just saying that there is change in density the higher you get up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, AT, you made a claim about space. What is it?
Oh yeah, so we can have a new interlocutor. I appreciate that. But please don't mute me when I'm talking. That's kind of rude.
I'll do whatever I want. So what's space?
Right. So space would be the area outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
Where does it start?
Outside the Earth's atmosphere.
Where's that at? How many miles? Whatever.
Well, I mean, it's like a we have a range, right? So there's not like a hard cutoff in my framework, right? So, but we're discussing your framework, so.
So we're just talking your religious belief.
No, what's religious about it?
Well, you just believe it. You couldn't show me, where space begins.
Yeah, I mean, I have photos from space, so yeah, I can. Absolutely.
You have photos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, show me those photos.
Finally.
Actual photos, not images, not pictures. Actual photos. Go ahead. And I'll get the metadata too from you, I assume, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I will.
Let's go.
Let's do it. I'll pull it up right now. I might even have it in this chat, actually, if it hasn't been erased. Let me see.
I hope it's a picture from NASA.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it actually is. It's a conjoined operation with NASA, and then we have two other actually agencies, the Air Force being one of them, American Air Force. So yeah, I'll find it for you. Give me a second.
That's auto disqualification. They're both American. I'm just being facetious.
I mean, we can go with the Roscosmos, the Russian one, or we can go with the European one if you want.
I just want to see the photograph. Whatever.
Well, if you're going to disqualify it for being American, we can.
Oh, well, then, I mean, if you're just going to qualify
That was
everything,
me.
just go ahead. Let's see it.
I'm trolling. I was just trolling. AT. That was me.
Because I
I'm
do
not
have
even
some
a flatter.
from ESA as well. So yeah, but we can go.
Anytime you're ready, bro. Post it up.
Right.
Prices like this, you can. And I got and urine. Okay, I got it from my grandfather in WW2. They used it all the time. So with just 2 pounds of fecal matter and a gallon of piss, you can operate your home for at least 2 hours. Huh? Sounds like something people could use. You're not kidding. And you know as well as I do, when it comes to urine and feces, it is something we never run out of. Really, it is.
Right, I found it. Great. So it's in chat now. Sorry, I
Hey,
don't
Shrek, you're
have
hot
like a
micing.
folder. But I do want to hear about the piss though. Just later maybe.
Well, most Globers are interested in that kind of shit anyway. Dicks, piss, whatever. As long as it's male parts related.
I mean,
He posted enhanced imagery, people.
Yeah, this is not a photograph.
Yes it is.
Oh, okay. You just say it is, so it is, and even it says image.
I mean, you're the one who made the positive claim, so how about you prove
What positive claim did I make? What positive
This is
claim
not
did
an
I
image.
make?
That's what you said.
Oh, that's not a positive claim.
Huh.
This is not an image. I said it's not a
I must
photograph.
have
It says
been
image.
misinformed, huh?
Yeah, excuse me.
It's-
Actually, we made the positive claim that that was a photo from space.
Yeah, so if you read the headline, right? The camera
Image.
captured the
Image.
photo. Yeah, yeah.
Image.
The camera. Listen. The camera who captured the photo is called the EPIC, right? EPIC. Earth
Wow.
Polychromatic
Look at all the
Imaging
stars
Camera.
behind the Earth in those images. Isn't that spectacular? It's amazing when we see these images. There's no stars in space when we're seeing the Earth from space. That's wild.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, do you have like an infrared of this image? Of this image, do you have an infrared of it?
Or just the image. The image.
So this isn't a photo.
Is
But
there an
it
infrared
looks like there's
of
a-
it? Because if this was a camera, it will have the
This is an
infrared.
image, man.
Infrared. So
Right,
no photograph.
Just to clear up some semantical issues, when you say image, right? And I say image.
He means like image.
Are we talking about the same thing? Because it sounds to me
I
like
asked you about a
when I say
photograph.
image, you
I would like to
automatically-
see
saying like
that
image.
this is a photograph. Do you know what a photograph is?
Yes.
Not like an image.
Okay. Do you know the difference between a photo and an image?
Yes, but do you and do we use the same one, right?
Well,
'Cause
let's look it up. Let's look it up. Maybe we should need to agree on terms. How about that?
Yes, exactly. That I'm the one invoking that, right? So thank you for agreeing with me.
So you, what is this? This is you saying this is a satellite image or
This is the
something?
image. This is the image, yeah.
Right. So I mean, to me, when I'm an Oxford,
What about if I show
learner-
you a photograph from a satellite, an actual photograph? Would you like to see it? No, not an image, an infrared photograph.
So not an image, right?
Not an image, a photograph. The realist level in infrared. Only in infrared. Would you like to see it? AT or anyone?
Yeah, I mean, we can find an infrared one too. If the requirements keep changing,
But
we can just.
but why are
find
you
more
presenting an
photos.
image? Why are you presenting an image?
A-
What does
Again,
that
I don't know
prove?
why you're leaning so heavily on the word image. Do you know what an image is?
What is it?
image.
No, I'm asking you, right? Because I do know it, and I have it looked up right now. So
Like
I
a composite of
100%
many
that I know it.
pictures, and you create another version of it with a bunch
That's
of
not
them.
what an image is, no.
So what is it?
Oxford language image, a representation of the external form of a person or thing in art.
Yeah, you know
Okay,
what it also
art.
says in Oxford?
Oh, so this is an artifice. This is not
Picture,
actually a photograph.
photograph, or a statue that represents something or somebody, right? It's
Oh,
also
so
what
it's a
it says.
representation. It's not the actual thing.
No, it can be a photograph. It says so right here on Oxford. I don't know why you left that out. It's kind of weird, but that's okay. So I'm just asking again, right? Because this seems to be a semantical cliff between us, right? Are you lenient?
So you're
as I
saying
am
that this
by
we're standing on
interchanging
this
these two?
cartoon?
Huh?
Are you saying that us, everybody in here, it's standing on that cartoon that you posted there? That's your claim?
If you're standing on it.
Is that your claim that everybody's standing on that thing that you posted? That's a photograph of this thing that everybody's standing on.
Oh, okay, I got you. If we're yes, yeah,
That's a
that is
selfie
what
of us. That's a selfie of us.
No,
If you see, if you zoom in, if you had infrared, you should be able to zoom in and see structures.
I don't know, like, yeah, you should. Now what?
So,
okay,
in this image, we have what apparently looks like a geometric Earth curve. Can you show that to us at ground level?
I can show it to you with this photo. Sure.
Let me see the
It's not a
buildings in
photo.
this photo. Where is the buildings? Can I see buildings or airplanes or boats in it?
Yeah, we've been waiting years
Bridges.
for someone to show us a photo of Earth's curvature. Please, please.
This is it right here.
But where is the buildings? You know, the trees, the buildings, the stuff, the stuff that I want to see. My house.
That's a
Where is it?
great
only see
question
the image.
under Heaven Earther. I will say,
Okay.
you familiar with relativity?
The stuff that when I go outside, the stuff that I see outside, where is that stuff in this image? Where is that?
Right. So I'll
Just
address that
image.
right now, and I'll say to you, those things that you're talking about, right? They disappear when you zoom out all that way so you can capture the whole Earth. Just like when you are in an airplane and you try to look down from the airport you're leaving,
And you
right?
see
You can't.
buildings, and you
Hey, I'm
see
not done. I'm not done.
trees,
You will
and you see
not
all
see
that kind
your
of stuff.
family waving goodbye. You're going to be so tiny.
Okay. So let me do the same example. Let me show you this one. Can you this one that I posted?
Black
Click on
Swan,
it.
or I don't know.
No. This one that I posted. Click on it and download it. It's 14 megabytes, or open it in the browser, and you see how small it's there. You see. Oh, look.
Is
I
it
have no
an
idea
image?
what this. I don't know what
Yeah.
I'm looking at.
Look, it's an infrared photograph. It's a photograph made with infrared.
That
Okay.
line on the bottom of the chat, click on it, and it's a 14 megabyte photograph. Open it in browser.
No, I can open it in app. I did that. I'm
No,
not.
don't do it in
I'm
app.
not.
No, don't do
Okay,
it in
great.
app
Thank
because
you for
it's
the
small.
technological advice. I do work in tech,
No,
so I'm familiar with
in
files.
app,
Yeah,
you
I'm
won't be
asking
able
like
to
a
see
concept.
it the way
you
that I'm
would not
telling you.
be in part of our tech support group just by the way you answer questions. You're not sure of anything.
Great. That's an
Listen,
opinion.
in the app, you
Most
won't be able
welcome.
to see the whole image the way you be able to see it. Like, can you zoom in it and see the structures, the ships, the towns? Can you see the names
I'm.
of the
I must admit, right now, I'm
geological
a bit
locations?
perplexed that you completely missed the rebuttal I gave, and you're still leaning heavily on buildings and ships, right? Because as I already explained to you, the more you need to capture in a view, the less details you get. So when you leave an airport in an airplane, you'll be able to see less and less items, and eventually you're not going to see anything. You're just going to see
So
like
we're not looking at the realist level. We're looking at an image of
no, in
something
real
that
life.
is
And when
not
you look out the airplane window
the
in real
stuff that
life.
we experience. You're looking at something else. That's what you're saying.
No,
We're looking at
no,
something.
that's not
At
at
the image
all
that you
what I'm saying.
presented,
That's
we're looking at
completely
something else.
strawmanning my
I
argument.
don't.
No.
Okay, so where is the stuff that we're talking about? The here, the real is level, the stuff that we operate in this area that you and I experience, and we can test and check, verify. Where is that in your image?
Okay, you know what? Let's for a second let's pause, and I'll just ask you, do I need to show you a photo from space that you can zoom in and see buildings and ships on
So
for
can you
That
you?
would be
go?
kind of cool, though. That would be
Is
cool.
that
Did you do
your
that?
requirement?
So
Did
did
you
you
do that?
zoom in the photograph that I sent you?
Okay, here, let me better yet. Yes, you
Oh,
know why? Because if we can take pictures of the space station from the ground, you can take pictures of people sitting in football fields from space.
Yeah, you can see airplanes between the space station and the ground or whatnot.
I
So
don't
yes, you
know.
need to show a photograph where I can zoom in on upside down ships sailing around the world.
Right. So you are aware that on Earth there is so much light that the phenomenon of you capturing a photo from
So you're
Earth.
giving us an excuse why you can't show us what we're asking for. Okay, good.
This
Keep
guy's
going.
saying that his lack of
This is the dog
evidence
pile
is
I'm
the
talking about,
evidence.
by the way.
He's
There's now
bro.
4 people.
They don't want to hear you, bro. You have the sense to realize this.
No,
You should
this
just
guy is
disengage.
presenting a non-evidence as the evidence. He's saying
No,
my
I have
non-evidence
evidence,
is
but
the
I
evidence.
paused the conversation to ask, is my evidence, right, sufficient? And it's clear to
No.
me that what you're asking for doesn't exist currently, so this conversation can end, right?
I have a quick
Yeah, I
question.
mean, because you gave us an image, and then we asked for
Yeah.
some
On
way
that,
to validate
You're
that.
still
You don't want to
speaking
validate it.
semantics
You just kind of, why don't
that
you
we
want to
only
validate?
need
No,
after.
we ain't going to do that. That's fine. I'll call it a photo with you. How would we validate this photo?
now on
Yeah,
that question,
great
is
question.
a JPEG image equal to a PNG image, or is it a different kind of image?
Semantics. That's funny. So you present some evidence, and we're picking it apart, and you're criticizing us for that.
Look,
Interesting.
I'm gonna listen, everybody in the VC. I'm gonna send you a photograph, an infrared from the satellite Callisto. Okay, and look, it's an infrared, and look at the white a photograph, an infrared photograph from the Callisto satellite. Okay, and this is showing you a wide view of 1,120 kilometers, horizontal, non-curving. It's also showing you 400 kilometers of altitude. The polar stratospheric clouds, which is these are very rare clouds that are very high altitude, around 30 kilometers above. And then the other clouds, the little ones that you see, the clouds, the small ones on the far right bottom, those clouds are around 7 kilometers high, right? The rain clouds and that kind of stuff. And then the stuff below that, that's the ocean. That's the ocean, the water. And there is no curvature in the realist level. You see the stuff that we see, bro, the stuff in the realist level, that's what we're talking about. Not about your imaginary image that you
Is this
came
JPEG or
with
PNG?
with some.
Okay, Underheaven, let's continue then. Since you're not really keen on giving up
So are you addressing the
conversation,
photograph?
I'll
Where is
engage
the
with.
where is the curvature on this photograph? Where is
I'll
it?
engage with you, right? So let's just clear out some things. The infrared photo you provided with the y-axis being 40 km and the x-axis being 1120, which seems a bit skewed in this one, but okay, fair enough. Seems a bit stretched, right?
Are you questioning NASA, bro? Are you
No, I'm
questioning
just saying
the
that at a glance,
technology?
the scale seems kind of off, right? But okay.
Okay, I'll show you the position that it was taken from and the trajectory of the satellite. We want to see that?
No, not yet. Maybe we'll get to that. Maybe if you just listen to what I'm asking instead of trying to
Here, I'm gonna
insert
throw it there
thing
for
that I'm
you.
asking, right?
Yes.
Then it'd be much easier. So the satellite that this came from NASA, right? Is it
The
orbiting Earth or?
Saraloon. Look, you see, it's taking the photograph. Look at the photograph, the infrared, right? The wide view. So you see how the clouds the highest clouds are around 30 kilometers, and the other clouds is between those clouds. So this satellite is around 25 to 29 kilometers high. So this satellite is actually one of these, a Saraloon, that NASA launches all over the place.
So
See?
it's in the atmosphere. It's not in space.
It's a Saraloon, and there you go. That's what NASA. When NASA's giving you stuff from the realist level, not from the fantasy that you were showing, from Narnia outside of reality plays that you were talking about. You presented a BS, whatever you presented there, from
BS,
the
Narnia,
non-real
fantasy,
level,
gotcha.
right?
Yes,
We're showing
yes.
you from the real level, from the realist level.
The
That's
real
what we're
level.
talking
Gotcha.
about. The stuff that we're standing on, the
Not
reality.
Narnia or fantasy, right?
No
The real
Narnia.
world. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay.
real one. Yeah.
So again, I ask, right? Since you're sort of implying that it is impossible to go to space, right? And you're sort of positing.
I wouldn't say
the claim.
impossible.
Well, you're positing the claim that you can't really do space traversal, right?
No, I don't know that for a fact that you can go outside of this system. I don't know if there's a door somewhere that someone who's holding the key and opens it and go outside. I don't know that. Okay.
Oh, a door. There is it. Okay.
I don't know
Let's
that
explore
because you're
this.
making it impossible. I don't know that. You don't know that. So I'm making these overall,
I kind of do know that.
overarching claims of impossibilities. I don't know. But the thing is
clear
that
that
we
you
know for a
don't know,
fact
right?
we know for a fact that we operate on a horizontal baseline, right? And
not right.
we have this orientation. We have this orientation in a horizontal that when you operate in the realist level, you know the building that you're standing right now, bro. That first brick that was put in place by the people that preceded you on that property, they laid out that structure based on a horizontal, right? And brick by brick by brick, they kept the horizontal, okay? And then at the last brick, After that, they put a table. So when you put that water that you drink, or whatever milk or juice or vegetable juice that you drink every morning, that stuff doesn't spill off when you put it on the table because it's horizontal, right? And then your neighbor did the same thing and horizontal, and then his neighbor the same thing to the shoreline. Every neighbor did the same thing, established the horizontal. Everyone, and then from that shoreline to the next shoreline, 3,000 miles away, the first building establish the same horizontal next to the next one.
All right.
You
so
get
where
it
do we
now,
go
AT?
from this?
Do you get it? Do you get it? Or do you get it or not?
I get what you're saying, but I don't agree with it at
So
all.
you get
And
it.
the
So you
reasons I
get it.
don't agree.
So what is your
Right.
problem with reality then? What is your problem with the realist level? Tell me, AT. I'll listen to you. Come on, tell me, bro.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you invoked civil engineering, and they absolutely do account for Earth curvature in bridges and railroads and
No,
piping.
that's
So
a
you're
lie. Don't
completely
tell lies in
incorrect.
here. Don't tell lies in here.
Huh. Okay. How is it a
Why
lie?
you lying, AT? Why you lying, bro? An engineer call you a liar just now, bro. Why you lying then? Because I trust the engineer
A civil
above
engineer.
you. The guy that said that you're a liar, because I didn't call you a liar. Who is it? Who called him a liar? Go ahead, speak to him, please. Thank you.
Oh, I called him a liar. I want him to show me where they account for where they measure curve of the Earth to account for it when they're doing surveys.
Yeah, see, the problem with that is if you're going to be disrespectful and out somebody as a liar, you need to prove that they're a liar, right?
No,
Otherwise, just
you need
say,
to
hey,
prove
where's the evidence?
that you measure the curve of the Earth.
No, you're not being very polite, so neither do I have to be, right? So if you call somebody a liar, now the burden of proof is on you. So prove that
No,
I'm a liar.
it's not.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Okay. Let's not call AT a liar. He's been all right. He's been reasonable, right? But AT, why are you lying, bro?
Great. The maturity is absolutely at its
Are you
peak.
gonna reply or you gonna act like?
In
Like,
all my life,
You
I've
want me
never
to
heard
give
about
an
using
identical
Earth
rebuttal
curve
to your claim that you just
to
made, or like
to any construction site or any long projects. I've never heard of Earth curve being calculated in anything.
right? So again, I'll ask you, right? Since you're the one who posited that I was a liar, to showcase how I'm a liar. Otherwise, redact what you said. Apologize,
No, I
and I'll
can't
show
because
you.
all the
No,
prints
and
I
then I'll
have
show you, right?
show a survey with no curve. So you're going to have to show
I can prove
curves with surveys with curves. That's all I can do for you.
Right. Okay. So you're conceding at that point. I'm glad. Then we can move forward.
So I can prove it. I mean, I don't see any evidence of the claim that you made. If you would just go ahead and post that evidence, that'd be great.
Again, the stockpiling is crazy. Now there are 3 in the lockers. Yes, I will absolutely do that. Thank you.
No, it's not dogpiling. It's an open forum. Do you need a safe space? Do you need a safe space, AT? Are you going to be okay?
Why are you such a liberal, bro? Why are you such like a? I don't know. Like, 3 people are talking to me. Like, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong?
And it's not like
So-
we're
Yes,
actually on a
like my
specific
fault,
topic right now.
My fault and flaw is that I
Bro,
believe in
we're not
integrity.
we're not in a
and
specific topic, so
va-
people are opening their
validity.
mics.
So you believe in integrity. Is that right?
Absolutely.
So then you are posting the evidence for the claim that you made.
Absolutely. Yes. I will.
Great. Go for it.
I will.
Can you show me in the realist level the claim that you made about the stuff that takes into account the spinning water cartoon through the vacuum of space? Can you please show something that is not a cartoon that you show, right? Remember
Yes,
the
you know
cartoon
what?
that
Under heaven, while I
No-
pull up
not
the data
cartoons.
from the civil engineering, which I will have for you momentarily, right? While I do
Yeah.
that, can you go and find me the edge of the Earth, right? Can you find
No,
that
I
or tell
don't,
me where it
bro.
is? Because it
If I
would have an edge, right?
if I get in my car right now
You
and
can
I
go and
put a
ponder on
full
that.
tank in it, it'll give me like 500 miles, and then I'll have to put gas again, and I don't think I'll make it down there, bro.
Is there an edge of the earth that we claimed?
I was gonna try for him, but I don't think I'll make it, so I'll just stay here.
Right. I mean, on
It's
any
not
flat
as
surface,
dangerous as that.
inherently there is a cutoff. So where's the cutoff? Where's the edge? I mean,
Do you have a flat Earth model that you'd like to present for us? You saying it has to be. So show me your flat Earth model.
I'll show you in math.
Listen, At. I'll give you an answer.
Math?
You know the edge. You know the edge of the Earth. When I reach the seashore and I reach the water, I'm on the Earth. Then I get in the water. It's not the Earth, right? So that's what you're asking. The edge of the Earth. Then I go on the water, get on a boat, and then I reach more Earth, and then more water. So what's wrong with that, At? What's wrong with that?
Is again, you're now miscategorizing Earth as being like literal Earth and not water. Like Earth is a concept of the planet we're
Do you
living on.
drink
It's
Earth
not
or you
about
drink
Earth.
water, At? What do you drink?
Well, you're
Earth
speaking
or
over
water?
him, man.
No, he's saying that Earth and water are the same
This
thing.
is kind of funny, actually. No, I enjoy
He's saying
it.
Earth and water are the same thing.
No, I'm saying the Earth, water, and
When you
Earth
say,
is the same.
because when you say the edge of the Earth, go find. You say go find me the edge of the Earth. How do you
Right.
want me to
How
do that?
about
You want me
I
to go to the seashore?
rephrase
I'll
what I
go to the
said to-
seashore and I'll reach the water. That's where you want me to go? I'm
So how
asking
about
you.
I rephrase what I said to find me the edge of the planet or the surface of the planet?
Spheres only have one edge.
No, they don't have any. Actually, you're incorrect.
You are standing on the edge always. Everybody's
No,
standing on
that's
the
not
edge.
what an edge is. You might want to educate yourself, but again, semantics doesn't seem to be a strong side. So yeah.
So no edge, no geometric edge of the ball. No edge. Okay.
There is no edge on a sphere. Like you
Okay,
can't
so there's no
use-
edge. The horizon is not the edge. It's not blocking boats and buildings. It's not doing that.
Is there an angle? Hey, if there's no edge,
phenomenon.
is there an angle on a sphere? Is there an angle?
No, that's not what he's.
Let's see what machinists would say about if there's an edge on a ball or not. Let's pull up a picture.
Yeah, there is none. I've already done the research in math, so I don't know, unless you're invoking.
Hey, that's pretty cool. We have balls, and balls have no edges. Perfect. And balls are constructed from the ground, and the ground is in a horizontal frame of reference, and then we build balls, and then we put them in Walmart and put a label on them saying, hey, this globe, do you want to buy it for $20? And you pay $20 plus the taxes, and you put it on a table that is horizontally placed on a motionless horizontal house.
I have no idea what you just said. Like
I get it.
buying
You
globes in
don't
Walmart.
comprehend the sensical side of things. You think
I didn't think there was
you're
any
out
to
there.
comprehend,
You're out there
respectfully.
thinking about fantasy. You're still in the image.
At,
You're
it's a
still in that image.
reification sandwich, bro. Every ingredient is a reification.
Bro,
What part of that do you not understand?
He's talking about the ball.
Right. So I don't know. Like, what was the answer that I got? Where's the edge of the planet? There is none.
You said there was none. There's no edge. There's no earth curve.
Sky.
Well,
He's asking
according to you, that you should not be able to see the edge of a ball. But this guy, this is a screw, so this is round. We're going to look at the edge of the threads. What this guy's doing, if I put a ball bearing there, I would see the edge of the ball bearing going around, and I could actually measure the radius then. So that's an optical comparator. We have about 500 of those at work. And that's not even joking.
Wait, what does this machine do?
It shows you the edge outline of a part, so you can pick up the edge and you can measure. You measure optically with it.
Ooh, so he
I'm
finds the edge
failing
in things, in
failing to
balls.
connect
This
this
machine finds the edge in balls, bro. This is the revoke to your claim. This machine right here, made by engineers, people that know what they're doing, that have jobs, right, in the realist level, making money in the real world, and they have jobs and they have this machine that revoke your claim, bro. What do you think about that, AT? Go ahead.
Well, according to him, if you look out at the horizon, that's the edge of the Earth that blocks the sun. So we should be able to measure it. Pretty simple.
Again, it seems a bit all over the place. So I'm writing it down so we can go one by one, right? So first of all, I'm still on this picture that you posted, right? How does this rebuttal my claim or my question, my query, to where, first of all, explaining to me that a sphere has an edge? I still haven't seen any evidence of
If
that.
I put a ball
Second of
bearing
all-
on there, you're
second
going
of
to
all-
see the
second of all-
outline edge
second
of
of
the
all,
ball
I'm not done.
bearing.
Second of all,
There
I'm
you
glad
go.
you're trying to interrupt. I'm not
answered
letting
you.
you.
I
am
answered
hearing
you already.
I mean,
if you put a ball bearing there instead of a
I don't know
screw,
why you're
you're
trying
going
to
to get
cut me
the
off.
outside edge of a
Okay.
ball.
You can try to bully me, but you either have to mute me and find somebody else to talk to, which I'm glad, right? Or you're gonna have to not like bully me and try to talk over. Great.
Who's
So
bullying
what I'm
you?
asking for,
And
what I'm asking,
maybe, I'm sorry, AT. I
And he
really
calls
don't.
the cops all the time on people.
If I may, kind of just interject quickly. I hate to interrupt, but to be fair, I think there is a bit of a I don't know if you want to call it a semantic thing or whatever, but just to clear the air on this, there is something to be said about what AT's addressing here. In mathematics, there are no edges to balls because an edge is defined by like an angle or something, or whatever. So they would call that a face, right? There's one
Bro,
face.
there is no angles on a ball. This guy
Exactly.
just debunked.
Exactly.
You don't
And this
look
is
at the
what
face. You don't look at the
this-
face of a part using an optical comparator.
I understand. Yeah. So in the engineering world or with the machineries and stuff like that, there may have been like a revamping of terms for whatever reason, for context or whatever. But it's context